Ye Bai awakens his SS level talent, bearing the title of Azura, embarking on an invincible path and forging a position of unparalleled strength. Nightmare. Tell me, do you experience nightmares? Wuhan. You are so arrogant, have you consulted my sword? Xiaoyao. Boring. Azura. Having witnessed the illustrious figures of a century, only Nightmare, Wuhan, Xiaoyao, and I, Azura, stand on equal footing. We four are truly formidable. Chapter 1. The Awakening of the SS level talent. On Blue Star, in the Dragon Kingdom, at the 3rd High School of Nanjing City. Today marks the day of talent awakening, where those who have reached the age of 18 may participate. Ye Bai. Upon hearing his name called, a young man in the last row of the classroom stood up and walked forward. This young man, named Ye Bai, possessed black hair and black eyes, his gaze clear. Standing at a height of 1.8 meters, with long limbs, a well-proportioned physique, and handsome features. As Ye Bai appeared in the corridor, the chattering classmates fell silent, instinctively moving to the walls to make way for him. This seemingly nonchalant youth exuded an extraordinary aura. Accompanied by a teacher to a designated area outside the classroom, the instructor cautioned, "Listen to the staff's instructions. The awakening of talents is a significant matter. Do not delay." Ye Bai nodded, indicating his understanding. After confirming his student ID, identification card, and the talent awakening permit, the staff prepared for the final steps. Ye Bai, before your talent awakening, I need to introduce you to the history of the Eternal Tower. Are you ready? Ye Bai nodded. I am ready. The information that the staff was about to present was something Ye Bai had reviewed countless times over the past few days. The staff spoke solemnly. Years ago, when the Eternal Tower descended, the first generation of the strongest, Nightmare, entered the Eternal Tower, ushering in the era of universal awakening. That same year, the 18 abyssal dimensions opened, and the abyss invaded Blue Star. Under the leadership of the strongest, Nightmare, humanity struggled to endure, and the bloody battle commenced. In the latter stages of the bloodshed, the second generation of the strongest, Wuhan, emerged, awakening an SS-level talent, and single-handedly ended the 30-year war, bringing peace to Blue Star. The third generation of the strongest, Xiaoyao, has now appeared for 36 years. In the span of a century, for humanity, 3 individuals have emerged as the strongest. Nightmare, Wuhan, Xiaoyao. Upon completing the recitation, the staff smiled at Ye Bai. By the way, it has been 36 years since the last era of the strongest, and many have been speculating that a new era may soon arise, the era of the strongest. Ye Bai could distinctly feel the pride radiating from those around him when discussing these 4 words. When a new SS-level talent awakens among humanity, the era of the strongest will commence, heralding the birth of a new champion. The casual conversation concluded. The staff spoke seriously. Now, place your palm on the core crystal of eternity, clear your mind, and proceed with the talent awakening. Following the instructions, Ye Bai complied, closing his eyes. A soft, white radiance enveloped his body. Talent awakening, clever talent, clear vision. As the white light receded like a tide, Ye Bai opened his eyes, feeling no discomfort. The staff approached and confirmed the information on the core crystal of eternity. Ye Bai, clever talent. Clever? Ye Bai felt no surprise, rather, it seemed entirely expected. Talent levels range from F to SSS, with F being the weakest and SSS the strongest. According to humanity's century-long statistical patterns, over 90 of individuals awaken clever talents or lower. Only 8.56 manage to awaken level talents. If one were exceptionally fortunate to awaken an 11 talent, that would indeed be a rare occurrence. The potential for future achievements is immeasurable. Ye Bai awakening a clever talent could only be described as unremarkable, a normal outcome. Not long after sitting down, he stifled a yawn. He felt a bit tired. He'd just take a quick nap. His eyelids grew heavier as he leaned against the window, falling asleep within a second. In his dreams, it seemed as though the core crystal of eternity reappeared before him. Lines of blurred text floated in front of Ye Bai. As he concentrated, the words gradually became clearer. Awakened SS-level talent. I have insight. I have insight. A pair of eyes that can perceive everything, able to view hidden information entries and occasionally provide peculiar hints. SS-level talent? Ye Bai mocked himself, thinking it unnecessary to dream so vividly. The text before him continued to shift. SS-level talent, I have insight, at your service. Ye Bai's smile froze, and he attempted to glean more information. Current survival probability, 98.56. Ye Bai? A survival probability of only 98.56? What's the difference from certain death? A hint from the SS-level talent. This world is perilous. Please keep your identity confidential. This dream feels far too real. Just as Ye Bai was pondering this, he felt someone shaking him. It was none other than his desk mate and friend, Zhao Lin, who was as slender as a monkey. Ye Bai, I awakened a clever talent. What about you? Congratulations. It's over. I was planning to enjoy a life of luxury following you. Zhao Lin, ever the optimist, quickly shook off his disappointment and rallied. No worries, Ye Bai. You'll find a job at the 10,000 Things Pavilion, and you'll work in the United Legion. We both have bright futures ahead. Yawn. Clearly, Ye Bai was still somewhat drowsy. Zhao Lin pointed to the clock on the wall. Ye Bai, class is over. Oh, let's go. Ye Bai stood up, glancing at the clock on the wall. A nail has come loose. It will fall in 6 seconds. The suddenly appearing words felt oddly familiar. Could it be that he truly awakened an SS-level talent? What a joke. As he was lost in thought, the clock tilted forward, descending in free fall, and with a resounding crash, shattered on the floor. Gasp. Ye Bai inhaled sharply, instinctively focusing his attention to check his survival probability once more. Current survival probability, 99.99. Please maintain this. Ye Bai shook his head, the text dissipating before his eyes. He casually turned to Zhao Lin, calling to him. Upon returning to his small home, Ye Bai began to experiment anew, concentrating on various objects. Light bulb, lifespan 178 hours, a lifelong singleton. This is a subpar computer chair. After 3 hours, your back will lament. Buying this 10 yuan lottery ticket might just win you the jackpot instead. You've paid for a lesson. These annotations, if Ye Bai focused intently, would reveal more information. Conversely, if he chose not to view the annotations, they would gradually fade away. It seems this talent is of an auxiliary nature. As time passed, Ye Bai experimented with the use of his eyes. He remained uncertain whether he had truly awakened an SS-level talent. Everything was still shrouded in mystery. As a traverser, the bizarre occurrences surrounding him felt unsurprising. After all, the very act of traversing was inherently absurd. As the clock struck 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds, 12 o'clock, the tower mark on Ye Bai's arm emitted a soft glow. And in the next instant, he was swept away by an enigmatic force, entering the Eternal Tower. Chapter 2. The Eye of Insight. Without granting Ye Bai any further time for contemplation, his consciousness was transported into a realm of pure white. Upon detecting his inaugural entry into the Eternal Tower, he was prompted to establish his eternal avatar. Without the slightest hesitation, Ye Bai declared the eagerly prepared name, Eternal Shura. Prior to entering the Eternal Tower, he had the opportunity to verify the availability of names to prevent redundancy. To his surprise, the name Shura was indeed available. Perhaps the previous bearer had departed from this realm. The creation of his eternal avatar was successful. He was then asked to select a profession within the Eternal Tower. The primary combat professions included warrior, mage, thief, warlock, archer, mechanic, knight, and priest. As for auxiliary and crafting professions, they were not within Ye Bai's considerations. Before his traversal, Ye Bai had mastered the art of lightning in the Summoner's Canyon, earning the moniker Little Feek of the Internet CAF. Now, having arrived at the Eternal Tower, he unhesitatingly chose the profession he was most familiar with, mage. The system began to detect his attributes. Synchronization in progress. A translucent, pale blue panel materialized before Ye Bai, displaying fundamental information. He scrutinized the details with great seriousness. Eternal, Shura. Talent, Eye of Insight, level. Level 1. Profession, Apprentice Mage. Health, 180-180. Mana, 190-190. Strength, 9, affects physical damage. Intelligence, 9, affects mana cap, magic damage. Agility, 7, affects movement speed, evasion rate. Constitution, 8, affects health cap, health recovery speed. Luck, 10. Equipment, none. Skills, none. Could it truly be a level talent? No doubt about it. With a level talent, would I deceive you with a false one? As Ye Bai's gaze fell upon the luck statistic, a line of small text appeared. A fortunate individual may trigger hidden levels in novice dungeons. Ye Bai's spirit soared. A staggering 10 points in luck. Hidden levels? He had perused numerous documents regarding the Eternal Tower and had never encountered mention of hidden levels. This line of supplementary text was the effect of Eye of Insight. Dismissing the attribute panel, the foundational 5-dimensional attributes within the Eternal Tower were strength, intelligence, spirit, constitution, and agility. Generally, initial attributes ranged between 10 and 110. Ye Bai's initial attributes were among the best, typifying a quintessential pentagonal warrior. As for luck as a special attribute, Ye Bai had never heard of anyone starting with a luck score of 10. Typically, most individuals fell between 0 and 2. Hidden levels, indeed. At this moment, Ye Bai's thoughts were entirely consumed by his level talent and the prospect of hidden levels. The novice gift pack of the Eternal Tower had been distributed. Would you like to open the novice gift pack? Yes. A blinding light flashed, and 3 luminous orbs materialized before Ye Bai, accompanied once again by the prompt. Please select one reward from the 3 options as your novice reward. According to the strategies Ye Bai had consulted, the rewards within the novice gift pack were generally categorized into 4 types: gold, equipment, skill books, and special items. Among these, the least valuable is undoubtedly gold. Once one claims the novice gift package, they immediately enter the novice dungeon, where gold holds no significance. Possessing a suitable piece of equipment can significantly elevate the rating of the novice dungeon, yielding exceptionally generous rewards. As for skill books, their value is determined by the effectiveness of the skills they impart. Rarely does one obtain special items, hence there is scant information available online. Strategy suggests that the novice gift package is entirely a matter of chance, devoid of any discernible pattern. Over the past century, countless individuals have studied the Eternal Tower, compiling, decrypting, and summarizing information, only to find that their conclusions have now become mere scraps of paper. In Ye Bai's vision, the 3 luminous orbs hold no mysteries whatsoever. While others must leave their choices to fate, Ye Bai, with the aid of the Eye of Insight, perceives everything clearly. Ye Bai's gaze swept from left to right. The leftmost orb quietly cradled a staff surrounded by crackling lightning. Equipment: Grip of Thunder, level 1. Grade: level. Attributes: Intelligence 5. Lightning Arrow, level 1, deals 501 intelligence. Lightning damage, with a 100 chance to inflict a slowing effect and a 33 chance to induce paralysis. Affix: Thunderstrike. Attacks or casts have a 5 chance to cause paralysis. Hidden affix: Fate. Gain advancement after casting 100 lightning spells. A level staff. Ye Bai's heart raced, feeling a surge of excitement. This equipment is perfectly suited for him at this moment. The grade of the equipment parallels talent, with levels descending in order of significance. A level staff with dual affixes and potential for advancement possesses a market value exceeding 1 million. Yet, it remains a rarity, enough to purchase a 3-bedroom apartment in Ye Bai's neighborhood. Do not rush, remain calm. Ye Bai refrained from making an immediate choice. The Grip of Thunder is indeed formidable, and it would be prudent to evaluate the other 2 rewards before deciding. It is not a loss. The orb in the middle revealed a mound of gleaming coins, a veritable mountain of 5,000 gold coins. Upon seeing this figure, Ye Bai's brows furrowed in surprise. The currency of the Eternal Tower is exchangeable with the reality of Blue Star, at a rate of 1 gold coin for 1,000 Dragon Country currency. Thus 5,000 gold coins equate to a staggering 5 million. In the trading market, 5,000 gold coins could even procure a high-grade piece of equipment. Is this the joy of a luck level of 10? Ye Bai had not anticipated that each novice gift package would surpass the last in value. Naturally, when comparing 5,000 gold coins with a Grip of Thunder, Ye Bai favored the latter, aiming to arm himself as thoroughly as possible. Although a pang of regret tugged at him, reason dictated that in the novice dungeon, money is of no use. If he could achieve a rating above level in the novice dungeon, the rewards he would receive would far exceed the value of 5,000 gold coins. Shifting his gaze from the glittering pile of coins, Ye Bai turned to the final orb. He gasped in astonishment, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Special item: Element of Thunder. Effect: upon use, attain 100 affinity for lightning elements. A mana recovery speed of 100, and randomly acquire 3 lightning skills. Without any hesitation, Ye Bai pointed directly at the last orb of light. He received the novice gift package reward, Lightning Element. Chapter 3. Are you stuck here? Successfully used Lightning Element. With the novice reward secured, Ye Bai wasted not a single second and activated it immediately. A tingling sensation coursed through his entire being, and he felt the surrounding lightning elements become increasingly vibrant, constantly beckoning him. Lightning Element Affinity 100. Mana Recovery Speed 100. Acquired Lightning Skills: Lightning Arrow, Blessing of Thunder, Ready to Strike. The descriptions of the 3 skills appeared sequentially before Ye Bai. Lightning Arrow 1. Inflicts 501 intelligence, lightning damage, with a 100 chance to apply a slow effect and a 33 chance to induce paralysis. Mana cost: 60 points. Cooldown: 3 seconds. Ye Bai's current intelligence attribute stands at 9 points, meaning a single lightning arrow can deal 59 points of damage. Without considering defense, 3 lightning arrows would suffice to vanquish the novice monsters. The small creatures in the novice dungeon pose no threat to Ye Bai within the range of 50,100 Merely possessing the skill Lightning Arrow is sufficient for Ye Bai to achieve a commendable evaluation in the Novice Dungeon. Ye Bai continued to peruse the skills. Blessing of Thunder, 1. Bestows a Blessing of Thunder upon oneself or an ally, adding an extra 20 points of lightning damage to normal attacks and an additional 25 points of lightning damage to magical attacks. Mana cost, 100 points. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 45 seconds. Ready to strike. Doubles the effect of the next lightning skill used. Mana cost, 10 points. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Ye Bai was astonished to discover that the 3 randomly acquired lightning skills could actually synergize. If he utilized Ready to Strike in conjunction with Lightning Arrow, the instantaneous burst would yield 118 points, sufficient to obliterate minor foes. Ye Bai swiftly calculated in his mind. What if the sequence of skills was altered to Ready to Strike, Blessing of Thunder, Ready to Strike, Lightning Arrow, with double the Blessing of Thunder, adding 50 points of extra magical damage. The base damage of Lightning Arrow, being 59, would total 236 points. The damage output would be substantially amplified. A total of 236 points of damage is enough to annihilate Ye Bai's current health. Drawing from his years of gaming experience, Ready to Strike is undoubtedly a divine skill. Even in the later stages of the game, while Lightning Arrow and Blessing of Thunder may become obsolete, Ready to Strike will remain a core skill. Suddenly, a bold idea flickered in Ye Bai's mind. What would happen if he used Ready to Strike again after its initial use? Are you stuck here? Ready to Strike consumes 10 points of mana each time and has a cooldown of 10 seconds. Enhanced by Lightning Element. Ye Bai's mana recovery speed means he can recover 50 points of mana in just 10 seconds, freeing him from concerns about mana depletion. In essence, should Ye Bai desire, he could repeatedly utilize Preparation until delivering the final blow. This signifies exponential growth, with each instance doubling in potency. Should he succeed, a fervent excitement coursed through Ye Bai's veins, an insatiable eagerness to experiment. Aside from a novice gift pack, the Eternal Tower also bestowed upon him a withered wooden staff, an unadorned tool devoid of attributes, its sole purpose to unleash skills. Upon the distribution of the novice gift pack, the option to enter the novice dungeon presented itself. He chose to enter. As Ye Bai felt an overwhelming dizziness, the pristine white space blurred before him, his consciousness receding like the ebbing tide. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself in a dimly lit passage. The sound of his boots echoed against the granite floor as he surveyed his surroundings, unable to suppress a sense of wonder. The Eternal Tower. No wonder it is hailed as a fully immersive simulation MMORPG. The level of realism is undeniably astonishing. Extending his fingers, he placed them against the walls of the corridor. The rough texture and uneven surface were palpable, with a fair amount of dust clinging to his fingertips. Now, to attend to the matter at hand. Ye Bai raised his staff, gazing ahead. The novice dungeon he occupied was a narrow passage, standing 5 meters high and 5 meters wide, allowing 2 individuals to proceed side by side. On either side of the walls, torches were positioned every 5 meters, casting a faint glow that illuminated the corridor. Before Ye Bai, a colossal shadow loomed, accompanied by the notification from Eye of Insight. Monster, burrowing giant rat. Health, 50-50. This is all you need to know about it. Use your lightning arrow to incinerate this filthy creature. It was upon him. Ye Bai elevated his staff, unleashing the skill. Preparation. A pale blue radiance enveloped his entire being. He refrained from hastily engaging the monster, instead allowing it to approach slowly. Roar. Hood, hood, hood. The growls, coupled with the thunderous footsteps, cast a shadow over Ye Bai, constricting his breath. Were it anyone else, they would have likely struck out in a frenzy at such a sight. Ye Bai silently counted the seconds, retreating to maintain a safe distance from the creature. 54. The burrowing giant rat had drawn near enough that its foul odor resembled that of a sewer rat. Was it not merely a rat? Then there was no cause for concern. 3, 2, 1. As the cooldown concluded, Ye Bai swiftly unleashed the skill once more. Preparation. The pale blue glow manifested again, albeit this time with a deeper hue. Lightning Arrow. Without wasting a moment, Ye Bai, despite it being his inaugural combat experience, executed the actions with remarkable proficiency, devoid of any superfluous movements. Boom! A lightning arrow, as thick as a finger, coalesced before him and, at an astonishing speed, soared forth, effortlessly striking the burrowing giant rat. Crackle! A series of electric sounds, accompanied by a burn aroma, revealed a vivid crimson number floating above the creature's head. 236. The lightning arrow inflicted 236 points of lightning elemental damage. The blood reservoir of the cave-dwelling beast was instantly depleted, crashing to the ground. Its form transforming into luminous white particles that gradually dissipated, leaving behind 3 copper coins. Ye Bai's spirits soared as he clenched his left fist in excitement. It was indeed possible. The effects of charge could stack. The first instance yielded a 2-fold increase, the second 4-fold, and the third 8-fold. This was not an arithmetic progression, but a geometric series, exhibiting exponential growth. Trivia: charge can stack a maximum of 30 times. After 30 stacks, Ye Bai's explosive power would be astonishing. His breath grew heavier as he struggled to fathom the terrifying scene that awaited him. Perhaps a single lightning arrow would annihilate his foes in an instant. Collecting the copper coins from the ground, Ye Bai gazed ahead into the passage. Disturbed by the previous battle, many cave-dwelling creatures awakened from their slumber, commencing their search for prey within the corridor. He pressed his lips together, striving to temper his excitement to avoid compromising the ensuing battle. The real spectacle was only just beginning. Chapter 004: The Hellhound. Blessing of Thunder. Ye Bai enveloped himself in a layer of energy, his feet seemingly propelled by the wind, dashing forward with great speed. The duration of the Blessing of Thunder was 30 seconds, during which his basic attacks would inflict an additional 20 points of lightning elemental damage. The cave-dwelling giant, Rat, possessed 50 health points, and with his strength at 9, his fundamental physical attack would deal 9 points of damage. Coupled with the Blessing of Thunder, this amounted to 29 points of damage. Ye Bai dashed before a giant rat, bringing his staff down with tremendous force. 29. After 2 strikes, the giant rat collapsed with a thunderous noise, vanishing like the previous one into particles of light, leaving 3 copper coins in its wake. Time was of the essence. Ye Bai did not waste a moment. While engaged in battle, he continuously unleashed the skill charge, ensuring its immediate continuation. This also meant that for a brief period, Ye Bai could not use Blessing of Thunder or Lightning Arrow, lest he lose all his progress. To amass more stacks of charge and deliver a final, soul-piercing blow, Ye Bai had to eliminate as many giant rats as possible within the duration of Blessing of Thunder. 29. A flurry of numbers emerged above the heads of the giant rats, as they fell one after another in the dimly lit corridor. Simultaneously, the duration of the Blessing of Thunder was steadily diminishing. 1098. Less than 10 seconds remained. The relentless combat was taking a toll on Ye Bai's body. The Eternal Tower, being a game with a simulation accuracy of 100%, rendered fatigue in an exceptionally realistic manner. Ye Bai exhaled deeply, focusing on the passage ahead, his footsteps unwavering, his staff leaving behind a blur as it struck. In the final 10 seconds, bolstered by the Blessing of Thunder, Ye Bai swiftly dispatched 4 more creatures. From the moment he entered the novice dungeon until now, he had eliminated 12 giant rats in just 1 minute. Such efficiency, once known, would surely drive many to madness. At this moment, Ye Bai's attention was fully devoted to the battle. There were still 8 foes remaining. Charge! As the battle raged on, Ye Bai remained steadfast in his use of charge, stacking its effects. Suddenly, another burrowing giant rat charged forward, its swift body slicing through the air with an ear-splitting shriek. Without the Blessing of Thunder to unleash lightning-based skills, Ye Bai was left to engage his opponent through sheer combat prowess. In his line of sight, several red dots illuminated the burrowing giant rat, accompanied by a note. This is the enemy's weakness. Striking here inflicts double damage. A mage resorting to melee? You might want to reconsider your career path. The talent was rather cheeky. With a thrust of his staff, he struck one of the red dots. 19. He had hit the giant rat's weak spot, dealing double damage and inducing a brief blinding effect. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Bai swiftly landed 2 more staff strikes on the red dots, successfully dispatching his foe. 7 remained. With the assistance of Eye of Insight, even a mage relying on melee could easily navigate this challenge. Weak spot hit. 5 minutes later, Ye Bai stood as the sole survivor in the passageway. He exhaled a breath of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. All the burrowing giant rats had transformed into experience and copper coins for him. Only then did he take a moment to review the relevant prompts. He had gained 100 experience points from slaying the creatures. Congratulations, you have reached level 2. You have gained 1 strength, 2 intelligence, 1 spirit, 2 agility, 2 constitution, and 1 free attribute point. At that moment, accompanied by the upgrade, a radiant light enveloped Ye Bai, infusing him with renewed vigor, sweeping away his fatigue. All 5 attributes had seen considerable enhancement, and Ye Bai allocated his additional free point to intelligence. According to the textbooks, The attributes provided upon leveling up within the Eternal Tower are influenced by various factors: race templates, class templates, and the leveling process itself all play a role in determining attribute increases. During the previous battle, he had spent most of his time in close combat with the burrowing giant rats, resulting in limited skill usage. Consequently, the boost to his strength, constitution, and agility had surpassed those of intelligence and spirit. Reflecting on this, Ye Bai felt a tinge of frustration. How could a mage earn renown through melee combat? Such unconventional methods were beneath him. With the attribute panel dismissed, Ye Bai continued down the passage, stacking charge as he advanced. The dim corridor was unsettlingly quiet, with occasional cold gusts of wind creeping up from behind, enough to daunt the timid. Yet, Ye Bai strode forward with determination, undeterred by his surroundings. Soon, he arrived at a fork in the path. Should he go left or right? Ye Bai understood that this marked the second trial of the novice dungeon. The textbooks were explicit. The left path would spawn a horde of monsters, leading to an overwhelming assault, while the right would summon a formidable elite creature, one that an average person could scarcely contend with. Based on historical data analysis, the left path offered a 457 higher yield than the right. Gazing toward the left passage, he was unsurprised when a note materialized before him. 10 foul-smelling bats are thirsting for your blood. In a shadowy corner, a mutated bat lurked. 11 bats, perhaps? Ye Bai recalled the monstrous data of the bat, slightly superior to the burrowing giant rat, but the real trouble lay in their swift movements. To his right, a passage revealed. A juvenile Cerberus slumbered peacefully. Please, do not disturb it, or you shall find yourself as its meal. A Cerberus? Ye Bai was astonished to discover such a formidable elite creature to his right. In the monster compendium of textbooks, the Cerberus undoubtedly stood as the mightiest elite creature in beginner dungeons. Without exception, even in its juvenile phase, its 3 heads could unleash skills of 3 different elements, inflicting immense damage. The hellish bloodline granted it a formidable health pool, a terrifying rate of life recovery, and high resistance to both physical and magical attacks. It was the nightmare of all novices, a harbinger of doom, an insurmountable barrier. Ye Bai's gaze shifted, and before him, a note appeared on the wall. Lucky fellow, do not disturb the stone on the left, or you shall unlock a hidden level. Ye Bai's spirit sword. A hidden level? Chapter 5, 8 billion damage eruption. Hidden level requires luck of 5 or above to trigger. Observing the note before him, Ye Bai nodded slightly. Luck 5 was a rather high threshold for newcomers. Yet, with Ye Bai's luck at a remarkable 10, it was trivial. Moreover, the method to trigger the hidden level had not been disclosed by the officials, and Ye Bai had not acquired any relevant information. What lay within the hidden level? Ye Bai concentrated, noticing that the more focused he became, the more information the notes revealed. Upon entering the hidden level, all monsters in the beginner dungeon will awaken and join the chase after you. A sharp intake of breath escaped Ye Bai. 10 blood-sucking bats and 1 mutated bat seemed manageable. The real challenge was the juvenile Cerberus. Monster, Cerberus juvenile. Health, 20,000. Attack, 12,000. Physical defense, 150. Magical defense, 200. Skills, with a health pool of 20,000, it equated to the combined strength of 100 Ye Bais. A staggering physical defense of 150 rendered it virtually impenetrable. It was immune to magical damage below 500, while suffering only a third of the damage from magical attacks exceeding 500. After reviewing the Cerberus's profile, Ye Bai nearly succumbed to despair. How had the legendary nightmare managed to slay a Cerberus? It was simply monstrous. Fortunately, he too possessed extraordinary talents. Ye Bai calculated the time elapsed. Ready to unleash, he could stack 1 layer every 10 seconds, totaling 6 layers in 1 minute. Since entering the beginner dungeon, 5 minutes had lapsed. Ye Bai had accumulated 30 layers of ready to unleash, but further stacking was no longer possible. 30 layers. What did that signify? This was not merely 30 times. It was 2 raised to the power of 30. Before Ye Bai's eyes, a terrifying number materialized. 1,073, 741, 824. 1,073,000,000 times. Upon witnessing this figure, Ye Bai's eyelids involuntarily twitched, and he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. 1 billion times. With a single strike from a lightning arrow, it could unleash a staggering 6 billion damage. Wasn't it merely a hellish 3-headed dog? Not to mention the juvenile stage. Even an adult hellhound would surely perish. Suddenly, Ye Bai straightened up, to cower before the ferocious giant mole rat, while showing deference to the hellish 3-headed dog. That was not the style of Ye Bai. Let us deal with it. With 30 layers of ready to strike, enhancing his capabilities, Ye Bai possessed an extraordinarily formidable output potential. Following the guidance, he moved an inconspicuous stone and, in a peculiar pattern, inscribed an obscure design upon the wall. As the final stroke was laid down, the entire passage began to tremble, with stones and sand cascading down, and the central stone wall slowly cracked open, revealing a corridor. Who could have imagined that this cryptic pattern would trigger a hidden level? After a considerable effort, Ye Bai casually stuffed the stone into his backpack. One mustn't litter. Even an unassuming stone that activates a hidden level might possess special value. Simultaneously, as the stone wall split open, an unusual occurrence transpired on both sides of the passage. Swish, swish, swish. In the darkness, nearly 10 phantasmal figures swiftly darted across, swirling above the passage, with pairs of crimson eyes fixated on Ye Bai, thirsting for blood. These vampire bats did not immediately attack, but instead engaged in a silent standoff with him. A furious roar erupted from the right passage. Following that, there was a cacophony of violent impacts, the sound of chains snapping, and the earth trembled relentlessly. A horrific monster broke free from its prison. Its target was unmistakably Ye Bai. Tear, chew, swallow. The instinct to hunt propelled it forward at breakneck speed, as if in the next moment its claws would slice through flesh, and its sharp teeth would savor blood. It was coming. Ye Bai focused intently, gripping his staff tightly, daring not to show any sign of slackness. He had but one chance to strike. Blessing of Thunder was evidently insufficient. Ye Bai's speed could not possibly rival that of the hellish three-headed dog. It was not a clumsy creature like the giant mole rat. A mere brush from the beast would spell certain doom for Ye Bai, leaving no possibility for a comeback. There was no way he could simply slide in and feed it. Lightning Arrow was his sole option, with 30 layers of ready to strike stacked upon the lightning arrow. It could inflict hundreds of billions in damage. One blow, certain death. Ye Bai held his breath, his gaze locked on the dark passage, as a countdown emerged before him. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, Ye Bai bellowed with fervor, sweeping his staff forward. Lightning Arrow. The colossal lightning arrow erupted instantaneously, and with the 30 layers of enhancement, its size filled the entirety of the passage. The hellish three-headed dog had no space to evade. Emerging from the shadows, poised to revel in the thrill of the hunt, it was immediately engulfed by a tempest of thunder and lightning. In an instant, it was overwhelmed. A flicker of resentment, fury, confusion, and bewilderment flashed in its eyes. How could it, a creature of such ferocity, succumb to an adversary so diminutive? Before a mournful cry could escape its lips, the fearsome three-headed hellhound was marked by a terrifying astronomical figure, reduced to cinders, feeling as though its very essence had been siphoned away. Ye Bai had yet to savor the triumph of vanquishing the infernal beast when a system notification materialized before him. Level up. Now at level 10. Ye Bai's brow twitched in astonishment and elation. Level 10. It must be noted that ascending levels within the Eternal Tower is no trivial endeavor. The challenge of acquiring experience is beyond imagination. Ye Bai had laboriously slain 20 burrowing giant rats merely to progress from level 1 to level 2. Yet, by defeating the Hellhound, he had leapt to level 10 in a single bound. He gained 50 in strength, intelligence, spirit, agility, and constitution. As it was a victory achieved by surpassing levels, and a solitary kill at that, the Eternal Tower rewarded him with extraordinary attribute bonuses during this ascent. According to Ye Bai's understanding, during the novice phase, the increase in individual attributes per level typically ranges from 1 to 3. Yet, he had received an additional 2 points for each level. Unable to contain his overwhelming joy, Ye Bai realized that even without considering the rewards from the novice dungeon or the spoils from the Hellhound, his current 5-dimensional attributes alone were a tremendous boon, and there were spoils to be had. Ye Bai gazed forward into the pitch-black corridor, widened by the lightning arrow, littered with chaos. The Hellhound, which had reveled in the service of obliterating its foes, left behind a blurred wolf shape upon the ground. Amidst the ashes, a glowing orb of golden light lay quietly upon the earth. Let me see what treasures you hold. Chapter 6. Lift your skull cap. Let me behold. The golden orb radiated an alluring glow. Skull of the Hellhound, crisp and savory, reminiscent of chicken. Ye Bai extended his hand, and as the golden light gradually dissipated, a palm-sized skull floated in midair, translucent and amber-like, yet adorned with hues of red, yellow, and blue. A special material? The skull settled into Ye Bai's palm, and a wave of warmth coursed through his being. Special material, skull of the Hellhound grade. Effects: usable for equipment crafting, item crafting, etc. When carried, it grants 100 strength, 100 constitution, and a mana recovery speed of 500. To think it was a grade material. Ye Bai had not anticipated that merely possessing this item would bestow such significant attribute enhancements. If transformed into a staff, it would undoubtedly be a piece of great equipment. Ye Bai stowed the skull into his backpack. This was surely the greatest reward of his expedition. The unparalleled champion, Nightmare, had once slain the Hellhound and garnered a great evaluation from the novice dungeon, causing quite a stir. Reflecting on this, a swell of pride surged within Ye Bai. He had achieved what the greatest of champions had accomplished, to stand shoulder to shoulder with the mightiest. These 4 words carried weight far beyond mere rhetoric. No, that was not correct. Ye Bai turned around, his gaze fixed fervently upon the opening in the stone wall at the center. The capabilities he possessed surpassed those of even the mightiest warriors of the past. He stood before a hidden level within the novice dungeon. Although the nature of what lay ahead remained uncertain, he was determined to press on. Yet, a few minor inconveniences awaited resolution first. The earlier bolt of lightning had been so startling that the bats were rendered paralyzed, clinging to the walls in sheer terror. One by one, bats plummeted from the air, struggling briefly upon impact before succumbing to their fate. The 10 blood-sucking bats, alongside a single mutated bat, appeared as fragile as paper before the 10th level Ye Bai. Employing nothing but his basic attacks, he swiftly dispatched them all. Given that Ye Bai had already reached level 10, while the blood-sucking bats were merely at level 24, they offered him no experience points. Thus, he only accumulated a modest sum of copper coins. A glance at his attribute panel revealed that, compared to when he first entered the Eternal Tower, Ye Bai's attributes had nearly multiplied 6-fold. His health had surged to an impressive 1,800, bolstered by the skull of the Hellhound, which added an extra 100 constitution points and consequently, 1,000 health points. It is worth noting that enhancements to levels and attributes within the Eternal Tower are exceedingly arduous. The attributes Ye Bai currently possessed were levels many players at 20 or 30 might never achieve. Furthermore, any improvements made here would synchronize with reality. For Ye Bai, a mere night's endeavor had amplified his physical prowess by 6 or 7 times. Such a transformation was nearly inconceivable, yet it had indeed transpired. Ye Bai stowed away his attribute panel and began to tally his gains. After defeating 20 burrowing giant rats, he had collected 60 copper coins from the 10 blood-sucking bats. He acquired 90 more, along with 2 silver coins from the mutated bat's drop. In total, Ye Bai now possessed 3 silver coins and 50 copper coins. Within the Eternal Tower, currency is categorized into 3 types: gold, silver, and copper, adhering to a base 100 system. 10,000 copper coins equate to 100 silver coins, which in turn equal 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin is equivalent to 1,000 currency units of the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, 1 copper coin is roughly equivalent to 10 cents. In essence, after laboring tirelessly to defeat monsters for an entire day, Ye Bai had earned a meager total of 35 coins, barely enough for 6 meals of spicy hot pot. Judging by his triumph over the Hellhound, the skill, ready to strike, could be deemed divine. Once stacked to a sufficient level, it would render him invincible. The passage leading to the hidden level was shrouded in darkness, obscuring all visibility. Ye Bai tore a torch from the wall of the preceding passage, illuminating the area before him. No danger detected ahead. Scan complete. With the reassurance provided by Eye of Insight, Ye Bai felt somewhat at ease, though he remained vigilant. Cautiously, he advanced through the dark passage, sensing that he was descending. Ye Bai realized that the corridor he was traversing sloped downward. The novice dungeon was situated at the base of the Eternal Tower. If he continued downward, could it be that there existed a 0 level? This thought lingered in Ye Bai's mind. The origins of the Eternal Tower remained enigmatic, and even after a century of human research, its mysteries had yet to be unraveled. Suddenly, Ye Bai caught a whiff of a pungent odor. What is this? The scent of sulfur. Where have I wandered into? Subterranean magma chamber. To seemingly affirm Ye Bai's conjecture, a wave of intense heat surged towards him. Whoosh! This sudden gust of warmth was so forceful that it extinguished the torch in Ye Bai's hand. Snap! The sole source of illumination vanished entirely, leaving only the faintest sparks emitting a weak glow, plunging Ye Bai into darkness. The passageway fell into an endless silence. Chapter 7. Level Clearance. The darkness persisted for less than a second before Ye Bai's vision brightened once more. How could a level talent lack night vision capabilities? Do not underestimate talent. Ye Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes. If there were night vision, why not mention it earlier? Ye Bai had been waving a small wooden stick for ages. This talent didn't seem so trivial after all. Are you still cursing? Clearly, the Eye of Insight was quite displeased with Ye Bai's derision. Once the Eye of Insight activated, Ye Bai's pace quickened significantly. Moreover, Eye of Insight kindly noted a distance, remaining 5,601 meters. Such an extensive passageway. Ye Bai had traversed quite a distance, yet there remained nearly 6 kilometers to go. Time to accelerate. Ye Bai began to sprint, moving with the fluidity of a cheetah, swiftly advancing through the corridor. His physical prowess was already among the best for his age, and after the attribute enhancement from the Eternal Tower, his speed was astonishing. Furthermore, the earlier battle had made Ye Bai even more attuned to his current physique. What was even more astonishing was that after running 5 kilometers nonstop, Ye Bai showed no signs of fatigue, not even breaking a sweat. How incredible! Ye Bai's understanding of the Eternal Tower had hitherto been confined to textbooks, often referred to as a textbook-level comprehension. It was only at this moment, experiencing the transformation firsthand, that Ye Bai truly grasped the profundity of the Eternal Tower. Most importantly, all the enhancements Ye Bai was currently enjoying were perfectly synchronized with reality at a 100 rate. The true nature of the hidden challenge ahead at 200 meters. Please do not engage in fatigue driving. Fatigue my foot. Ye Bai was exhilarated, feeling in peak condition. Charge ahead. With only 200 meters to the finish line, Ye Bai halted, gripping his staff tightly, ever ready for combat. 150 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Closer, ever closer. Ye Bai finally came to a stop before an enormous bronze door. The door was adorned with intricate and enigmatic patterns, seemingly concealing some profound secrets. Ye Bai scrutinized it closely, attempting to memorize the entire design in his mind. These are remnants left by an unfathomable and terrifying entity, proof of its existence. Continue observing for 10 seconds, and you will be mentally tainted by an entity from the void. 10, 9, 8. The countdown from the Eye of Insight echoed in his mind. Only when a single second remained did Ye Bai avert his gaze, ensuring his own safety. In absolute safety, he would not perish. The pungent scent of sulfur permeated the air, and the temperature was alarmingly oppressive, teetering on the brink of human endurance. As one placed a hand upon the bronze door, the concealed level was deemed completed. A seemingly effortless parkour achievement, was it not? Was it truly that simple? Ye Bai furrowed his brows, sensing an anomaly in the situation. The architect of this hidden challenge had initially introduced the formidable Cerberus, yet at the final juncture, there were no adversaries to confront. Where then was the reward? Ye Bai had prepared himself, poised for action, only to be met with disappointment. Was there a flaw in the design? Triggering the hidden level, an underground passage extending approximately 7 kilometers, seemed overly simplistic. However, Ye Bai swiftly discerned the crux of the matter. It was indeed the Cerberus. The essence of this concealed challenge was to sprint 7 kilometers while evading the relentless pursuit of the beast, ultimately reaching the bronze door. Yet for Ye Bai, the greatest hurdle had been surmounted with unexpected ease. The Cerberus, upon its release, was ruthlessly dispatched by Ye Bai, reduced to mere ashes. Even its skull lay quietly nestled within Ye Bai's backpack. The Cerberus must have wondered, is this a game for the unworthy? Intended to be the guardian of the temple's escape, it was vanquished by a mere challenger. Where could one seek justice for such an indignity? Ye Bai's method of overcoming the challenge was unparalleled, a feat with no precedent or successor. Were it anyone else, even upon triggering the hidden level, survival from Cerberus's onslaught would be exceedingly grim. With the true nature of the concealed challenge unveiled, Ye Bai's doubts began to dissipate. He surveyed his surroundings, ensuring there was nothing of value to claim before he acquiesced. Following the prompts, Ye Bai pressed his palm against the bronze door. A radiant azure light emanated from his hand, enveloping his entire being. The eternal core crystal, previously witnessed, now hovered before him. A notification chimed in his ear. Newbie dungeon hidden level completed. Calculating completion score. The score was promptly finalized. Almost simultaneously across the Eternal Tower, all players received the same notification. Congratulations to player Azura for achieving a novice dungeon level completion. The moment the announcement reached them, a profound shock surged through the crowd. Before they could fully express their astonishment, another announcement from the Eternal Tower flooded the screens once more. Congratulations to player Azura for completing the novice dungeon hidden level. A deathly silence enveloped all public channels, as not a single voice dared to break the stillness. The entire Eternal Tower, indeed the whole world, succumbed to an eerie quietude. Only silence, only the unspoken, echoed their current sentiments. Hidden level? What hidden level? For a century, humanity had studied the Eternal Tower, and even during the most arduous times, the research never ceased. How had they never heard of a hidden level? Countless questions surged through their minds, erupting into a colossal tide of speculation, becoming the focal point of discussion across all platforms. What was this hidden level? What were the concealed rewards? What secrets lay within? All questions ultimately converge into one. Who is Ashura? At this moment, the world turns its gaze upon Ashura. Chapter 8. Job Change, Thunderous Mage. Two proclamations from the Eternal Tower sent shockwaves through the entire human race, Blue Star, and even the Abyssal Plane. In an instant, the world was stirred, a tempest brewing. A legendary talent has emerged, initiating the Dawn Project. A call to arms for all registered warriors has been issued, summoning them to report to designated locations immediately. The Abyssal Plane has entered a state of heightened readiness. Ashura merely cleared the beginner dungeon at level 1, akin to a butterfly flapping its wings and setting off a storm. Of course, all of this momentarily holds no relevance to Ye Bai, who has just completed the beginner dungeon. Following the announcement from the Eternal Tower, an array of bountiful rewards lay before him. Upon clearing the beginner dungeon at level 1, he received rewards, 50 to all attributes, 1 luck, 100,000 gold coins, and a passage permit to the trading secret realm. Upon clearing the hidden level, he received the reward, Eternal Blessing. Amidst the dazzling announcements, Ye Bai discerned the tangible benefits. 100,000 gold coins. That's equivalent to 10 million dragon coins. The sheer magnitude of this fortune momentarily left Ye Bai in awe. 100 million. What does that even mean? A house costing 5 million can be purchased 20 times over. If one were to win 10,000 yuan in the lottery daily, it would take 27 years to collect 100 million. This wealth is colossal, surpassing ordinary comprehension. Even someone as composed as Ye Bai took a few seconds to regain his composure. Prior to today, he had merely over 10,000 yuan in his bank account, a 6-digit password safeguarding a 5-digit sum. The wealth surged a staggering 10,000 times, enough for an average person to spend 10 lifetimes without exhausting it. Truly surreal. However, the 100,000 gold coins are just the least significant of the rewards. The bonus of 50 to all attributes and 1 luck for clearing the dungeon at level 1 is indeed generous. It is no wonder that the strongest among them have risen so swiftly. Ye Bai reflected on this. The current strongest of the human race all once cleared the beginner dungeon at level 1. Their growth resembled cheating in a game, akin to a rocket soaring into the sky. Now, having achieved level 1 clearance himself, Ye Bai began to comprehend the journey of his predecessors in light of such enticing rewards. The elevated base attributes, increased luck, the 100,000 starting gold, and a unique job change opportunity. Their starting point was on an entirely different level from that of ordinary players. A sphere of golden light descended, hovering before Ye Bai, flickering with flashes of lightning. One-time job change opportunity to Thunderous Mage, Lightning type. Upon use, you'll be transformed into the hidden class of Thunderous Mage, automatically gaining mastery in lightning, with all lightning spell effects at 100 and a mana cost of 50. Thunderous Mage class template rating, level 1. Little brother, what are you hesitating for? Choose it. With the insight provided, the advantages of the Thunderous Mage became abundantly clear. As the orb was grasped, blue and white lightning danced at Ye Bai's fingertips, leaping and swiftly spreading a tingling sensation throughout his entire body. Job change successful. Meanwhile, the trending topics on Weibo and headline news reveal that 6 out of the top 10 relate to the concept of Ashura. Whether in the Eternal High Tower, the digital realm, or the fabric of reality, Ashura has become the most frequently mentioned term. Upon completing his job transition, Ye Bai found a new attribute panel manifesting before him. Eternal, Ashura talent. Eye of Insight, level, 10 profession, Thunderous Mage, Lightning, health, 3,600 mana, 1,800 strength, 126, 100 intelligence, 145 spirit, 135 agility, 124 constitution, 131, 100 luck, 11 equipment, novice staff skills, lightning arrow, thunder blessing, ready to strike, heavenly thunder status, lightning affinity, lightning mastery. Due to the job transition, Ye Bai's attributes experienced a slight enhancement, each approximately increasing by 20 to 30 points. However, what left Ye Bai feeling helpless was that, as a mage, his strength and constitution attributes surpassed both intelligence and spirit. What kind of mage is this? Brandishing a double-blossomed red staff, indiscriminately striking at foes, a melee invincible mage? Ye Bai had no choice but to accept reality. After his transformation into a Thunderous Mage, Lightning, Ye Bai acquired a new skill, Heavenly Thunder, and a status, Lightning Mastery. Heavenly Thunder. 1. Summons a celestial thunderbolt to strike down from the heavens, inflicting 200 intelligence, lightning damage upon the enemy. When the enemy's health falls below 30, it instead deals true damage. Each successful hit with Heavenly Thunder will permanently increase the skill's base lightning damage by 5 points. Enemies struck by Heavenly Thunder will suffer a 100 slowdown effect and randomly receive a negative status. Mana cost, 200 points. Cooldown time, 2 seconds. Ye Bai's intelligence attribute stands at 145, with an additional 100 bonus from Lightning Mastery, allowing a single Heavenly Thunder to inflict 980 points of lightning damage. Truly, it is a hidden profession of the highest caliber. After reviewing the description of Heavenly Thunder, Ye Bai felt an irresistible urge to test it out. This skill not only boasts high damage and a brief cooldown, but also possesses significant growth potential. Each successful strike on an enemy results in a permanent increase of 5 points in damage. Ye Bai surveyed his surroundings, unable to find a suitable target to test his abilities. His hands itched with anticipation, wishing he could summon a thunderbolt upon himself. Calm down, calm down. The effects of Heavenly Thunder and Lightning Mastery perfectly align with the attributes of a high-level profession, truly commendable. This also signifies that Ye Bai's growth rate and potential have ascended to a new tier. What other rewards await? Concealing the attribute panel. Ye Bai turned his attention to the other rewards. In addition to the attributes and job transition opportunity, he received an additional reward, Trade Realm Pass and Eternal Blessing. The Trade Realm Pass is a golden card, the size of a bank card, devoid of any patterns or markings. With this pass, one can enter the Trade Realm. The Trade Realm? According to the book, that place is one of the special neutral zones of the Eternal Tower, accessible with either a temporary pass or a permanent pass. Upon entry, the essence and appearance of every individual are concealed, represented solely by a random identification number. Glancing once more at the golden card, Ye Bai's gaze ignited with fervor. What a splendid treasure! Even a temporary pass to the trading secret realm could fetch an exorbitant price of 1 million. The card before Ye Bai is a permanent pass, with limitless access, its value beyond measure. Even prominent families, despite having formidable warriors in their ranks, might not possess such a prestigious pass. Safeguarding the golden card, Ye Bai resolved to visit the trading secret realm shortly. After successfully completing the novice dungeon, he had ascended to level 10, and it was time to upgrade his equipment. Moreover, his forthcoming explorations would necessitate various materials and items, requiring Ye Bai to prepare in advance. He cast his eyes upon the final reward, Eternal Blessing. As the child of the tower, blessed by the Eternal Tower, each time a dungeon is cleared or a level of the Eternal Tower is surpassed, the rating will be elevated by 1 tier. A gasp escaped him. The weight of this blessing exceeded Ye Bai's imagination. Frankly speaking, the rewards he had previously acquired combined were not even comparable to the Eternal Blessing. A permanent elevation of his rating by 1 tier. What does this imply? Should Ye Bai achieve a flawless completion, attaining a grade rating, under the influence of the Eternal Blessing, he would secure a tier rating. It could even surpass the inherent limits of the Eternal Tower itself. With this blessing, Ye Bai's growth would surpass anyone's expectations. Truly, it is a reward befitting a concealed level completion. Ye Bai mused, the 3 supreme beings of the human race, who rose to prominence, merely completed the novice dungeon. None triggered the hidden level. This implies that the Eternal Blessing exists solely for him. In other words, Ye Bai's growth rate, potential, and even his limits may surpass those of the supreme beings. Of course, this remains a theoretical possibility. Ye Bai was not yet complacent. If he were to reveal his true identity, a mere thought from the abyssal demon gods could lead to his demise. A deceased genius is less valuable than a living ant. Surviving, realizing his potential, and achieving the position of the supreme being is Ye Bai's foremost priority. Stowing away the description of the Eternal Blessing, Ye Bai calmed his emotions. His initial venture into the Eternal Tower could only encompass the novice dungeon. The other areas of the tower were inaccessible for the time being. Ye Bai gazed at the golden pass in his palm, lost in contemplation. Should he venture into the trading secret realm today? Would there be a risk of exposing his identity? Based on the textbook description, it should be safe. Furthermore, to grow stronger, an abundance of resources is indispensable, making a visit to the trading secret realm imperative. Ye Bai resolved firmly. It is better to go early than late. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. One cannot evade calamity. Pressing his thumb upon the pass, a golden radiance enveloped his vision, shrouding him completely. a long string of numerical identifiers, interspersed with letters, surfaced in Ye Bai's mind. This is his identification number within the trading realm. In the next moment, the golden light dissipated, and Ye Bai found himself in a corner of a bustling marketplace. The three-person wide road was teeming with people, flanked by countless stalls showcasing an array of dazzling treasures, while vendors shouted boisterously, creating an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. Secret news. Secret news. The General Defense Command has issued the 26th order, calling all God of War level experts to report immediately. Today's bulletin brings you closer to the growth journey of the Azura, recruiting War King level experts to cultivate exceptionally talented disciples. This individual is destined to become the left and right arms of the Azura. Ye Bai mused, has it been too long since I last surfed the internet? Why is it that 9 out of 10 sentences in this trading realm pertain to the Azura? Momentarily taken aback, he was interrupted by an enthusiastic voice beside him. Hey there, young brother. You seem new here, right? Turning around, Ye Bai saw a green-skinned goblin standing nearby, greeting him warmly. Ye Bai nodded and curiously inquired, how did you know I was new? I haven't seen your identification number before. I know most of the regulars here. Plus, you haven't even transformed your appearance, which is typical for newcomers. Transforming one's appearance? Ye Bai turned just in time to spot a mirror, revealing himself as a swirling mass of gray clouds, intermittently crackling with lightning. In this trading realm, everyone's identity remained confidential. Voices, appearances, fingerprints, and even consciousness were shielded. The goblin enthusiastically explained, if you envision a form in your mind, your appearance will change accordingly. Following the goblin's advice, Ye Bai attempted to visualize, and the clouds quickly churned, solidifying into a humanoid shape sculpted from vapor. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am the trading broker of All Things Pavilion, a goblin. You can call me little brother. As he spoke, the goblin handed Ye Bai a business card displaying his trading realm identification number. For any trading needs, feel free to approach us at All Things Pavilion. Newcomers enjoy a discount of 2. Ye Bai mentally noted the name, nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you, I'll just browse around. No problem. In the trading realm, you can leave messages according to your identification number. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. The goblin added, maintaining his excellent service attitude. Some information, however, may incur a fee. Understood. After bidding farewell to the goblin, Ye Bai aimlessly wandered through the trading realm, surrounded by the continuous clamor of vendors. Exploration team for the 76th floor of the Eternal Tower, seasoned God of War level expert leading the charge. Hurry. Abyss level mission. Cleanse an area corrupted by demons, with generous rewards. Information on the demon cult has increased by 30%. Bounties for high-ranking demon followers have doubled. The items within the trading realm held significant value. Ye Bai could only observe the spectacle. The mainstream items traded here started at no less than 1 million gold coins. With just over 100,000 gold coins in his pocket, he couldn't even afford a scrap. After wandering for a full hour, Ye Bai finally paused, standing in a corner of the trading market. Based on the fragmented information he had just heard, he began to piece together the current situation in his mind. Due to my successful completion of the hidden dungeon, the Galactic Defense Council has sounded the 2nd level alarm. Ye Bai was somewhat taken aback, not expecting to stir such a significant commotion. This is indeed a 2nd level alert, and the resources expended in response are astronomical. The Galactic Defense Council, abbreviated as the Council, is an institution manned by 3 formidable beings, akin to a vast federal organization. Ye Bai has also learned that the Council has always maintained a record regarding the cultivation of the 4th most powerful being. They have been waiting, anticipating the emergence of a new stronghold from the ranks of humanity. Therefore, as soon as news of Ye Bai's achievement spread, the fearsome war machine of the Council began to operate at full capacity, executing pre-established plans methodically. They increased the investment in educational resources, summoned all war god-level powers to take command, and eradicated the cultists of the Abyss from Blue Star. This concerted effort aimed solely to provide a nurturing environment for the burgeoning Azura. The Council has refrained from making a grandiose search for my identity. While there may be covert actions underway, they are remarkably restrained in public. Ye Bai nodded to himself, understanding the rationale behind their actions. The demon god would undoubtedly not stand idly by while humanity produced another powerful being, with 3 formidable beings already in place. The strength of humanity and the Abyss has reached a stalemate, allowing humanity to even orchestrate minor counteroffensives. Should the Azura also attain the status of a supreme being, it would herald the doom of the Abyss. The only choice is to eradicate him in his cradle before he fully matures. The Council's response is to eliminate all potential threats as much as possible, As for the Azura's own growth, considering his recent accomplishment in clearing the novice dungeon, there appears to be little cause for concern. Having come to this understanding, Ye Bai felt significantly more at ease. He had entered the trading secret realm to exchange resources for accelerated growth. These items are exorbitantly priced, and even if he could afford them, he could not meet the level requirements. Ye Bai scanned the vicinity and produced a previously acquired business card, sending a message to his subordinate. Delighted to be of service. The green-skinned goblin sprang back into Ye Bai's presence. Ye Bai casually inquired, how delighted? The subordinate could not find a response to this query. All right, let me cough. I have a friend. Ye Bai employed a well-worn opening line. Any inconvenient matters could easily be attributed to a friend, creating a connection out of thin air. A junior of a friend of mine has just entered the Eternal Tower today and awakened their talents. The goblin quickly grasped Ye Bai's intention. You wish to procure some equipment and items for this junior, correct? Let me see. Here is a commonly recommended list. The goblin handed over a prepared list, clearly having anticipated the request. Ye Bai glanced at it and furrowed his brow. Why are all these items of such low tier? The enhancements of these items are negligible, almost pitiful. Ye Bai, unarmed, would fare better than using this rubbish. The goblin patiently explained, once your level rises, it will be more cost-effective to consider higher quality equipment. This reasoning indeed held validity. One must also consider the cost-effectiveness when undertaking tasks. A level 10 staff, devoid of growth potential, is inferior to a level 50 plain staff. Ye Bai inquired further, are there staffs with growth potential? During the novice gift package, Ye Bai had the opportunity to choose a growth-capable staff, Grip of Thunder. However, later on, he encountered even more favorable rewards and had to reluctantly forego it. Yes, there's such staffs, but the goblin assistant hesitated for a moment before producing a list. Generally, the advancement conditions for growth-capable staffs are concealed. Each time an advancement is completed, new conditions will refresh. Thus, some of these items can be rather superfluous. The goblin assistant added, moreover, they are quite expensive. Chapter 010, Gratitude to Azura. Equipment that can be advanced is both costly and somewhat redundant. The goblin assistant was sincere. In their business, at All Things Pavilion, fairness is paramount. Those who can enter the trading secret realm are either wealthy or esteemed. Even a temporary pass costs a fortune, upwards of $1 million. How could an ordinary household possibly bear such expenses? Therefore, the goblin assistant preferred a steady, gradual business approach rather than exploiting every opportunity for a single transaction. Ye Bai, reminiscent of a novice, curiously asked, since the advancement conditions for the equipment are hidden, is there not a way to discern them? There is indeed a method. The goblin assistant patiently explained. Master-level blacksmiths can, for a price, reveal the current advancement conditions. However, the cost for a master blacksmith's expertise is far from trivial, often exceeding millions. Once the equipment advances, the conditions change anew, and one cannot simply summon a master blacksmith for every advancement, can they? The goblin assistant's reasoning was sound. Yet, advanced equipment possesses two characteristics. 1. The advancement conditions are hidden. 2. Upon completion of advancement, the conditions refresh. This implies that growth-capable equipment is akin to a bottomless pit, requiring a tremendous outlay of resources to nurture. The gamble is too great, often resulting in a total loss. However, these two characteristics were as nothing before Ye Bai. He could perceive the advancement conditions at a glance. Even the maximum number of advancements and potential future pathways could not escape his discerning gaze. The goblin assistant recalled something and added, ah yes, there is another method to ascertain the advancement conditions. There exists a talent known as Keen Eye, which can identify the advancement conditions of equipment with a 50 success rate, limited to 3 attempts per day. The goblin assistant refrained from elaborating on the talent, as it involved confidential matters. It comes at a cost. Ye Bai simply smiled upon hearing this. The disparity between tiered talents and their implications is indeed vast. After listening to these introductions, Ye Bai remained steadfast in his perspective. Let's take a look at the advancement-capable equipment. Perhaps something will catch my eye. Here is the list. These are all items that can be advanced at least 3 times. Ye Bai's gaze swept across the equipment list, where annotations appeared next to each name. Song of Shadows can be advanced 3 times, fully advanced to level 60, tier quality. The Soul Wailer, capable of being upgraded 6 times, reaches level 80 upon complete advancement of exceptional quality. While perusing the notes, Ye Bai concurrently compared the prices of these items. The Shadow Song was priced at 300,000 gold coins, whereas the Soul Wailer was only 150,000 gold coins. Analyzing their potential, the latter was evidently superior. yet its price was merely half that of the former. The Shadow Song boasted an impressive base panel and was well suited for dark magic practitioners, while the Soul Whaler leaned towards the soul category, rendering it a less popular choice. Naturally, both items shared a commonality. Ye Bai could not afford either. With only 100,000 gold coins in his pocket, equivalent to over 100 million dragon coins, he still could not purchase a staff eligible for upgrades. As Ye Bai browsed the staves, his goblin companion suddenly exclaimed, "Our Omni Pavilion has just announced a new directive. All low-tier equipment is now available at a 20% discount. Could such fortune truly exist?" Ye Bai felt a twinge of skepticism. This must be some promotional gimmick, he mused. "Brother, we must thank Shura," the goblin remarked with a sense of wonder. "These discounts are part of a broad initiative to provide resources for the new generation, and Shura is undoubtedly among those benefiting from it." Clearly, the Omni Pavilion would not reduce prices without a motive, as there were larger forces at play. The Soul Whaler, priced at 150,000, would now be only 120,000 after the discount, a sum Ye Bai could feasibly acquire. More news arrived. The goblin's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly shouting, "Mage equipment is now at a 50% discount, provided it is sold to mages below level 30, and each person is limited to one purchase." 50%. Insanity. The goblin shook his head, unable to comprehend this chaotic world, where a single Shura could orchestrate such a commotion. "According to your assertion, I ought to express my gratitude to this Shura. He has saved me a considerable fortune." Ye Bai couldn't help but chuckle. With a 50% discount, Ye Bai could now contemplate items priced under 200,000 gold coins. It was akin to receiving 100,000 gold coins for free. 100 million dragon coins. Indeed, he owed a great deal of thanks to Shura, the goblin. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, pondered aloud, based on the previous class change announcement, Shura is a mage, which explains this astonishing discount. Ye Bai concurred. If I were to meet Shura, I would certainly treat him to a fine meal. This was no empty claim, as Ye Bai dined with Shura daily. With a 50% discount now in effect, Ye Bai's range of options expanded significantly. Ultimately, from among the hundreds of items, he selected a staff crafted from thunderstrike wood, the force of nature. The attributes of the force of nature appeared rather unremarkable. However, it was a rare dual-element staff, enhancing both lightning and wood magic skills significantly, and boasted upgrade attributes, with a listed price of 180,000 gold coins. At 180,000, the discounted price would be 90,000 gold coins. Ye Bai skillfully haggled with the seller, lower the price. "This staff is not made of gold. It is worth more than gold." After a vigorous negotiation lasting several minutes, the goblin ultimately conceded and offered Ye Bai a better deal. The transaction was complete. Ye Bai was thoroughly satisfied with this price. Even without considering the complimentary gifts, the remaining 10,000 gold coins alone are worth a fortune, making them ideal for purchasing delectable chicken legs. Are they not? Following their verbal agreement, the goblin subordinate promptly messaged the Ware's Pavilion, instructing them to dispatch the goods. An order of 80,000 gold coins is not one that he can secure every day. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the equipment purchased by Ye Bai is a rare, unsold commodity, which most would not squander their funds on. The Ware's Pavilion is burdened with an array of equipment that cannot be converted into liquid assets, a rather distressing predicament. This transaction benefits both parties, fulfilling their respective needs. While awaiting the arrival of the equipment, Ye Bai inquired further about the trading secrets of the realm, and as long as it did not pertain to confidential matters, the goblin was forthcoming with his answers. "According to your earlier statement, the Ware's Pavilion not only allows purchases but also consignment sales?" Ye Bai asked casually. "Indeed, without deception. And they charge no handling fees," the goblin's subordinate explained. "Even for anonymous consignments, not a single coin is charged." This was indeed a rarity. The absence of fees was noteworthy. Ye Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that the Ware's Pavilion was evidently backed by formidable powers, possibly even the shadow of the Defensive Alliance. Such substantial discounts could not simply arise without significant influence. With this thought, Ye Bai spoke again. "I have a friend to him." The goblin couldn't help but roll his eyes internally. Why not just admit it's you? Why the charade of "I have a friend"? What are you? Endowed with the talent of making friends out of thin air? He has something he wishes to consign anonymously. The goblin nodded. "That's quite manageable." "What is it? And what price do you wish to set?" "A stone." Ye Bai retrieved a stone from his backpack. "This is a key item for unlocking a hidden level in the novice dungeon." With the aid of the Eye of Insight, a note floated above the stone. "This is merely an ordinary stone. What, do you expect to sell it for an exorbitant price?" Who would spend that much on a stone? Chapter 011. A staff that can be upgraded 12 times. The power of nature. Can the stone be sold? Upon seeing Ye Bai present the stone, the goblin subordinate was somewhat astonished. It can indeed be sold, but does it possess any unique qualities? Ye Bai replied. It can fetch a particularly high price. The goblin asked, what method of sale do you intend to use? Anonymous auction, with the highest bidder within a limited time frame winning. Very well. What shall the starting price be? 5,000 gold coins? 5,000 gold coins was the utmost limit of the goblin's imagination. A nondescript stone selling for such a price would be a tale to tell for a lifetime. Equivalent to the price of a house in the imperial city. Ye Bai pondered, let us set the starting price at 1 million gold coins. This stone may appear ordinary to the average person. Even under the scrutiny of the eye of insight, it is merely a commonplace stone. Yet Ye Bai understood that this was the triggering item for the hidden level of the novice dungeon, a testament to humanity's first successful completion of the novice stage. This is the additional significance of the stone. As for whether anyone would be willing to pay such a high price for a commemorative stone, Ye Bai was uncertain deep down. With or without a buyer, there was no cost involved in consignment. If it did not sell, Ye Bai would suffer no loss. Should it miraculously find a buyer, Ye Bai would reap significant profits. Very well, I shall set this up for you, limited to 1 month. Is that agreeable? At last, the natural force that Ye Bai had reserved had arrived. We must forge a trading contract in the presence of the realm sprite, ensuring that the buyer of this staff is a mage below level 30, while also enjoying a 50 discount from the All Things Pavilion on their first purchase. After signing several contracts, the goblin assistant summoned the realm sprite, and the transaction was ultimately completed. This slightly tedious process ensured that every transaction remained as fair and just as possible. Once the business was concluded, the natural force was officially handed over to Ye Bai. Wishing you a pleasant life. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to contact me. The goblin assistant watched as Ye Bai departed the trading realm. A familiar merchant called out, hey, where did you find that fellow willing to spend a fortune on progressive gear? Progressive gear is a financial pitfall for all merchants. It's both expensive and lackluster, exceedingly difficult to sell. Who knows? The goblin assistant shrugged, explaining, what if he can identify the conditions for progression? What if my future son-in-law is a Shura? Don't be ridiculous. Such good fortune doesn't exist. You made quite a profit today, my friend. Let us buy everyone a drink. Ye Bai's transaction at the All Things Pavilion was akin to a pebble cast into the vast ocean, creating no ripples whatsoever. After all, the entirety of humanity's current discussions revolved around the Shura. Upon leaving the trading realm, Ye Bai finally took out the natural force and examined it closely. This staff, which had cost Ye Bai 80,000 gold coins, measured 2 meters in length, entirely black, and crafted from a piece of ancient wood struck by lightning. Consequently, it boasted enhancements in both lightning and wood attributes. Indeed, it was a top-tier staff capable of being upgraded 12 times. Equipment, natural force 10, grade, level, attributes, intelligence 25, spirit 15, affix, heaven's wrath grants the wielder a 5 increase in lightning damage dealt and a 10 increase in lightning damage taken, while providing a shield healing of 10 from wood-based skills. Dual born, when releasing a lightning skill, there is a 0.1 chance to simultaneously release a wood skill, and vice versa. Upgrade affix, death and rebirth, can be upgraded after cumulatively dealing 1 million points of lightning damage or restoring 1 million points of wood healing. The choices made during the upgrading process will affect the final outcome. Upgrade limit, 12. Upgrades completed, 0. The original price of the natural force was 180,000, and due to Heaven's Wrath being a rare percentage damage increase, the overall value of the equipment had risen significantly. Of course, what Ye Bai valued most was the limit of 12 upgrades. Each upgrade would result in a qualitative leap in the equipment's level and attributes, with a certain probability of increasing affixes. As for the dual-born affix, it seemed somewhat lackluster. Regarding the advancement conditions for death and rebirth, the million lightning damage is merely a trifle for Ye Bai, with the potential accumulated over numerous instances. A single lightning arrow suffices. Regrettably, on the first day of entering the Eternal Tower, he can only venture through the novice dungeon. Under Ye Bai's conscious influence, the tower's mark emanates a radiant white glow, enveloping him once again. In the next moment, he lifts the cup of water from the table and consumes it in one swift motion. Reflecting on his inaugural journey through the Eternal Tower, Ye Bai perceives everything as surreal, almost dreamlike. With an awakened level talent, he vanquished the Hellhound, completed hidden levels, and achieved remarkable progress, culminating in the acquisition of natural powers. Within mere hours, Ye Bai's strength has undergone a qualitative leap. Now, even when confronted with slightly weaker warriors, he possesses the capability to engage in battle. Stretching his limbs, Ye Bai senses the transformations within his body. The attributes from the Eternal Tower will synchronize with reality. His 5-dimensional attributes have all exceeded 100, and his physical prowess has been enhanced tenfold or more. Ye Bai conducted a simple test within the confines of his room. Holding his breath in a basin for 10 minutes, he felt no discomfort whatsoever and even perceived the ability to persist further. Prior to the emergence of the Eternal Tower, the human world record for breath holding stood at 24 minutes, achieved by only a handful of extraordinary individuals. With the enhancements from the Eternal Tower, Ye Bai can effortlessly shatter various records of the old world. He even completed a 100-meter sprint test in under 10 seconds without any warm-up. Of course, the enhancements from the Eternal Tower are equitable. All individuals on Blue Star begin from the same starting line. And the world records of the old world have long been relegated to obscurity, lacking any reference significance. Feeling the monumental changes within his body, Ye Bai, freshly emerged from the Eternal Tower, finds himself brimming with anticipation for the next journey into its depths. After enthusiastically completing various tests, he took a cold shower, gradually calming himself. It was only at this juncture that he found the leisure to pay attention to the outside world. Upon opening his phone, he was greeted by an avalanche of news headlines. How exaggerated is this? Even with prior mental preparation, Ye Bai was somewhat taken aback. Among the top 50 trending topics on Weibo, 34 were related to Azura. The top trending topic read, "Will Azura be the next supreme being?" The second, the Defense Department dismantles the 4th Demon Sect's headquarters, killing 3 vice leaders. The third, Demon Sect? Observing the second trending topic, Ye Bai moved his finger and clicked into it. Chapter 012, Reporting at Will, a Shared Responsibility. The Demon Sect is a collective term referring to those who betray humanity in allegiance to the demon god. They're also known as cults, traitors, and followers of the demon god. The enhancement of strength within the Eternal Tower is no trivial feat. Many individuals languish at a certain level for a lifetime without progress. As the challenges intensify, the higher one ascends. Yet the demon god can aid them in advancing further by projecting visions, exhibiting divine miracles, and seducing the corrupt among humanity to become his minions. He commands their allegiance. There will always be those who cannot withstand temptation, ultimately succumbing to the embrace of the demon god. Together, these individuals form the Demon Sect. In the Blue Star, the foremost function of the demonic sect, aside from gathering intelligence on the human race, is to perpetrate destruction. Vigilance is essential, for the greatest threats often come from within. They lurk in every corner of society, with some even occupying high-ranking positions, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Over the past century of confrontations, the members of the demonic sect have inflicted considerable losses upon humanity, with many promising talents being covertly assassinated before they could reach their full potential. After the rise of the Azura, the second action taken by the Defense Command was to intensify the crackdown on the demonic sect. Upon checking the trending news, Ye Bai came across numerous reports. The 4th demonic sect venerates the 4th demon god, the god of annihilation, whose totem is a green torch. The news reported that the headquarters of the 4th demonic sect had been shattered, and 3 vice leaders were slain on the spot. The sect leader, gravely injured, managed to escape at a great cost, and their whereabouts remain unknown. Even a battle god, despite their severe wounds, should not be underestimated. Ye Bai let out a sigh. These matters felt far too distant from him. The demonic sect would undoubtedly seek to locate and eliminate the Azura, willing to pay exorbitant bounties for such a task. Correspondingly, the human race would continue to escalate their efforts against the demonic sect. The conflict between both sides would never cease. Even if Ye Bai harbored intentions to eliminate the thieves, he lacked the strength to do so. Currently, he had yet to pass the warrior aptitude test. How could he concern himself with the affairs of battle gods? Regardless, the demonic sect remained a thorn in the hearts of humanity. And these traitors who turn their blades against their kin are the most detestable. If Ye Bai were to reveal his identity as Azura, he would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit. Even without exposing his identity, should he display any exceptional talent, he might attract deadly attention. The enemy lurks in the shadows while he remains in the light. This predicament is indeed difficult to navigate. However, there exists a solution. Ye Bai gazed into the mirror, where a note floated above his head. An ordinary person, possessing nothing but charm and exceptional talent. Quite perceptive indeed. The Eye of Insight, as an exceptional talent, proves effective in real life. The subterranean rats of the demonic sect are utterly exposed before Ye Bai. No matter their schemes, should they appear near him, he would effortlessly discern their identities. This exceptional talent is both Ye Bai's greatest secret and his most formidable trump card. After completing all his tasks, dawn broke in the east. Embracing the morning sun, Ye Bai made his way toward the school. As long as he concentrated, he could perceive the annotations on people's bodies, gaining a deeper understanding of them. While waiting at a traffic light, Ye Bai noticed a remarkably attractive woman, with a line of numbers hovering above her head. 23 years old, 332,232. Goodness, this talent is rather indecent. On the morning streets, with scattered pedestrians, the city gradually awakened. Ye Bai's gaze fell upon a sharply dressed young man, who held a steaming cup of coffee. A composed smile graced his angular features, exuding an air of cultured affability. Clearly, he was a promising young man with a bright future ahead. Observing him, Ye Bai's expression turned slightly grave, a fleeting shadow of concern crossing his face. Zhuo Tiannan, a devotee of the fourth demon god, had just received the divine favor of his deity the previous night, and he was in high spirits, even willing to bestow an additional 100 yuan upon a beggar. A devotee of the demon god. Ye Bai could hardly believe that he would encounter such a figure on his way to school. Was this phenomenon as commonplace as roadside vegetables? Calm yourself. Ye Bai swiftly steadied his thoughts and began to devise a strategy. As he pondered, the annotation above Zhuo Tiannan's head transformed. Do not entertain thoughts of recklessness. Even combined, your 10 hands cannot match a single finger of your opponent. Subsequently, the annotation morphed into an extensive stream of information, succinctly summarizing Zhuo Tiannan's life. Zhuo Tiannan, possessor of the exceptional talent Crimson Flame Passion, was a level 179 flame warrior. 7 years prior, he had entered the 6th-ranked Martial University in the nation, graduating 3 years ago with the combat potential of a quasi-general. After his demonic transformation, he possessed strength rivaling that of a general. Upon reading Zhuo Tiannan's information, Ye Bai felt the situation had become even more precarious. The strength of a general was indeed a significant concern. Relying solely on himself was out of the question. He was merely a level 10 Heavenly Wrath Mage. Should he call for help? Ye Bai was no fool. In a confrontation, he would never engage in a one-on-one fight when he could rally others to his side. Since he had spotted a devotee of the demon god, he could not simply pretend he hadn't seen him. He needed to devise a plan that would neither expose his identity nor prevent him from reporting Zhuo Tiannan. With this in mind, Ye Bai pulled out a golden card, the Trading Secret Realm Pass. This pass served as the key to enter the Trading Secret Realm and possessed a communication function. Even outside the realm, he could relay messages through the pass, akin to chatting. Not here. Let us change locations. Ye Bai discreetly maneuvered past Zhuo Tiannan without revealing any signs of alarm. Upon arriving at school, he slipped into the restroom, locked the door, and retrieved the Trading Secret Realm Pass. Little brother, are you there? The All Things Pavilion allows for the trade of anything. Correct? Ye Bai recalled that this was the slogan of the All Things Pavilion, where everything could be bought and sold. Indeed. Would you be interested in information regarding a general-level demon cult devotee? The goblin responded, what kind of operation is this? Shouldn't you report the demon cult devotee directly to the authorities? A general-level demon cult devotee, if successfully reported, would yield an official reward starting from 10,000 gold coins. The goblin quickly grasped Ye Bai's true intention. He was a clever fellow who understood that Ye Bai sought to conceal his identity while reporting the demon cult devotee, employing the All Things Pavilion as a shield. The goblin had never witnessed such a cunning maneuver. It must be said, this method was indeed effective. By contacting the All Things Pavilion through the Trading Secret Realm, Ye Bai could ultimately report the demon cult devotee to the authorities. Both the All Things Pavilion and the Trading Secret Realm would serve as fortifications, making it virtually impossible to trace Ye Bai's true identity through these channels. Absolutely no problem. The price offered by the All Things Pavilion will undoubtedly equal or even surpass the official reporting reward. With the goblin's assurance, Ye Bai promptly sent the meticulously prepared information. It contained comprehensive details about Zhuo Tiannan, including his talents, equipment, profession, and attributes. Even the special item bestowed upon Zhuo Tiannan by the demon god was described in meticulous detail, exposing all of Zhuo Tiannan's trump cards completely. As the goblin minion gazed at the stream of information, he found himself engulfed in existential doubt. Are these details truly authentic? How does this individual possess such profound knowledge about Zhuo Tiannan? Could it be that Zhuo Tiannan is experiencing a mental breakdown and is reporting on himself? Chapter 013, The Ninth Awakening of Talent. As expected, the classroom buzzed with excitement, students animatedly discussing their journey through the Eternal Tower, inevitably touching upon the subject of Shura. Have you heard? Shura has become a disciple of the formidable Nightmare. Your news is outdated. I heard Shura has already ascended to the rank of a general-level powerhouse, preparing to venture into the abyssal plane for training. What a joke. How could such a transformation occur overnight? You have no comprehension of the extraordinary talent at play. No one understands it better than I do. Listening to his classmates' praise, Ye Bai felt an uncharacteristic embarrassment. Was he truly that formidable? In the eyes of his peers, Shura had become an omnipotent figure, traversing the abyssal plane, tearing apart demon gods, and defeating war deities with a single punch. In stark contrast, the real Shura was cautious and anxious, even when faced with a general-level cultist, meticulously reporting anonymously to avoid revealing his identity and attracting unnecessary trouble. Yet, amidst the chaos, Ye Bai found solace in his circumstances and was quite content with his current state. Upon returning to his seat, Zhao Lin eagerly approached him. "Ye Bai, have you heard? That rascal Jiang Yun has struck it rich." "Oh." Ye Bai glanced towards Jiang Yun's vacant seat, wondering where he had disappeared to. Zhao Lin, tinged with envy, continued. "That guy has awakened a formidable talent and is enjoying unprecedented luck, having completed the novice dungeon. Right now, he's in the principal's office." Ye Bai feigned interest, remarking, "Impressive. Impressive. That scoundrel Jiang Yun has soared to great heights. I heard several generals are vying to take him as their disciple." Zhao Lin, accustomed to Ye Bai's nonchalant demeanor, rambled on. "With such talent, a general is within easy reach. Even a war king might dream of brushing against the threshold of a war god. This is the allure of the Eternal Tower. In a single night, the fates of many had undergone a dramatic transformation, including Ye Bai." After expressing his envy for Jiang Yun, Zhao Lin turned his attention back to Ye Bai, inquiring, "Ye Bai, what level did you achieve in your novice dungeon?" "Above level 10. "Nonsense. Who could possibly be below that level?" Zhao Lin exclaimed, yet he refrained from pressing his friend for more details. Instead, he lowered his voice and said, "It seems that Lu Sueki from our class has awakened a level 4 talent, but couldn't even clear the first stage of the novice dungeon." As he spoke, Zhao Lin's expression darkened, clearly troubled by the implications. Failing to clear the first stage of the novice dungeon meant starting off with 100-fold, even 1,000-fold, more difficulty than others. Even if her family were willing to invest resources, it would be exceedingly challenging for Lu Sueki to turn her situation around. A level 4 talent was tantamount to condemning Lu Sueki to a grim fate within the Eternal Tower. Lu Sueki? Listening to Zhao Lin's words, Ye Bai slightly turned his head to look at him, only to see Lu Sueki, with her smooth black hair cascading over her shoulders, quietly seated and engrossed in her studies. The commotion was for others. It had no bearing on her. Lu Sueki possessed a quintessential oval face with finely chiseled features, and her academic performance had always been commendable, serving as the class representative for studies. Unexpectedly, during her talent awakening, she had met with such a dismal fate. Just as Ye Bai intended to divert his gaze, a line of notes appeared above Lu Sueki's head. Conditions for secondary awakening of talent. Transition to otherworldly summoner. Secondary awakening? Ye Bai was taken aback. What did this mean? Lu Sueki's talent could undergo a secondary awakening. Typically, a normal talent's initial awakening is already the limit. Perhaps one in a million may experience a secondary awakening. Talents capable of such an awakening are guaranteed to be no less than grade A. The disparity between grade A and grade S could significantly alter Lu Sueki's destiny. More information floated before Ye Bai's eyes, momentarily captivating him. "Ye Bai?" Zhao Lin waved his hand in front of Ye Bai's face. "Why are you staring blankly? What are you thinking?" "I was pondering what I would do if I awakened a grade S talent." "Dream on." Zhao Lin scoffed disdainfully, daydreaming in broad daylight. Ding-ling-ling. The class bell chimed, and the discussions in the classroom gradually subsided. Ye Bai cradled a mirror in his palm, gazing at his reflection. He sought to know, if Lu Sueki's grade S talent could undergo a secondary awakening, then could his own grade S talent also achieve the same feat? This was the crux of Ye Bai's current contemplation. The mirror revealed a line of notes. "Why are you staring at this handsome guy?" All right. Grade S talents can indeed undergo a secondary awakening. To be precise, each grade S talent can undergo a total of 9 awakenings. 9 times. Ye Bai's breath quickened slightly. If secondary awakenings are a rarity among millions, could he truly experience 9 awakenings? Eye of Insight possesses the ability to unveil all information, which is indeed formidable. However, for Ye Bai, it still felt somewhat lacking. Its direct assistance in battle was minimal. If he could achieve a secondary awakening, the utility of Eye of Insight would be greatly enhanced. Following this revelation, Ye Bai felt considerably more at ease. One condition for secondary awakening. Level up to 300. Level 300? For Ye Bai, that seemed quite distant. Bai, Zhao Lin muttered from the side, I've noticed you're becoming increasingly narcissistic. Not only do you stay awake in class, but you're also admiring yourself in the mirror. What a waste of time. Ye Bai rolled his eyes. How is this a waste of time? Is class time meant for sleeping? Ye Bai, am upright and never sleep during class. With a sigh, ding-ling-ling. The class bell rang, and Ye Bai stretched lazily, rising to make his way directly toward Lu Sueki. Other students, upon seeing him, parted to clear a path. It was merely a matter of beating up a small thug, yet these folks still remembered it. Regarding the reactions of his classmates, Ye Bai found himself at a loss for words. Upon his arrival in this new world, he had encountered a petty thief outside the school, which led to a violent altercation that resulted in the assailant being hospitalized, a situation from which he had yet to recover. As news of this incident spread, it was only natural for his peers to harbor a certain fear of him, leading to Ye Bai being dubbed the fearsome one of Class 2. Such rumors, which he had dismissed, were primarily conveyed to him by Zhao Lin. Ye Bai approached Lu Sueki's desk and paused. Just then, she lifted her gaze, and their eyes met, causing her face to pale visibly. Was he truly that intimidating? Due to her remarkable talent, Lu Sueki found herself isolated, as her classmates were wary of provoking her during this sensitive time. Even words of comfort were met with her polite, albeit distant, acknowledgement. In moments like these, her heart must have borne the greatest burden. With an unexpected boldness, Ye Bai inquired, What profession have you chosen? Lu Sueki, clearly taken aback by the fearsome one initiating a conversation, stammered, I have no money. Ye Bai responded with a quizzical expression. Even if I were to rob someone, it would not be of their wealth. His words caused Lu Sueki's previously pale face to flush a deep crimson, even her ears blushing fiercely. This young girl displayed little composure. Not wishing to tease her further, Ye Bai reiterated his question, What profession have you chosen? Lu Sueki timidly replied, Mage. For young women, the roles of mage and priest are often the most coveted. Though Lu Sueki possessed extraordinary talent, she harbored a desire to fight, which led her to select the path of a mage. Unfortunately, she had ultimately fallen short, her talent proving to be disappointingly inadequate. Ye Bai continued, You are aware of the transmutation pool, I presume? It is a place where novices can change their profession. Lu Sueki nodded. She hailed from the Lu family, which boasted a formidable warrior, thus her background was not to be underestimated. The cost to enter the transmutation pool was exorbitant, amounting to hundreds of thousands of dragon coins, a burden that ordinary families could scarcely bear, though the Lu family could manage it without much strain. If one possessed special items upon entering the transmutation pool, they could even transition into a unique profession, such as an otherworldly summoner. Lu Sueki aspired to rise above her circumstances, understanding that her innate talent alone was insufficient. She needed a second awakening of her abilities. The otherworldly summoner was the key to unlocking this second awakening. I believe you are quite suited for the role of an otherworldly summoner. Consider a career change, he suggested before turning to leave. He had said what needed to be said, and whether Lu Sueki could alter her fate was now entirely up to her. In the span of a few exchanged words, he had offered a helping hand to a classmate, an act of kindness that bore no consequence. Left alone at her desk, Lu Sueki sat in a daze, her ears still flushed like a fiery sunset. An otherworldly summoner. She pondered Ye Bai's words deeply, her brows furrowed in contemplation. A picture of vulnerability. Even if she were to change professions, what difference would it make? She remained a novice, still unable to conquer even the first level of the introductory dungeon. Yet, the thought of surrendering without a fight filled her with reluctance. Should I give it a try? She murmured to herself. Chapter 14. Job Change. Summoner from Another World. Look, Sueki, could you please come out? A middle-aged man leaned halfway out from the entrance of Class 3-2, his hair slightly graying at the temples, his expression serious and exuding an aura of authority. What does the vice principal want with Lu Sueki? Zhao Lin cast a glance and immediately lowered his head, whispering, I heard that the warlord from the Lu family has recently achieved significant success in the abyssal dimension and is on the verge of becoming a war god. Having a warlord in the family and having a war god are entirely different concepts. Zhao Lin analyzed earnestly. Lu Sueki is said to be the beloved granddaughter of that warlord, and ample resources were prepared for her, which could at least elevate her to a battle general. Who would have thought she would awaken a level 5 talent instead? Ye Bai shot him a glance, slightly exasperated. Why do you concern yourself with so much gossip? Bai, you wouldn't understand. You know my situation. My grandmother doesn't care for me, and my uncle doesn't love me. The days ahead are bound to be tough. Zhao Lin crossed his arms behind his head, his toes hooking the edge of the desk as he leaned back, expressing his helplessness. For me, getting into a martial arts university would be ideal. As long as I can be recognized as a battle soldier, I'd never have to worry about food and drink. I dislike fighting and killing. If it comes to that, I'll find a position at the All Things Pavilion. Zhao Lin's awakened talent was quite mediocre, only at level 5, with no opportunity for a second awakening. Ye Bai patted him on the shoulder, refraining from saying more. Outside the classroom, the vice principal's expression softened considerably, shedding the earlier frostiness and appearing rather amiable. Look, Suiki, do not feel pressured. Talent is not everything. There are precedents of humans with level 5 talents achieving the status of war gods. Look, Suiki lowered her head, her teeth biting in her lip until it nearly lost its color, remaining silent. Indeed, there have been instances of humans with seemingly wasted level 5 talents turning the tide. However, Look, Suiki was acutely aware of the underlying truth. Those individuals had undergone a second awakening, transforming their level 5 talent into a level 6 one, ultimately soaring to the pinnacle. It was not achieved through a level 5 talent. There is no such thing as a wasted talent. Only a wasted user is an utterly erroneous statement. Among talents of the same category, a level 1 talent effect is 1, a level 2 talent effect is 100, and a level 3 talent effect is 1,000. The vast disparity cannot be bridged merely through effort. Look, Suiki did not wish to resign herself to fate, but she had to confront the reality of her level 5 talent. The vice principal continued to offer gentle reassurances. Look, Suiki, your grandfather and I are old acquaintances. Before his journey to the abyssal dimension, his greatest concern was you. At this point, we must find ways to mitigate the losses. I have discussed with your family, and we will assist you in accessing the Eternal Tower job change pool. The path of a mage does not seem suitable for you. Upon hearing the words job change pool, Look, Suiki suddenly raised her head, a flicker of light igniting in her previously dull eyes. Job change? Summoner from another world? For some inexplicable reason, this profession, which Ye Bai had mentioned to her before, lingered vividly in her mind. The vice principal, observing Lu Suiki's demeanor, discerned her wavering interest and continued to persuade her. The job transfer pool prepared for you is extraordinary. It contains numerous unique professions, and you may even encounter hidden careers. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. If missed, it may never present itself again. Lu Suiki was well aware of the uniqueness of the job transfer pool. Given that her Lu family was under the guardianship of a warlord, their resources were far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Typically, the cost to activate a standard job transfer pool could reach a staggering 1,000,000 dragon coins. For Lu Suiki's transfer, the Lu family had spared no expense. The special materials required for entry alone were valued at over 10 million. All right, Uncle Zheng, I will heed your advice. Lu Suiki acquiesced to the prospect of a job transfer. The vice principal visibly relaxed, as they all feared that Lu Suiki, with her stubbornness, would insist on becoming a mage, thus forfeiting this singular opportunity. Should that occur, when her grandfather returned to find his precious granddaughter rendered utterly inept, none would wish to incur the wrath of the warlord. Lu Suiki inquired, is there an option for otherworldly summoner within the job transfer pool? Surely there must be. There is, replied Vice Principal Zhang as he checked his phone, but why do you ask? Although the otherworldly summoner is a special profession, it is rather weak. You only have one chance for a job transfer. Do not squander it on such an option. As he led the way, Vice Principal Zhang reminded Lu Suiki to select an auxiliary profession if possible. Even a blacksmith would suffice. In due course, your family will arrange for a master blacksmith to mentor you, and your future achievements will not be insignificant. However, Zheng's words drifted through Lu Suiki's mind like a fleeting breeze, entering one ear and exiting the other. Her thoughts were consumed with the notion of becoming an otherworldly summoner, and she could not resist the urge to choose this vocation. Why couldn't Ye Bai have been clearer? This is exasperating. Lu Suiki lamented internally. She understood the necessity of a job transfer. Her innate talents were ill-suited for the path of a mage, and continuing down that road would only lead to disaster. Yet, as a rare and marginalized special profession, the otherworldly summoner was hardly a promising choice either. If Lu Suiki followed the plans laid out by Vice Principal Zheng and her family, her future, while not without its challenges, would certainly not be fraught with peril. A smooth journey through university, apprenticing under esteemed mentors, enduring in less significant roles to build her credentials, marrying and raising children. The images of such a life flitted before her like a revolving lantern. Was this truly the life she desired? It was a path so predictable that she could envision her own gravestone, clearly inscribing how she wished to be remembered. Lu Sueki imagined a grand, yet decaying tombstone, upon which was etched a small inscription. Here lies a woman named Lu Sueki. She once lived, but the day she awakened her talent at 18, she truly died. No, this is not the outcome Lu Sueki seeks. Sueki. Vice Principal Zheng paused, noticing Lu Sueki's momentary distraction. He called her name softly. We have arrived. Oh, you shall enter, activate the tower mark, and gain access to the job transfer pool. Vice Principal Zheng reiterated. Remember my earlier counsel. Choose an auxiliary hidden or special profession. Understood. Lu Sueki gently pushed open the door, her fingers trembling slightly as they made contact with the wooden surface. Could this be the pivotal moment of her destiny? The answer eluded her. Even the notion of becoming a world summoner was merely a passing suggestion from a classmate. To pin her hopes on such whimsical musings seemed utterly foolish, she mused. Yet, did she truly have any other options? Activating the Tower S mark, she entered the class transition pool, where numerous precious hidden professions appeared before her. However, Lu Sueki's gaze transcended these options. Fixated on an inconspicuous profession nestled in the corner, the world summoner. Whether it led to life or death, this was her singular chance. Taking a deep breath to bolster her resolve, Lu Sueki stepped forward, making her final choice. Transitioning to world summoner. A gentle golden light enveloped Lu Sueki, leaving her no time to react as a melodious notification chimed in her ears. Transition successful, world summoner. She triggered the conditions for a second awakening of her talent. Second awakening of talent. Second awakening talent. Level, as if divinely assisted. Lu Sueki stood in a daze, her beautiful visage resembling a sculpted figure, her cherry lips parted in disbelief, unmoving for what felt like an eternity. Her vision blurred, silent tears streamed down her cheeks, and waves of euphoric elation washed over her soul. A second awakening. Level talent. She had actually achieved a second awakening. The joy she felt in this moment was beyond words. Her legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. At this instant, she had an overwhelming surge of emotions that demanded release. The pressure of her level talent, the whispers and pointed fingers of those around her, the pitying gaze of her mother, the tears discreetly wiped away. None of it mattered anymore. A level talent, a second awakening to a level talent. Who would believe such an extraordinary tale? Time lost its meaning as Lu Sueki eventually managed to rise from the ground, taking deep breaths to regain her composure while tidying her uniform. Calm down, she reminded herself. She must remain composed. Everyone believed she possessed a level talent, unaware of her second awakening. This was her greatest secret. Lu Sueki was astute, far more mature than her peers. A classmate of hers, who had also awakened a level talent, had taken the day off, reportedly having collapsed emotionally, crying and throwing a tantrum at home. Lu Sueki understood, well, that while an innocent person may not be at fault, possessing a treasure could attract envy. Take Xiao Luo, for instance. Rumored to have a level talent, maintaining an exceptionally high level of secrecy regarding his true identity. No one knew who Xiao Luo really was. A level talent would undoubtedly attract the attention of many unsavory characters, so it was best to remain hidden. Lu Sueki resolved firmly not to disclose her second awakening to anyone. She would work diligently in secrecy, aiming to astonish everyone. The legendary Xiao Luo was not only Lu Sueki's idol, but also her aspirational target. Having made this determination, Lu Sueki suddenly realized something. Why had Ye Bai brought up the topic of world summoner to her so suddenly? Without Ye Bai, Lu Sueki would have been utterly lost. Lu Sueki, possessing an intellect as sharp as ice and snow, immediately considered the possibility that Ye Bai might know the conditions for her second awakening of talent. The mere thought caused her heart to constrict painfully. If that were indeed the case, it would be terrifying. This matter must be clarified with Ye Bai. As she pushed open the door, she found Vice Principal Zheng waiting outside, who hurriedly inquired, "So, what profession have you chosen?" This time, the expenses for the special transfer pool had exceeded 30 million on the surface for the Lu family. In reality, when accounting for various materials and personal favors, it amounted to at least 100 million. Even for a war general, earning that much would take several years. It was by no means a trivial sum. If Lu Sueki chose an ordinary profession, it would be a tremendous loss. Lu Sueki tilted her head slightly and confidently declared, "A summoner from another realm." What? Vice Principal Zheng nearly choked on his words, almost exclaiming in exasperation. What a waste. However, since she was the beloved granddaughter of a close friend, he refrained from scolding her harshly and could only helplessly wave his hand. Well, You young people have your own ideas. Do as you please. As Vice Principal Zheng watched Lu Sueki depart, he felt a sudden curiosity. This girl, who had initially appeared dejected and melancholic, seemed to have come to life after her transfer. Could there be some hidden truth behind this? He tucked the thought away, choosing not to pry further. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Lu Sueki's path was hers alone to tread. Zhao Lin straightened up, astonished. Hey, she seems really happy. As a prominent figure in Class 3-2, Zhao Lin sat at the back with Ye Bai. To his surprise, Lu Sueki indeed walked straight towards them. More precisely, she headed directly for Ye Bai. Many classmates noticed the unusual scene and turned their gazes in curiosity. Look, Lu Sueki is going to confront the Fierce One. What does she want? I heard the Fierce One broke someone's legs last time. Who has 3 legs? Come on, you can't be serious. Many students gasped, feeling a chill and thinking it wise to keep their distance from Ye Bai for the sake of future generations. Lu Sueki stood before Ye Bai's desk, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Ye Bai, noticing her approach, asked irritably, "What do you want? Looking to rob me?" "You." Lu Sueki was momentarily at a loss for words, forgetting what she intended to say, nearly stomping her foot in frustration. Ye Bai had a knack for killing conversations with a single remark. Taking a deep breath, Lu Sueki managed to say, "Ye Bai, may I ask you a question?" Lu Sueki thought, this conversation is going nowhere. Exercising patience, she did not turn away. This question was essential, and considering it might involve Ye Bai's secrets. She steeled herself and continued, "Can we step outside to talk?" "Sure." With that, Ye Bai stood up, walked straight to the window, pushed it open, and leapt out. The classroom was on the first floor, and his confidence was palpable. Certainly, with Ye Bai's current physical prowess, even jumping down 3 or 5 stories would inflict no harm upon him whatsoever. "Why are you still standing there? Weren't you eager to step out and converse?" Lu Sueki, gritting her teeth in frustration, hastily imitated Ye Bai and leaped out of the classroom window. The entire classroom erupted into chaos. What on earth did I just witness? Quick, summon the dean. Someone has jumped out to elope. The classmates, eager for excitement, stirred up a ruckus, transforming the classroom into a joyous sea of merriment. Lu Sueki, however, was too preoccupied to heed their antics. All she yearned for was to pose a singular question to Ye Bai. Standing outside the window, ensuring their conversation remained unheard by others, Lu Sueki cautiously inquired, "Ye Bai, why did you previously mention transitioning to the profession of an interdimensional summoner? Why the shroud of mystery over such a trivial matter?" Ye Bai rolled his eyes, dismissively replying, "I did a search on Jihu. The most suitable profession for someone with your level of talent is said to be an interdimensional summoner." As he spoke, Ye Bai even retrieved his phone, opened Jihu, and demonstrated it to Lu Sueki. "Look, this question here, the most suitable profession for level talent." Lu Sueki was taken aback. This was entirely divergent from her anticipated script. This fellow Ye Bai was certainly unpredictable. Chapter 016. With the sun at its zenith. How could the stars not accompany? Wait, Lu Sueki instinctively called out, her mind a chaotic tangle, unable to unravel the threads of thought. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Her good fortune? This seemed far too fortuitous. Is there anything else? Ye Bai paused, yet Lu Sueki found herself at a loss for words. Logically, Ye Bai had bestowed upon her immense favor, an act of rebirth. Whether by chance or Ye Bai's sincere intention, Lu Sueki's talent had undergone a second awakening, undeniably benefiting from Ye Bai's grace. However, she could not articulate this truth openly. She needed to maintain secrecy, ensuring the world remained oblivious to her talent's second awakening, which had surpassed the level of mere talent. Faced with this dilemma, Lu Sueki momentarily faltered, unsure of what to say to Ye Bai. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered. The school prohibits bringing phones. You should hide yours better next time, so the teachers don't find out." Upon returning, Zhao Lin cast an admiring glance at Ye Bai. "Hey, you're quite something. When did you and Lu Sueki become an item?" Curiosity is a trait inherent to all, especially when it involves the stark contrast of the top student and the bad boy, a pairing that many adolescent girls find endearing. "Were your thoughts wandering?" Ye Bai replied candidly. "Lu Sueki merely sought my assistance with some academic questions. Don't read too much into it." The entire class responded with disbelief, and even Zhao Lin couldn't help but roll his eyes, marveling at his friend's audacity. The third-ranked student in the entire school seeks help from you, a self-proclaimed slacker? Such a fabrication is hardly believable. While they may not be entirely human, Ye Bai was certainly adept at survival. Regardless, he managed to dismiss the entire class with just a few words. What remained the focal point of attention was still the legendary Shura. Ding ding ding. As the bell for class rang, the The homeroom teacher stepped into the classroom once more, commencing the final lesson of the day. Before the class began, he instructed the distribution of ribbons, urging them to be passed around. The teacher produced a considerable bundle of gray ribbons, dividing them into 8 portions and handing them to the students in the front row for sequential distribution. By the time the ribbon reached Ye Bai, only one remained. The gray ribbon, approximately 40 centimeters in length, was smooth to the touch. This item can conceal eternity. It will automatically disappear after use until level 100 is reached. Observing the note, Ye Bai maintained his composure, having already surmised its significance. What did this be? It appeared robust. Zhao Lin tugged at the ribbon, but did not yield. The teacher addressed the class, stating, "Attention, everyone. This ribbon has been allocated by the higher authorities and is mandatory for all students to use. The method is as follows. Wrap the ribbon around your right arm. Under the teacher's guidance, all students secured the ribbons, and a flicker of light signaled their disappearance. Now, it begins. Your eternity has been concealed until you reach level 100. The announcement sparked immediate uproar among the students. Concealment of eternity? They were perplexed, questioning the rationale behind such a substantial investment of resources for mere concealment. Some, however, quickly connected the dots. It was for the Shura. The optimal strategy to hide the Shura was to blend it among all individuals. A single drop of water is safest when submerged in the ocean. The ribbons distributed by the higher authorities could indeed conceal eternity. With all students' eternities hidden, naturally, the Shuras would be as well. How extravagant! Zhao Lin calculated that a single ribbon must cost at least $1 million, given that there are millions of examinees across Blue Star. Such expenditure. Even Ye Bai felt a pang of regret. He yearned to leap forth and declare, "I am the Shura. Do not squander your funds, but rather bestow them upon me." Alas, he could not. Silence. The teacher rapped the blackboard and continued. These ribbons are crafted by the strongest, the nightmare. When the strongest take action, it transcends cost. It reflects a commitment. The human race, regardless of the sacrifices required, will ensure the emergence of the fourth strongest. In other words, we, the human race, guard the path for the Shura. At this juncture, the teacher's voice softened somewhat. In truth, this is not solely the Shura's opportunity. It is also yours. This year, funding has significantly increased, and the perks of the college entrance examination have even made many warriors envious. Students, you are in the finest era, a time heralding the rise of a formidable champion, where the sun shines brightly, accompanied by countless stars. Protecting the Shura is akin to safeguarding your own paths. The rise of the Shura signifies your ascendance as well. His words ignited a fervor within the students, compelling them to charge into the eternal tower and unleash chaos. Ye Bai was taken aback. These remarks did not seem characteristic of the homeroom teacher. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he noticed the teacher glance at his phone before continuing with his impassioned speech. Goodness, he was cheating. However, it must be said that the homeroom teacher uttered a particularly poignant remark. When the sun shines brightly, are there not stars accompanying it? Reflecting upon the annals of humanity, it becomes evident that 3 supreme beings have risen in succession. Each emergence heralded an era illuminated by countless prodigies, giving rise to a plethora of extraordinary figures. With war gods emerging and war kings proliferating, supreme beings seem to possess an extraordinary charm, capable of propelling the entire era forward. It is precisely for this reason that the completion of the Azura level novice dungeon has triggered a cascade of consequential reactions. Humanity has been waiting far too long for the advent of a 4th supreme being. Contemplating this, Ye Bai turned his gaze toward Lu Sueki, who now bore a new annotation above her head. Second awakening, grade talent, as if divinely assisted summoned entities automatically receive divine favor, with a certain probability of summoning powerful beings from other realms. Ye Bai had long since noted that Lu Sueki's second awakening had transformed her talent into a grade of extraordinary potential. This was not merely a transformation from swan to a white swan. It was akin to an ant transforming directly into a dragon. With a grade talent, if Lu Sueki exerts herself, a war king is within her grasp, and she even possesses a 50% chance of becoming a war god. Ye Bai seemed to grasp something profound, pondering that perhaps, due to his existence, a grade talent had qualitatively evolved into a higher realm of potential, suggesting that humanity might soon gain a female war god. Could this be the secret of the era of supremacy? Chapter 017. Grounded yet aspirational. The rise of an individual can elevate an entire era. Ye Bai set aside the matters concerning supreme beings, for they remained a distant dream for him. Currently, he could not even be classified as a warrior, so what right did he have to contemplate such matters? The tiers of strength are delineated as follows: warrior, battle general; war king, war god. As for whether a being above a war god qualifies as a supreme being, this question lacks a definitive answer. A war god stands as the pinnacle of strength accessible to ordinary individuals. These four tiers are not determined by the levels within the Eternal Tower, but through combat power testing. Generally, reaching level 30 within the Eternal Tower provides an opportunity to undergo the warrior test, thus becoming a first-tier warrior and enjoying certain subsidies and preferential policies. Some individuals, possessing weaker combat power at the same level, may need to wait until they reach levels 40 or 50 to achieve first-tier warrior status. Judged by common sense, individuals below level 200 are classified as warriors, ranging from first tier to ninth tier. The monthly subsidy for a first-tier warrior amounts to 15,000 yuan, allowing for the application of a rent-free housing area of 89 square meters, which could be purchased at half the market value after 3 years of residency. Ye Bai casually browsed through the benefits afforded to warriors. It must be said that the warrior union is exceedingly generous in terms of benefits. In society, even achieving the status of the most basic warrior results in a substantial elevation and transformation of one's standing, ushering them into a new world. It is precisely for this reason that countless individuals relentlessly strive to elevate their levels within the Eternal Tower and partake in the warrior assessment. Although the benefits of being a warrior are appealing, the path to becoming one is fraught with challenges. Ye Bai mused that, akin to the college entrance examination in previous years, any candidate who reaches level 30 within the Eternal Tower can gain admission to a respectable martial arts university. Level 30 serves as both the threshold for first-tier warriors and a critical criterion for many martial arts universities' admissions. The acceptance rate at the warrior university is a mere 10%. Among millions of candidates, only a few 100,000 can become warriors. And this is merely the weakest tier of warriors. As one ascends, the challenges intensify, and the number of those eliminated increases correspondingly. At this juncture, the homeroom teacher also addressed this point, emphasizing that in the next 100 days, everyone must strive to elevate their levels, aiming to reach level 30 before the college entrance exams to secure admission to Warrior University. If one fails to achieve level 30 by then, the chances of breaking through in the future are reduced to a mere 2%. Students, one must seize this opportunity. The teacher's expression inevitably darkened as he spoke. Even he, a mere level 29 in the Eternal Tower, has been unable to break through to level 30 and face failure in his own college entrance examinations. For years, he has been stuck here, making no progress. He cleared his throat and announced class dismissed. Jiang Yun, Lu Sueki, please stay behind. The students in the classroom erupted in a rush, eager to return to the Eternal Tower, to embark on a new journey and grasp the chance to change their fates. The two left behind, however, experienced a starkly different treatment. Most of the classmates gazed at Jiang Yun with envy, tinged with a hint of jealousy. With exceptional talent and an effortless ability to conquer novice dungeons, Jiang Yun's path to level 30 seemed as easy as eating or drinking. His future was boundless. A leap of the carp into the Dragon Gate, and the world opened up before him. Jiang Yun remained unfazed by their gazes, his slightly defiant expression betraying no emotion. They no longer belonged to the same realm. There was nothing left to say. When the classmates turned their attention to Lu Sueki, however, their expressions shifted entirely. They looked upon her with pity, scorn, and even mockery, their attitudes reflecting a disdain for the weak while idolizing the strong. Yet in contrast to Jiang Yun, Lu Sueki maintained a serene composure, a tranquility that emanated from absolute confidence. With her exceptional talent and a profession that perfectly aligned with her abilities, Lu Sueki's potential surpassed all expectations. The ceiling that Jiang Yun could only hope to touch in his lifetime was merely the starting point for Lu Sueki. After the two remained, the homeroom teacher first turned to Jiang Yun, offering words of encouragement and advising him to remain humble and grounded. Jiang Yun appeared to nod earnestly. Yet internally he stifled yawns, feigning indifference. He was destined to become a king of warriors. What right did someone who wasn't even a warrior have to lecture him? The teacher, being decades older, saw through Jiang Yun's insincerity but chose not to address it. He then turned to Lu Sueki, offering her some comfort and urging her to invest effort into support and life skills. A level 6 talent was not the end of the world. Life must continue. At this point, the teacher expressed genuine emotion, reminiscing, "Don't laugh at me. When I awakened my level 6 talent, it felt as if the sky had fallen. I refused to accept my fate, recklessly navigating the Eternal Tower, even contemplating venturing into the abyssal plane to fight. believing that to die for my country was far better than living a life of submission. He sighed, self-deprecatingly remarking, "Everything shall pass. Look at me now. I am dedicated to educating others, having nurtured several formidable warriors. Each person has their unique way of living, under the radiant sun, accompanied by a constellation of stars. We too can be grounded, yet gaze upon the heavens as mere mortals." This candid revelation of his own scars could easily resonate with others. Lu Sueki felt profoundly grateful for her homeroom teacher's words. Had she not experienced a second awakening of her talent, the impact of that single conversation would have been immeasurable. "Thank you, teacher." With that, the teacher was the first to depart the classroom. As Lu Sueki was about to leave, Jiang Yun called out to her. Jiang Yun, not particularly tall at 1.72 meters, appeared quite slender, with thin lips that gave her a somewhat sharp-featured look. "Lu Sueki, would you like to team up to explore the Eternal Tower?" Jiang Yun unexpectedly extended an invitation. "Join me, and even if you possess only a basic talent, you can effortlessly reach level 10. Lu Sueki coldly declined. "No, I have no other business. I shall take my leave." Regardless of Jiang Yun's intentions, the condescending nature of the offer was unbearable for Lu Sueki. "Should you change your mind, feel free to find me," Jiang Yun confidently called after Lu Sueki's retreating figure, declaring, "In the entirety of Sanzhong, or even the whole of Nanjing City, my talent is unparalleled, without exception. Teaming up with me will significantly enhance your leveling efficiency, possibly even allowing you to challenge level 30. Do consider it." Watching Lu Sueki walk away, Jiang Yun shook her head. She will certainly regret this. Jiang Yun was not exaggerating. Possessing a basic talent in Nanjing City was already quite impressive. Last year's top scholar only had a basic talent. In terms of innate ability, Jiang Yun surpassed even last year's champion. According to her teacher's estimations, Jiang Yun had the potential to become a Tier 3 warrior before the college entrance examination. Once Lu Sueki had distanced herself, Jiang Yun's smile gradually faded, her expression growing cold and sinister. "I currently possess exceptional talent, yet I lack resources. Although Lu Sueki may be considered useless, the Lu family is a prestigious warrior clan. I must devise a plan." Jiang Yun's scheming thoughts were unbeknownst to Lu Sueki. After leaving the classroom, she dashed away, skipping her driver to intercept Ye Bai instead. "Ye Bai, wait, outside." Beneath the setting sun, the shadows of Ye Bai and Zhao Lin stretched long. Lu Sueki, breathless, rushed to catch up with Ye Bai. "What's going on?" Zhao Lin looked at Ye Bai in astonishment, and, sensing the moment, stepped aside to allow Ye Bai and Lu Sueki the stage. "What's the matter? Are you struggling with a problem again?" Ye Bai inwitted gestually. "No, it's not that." Lu Sueki leaned on her knees, slightly out of breath as beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, clinging to her hair before splattering onto the ground. "I wanted to ask if you would like to team up with me to explore the Eternal Tower?" Zhao Lin. "Did I hear that correctly?" Lu Sueki, the goddess of our class, even the school beauty, is proactively inviting Ye Bai to team up. Chapter 018. The Double 11 sale is on. Teaming up? Ye Bai furrowed his brow slightly, preparing to decline. He awakened an exceptional talent, and merely by conquering the novice dungeon, he stirred a tempest, causing turmoil in every corner. The identity of Azura must remain concealed until Ye Bai's growth is assured. Thus, he sought to avoid contact with others, particularly with someone like Lu Sueki, who was the center of attention. "No, I prefer to go solo." Lu Sueki was not surprised by Ye Bai's rejection. She understood that, in the eyes of others, she was merely a level 1 waste. In other words, teaming up with Lu Sueki would only hinder progress, akin to carrying a mere prop. Zhao Lin, anxious that Lu Sueki might misunderstand, hurriedly interjected, "Ye Bai won't even take me along. He mentioned he plans to challenge the second level of the Eternal Tower today." The entire class was aware of Zhao Lin's relationship with Ye Bai. If even Zhao Lin could not form a team with Ye Bai, it indicated that Ye Bai was indeed speaking the truth. In fact, Ye Bai had no need to lie. Regardless of whether Lu Sueki possessed a level 1 or level 2 talent, teaming up with Ye Bai would guarantee her victory without any effort on her part. "Thank you," Lu Sueki said softly, bowing slightly to Ye Bai once more, before producing a scroll. "This is a map of the Eternal Tower that my grandfather collected, containing information from the 1st to the 10th level, including monster spawn locations, details about the creatures, and even numerous hidden quests." Before Lu Sueki could finish, Zhao Lin's eyes were fixed on the scroll, nearly drooling with desire. What a treasure! He was particularly fond of collecting various information and understood the significance of maps. Such items were invaluable and could not be purchased by ordinary individuals. To be blunt, the small scroll in Lu Sueki's possession was worth over 10 million. Zhao Lin signaled to Ye Bai, urging him to accept it. Ye Bai felt somewhat helpless. While the scroll held immense value for others, it was worthless to him. You must accept it. This is the most valuable item I can offer you right now. Lu Sueki held the scroll aloft, her cheeks flushed, her gaze resolute. Given her determination, it was clear that if Ye Bai did not accept it today, she would not relent. All right, I will return it to you once I've used it. Ye Bai took the scroll, waved his hand dismissively, and departed without further ado. Watching Ye Bai's silhouette against the setting sun, Lu Sueki bowed once more in silent gratitude, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. Sueki. A well-dressed lady hurried to Lu Sueki's side. What are you doing here? I was frantic looking for you. The lady exuded an air of elegance, appearing well-maintained with a rosy complexion, sharing a resemblance with Lu Sueki. Lu Sueki managed a smile. Mom, I'm fine. Fine? Your eyes are red, the lady exclaimed with concern. My poor child. She embraced Lu Sueki, a fleeting shadow of worry crossing her features before it vanished. As she composed herself, who was that boy just now? Aren't you going to introduce him to your mother? No, he's just a classmate. But I saw you give him the map. Tell me the truth. Do you like him? Lu Sueki hurriedly protested. Mom, no. Ye Bai is just a classmate from our class. All right, let's go get in the car. Seated in the front passenger seat, the affluent lady retrieved her mobile phone and, with a few taps, dispatched a text message. She inquired about the background of Ye Bai from class 2 of the 3rd year. Through the rearview mirror, she observed her seemingly indifferent daughter, and her gaze turned icy. What mother would not feel a pang of concern upon the awakening of her daughter's remarkable talent? Should anyone attempt to exploit this vulnerability, to deceive her daughter and gain advantage from the Lu family, she would never permit it. The information was plentiful, yet of little utility to me. Within Ye Bai's perception, under the influence of the insight eye, there were no secrets to be found. Ascending the Eternal Tower required relentless effort to surpass its levels. And I currently resided on the 1st tier. Ye Bai glanced at the map of this tier. The experience points, ranging from 1 to 10, were already rendered obsolete for him. As for hidden quests and special areas, their meager rewards were promptly disregarded by Ye Bai. Ye Bai noticed a number marked beside the map of the 1st tier. Exploration degree. 0. Was there truly an exploration degree? What would transpire upon reaching 100? The higher the exploration degree, the more bountiful the rewards upon breaking through the layers of the Eternal Tower. Historical completion of the 1st tier, 2 individuals with 100 exploration degree, 19 individuals with over 90. As the supplementary information materialized before him, Ye Bai's spirits were lifted. A 100 exploration degree, with only 2 achievers. This implied that even among the 3 most formidable individuals of year, one had failed to attain a 100 exploration degree. Methods to enhance exploration degree. Slay monsters, eliminate unique foes, explore maps. Strategy for achieving 100 exploration degree. First, proceed to Wind and Thunder Valley. After perusing all the information, Ye Bai promptly resolved to attain a 100 exploration degree on the 1st tier. Ideally, he wished to break through it today. The levels of the Eternal Tower were intricately linked to its tiers. On the 1st tier, Ye Bai could never surpass level 10 and must breach the 1st tier to continue leveling up. Upon analyzing the strategy for achieving a 100 exploration degree, Ye Bai encountered a vexing dilemma. While combat was indeed not arduous, traversing such a vast distance within 6 hours posed a challenge. The Eternal Tower only opened for 6 hours each day, and if he missed a day, he would have to return tomorrow. He contemplated visiting the trading realm to seek any teleportation skills. With this thought, Ye Bai activated the tower's mark and entered the trading realm in advance. The trading realm was open 24 hours a day, free from temporal constraints. Upon logging in, Ye Bai was bombarded with messages from his goblin subordinate. Big brother, are you there? Contact me at once. However, this time, the goblin's gaze towards Ye Bai held an unusual intensity. Big brother, just who are you, really? What is it? Today, the individual you reported, Zui Tianan, cough, that fellow has been apprehended. That's splendid news, Ye Bai mused. The eradication of a cultist is indeed a cause for celebration. Fewer such individuals mean fewer daggers aimed at humanity from the shadows. You may not be aware, but after his capture, he quickly turned traitor, revealing several high-profile figures. Thanks to the leads he provided, 3 warlord-level cultists were captured today alone. The goblin declared excitedly. This news truly caught Ye Bai off guard. A buy-one-get-3 promotion indeed. It appears to be a grand event for the Double 11 sales. Now, to the matter at hand. After discussions between the General Headquarters and the Defense Headquarters, the confirmed reward for reporting is a sum of 30,000 gold coins. Henceforth, your expenditures at the Wanjin Pavilion will be calculated at a 10 discount. Chapter 19, The Eternal Core City. The 30 000 gold coins and the 10 discount at Wanjin Pavilion constitute the entirety of Ye Bai's reward for reporting Zhuotianan, equating to approximately 30 million dragon coins. As for the 10 discount, it is a privilege reserved for the battle generals. 3 unregistered gold cards, along with this VIP card with battle general level privileges. Brother, please keep them safe. The goblin assistant elaborated that the VIP card can be utilized both online and offline, remaining anonymous. Simply presenting this card at any auction or trading market hosted by Wanjin Pavilion grants one the benefits of battle general status. Understood. Accepting the 2 cards, Ye Bai articulated his purpose for the visit. Are there any displacement skills or equipment suitable for lower-level mages? Indeed, the goblin assistant, quite the professional, promptly presented several items. The Gale Step skill book, upon use, enhances movement speed, and upon leveling up, it allows for a brief period of invisibility, with the first basic attack dealing critical damage. Priced at 500 gold coins, which translates to 500,000 dragon coins, this is indeed not a trifling sum. Next, please. Ye Bai disregarded the Gale Step, for he had no intention of becoming a sword saint or traversing the other world. Why would he learn Gale Step? The goblin assistant continued to describe the items. Wind Spirit Boots, which come with a movement skill that allows one to briefly gain wind wings after continuous running. Fire Leap, a skill that enables a flicker of 2 meters in a designated direction, inflicting fire damage on surrounding enemies. Listening to the goblin assistant's explanations, Ye Bai furrowed his brow slightly. None of these items resonated with him. They were not to his liking. The goblin assistant was at a loss. Low-tier mage items were scarce, having been swept clean by various families, leaving only these few meager offerings. There was one more item, a skill book applicable to all professions. Though typically learned only by warriors, the Wind Slash, which allows one to dash to an enemy's side at great speed, inflicting 65 damage with no cost and a cooldown of 0.5 seconds. Upon reaching this point, the goblin assistant found himself at a loss for words. While Wind Slash is indeed a displacement skill, it is one meant for close combat. What is paramount for a mage in battle? Distance management. It is crucial to maintain a distance from the enemy, continuously wearing them down. This principle has been distilled from countless predecessors' battle experiences. Yet the characteristics of Wind Slash completely contradict this. A mage dashing to the enemy's side? What kind of devilish maneuver is this? The enemy might as well ask, have you eaten? If not, take this massive hit before you go. Surprisingly, Ye Bai found himself intrigued. How much is this? 8,000 gold coins, but after the discount, it would be about 7,000 gold coins. You can't possibly be considering purchasing this, can you? The goblin assistant's brow furrowed, sensing that matters were not so simple. Ye Bai calmly produced 7,000 gold coins and stated, I will buy it. The goblin assistant replied, cash for goods. Transaction successful. The successful acquisition of the skill, Wind Slash, brought a satisfied nod from Ye Bai as he admired his newly learned displacement technique. For other mages, Wind Slash might be deemed utterly inconsequential, yet for Ye Bai, with his enhancements of Ready to Strike and Blessing of Lightning, both normal attacks and skills could inflict colossal damage. With Wind Slash at his disposal, Ye Bai ensured a harmonious balance between mobility and damage output. Stalwart as a mountain, swift as thunder, his strikes were lethal, allowing him to retreat swiftly over vast distances. Indeed, this was the true essence of a mage's combat style, and Ye Bai felt his avant-garde understanding was beyond reproach. Brother, how should I address you? Inquired the goblin youth after their transaction. The frequent use of brother felt somewhat awkward to both. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Bai replied, you may call me fourth brother. Very well, fourth brother. Upon exiting the trading realm, the clock struck midnight, and Ye Bai embarked once more on his journey through the Eternal Tower. Welcome to the core city of eternity, resonated a melodious notification in his ears, imbued with an ethereal essence. The core city of eternity served as a transit point and resting place for those braving the Eternal Tower. To ascend the tower, one merely needed to input the desired floor in the core to teleport there. The Eternal Tower was accessible for 6 hours each day, and patrons were advised to manage their time in the core city wisely, wishing them success in conquering the tower. Upon opening his eyes, Ye Bai found himself amidst a grand city, bustling with activity and vibrant energy. This was indeed the core city of eternity. Regardless of one's strength, be it a level 1 novice or a mighty war deity, everyone must pass through the core city to venture into the Eternal Tower. For the general populace, the core city was akin to their own trading sanctum. Without the oversight of the realm's spirits, the potential for deceit and trickery was notably increased. As Ye Bai entered the city, he was greeted by a cacophony of vendors. Special map for the first floor, only 50 copper coins. Don't miss out. For 3 silver coins. I will guide you through the first floor, money back guarantee. Silver scale chest plate, 5 gold pieces each. Over the past century, the core city of Eternity had been continuously developed and segmented into various zones. The trading zone, profession zone, combat testing zone, and team formation zone. The trading zone facilitated transactions, requiring no further elaboration. In the profession zone, one could find corresponding guilds, fostering mutual exchange among peers of the same vocation, thereby accelerating their growth and strength. The combat testing zone was a designated area established for assessing the prowess of warriors, generals, kings, and deities. After all, injuries sustained within the Eternal Tower bore no consequences in the real world. During combat assessments, even if one were gravely injured or met their demise, there would be no loss incurred. However, beginning from the general rank, the evaluation of combat strength required an assessment of achievements in the abyssal plane, rather than merely relying on superficial metrics. The 3 supreme beings established the combat tier system to cultivate true warriors capable of slaying foes on the battlefield. Exceptional blades, astonishing weapons. They sought not mere practitioners who mindlessly spam skills. Time is of the essence, and Ye Bai's plans are clear. First, he will venture into the Eternal Tower, followed by a visit to the combat testing zone to assess his battle prowess. As he speaks, he places his palm upon a nearby crystal, and with a flash of light, he officially enters the first layer of the Eternal Tower. Shortly after Ye Bai's disappearance, Zhao Lin and Lu Sueki arrive at the Eternal Core City, not far from each other. Zhao Lin. Lu Sueki raises an eyebrow, her voice tinged with anticipation. Are you with Ye Bai? No, but Ye Bai sent me some items. Zhao Lin is checking his mailbox, discovering several scrolls of uncertain rank and a puppet. Ye Bai has left a message for Zhao Lin, advising him not to use these items unless absolutely necessary. Upgrading with high-tier items could inadvertently lower his upgrade rating, thus diminishing his strength and potential. Ye Bai has merely provided these items as a precautionary measure for Zhao Lin. Oh, upon realizing Ye Bai is absent, Lu Sueki appears quite disappointed. Then, suddenly recalling something, she exclaims, "Oh, be sure to tell Ye Bai not to venture into the Wind and Thunder Valley today." Why not? Zhao Lin asks, his expression turning serious. Lu Sueki's demeanor shifts to one of gravity as she responds. The Oracle-class battle god has foreseen the monster spawn situation in the first layer of the Eternal Tower today. A special, extraordinarily powerful creature will emerge deep within the Wind and Thunder Valley. Entering recklessly would mean certain death. Is it truly that terrifying? Zhao Lin, alarmed, hastily sends the message. However, his countenance shifts as he realizes, oh no, Ye Bai won't receive the message. He has already entered the Eternal Tower. Upon entry into the Eternal Tower, the messaging function is temporarily disabled, leaving Zhao Lin unable to contact Ye Bai. Gritting her teeth, Lu Sueki presses her hand against the crystal, internally urging Ye Bai, please do not go to the Wind and Thunder Valley. Eternal Tower, first layer. Ye Bai stretches lazily, preparing to embark on his journey of exploration. His first destination, the Wind and Thunder Valley. Here I come. Chapter 20, setting off to the Wind and Thunder Valley. With a swift strike, Ye Bai moves like the wind, leaving a trail of afterimages as he appears behind a minotaur, lightly tapping its nape with his staff. 264. The minotaur collapses, transforming into specks of white light, along with a small pile of copper coins. The creatures in the first layer generally reside at level 110, far too weak for him. Defeating them yields no experience. As he speaks, Ye Bai gazes into the depths of the Wind and Thunder Valley, where the echoes of thunderous roars can be faintly heard, sending chills down one's spine. Deep within the valley, it seems a terrifying creature is being born, causing monsters to flee from their territory. Ye Bai's gros fervent. Anticipating the ensuing battle, only the formidable being within can truly warm him up. With the eye of insight active, no secret can escape Ye Bai's notice. The information regarding the Bull Demon War General unfolds before him. Bull Demon War General, a creature that should never have appeared on the first layer. Summoned by the 6th demon god of the abyss. Creature, injured Bull Demon War General. Description, severely wounded from forcibly crossing into the Eternal Tower. Its level and attributes have drastically declined. Level, 20. Health, 65,000. Attack, 21,000. Physical defense, 300. Magical defense, 9999. Skills. Remarks, this creature, bearing a special item, has been sent with the sole purpose of hindering the growth of the Shura. Special item, anti-magic disc, level increases the holder's magical defense to 9,999, rendering them immune to magical damage below 10 million, and providing a 9,099 damage reduction against magical damage above 10 million. Upon reading the introduction of the Bull Demon Warrior, Ye Bai could not help but chuckle in disbelief. It is specifically targeting me, due to the global announcement. The entire world is aware that Shura has transitioned to the class of the Heavenly Fury Mage. Naturally, the Demon Lord, intent on obstructing Shura's path to growth, has dispatched a creature that focuses on magical defense. In fact, the anti-magic disc, as a level item, is already formidable enough. It directly immunizes against magical damage below 10 million. For damage exceeding 10 million, it enjoys a minimum of 90 damage reduction. The Bull Demon Warrior, possessing the anti-magic disc, is a nightmare for mages, an absolute nemesis for Shura. For a mage to defeat the Bull Demon Warrior, they must inflict at least 10 million in magical damage in a single strike. In other words, this creature is beyond the capacity of mages to handle. They can only gather a multitude of physical damage-dealing classes, relying on their numerical advantage to wear it down gradually. This is destined to be a challenging battle. Those with lesser talents will consciously avoid it, carefully circumventing the area to avoid drawing attention. Those with greater talents will rush to the scene, eager to engage. However, they too must band together to have any hope of contending with the Bull Demon Warrior. To face it alone is to court death. Ye Bai, however, did not dwell on such matters. He preferred to act solo. Gale Slash. A gust of wind swept past as Ye Bai appeared 100 meters away, swiftly dispatching another bull-headed creature. With a cooldown of 0.5 seconds, the maximum distance of a single advance can reach 150 meters. Ye Bai was exhilarated, thoroughly satisfied with the Gale Slash. When converted to speed, the upper limit of Gale Slash is 300 meters per second, equating to 1,080 kilometers per hour. It is precisely because of this capability that Ye Bai opted for Gale Slash, and it certainly lived up to his expectations. While advancing rapidly with Gale Slash, Ye Bai did not cease to accumulate, ready to strike, his trump card against the Bull Demon Warrior. 10 million magical damage immunity? Do not underestimate me. Yesterday, the Hellhound was obliterated, enduring an astounding 10 billion in magical damage. A mere 10 million is hardly worth mentioning. Ye Bai surged forward like a tempest, creating quite a stir. Observers atop 2 highlands surrounding Wind Thunder Valley witnessed a fleeting shadow dart into the valley and immediately sent a message. Attention, attention. A lone warrior has ventured into Wind Thunder Valley. The skill Ye Bai employed for his advance was easily recognizable. Gale Slash. Only warriors would learn such a close combat advancing skill. Upon receiving the message, the members of the team remained unfazed, even displaying a hint of schadenfreude. Here comes another reckless soul. That creature was summoned by the Demon Lord. And to think one could resolve it single-handedly is utterly delusional. This is no jest. Shura is a mage, not a warrior. Outside the Wind Thunder Valley, a clearing was filled with a scattered assembly of around 100 individuals, engaged in light-hearted banter, jesting about the warriors who had just charged into the valley. The gathered group, known as the Wind Thunder Valley Squad, comprised prodigies from various regions, each possessing at least a grade talent. Jiang Yun, standing in an inconspicuous corner, surveyed the crowd with a sweeping gaze. In Nanjing City, he was a dazzling genius, the darling of his school, showered with countless resources. Yet, when viewed on a national or even global scale, his mere grade talent seemed insignificant. Beyond the skies, there are greater skies. Beyond men, there are greater men. Others boasted superior talents, better equipment, and more abundant resources. What could Jiang Yun possibly use to compete with these celestial elites? Clenching his fists, a flicker of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. He yearned to grow stronger. Everyone, pay attention. We are preparing to set off. Indeed, one must be cautious not to be outpaced by the warrior who had gone before them, which elicited laughter from the crowd, filling the air with a joyful atmosphere. The 100 talented individuals, under the guidance of a prodigy with great talent, slowly ventured deeper into the Wind Thunder Valley. Outside the valley, 2 figures emerged sequentially. Lu Sueki, I thought you said you wouldn't come to Wind Thunder Valley? Zhao Lin, trailing behind Lu Sueki, inquired with confusion. I fear that Ye Bai has already entered. Lu Sueki frowned, troubled. The map was given to him. If he has entered the Wind Thunder Valley, then have I not endangered him? This is no act of gratitude. It is a betrayal. Lu Sueki felt compelled to traverse the Wind Thunder Valley. Even if she could not find Ye Bai, she would have done her utmost. Your words are amusing. Ye Bai is your classmate, not my comrade. Zhao Lin replied lightly, though he understood the gravity of the situation. The period of weakness following death could be excruciatingly long. If they were to perish, it would mean a wasted day. Lu Sueki did not press further, but pointed to a small beast perched on her shoulder. This little creature can avert calamity and bring fortune. It will guide us along the safest paths, minimizing encounters with too many monsters. The monsters within the Wind Thunder Valley were of a high level, and aside from the small beast, others would not be easily managed by the two of them. With the guiding summoner beast, Lu Sueki felt emboldened to explore further. "Stay close to me and do not stray," she instructed firmly. "Understood." Zhao Lin nodded vigorously, urging them to set off. The two figures gradually made their way deeper into the Wind Thunder Valley. Chapter 021. That Man One-on-One. The joy of the wind slash was beyond the imagination of a mage. Ye Bai moved swiftly, relying on the wind slash, leaving behind a trail of monster corpses. These remains could serve as valuable materials, yet Ye Bai had no time to meticulously dissect them. He could not afford to waste time. The bull demon warlord awaited him. How many layers of buildup had been accumulated? Ye Bai glanced at his status bar. 30 layers? Had he been in the Eternal Tower for nearly 10 minutes? He hadn't noticed earlier that the maximum accumulation limit for the buildup was 30 while battling the Hellhound. 30 layers, or 2 to the 30th power, was sufficient for Ye Bai. One skill to conquer all, he mused, though he recognized the impracticality of such an idea. The deities learned that Shura was a mage, and thus they decided to equip their generals with a special item, Magic Suppression Disc, to counter Shura. Only by possessing comprehensive abilities can one avoid becoming a target for enemies. Relying too heavily on a single skill may allow Ye Bai to thrive and be invincible at the warrior and general level. But once it escalates to a higher echelon of combat, he would soon be targeted, restrained, or even face mortal peril. Level 30 is sufficient for now. Ye Bai gazed at the Staff of Nature in his hand. The power of nature can be upgraded 12 times, with a remarkably high ceiling. The condition for the first upgrade is to inflict 1,000,000 lightning damage. First, he must eliminate the Bull Demon General. Battling the Bull Demon General will facilitate the upgrade of the Staff of Nature and complete the exploration of the first level of the Eternal Tower, all of which are intricately connected. A gust of wind swept through, sending countless plants soaring into the air, obscuring Ye Bai's figure. He continued deeper into the Wind Thunder Valley. Just 10 miles behind him, two individuals were trudging through the valley, their bodies adorned with branches and leaves, appearing quite disheveled. They were Zhao Lin and Lu Sueki. Concerned for Ye Bai's safety, they sought to locate him within the Wind Thunder Valley. Zhao Lin, panting heavily, paused to lean against a tree. "Lu Sueki, your summoned beast is truly remarkable." The small creature perched on Lu Sueki's shoulder had chosen a path for them that evaded all living beings, though they encountered numerous monster carcasses along the way. The environment within the Wind Thunder Valley was far more dire than they had anticipated. Even without engaging in battle, every step forward proved to be exceedingly arduous. Lu Sueki crouched beside a monster's corpse, examining it closely. "How peculiar," she remarked. "What is so strange?" Zhao Lin's heart raced, fearing they might encounter something bizarre. They were there to rescue Ye Bai, not to lose their own lives. These monsters, Lu Sueki analyzed intently. The wounds suggest they were slain by a wind step slash. This means there is a genius warrior not far ahead of us. That's excellent news. Let us catch up with him and inquire if he has seen Ye Bai. Zhao Lin replied, his spirits lifting. If he hasn't seen Ye Bai, it would indicate that Ye Bai is not in the Wind Thunder Valley. Given Ye Bai's strength alone, he surely could not have advanced this far. Not necessarily. Lu Sueki maintained a furrowed brow, as if something was particularly troubling her. Deep down, she pondered that the presence of only a single wound on each monster implied that the attacker was capable of instant kills. What level of talent must one possess to slay monsters in the Wind Thunder Valley, including elite ones, in a single blow, especially at a level below 10? Lu Sueki was taken aback by her own conjectures, continuously reminding herself that there are always greater heights and superior beings. The warrior using Wind Step Slash ahead exhibited a prowess that far surpassed Jiang Yun, and even Lu Sueki's talent at this level may not be a match. Let us proceed cautiously, she urged. Lu Sueki and Zhao Lin braved the howling winds as they pressed onward, determined to catch up with the enigmatic warrior ahead. Deep within the Thunderstorm Valley, a thunderous roar suddenly reverberated through the air. The entire valley began to tremble, and the earth split open, revealing a terrifying chasm that swallowed countless stones and debris, as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. The members of the Thunderstorm Valley team, who had been advancing slowly, halted abruptly, their senses heightened as they scanned their surroundings. Each of them bore wounds, appearing even more disheveled than Lu Sueki and her companions. After all, Lu Sueki had managed to evade conflict, while the prodigies of the Thunderstorm Valley faced relentless monsters with every step they took. Noticing the disturbance from the depths of the valley, someone called out anxiously, "What is happening, Tianyin?" The youth known as Tianyin clutched his left eye in agony, a pained wail escaping his lips as black blood oozed through his fingers, an unsettling sight indeed. "My eye!" His cries sent shivers down the spines of those nearby, clearly indicating that he had suffered a grave injury. "Where's the doctor? The trained physician?" A priest rushed forward, their staff emanating a gentle white light, swiftly wrapping bandages around Tianyin's head to stabilize his condition, barely preserving his life. "Tianyin, what did you see?" The crowd encircled him, anxiously awaiting his answer. The sudden upheaval in Thunderstorm Valley posed a dire threat, and without clarity, advancing recklessly could lead to their annihilation. Gasping for breath, Tianyin stammered, I saw it awaken." "What?" The revelation struck like lightning. "Someone has awakened it before us. Who is it? Is it the second team? Damn it, we have been outpaced." The morale of Team 1 plummeted, realizing that they were not the only talented individuals summoned. Other teams approached from various directions. The fact that their rivals had managed to awaken it first implied that their overall strength surpassed theirs, increasing the likelihood of their ultimate success. At this moment, Jiang Yun stepped forward with resolute determination. "Do not be disheartened. The first to awaken will undoubtedly face greater pressure. The one who delivers the final blow will reap the richest rewards." His simple yet powerful words instantly lifted the spirits of the prodigies, pulling them from their despondence. Indeed, winning first does not guarantee victory. What if we end up annihilated? Besides, those who have played the game know that the initial 9,999 health points are merely a prelude. The true kill comes with the final strike. There is still a chance to seize victory. Well said. Let us accelerate our advance and seize the opportunity. Tianyin, is your injury serious? Can you keep up? Blood seeped through the bandages on Tianyin's head, and his vitality continued to wane. He had merely glanced from a distance and was grievously wounded. "No, Weiqi." Before he could finish his sentence, Tianyin transformed into a flash of white light. Vanishing from sight, life extinguished, death claimed him. Yet, the Thunderstorm team did not falter in the face of Tianyin's demise. Instead, their spirits soared as they pressed deeper into the valley. In the eternal core city, a flash of white light appeared, and the pallid Tianyin materialized in the street. Still shaken by the ordeal, he uttered the unfinished words, but no, it was not a mere group he awakened. That man, single-handedly roused, sought a duel. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Eye could not establish contact with his teammates, rendering him unable to convey this crucial information. Chapter 022, Strike. The Bull Demon Warlord. Deep within the Valley of Wind and Thunder, Ye Bai, wielding the forces of nature, raised his gaze slightly to behold the colossal entity before him. The Bull Demon Warlord, enshrouded in chains, emanated a formidable demonic flame. During the process of teleportation, the warlord sustained severe injuries, leading to a significant decline in both level and strength. Nevertheless, the demon suppression disc he possessed remained well guarded. This artifact was the key to restraining the Azura and represented the warlord's greatest reliance for this endeavor. Upon entering the first layer, he immediately succumbed to slumber, striving to restore his power in preparation for the impending great battle. The arrival of Ye Bai stirred the Bull Demon Warlord from his rest. "You, weakling, have disturbed my slumber. You shall pay a blood price for this transgression." He roared in fury, struggling violently. With each convulsion, chains fell away, crashing to the ground and raising clouds of dust. "Ah, how eloquently you speak," Ye Bai remarked, standing at a suitably safe distance. Some of the chains binding the warlord were illusions conjured by the Eternal Tower's rules. Should Ye Bai strike now, the majority of the damage would be absorbed by the chains, inadvertently assisting the warlord in breaking free from his confinement. Dragon tail, neck tendons, spoon handles, 5 flower toes. 3 flower toes, spoon tendons. Oh, how delectable. Perhaps I shall feast on hot pot for breakfast tomorrow. Ye Bai's soliloquy evidently reached the ears of the Bull Demon Warlord, igniting his wrath anew. "Aunt, what do you take me for? Spicy hot pot, extra spicy, no goji berries." The warlord bellowed as he exerted tremendous force outward, shattering the chains binding his wrists, his surging aura startling a multitude of birds into flight. With the awakening of the Bull Demon Warlord, the entire Valley of Wind and Thunder trembled. "I am the second vice commander of the Blood-Dyed Legion under the 6th Demon God, a formidable presence surpassing level 200. One who has even slain your human warriors. What? Has my intimidation rendered you speechless?" The warlord gazed down at Ye Bai, his eyes brimming with mockery. The first layer of the Eternal Tower could only accommodate human players of level 10, posing no threat to him whatsoever. Under the warlord's scrutiny, Ye Bai abruptly broke his silence. Originally, I intended to leave your corpse intact. A roasted bull seems appealing as well. However, now, I shall claim your head. Oh, such arrogance. The bull, demon warlord, initially taken aback by Ye Bai's words, erupted into a series of derisive laughs, his voice brimming with arrogance. If a human legion were present, I might have hesitated. But you? Are you Azura? At the mention of Azura, even the usually arrogant bull demon warlord exhibited a flicker of trepidation in his gaze. To think one could stand against an Azura was sheer folly. The humans could not produce a fourth supreme being. In response to the warlord's provocation, Ye Bai slowly replied, "Whether I am an Azura is of no consequence." Ye Bai raised his staff and pointed forward. "You need only to know that today marks your demise." Annihilation, as the dialogue between the two unfolded. The chains encasing the bull demon general began to fall away, rendering them nearly ornamental. Ye Bai engaged in conversation solely to buy time. "I await the expiration of the eternal rules. What do you await? Death? Lightning arrow, with 30 layers of buildup and 100 billion-fold enhancement. A colossal lightning arrow materialized in the sky. Bull demon general, you dare to call this mountain-sized entity a lightning arrow? Have you misapprehended the essence of an arrow?" In an instant, the immense lightning arrow engulfed the bull demon general's form, the terrifying impact resonating throughout his being, obliterating everything in its path. No, a scream of utter despair, unable to escape his throat. Time around the bull demon general seemed to slow to a crawl, bringing an acute clarity and anguish as he felt himself being gradually extinguished. Impossible. This cannot be. An overwhelming torrent of questions surged within his chest, devoid of answers. His gaze fixed upon Ye Bai, brimming with a tumult of emotions. Resentment, fury, confusion, bewilderment, and terror. His eyes widened as if a realization dawned upon him. Alas, it was too late. He was already dead. In the final moments of life, the bull demon general contemplated a singular possibility, the only explanation for the events unfolding before him. You are. The horrific damage, along with his very soul, was obliterated, preventing him from transmitting any information. Ye Bai honored his promise, regulating the damage of the lightning arrow, annihilating most of the bull demon general's body, leaving only a fragment of the torso and a head. Boom! After the devastating lightning arrow struck down the bull demon general, it crashed into the valley floor, creating a vast crater, followed by a series of explosive sounds. Boom! A wave of heat surged upward, accompanied by a pungent scent of sulfur, as molten lava erupted from the depths. Ah, surely this does not count as vandalism? Ye Bai was taken aback by the sheer power of the lightning arrow that struck the ground. This place is no longer safe. Ye Bai dashed to the remnants of the bull demon general, first securing the enormous head into his spatial backpack. The bull demon general's immense size was evident. With his pupils alone towering over Ye Bai, the entire head lay flat on the ground, exuding an aura more imposing than a 3-story building. Having secured the head, Ye Bai rummaged through the debris and grasped a bluish glowing disc in his hand. The magic suppression disc. Ye Bai's eyes brightened. He hadn't expected this item to remain intact. It seemed to have sustained minimal damage, a special grade artifact, which he decided to stow away for now. Casting his gaze across the battlefield, he noted that the remaining items were of little value, with lava continuously bubbling forth. The preceding battle had generated considerable noise, surely attracting many onlookers. Time to leave. Having vanquished the bull demon general and achieved extraordinary damage, Ye Bai's natural power had also advanced. His objectives for this venture were effectively fulfilled. There was no need to linger in this perilous place. The 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is the wisest course. A bird soared through the sky, seeking to escape the valley of wind and thunder. With a swift kick of the wind, Ye Bai appeared atop the bird's back, lightly launching himself into the air. The bird mused, "I may not be human, but you certainly are." Ye Bai awakened the bull demon general, and after an exchange of words between the two, he ultimately vanquished the bull demon general. This seemingly intricate process took less than a minute. Once Ye Bai departed the battlefield, magma surged forth, engulfing the remnants of the previous conflict. 10 minutes later, 2 disheveled figures emerged at the edge of the battlefield, their hearts still racing as they surveyed the scene. Zhao Lin, covering his mouth and nose, bore a ghastly expression, coughing as he inquired, "Lu Sweki, have you led us to the volcano? Were we not in the valley of wind and thunder?" The oppressive heat and acrid air rendered Lu Sweki equally uncomfortable, her face flushed as if intoxicated. She coughed a couple of times, her eyes filled with confusion. Wait, let me check my location. Lu Sueki unfurled a scroll, revealing a coordinate before them. Her complexion instantly drained of color, as pale as a freshly painted wall. Zhao Lin rubbed his eyes, unable to decipher the coordinates, and asked, "What is wrong?" Lu Sueki's voice trembled slightly as she incredulously replied, "We are at the very depths of the Valley of Wind and Thunder, the place where the general-level monsters descend." What? Chapter 023. Unfortunately, Zhao Lin was unlearned. This is indeed the place of descent. Lu Sueki, devoid of color, gazed around in despair. She never anticipated that they had ventured so deep, reaching the innermost part of the Valley of Wind and Thunder. Zhao Lin muttered to himself while scanning the surroundings, eager to gather as much information as possible before their demise. If circumstances allowed, he might even wish to retrieve his phone for a commemorative photo. "What are you doing?" Lu Sueki noticed Zhao Lin scribbling in the dirt with a stick and curiously inquired. "I'm writing Zhao Lin was here as a keepsake." Zhao Lin replied with confidence. "Oh, something's here." The stick prodded a hard object. Beneath the soft soil, a secret seemed to lie hidden. Zhao Lin used his hands to excavate the earth, unearthing a piece of something dark and mysterious. "What is this?" A lump of charred material rested in Zhao Lin's palm. Lu Sueki, intrigued, analyzed. "It appears to have been struck by lightning. It's soft, unlike wood could be steak." Zhao Lin peeled away the outer layer of charred crust, discovering that it was indeed well-cooked beef, exclaiming, "How fragrant!" The golden brown meat emitted an enticing aroma, causing Zhao Lin's throat to swallow involuntarily. Lu Sueki frowned, a hint of disdain in her voice. "You're not actually going to eat that, are you?" "I chose the chef as my profession," Zhao Lin asserted. "Let me tell you, high-tier monsters are treasures in themselves. Even a mere piece of meat could enhance one's attributes." As he spoke, Zhao Lin took out a silver knife and fork, slicing a small piece of meat. With determination, he closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and stuffed the meat into his mouth, chewing heartily. "So delicious," gulped Zhao Lin. The beef, melting in the mouth, well-cooked, exuding a rich flavor, made Zhao Lin abruptly open his eyes, exclaiming in excitement, "What the hell?" Unfortunately, Zhao Lin's lack of education meant that he could only resort to such expressions in moments of astonishment. "What happened?" he asked. "I just gained 2 points in strength." Zhao Lin was overwhelmed with exhilaration, his gaze intensely fixed on the beef, for it was undoubtedly the flesh of a monster of warlord caliber, capable of yielding such astonishing effects. Upon hearing this, Lu Sueki was initially taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, exclaiming, "That must be special meat." Without further ado, Zhao Lin began to search fervently for more of this extraordinary beef. Before long, he discovered 2 more steaks, typical in size. Lu Sueki assisted him, and with the help of their summoned beasts, they uncovered 6 more pieces of beef, perfectly succulent beneath a charred exterior. Their haul was indeed substantial. After clearing the battlefield, Zhao Lin divided the beef into 3 portions, turning to Lu Sueki. "This is your share." Lu Sueki, with a hint of disdain, declined, saying, "I'll pass. You can get my share to Ye Bai." That would be rather embarrassing, he thought, for he had no desire to scavenge for food on the ground. Yet the allure of the beef was too irresistible. Consuming it could potentially enhance one's attributes. Once they had gathered their spoils, Zhao Lin pondered the most pressing question. "Where's the monster's meat?" It perished. Lu Sueki's complexion regained some color. After all, she was the granddaughter of the warlord, having grown up beside him, and her exposure to myriad secrets far surpassed Zhao Lin's understanding. "Look, there are numerous shattered chains in the center of the battlefield. I suspect they were transformed by the eternal rules." "Oh!" Zhao Lin nodded slightly, feigning comprehension with a look of "I see now." In truth, he grasped little of it. Observe the marks left by lightning strikes. They are clearly not the result of mere spellcasting. To unleash such terrifying power, one must possess the might of a warlord. Lu Sueki asserted confidently. This was an enforced descent. The demon lord paid a hefty price, yet still fell victim to the eternal rules, leading to a failed descent and subsequent annihilation. The punishment of lightning, at times, symbolizes divine retribution. The traces of battle from a warlord are not feats achievable by novices, not even by the likes of Shura. Lu Sueki's analysis was thorough, logical, and convincingly articulated. "That makes sense. So what do we do now?" Zhao Lin shrugged his shoulders. Having been obliterated by the eternal rules, the Valley of Wind and Thunder was rendered safe. Yet they had not found Ye Bai. It was only at this moment that Lu Sueki felt a sense of relief. Since the creature was dead, it meant Ye Bai was no longer at risk. Do not disclose your findings about the beef to anyone. Its worth is difficult to ascertain. Just consume it yourself. Understood. As they had encountered no battles on their way, the monsters of the Valley of Wind and Thunder, driven by the descent, were frantically fleeing their territories. When they finally made their exit, the path remained clear and unobstructed. Approximately 15 minutes after their departure, a group resembling wild men shattered the tranquility deep within the Valley of Wind and Thunder. It was only then that the talented individuals from the valley arrived, albeit belatedly. Upon witnessing the utterly chaotic scene before him, the crowd erupted in exclamations. Where did all this lava on the ground come from? Look, the chains of the eternal rule. Could it be that the prodigies here are not lacking in descendants of war kings and war gods, their vision rivaling that of Lu Sueki? Judging by the various signs on the battlefield, they quickly arrived at the same conclusion as Lu Sueki. How infuriating to have been exterminated by the eternal rule. Arriving late is truly regrettable. Everyone began searching around, hoping to find any remnants. Even a piece of flesh would be worth its weight in gold. The talented individuals from Wind Thunder Valley, filled with hope, ultimately found themselves empty-handed. Under the immense weight of disappointment, they hung their heads low, scouring the battlefield. What is this? Jiang Yun looked down and unexpectedly discovered a crooked line of writing on the ground. As he discerned the content, his expression shifted drastically. The inscription read, Zhao Lin was here. How could Zhao Lin possibly be here? Could it be a coincidence of names? In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Jiang Yun's mind, leaving him particularly perturbed. As a favored child of heaven, he had exerted immense effort, traversing mountains and rivers, overcoming numerous obstacles, only to arrive at the depths of Wind Thunder Valley. Little did he know, a classmate whom he had disregarded had arrived at the finish line long before him, even taking the leisure to leave a note. In this stark comparison, the true fool was none other than Jiang Yun himself. His face flushed with a mix of red and white, his emotions tumultuous, unable to find calm. Jiang Yun, what have you discovered? In nothing. Saying this, Jiang Yun swiftly wiped away Zhao Lin's inscription from the ground with the tip of his foot. Yet, deep within, he incessantly pondered a name. Zhao Lin, Zhao Lin. What secrets are you concealing? Chapter 024. The Bountiful Rewards of Slaying. With a swish, a figure descended from the heavens, startling the birds in the tranquil forest. Ye Bai gracefully landed, stepping onto the thick layer of leaves, feeling their soft texture beneath his feet. This place should be safe now. Ye Bai sitirichit lazili, beginning to sort through the spoils of his recent venture. After vanquishing the Bull Demon War General, there were no threats to Ye Bai in the first level of the Eternal Tower. Even without utilizing skills, relying solely on basic attacks, he could effortlessly defeat monsters. A blue disc materialized in the palm of Ye Bai's hand, representing the most significant reward from his encounter with the Bull Demon War General, the Magic Nullification Disc. Special item, Magic Nullification Disc, Grade, Level, Completeness, 748. Requirements, 20, Bull Demon Bloodline. Effect, the holder is immune to magic damage below 10 million and enjoys substantial damage reduction against magic damage exceeding 10 million. Note, the Magic Nullification Disc can be shattered to completely negate the next instance of magic damage endured, below the War God tier. Upon discerning the effects of the Magic Nullification Disc, Ye Bai couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment, remarking, I knew it. These demon gods are not from a logistics background. How could they kindly provide me with items? Even the special items allocated for the Bull Demon War General come with holding conditions that I simply cannot meet. In truth, it was not entirely unusable. If the Magic Suppression Disc is regarded as a one-time consumable, its potency is indeed formidable. It can completely negate magical damage from foes below the God of War tier, effectively granting Ye Bai an additional life in critical moments. However, for Ye Bai, treating such a high-tier item as a disposable resource is undeniably extravagant. The two prerequisites for utilizing the Magic Suppression Disc, namely reaching level 20 and possessing the Bull Demon Bloodline, remain a significant hurdle for him. Ye Bai is currently only at level 10 and cannot make use of it for the time being. This predicament is not overly concerning, as Ye Bai will soon surpass level 20, a feat well within his capabilities. The true challenge lies in the bloodline requirement. As an unequivocal human, Ye Bai has no connection to the Bull Demon bloodline, and thus cannot wield the Magic Suppression Disc to enjoy its considerable magical immunity. Leaving it to languish in his backpack, Ye Bai reassures himself that having it is better than not. After all, it is a special item of high caliber, with nearly 75 completeness. Should Ye Bai choose to sell it at the All Things Pavilion, it could fetch at least 1 million gold coins. Yet, once he decides to part with the Magic Suppression Disc, This rare and unique item may easily evoke associations with the Bull Demon General that recently descended. It wouldn't be difficult to surmise that the Bull Demon General met his demise at the hands of the seller. At that point, there would undoubtedly be those who would trace the line back, and should Ye Bai find himself in the spotlight, it could lead to unnecessary complications. He knows well that a fallen genius is worth little. Only by realizing the potential of his high-tier talent can he earn the right to stand center stage and engage in battle. Until then, the path to enhancing his strength is the rightful course. Stowing away the magic suppression disc, Ye Bai gazes at the large bull head occupying nearly all the space in his backpack. The lifeless bull, with its eyes fixed upon Ye Bai, silently accuses him of cruelty. Alas, within the Eternal Tower, levels and breakthroughs are interconnected. Even if he were to defeat the Bull Demon General, he would still be unable to gain experience and level up. However, there are still benefits to consider. Ye Bai cannot afford to engage in a losing venture. Firstly, the rewards from defeating the Bull Demon General are entirely converted into attributes. The Eternal Tower grants Ye Bai a total of 100 to all attributes and an increase in luck by 1. Ye Bai did not anticipate that slaying the Bull Demon General would enhance his luck attribute. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he analyzes that the general's arrival constituted a disruption to the rules of the Eternal Tower, which is precisely why he was grievously injured and bound by the eternal laws. By vanquishing the Bull Demon General, Ye Bai has ostensibly preserved the integrity of the Eternal Tower's rules, thus justifying the attribute rewards. Ye Bai can only wish for more. He has always prided himself on fairness and justice, never one to obstruct others. In addition to the attribute rewards, after defeating the Bull Demon General, the exploration rate of the first level of the Eternal Tower skyrocketed to 65. This rate of progress far exceeds Ye Bai's expectations. It seems he will have ample time today to participate in the warrior testing. Ye Bai has not forgotten his plans, having tallied his gains. It is now time for him to enhance his exploration rate. The advancement of the natural force has been completed, and he hopes it will not disappoint. Ye Bai summoned the power of nature, casting his gaze downward. The staggering damage of 10 billion inflicted upon the Bull Demon General fulfilled the hidden advancement requirements of the power of nature, resulting in an automatic evolution. The staff, originally measuring 1.2 meters, seemed to grow heavier after the evolution, now weighing nearly 20 pounds. With a strength attribute soaring to 300, this weight posed no challenge for Ye Bai. For other mages, merely wielding the power of nature would likely be a considerable strain, let alone casting spells or engaging in high-speed combat. As Ye Bai's gaze settled, the information regarding the power of nature became fully revealed. Equipment, power of nature, 10. Grade, level, attributes, intelligence 40, spirit 30. Affixes, heavenly punishment, grants the wielder a 15 increase in lightning damage dealt, while reducing the lightning damage received by 5. Shields from wood-based skills provide healing of 15. Twinborn, when casting lightning-based skills, there is a 1 chance to simultaneously release a wood-based skill, and vice versa. Thunderstorm, when unleashing lightning-based skills, there is a 0.01 chance to deal double damage. Advancement affix, to the end of annihilation, defeat 1.000 units above the wielder's level using lightning damage, 0.1000. Advancement count, 11. Already advanced. 1. The power of nature originally possessed 3 affixes. Following the completion of the advancement, the previous affix was refreshed to the end of annihilation. The condition of defeating 1.000 units above one's level was not particularly arduous, even quite simple. The effects of the affixes, Heavenly Punishment and Twinborn, have both received minor enhancements. Notably, Heavenly Punishment not only inflicts greater damage, but also bears a reduced drawback. The newly added affix, Thunderstorm, proved to be the most valuable, with a 1 in 10,000 chance of inflicting double damage. As Ye Bai contemplated Thunderstorm, his admiration grew. He felt a rush akin to a heart attack. Statistically, the expected benefit of Thunderstorm may not seem substantial. After casting 10,000 times, triggering it just once would merely result in double damage. However, the power of nature still possesses 11 opportunities for advancement, enhancing all affixes upon each evolution. This implies that as time progresses, both the probability and damage of Thunderstorm would witness significant improvements. Its potential is worthy of Ye Bai's trust. The 80,000 gold spent was indeed worth it. Ye Bai beamed with joy, feeling that this expenditure was exceedingly worthwhile. If he were to place power of nature in the pavilion of all things right now, even without disclosing the advancement conditions, he could effortlessly sell it for over 300,000 gold. stowing away the power of nature. Ye Bai casually opened his attribute panel. Eternal, Azura. Talent, I have insight level. Level 10. Class, Thunder Mage, Lightning. Experience, 4,600, 4,600. Health, 3,100, 3,100. Strength, 226, 100. Intelligence, 245, 40. Spirit, 235, 30. Agility, 224. Constitution, 231, 100. Luck, 12. Equipment, Power of Nature, 1. Skills, Lightning Arrow, Thunder Blessing, Ready to Strike, Heavenly Thunder. Status, Affinity for Thunder, Specialization in Thunder. All 5 attributes exceed 200. Currently, Ye Bai could pass the first-tier warrior test with his eyes closed. With a sigh, the attribute panel gradually faded, and Ye Bai stretched lazily, gazing at the dense forest, filled with vigor. First, he aimed to elevate the exploration rate of the first layer to 100. Charge forward. Chapter 025. Level completion. 100 exploration. Wind slash. A cold gleam flashed as Ye Bai effortlessly dispatched a ghostly ape, retracting his hand with ease. The exploration rate had already reached 80. Thanks to the Bull Demon War General, the initial exploration rate of the first layer was at 65, significantly accelerating Ye Bai's exploration speed. Once the exploration rate hit 100, he could summon the Eternal Core Crystal and conclude the level. With this thought, Ye Bai slightly raised his head and gazed at the sky. The Eternal Tower. Each layer a small world unto itself. How tall is the Eternal Tower? 1,000 layers? 10,000 layers? No one knows the answer. For a century, even the mightiest of the human race has never completed the Eternal Tower. Nevertheless, regardless of the uncertainties, the road lies beneath one's feet. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and a towering mountain starts from a speck of dust. Wind slash. Ye Bai once again sliced through the cold light, advancing resolutely. Tonight, he was the most dazzling figure on the first layer. Zhao Lin, we will soon part ways for leveling up. There are some matters I need to discuss with you. 2 dust-covered individuals emerged from Wind and Thunder Valley. Even amidst the grime, one could vaguely discern Lu Sueki's exquisite features as she spoke earnestly about the exploration rate of the Eternal Tower. Exploration rate? Zhao Lin blinked, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Yes, once you've heard it, remember to cough and mention it to Ye Bai as well. At the mention of Ye Bai, Lu Sueki's expression grew somewhat awkward, but the dust on her face obscured any clear view. You say, I will jot this down. Zhao Lin produced paper and pen, ready to highlight the key points. Lu Sueki took 5 minutes to explain the significance and importance of the exploration rate to Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin attempted to summarize. So you mean to say, the higher this value, the better? Precisely. You possess a tier talent. I recall Ye Bai registered a tier talent as well, correct? Yes. Zhao Lin nodded, affirming the truth of her statement. After a talent awakens, a teacher is specifically assigned to register and report it. Lower-tier talents are not classified as confidential, falling into a semi-public category. Based on past experience, achieving an exploration rate of 30 for tier talents is quite challenging. Upon completing these tasks, you can strive for the next layer. Lu Sueki handed him a list of tasks, requiring him to traverse numerous locations and slay hundreds of monsters, leaving Zhao Lin feeling overwhelmed. If 30 is this troublesome, then what about 100? As a renowned underachiever, Zhao Lin also harbored the heart of a scholar, eager to glimpse what a perfect score might entail. I do not know. Lu Sueki shook her head, candidly admitting, you are aware, though my grandfather is a war king, he keeps overly confidential matters from me, and moreover, achieving an exploration rate of 100 is exceedingly difficult. Even the legendary Azura might not attain it. Surely that cannot be the case. I have come across discussions online suggesting that the Azura is an ultimate seed of strength. Zhao Lin was taken aback, astonished at the difficulty of achieving a perfect score. It is said that in the past, there were whispers. Perhaps it is best that you remain unaware of them. I cannot ascertain their authenticity. Lu Sueki refrained from speaking, as rumors circulated about a formidable individual who failed to complete the exploration with a score of 100. This incident became a source of ridicule in certain circles for an extended period. However, rumors are merely whispers, lacking official validation, so one must exercise caution in their dissemination. By the way, my grandfather once mentioned that if someone were to achieve a perfect exploration score, unexpected fortuitous events would ensue. Oh, what sort of fortuitous events? His words were rather vague, suggesting that once an individual conquers the challenge with a score of 100, all dormant existences would awaken. Ancient monsters, long absent from the world, would emerge collectively, heralding a tumultuous era of strife and contention. It sounds remarkably grand. Is it truly so mystical? Zhao Lin was captivated by the words of the War King, hesitant to question his assertions, and could only express admiration with a 666 from the sidelines. Well, it is getting late. You should proceed with your leveling up. The two parted ways. Lu Sueki had a frail golden canary perched on her shoulder, appearing pitiful and harmless. Once Zhao Lin's figure was no longer visible, Lu Sueki gave a slight shake of her shoulder, and the canary transformed into a majestic golden roc, soaring with a fierce roar. Under the onslaught of the golden roc, monsters fell one after another, devoid of any power to resist. Wherever the golden radiance reached, not a blade of grass remained. Only desolation prevailed. Lu Sueki's level was rapidly ascending. She needed to grow stronger swiftly. The mysterious warrior wielding the wind slash had left an indelible impression on her. Even an ordinary mysterious powerhouse surpassed her greatly, let alone the legendary Azura. Lu Sueki gripped her staff tightly, her gaze resolute. Strength, strength, and more strength. To catch up with her peers, to pursue the legendary Azura, and to repay Ye Bai's kindness. Upon thinking of Ye Bai, the frostiness of Lu Sueki's expression showed signs of thawing. Regardless of the circumstances, becoming stronger was the right path. I possess exceptional talent. I should attempt to challenge the 70 exploration score, something my grandfather could not achieve in his time. Lu Sueki's gaze was steadfast, brimming with determination. Finally achieving a score of 100, channeling the forces of nature into the ground. Ye Bai scooped up a handful of clear water, washing his face and shaking off the leaves and feathers that clung to him. 2 hours and 40 minutes. Significantly shorter than I had anticipated. All right, it is time to advance to the next level. Withdrawing the forces of nature, Ye Bai summoned the eternal core crystal. Placing his palm upon it, at the base of the diamond-shaped crystal, golden liquid began to rise, swiftly filling the entire crystal. Congratulations on completing the first trial of the Eternal Tower. Calculating exploration score. Exploration score, 100, completion rating, level. The Eternal Blessing is now in effect. Completion rating automatically upgraded by 1. After a brief silence, a melodious notification chimed in Ye Bai's ears once more. Congratulations on completing the first level of the Eternal Tower. Final rating, level. Meanwhile, all players within the Eternal Tower, including the formidable beings of the Eternal Core City, simultaneously heard an announcement. Congratulations to player Shura for achieving a first-level evaluation clearance. Shura has cleared it. Initially, there was a mix of chatter on the public channel. Soon, someone discerned the nuance. Shura has achieved a level clearance, not merely a stage clearance. My heavens, there is an additional one. Could the Eternal Tower have made an error? Quickly summon the Supreme Being, Nightmare. At this moment, the entire world erupted with excitement due to this announcement. In the annals of human history, the first level clearance has been born. Chapter 026, Donning the Resurrection Armor. 100 exploration points. Level clearance. In the wake of this extraordinary occurrence, Shura danced amidst the knowledge-blind spots of all. Even the elder powerhouses who once followed the Supreme Beings had never witnessed such a spectacle. Level? Where did that extra one come from? Before they could recover from their astonishment, a new server-wide announcement spread. Player Shura has achieved the first level clearance, rewarding all human players of the Eternal Tower with Guardian Angel. Limited time, overall enhancement, increasing all attributes of the Eternal Tower's human players by 15, lasting for 3 hours. Limited time, focus defense, reducing damage taken by Eternal Tower's human players by 20, lasting for 3 hours. Guardian Angel. Upon death within the Eternal Tower, players receive 1 chance for full health and mana revival at their original location, clearing all negative effects while retaining half of their resources, lasting indefinitely until used. This time, the public channel of the Eternal Tower exploded, with countless messages scrolling by, rallying in support of Shura. Unbelievable. With this revival opportunity, I can push forward another level. I've been stuck at level 29 for 30 years. Today I shall show you what a fist the size of Cauldron looks like. Madness, utter madness. A war god has emerged in the imperial capital. Overall enhancement and focused defense hold profound significance for many warriors and generals who have been stuck at the threshold for years. Sometimes, a mere nudge at the finish line can lead to a qualitative leap. For kings and war gods, the utmost value lies in Guardian Angel. The rest, they are accustomed to. They have experienced the era of the Supreme rise before. Only this Guardian Angel is an absolute trump card for them. The best choice for breaking through the Eternal Tower. For them, A chance for a full health revival at their original location is exceedingly precious. Shura's level clearance and the unprecedented rewards from the Eternal Tower were like a stone cast into the heart of a lake, instantly stirring up tremendous waves. In the Imperial capital, a middle-aged man clad in black with golden trim, exuding a dignified presence, had just received news of Shura's latest achievement. He swiftly approached a grand foam mountain, a renowned landmark of the Imperial capital. It is said to house the remains of a celestial war god, who fought against the demon god to a standstill and followed supreme beings to conquer countless mid-tier realms. The man in black lit incense, muttered a few prayers, and bowed repeatedly before placing the incense into the ground. A minute later, the entire foam mountain began to tremble violently, splitting open a fissure. The ominous black coffin, exuding an aura of boundless malice, began to levitate slowly from the ground as a raspy, aged voice emanated from within. Is what you say true? I dare not deceive my forebears. The coffin trembled, and bloodstains began to seep from its surface. This is blood and sweat, blood and tears. The ancient voice, akin to two pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other, was dreadfully grating yet erupted in raucous laughter, exuding an air of unrestrained delight. Ha ha ha! Our human race. A grand resurgence awaits, empowered by the Azura. Kill, slay, annihilate that wretched horde. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Demon scoundrels, return my brothers' lives. D. The figure within the black coffin seemed to be in a haze, rambling incoherently for a moment before gradually settling into calmness. He spoke slowly. The guardian angel is indeed formidable. Even an ordinary war god, harnessing its power, has a chance to advance a step. Yet, it is ineffective against me. The revelations from the individual within the coffin hinted at earth-shattering secrets. He traversed the Eternal Tower, even compelling supreme beings to escort him. Such treatment was unattainable for an ordinary war god. The once illustrious celestial war god, it turned out, had merely feigned death. A breath still lingered. With a sigh, the voice reflected on the fleeting nature of fervor. Each time I awaken, I edge closer to death. Should I perish, the delicate balance of power between humanity and the abyssal realm will shatter. What will transpire then, need I remind you? The middle-aged man in black, bowing deeply, responded with utmost reverence, understanding the gravity of the situation. With a resounding rumble, the black coffin descended, blood and tears trickling down. One drop of blood tear fell from the coffin, landing upon the soil. Instantly, trees surged forth, branches sprawling, iron trees blossoming, a myriad of vibrant colors competing for attention, creating a scene brimming with vitality and exuberance. In a fleeting moment, the world transformed. Moreover, this terrifying power reverberated across the imperial capital, emanating in all directions. That night, the capital flourished in a riot of colors, celebrating the Azura. Yet, the origin of it all was merely a single tear from a certain existence. Such disturbances resonated not just in the capital, but across the nation and even the globe. The long-dormant war kings and war gods emerged from their seclusion. With the guardian angel at their disposal, they seized the opportunity to challenge even greater heights. Even in failure, they would not be disheartened. They understood that with the rise of the Azura, a new era of supremacy was imminent. This era of supremacy would not only herald the rise of countless newcomers and prodigies, but also present a golden opportunity for those like themselves to rejuvenate. Should they miss the chance of the Azura, no one could predict when the next seed of supremacy would emerge. In an instant, the tides shifted, and dragons and tigers emerged. Even the Defense Command had not anticipated the magnitude of the Azura's upheaval, convening meetings overnight to discuss pertinent matters. At the heart of this storm, Ye Bai, the Azura himself, was leisurely strolling through the Eternal Core City. Why is there no one on the streets? Ye Bai mused curiously, observing the once bustling trading area, now desolate. Many shops and stalls had chosen to close their doors. Master, why aren't you working? Ye Bai inquired of an employee shutting a store, his curiosity piqued. Work? What nonsense! The employee secured the door panel and, with great enthusiasm, exclaimed, Did you not hear the server-wide announcement? Tonight, attributes and defenses will be universally enhanced, along with the guardian angel. If you do not seize the moment to conquer the challenges and remain here at work, what future do you foresee? Working 996 hours a week offers little promise. Hiss. His words were indeed compelling, leaving Ye Bai momentarily speechless. My friend, heed my advice, hurry and tackle those challenges. This opportunity is one to be grasped. Be sure to express your gratitude to Azura. The young man dashed away, even reminding Ye Bai to strive harder. Tonight is undoubtedly the optimal time for leveling up. Ye Bai chuckled silently. While these enhancements were undeniably powerful, their impact on him was rather limited. The rewards bestowed upon him upon clearing levels would not benefit him alone, but rather provide rewards to all players of the human race across the server. In other words, it could be said that Ye Bai, through his own efforts, had bestowed resurrection armor upon all players in the server. Thinking of it this way, one could say he was indeed a benefactor. As he strolled along the deserted street, humming a tune, Ye Bai leisurely made his way to the combat power testing area. Let's see what tier of warrior I currently embody. Chapter 027, Warrior Testing. In the Eternal Core City, within the combat power testing area, Ye Bai entered the hall and surveyed his surroundings. The usually bustling space felt exceptionally vacant. Naturally, with everyone preoccupied scaling the Eternal Tower, there was no urgency for combat power testing. Ye Bai observed that even the staff were no exception. Many service windows displayed red lights, indicating service paused. The personnel had all taken leave to pursue further advancements in the Eternal Tower. Please check in at the self-service machine and collect a queue number. Following the prompt, Ye Bai located a machine. The information required was quite simple. Level, profession, Eternal Tower floor. Even when combined, these details could not pinpoint Ye Bai's identity. Clearly, to conceal Azura's identity, the Defense Headquarters had undertaken extensive measures. Moreover, this was the Eternal Core City. In the absence of the Eternal, it was impossible to trace Ye Bai. Have you ever participated in a combat power test? No. Your test will commence from Warrior Tier 1, sequence number 319. Please queue at window number 3. A blank sheet printed with the sequence number was ejected from the machine and retrieved by Ye Bai. Why are there so many people at window number 3? In the entire hall, only 23 windows were operational, and naturally, all those participating in the combat power test congregated together. Ye Bai was taken aback to find there were dozens of individuals ahead of him, forming a long line. At this rate, even if each person took 5 minutes, he would have to wait several hours. Ye Bai furrowed his brow, perplexed. Why are they not leveling up in the Eternal Tower, but instead at this combat power test? Among the crowd, Ye Bai spotted a familiar face, Jiang Yun. Above Jiang Yun's head floated a note. The unfortunate soul who was drowned by a volcanic eruption. As for the culprit, well, cough cough. Ye Bai could no longer contain himself. Being drowned by lava was indeed a rather humiliating fate. As Ye Bai noticed Jiang Yun, the latter also recognized him. Ye Bai, what brings you here? Jiang Yun glanced over with a hint of confusion and asked, could it be that you also ventured into the Wind and Thunder Valley? Well, I suppose so. I did go to the Wind and Thunder Valley, Ye Bai replied earnestly. Jiang Yun clearly misunderstood, believing that Ye Bai had also fallen victim to the magma or monsters, and he sighed. Alas, such unfortunate luck. If only I had died a little later, I wouldn't have had to endure this period of weakness. The rules of the Eternal Tower are quite rigorous. After clearing the Azura level, all of humanity within the Eternal Tower gains various powerful abilities. However, prior to that, players who die still face the penalty of weakness. Now I understand, Ye Bai nodded, realizing why Jiang Yun and the others were present here. After their demise in the Wind and Thunder Valley, they had succumbed to a prolonged phase of weakness. Initially, Jiang Yun and his companions had been wandering the trading area in hopes of seizing an opportunity, but unexpectedly, after a series of misfortunes, everyone else had fled, leaving these unfortunate few idling in the Eternal Core City. Eventually, someone suggested they visit the combat testing zone to participate in the warrior assessment. They merely intended to broaden their horizons, not genuinely hoping to pass the test. The difficulty of the warrior assessment is so daunting that many level 30 seniors struggle to succeed, while only those of higher levels can aspire to become first-tier warriors. Even the most talented individuals, often possessing extraordinary abilities, typically require level 20 to pass. If anyone were to succeed in the warrior assessment now, they would be capable of contending with the Azuras. As they waited in line, they engaged in casual conversation. Jiang Yun merely greeted Ye Bai upon seeing him, but did not pursue further dialogue. After a few minutes of waiting without any progress in the line, Ye Bai remarked, I'll check ahead, with a VIP card from the All Things Pavilion granting him the rank of a battle general. He hoped to save considerable time in the queue if he could utilize it. Jiang Yun cast a glance at Ye Bai's retreating figure, choosing not to say much more. Today, it seemed that Lu Sueki had some involvement with this fellow, yet Jiang Yun felt no concern. He did not perceive Ye Bai as a threat. After all, he was of the highest talent. Suddenly, a thief known as Tian Yin inquired, Jiang Yun, what is your classmate's profession? As for Ye Bai, I'm not certain, Jiang Yun replied casually. I was never really acquainted with him. Among so many in our class, I suppose only Zhao Lin and Ye Bai share a closer bond. I'll check the database for you. At Nanjing number 3 High School. Ye Bai's a mage. Tianyin, why are you interested in this? A few of the talented individuals expressed curiosity. Since Tianyin's talent was in identification, they speculated that he might discern Ye Bai's exceptional nature. A mage, not a warrior, Tianyin muttered. It's nothing. I must have misjudged. I thought he was. Previously, Tianyin had utilized his talent to probe the depths of the Wind and Thunder Valley. In a fleeting glimpse, he had seen a warrior awakening alone, intending to attempt it solo. That moment cost Tianyin his life. At that time, he had been too hurried, his focus entirely on the Ox Demon battle general, and he had neglected to pay attention to the warrior. The figure's appearance remained somewhat vague in his memory. When Tianyin laid eyes on Ye Bai, he felt a sense of familiarity, allowing himself to find solace in the thought that perhaps handsome individuals all bore a resemblance to one another. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ye Bai strode directly towards the foremost work robot and presented a card, astonishingly gaining immediate access. Why was he allowed to bypass the queue? It was unclear. Surely, such an expedited entry must be a privilege reserved for those of the battle general rank. I appear to have seen him produce a VIP card from the Wangu Pavilion. A few words exchanged among the onlookers caused Jiang Yun's expression to darken. The Wangu Pavilion VIP card, with battle general level authority. How could someone of Ye Bai's ability and background possibly possess such a thing? It must have been bestowed upon him by Lu Sueki. Infuriating, Jiang Yun disdainfully remarked, it matters not. Let him undergo the test first. I dare wager that Ye Bai will struggle to last even 10 seconds in the first-tier warrior evaluation. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, though Jiang Yun's words were harsh. They bore an undeniable truth. A mage with mediocre talent, sustaining oneself for 10 seconds seemed an insurmountable challenge. Within the warrior testing chamber, Ye Bai was limbering up. To his surprise, the Wangu Pavilion VIP card was indeed functional. A series of crimson lights flickered, and an emotionless mechanical voice resonated within the sealed space. First stage warrior test. Nerve reaction test. Are you prepared? Prepared. The countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, bang. The countdown concluded with the sound of a gunshot. A bullet hurtling towards Ye Bai at an astonishing speed. Chapter 28. Herds of cattle and sheep may gather, but fierce beasts tread alone. The nerve reaction test commenced. As the countdown concluded with a gunshot, a bullet with a diameter of 6 inches shot forth, whistling past at breakneck speed. Ye Bai slightly angled his body, effortlessly evading the projectile. Bang! The bullet struck the wall, creating a small crater and sparking a flurry of sparks. Indeed, it was a live ammunition test. Ye Bai focused intently, surveying the front. Since he was within the Eternal Core City, a part of the Eternal Tower, death would not incur any substantial penalty. The warrior test was as authentic as it could be. Bullets, fireballs, lightning, and flying daggers. This nerve reaction test required him to evade these assaults as much as possible. Survival alone would suffice to pass. In other words, there were 2 strategies to overcome this challenge. 1. Augment one's agility attribute as much as possible and acquire more displacement skills for enhanced mobility. This was the essence of the nerve reaction test. 2. Maximize one's shields, health, and other defensive capabilities. If evasion proved futile, one could simply withstand all damage and break through with sheer strength. Surviving was deemed a successful completion. The warrior test aimed to select those capable of combat in the abyssal plane without necessitating absolute versatility. Based on previous experiences, achieving an agility attribute of 200 or enduring a total damage threshold exceeding 4,000 would suffice to pass the first stage. Many individuals were often stuck at this juncture, lamenting their fate. However, for Ye Bai, none of this posed any challenge. The Eye of Insight enabled him to predict the trajectory of all forthcoming attacks, granting him a fleeting foresight. Simultaneously, it allowed him to devise the optimal evasion strategy tailored for him. All Ye Bai needed to do was select a plan and execute it, methodically and effortlessly evading all attacks. Amidst a hail of bullets, Ye Bai strolled with an air of tranquility, as if meandering through his own backyard. Projectiles frequently whizzed by him at a mere centimeter's distance, yet he remained unfazed, exhibiting not a hint of panic. To avoid appearing overly conspicuous, Ye Bai would even deliberately absorb a blow or 2, feigning an inability to evade. A seasoned actor indeed. As seconds ticked by, 10, 20, 30, the frequency of the attacks escalated, leaving Ye Bai with dwindling options, and the challenge of achieving perfect evasion became increasingly formidable. His health remained at a remarkably robust level, though the relentless barrage was undeniably excessive. How perplexing, Could this truly be the difficulty of a first-tier warrior's trial? Ye Bai mused as he dodged. With an agility attribute of 224, I should be able to surpass this challenge even without the insightful eye. Yet this difficulty is utterly outrageous. Even with an agility of 300 or 400, it would be insurmountable, surrounded by a fiery inferno. Ye Bai felt as if a moment's inattention would lead to his demise and failure of the trial. Gritting his teeth, he followed the guidance of the insightful eye, striving to execute each movement with precision to avoid the impending attacks. The countdown ensued, 109, 8. Sweat beaded on Ye Bai's brow, and a fireball grazed his left shoulder, emitting a charred odor. Even a mere brush from the fireball inflicted over 300 points of damage upon him. Clearly, something was amiss. This was not the trial of a first-tier warrior. Resolute, Ye Bai pressed on, enduring the test in the chamber, awaiting the conclusion of the countdown. 321. Congratulations. You have completed the first-tier warrior neural reaction test. Please proceed to the next stage. As all attacks ceased, Ye Bai stood in a corner, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. He focused on the motion capture device ahead. This is merely a motion capture device. What do you expect to glean from it? Here, take the pen and write your own narrative. Look again, it is simply a motion capture device. Congratulations on successfully passing the neural reaction test of a third-tier warrior. To his dismay, it was indeed a third-tier challenge. Ye Bai rolled his eyes, feeling exasperated. This implied that his current prowess was comparable to the neural reaction speed of a third-tier warrior. From another perspective, Ye Bai's understanding of his own strength became clearer. Onward to the next phase, the endurance test, damage assessment, and defense evaluation. Contrary to Ye Bai's expectations, the ensuing challenges proceeded smoothly, devoid of any complications. The first-tier warrior test posed no difficulty for him whatsoever. In fact, to avoid standing out too much, he intentionally held back to varying degrees. As the results of the first-tier warrior test were being generated, a grand screen displayed a flurry of data, culminating in a performance report for Ye Bai. Neural reaction test, 98 evasion rate, grade A. Endurance test, 86 completion, grade A. Considering all results, your rating for the first-tier warrior test is: congratulations. You have successfully passed the first-tier warrior test. Please select your affiliation. Before Ye Bai, 3 options appeared: Planetary Defense Legion, Mercenary Corps, and Lone Wolf. As implied by the term warrior, these soldiers exist solely for the purpose of combat. After passing the warrior test, Ye Bai could choose to apply to one of the major legions under the Planetary Defense Council. Once the application was approved, he would be required to report to a designated location and assimilate into the legion. This was the most common choice. Officially sanctioned legions, whether in terms of strength or benefits, are undoubtedly amongst the finest. However, the cost of such a path is a significant reduction in personal freedom, as one must obey orders from superiors, leaving little room for independent action. This route clearly did not suit Ye Bai at this time. He harbored too many secrets and required time for growth. Thus he chose not to consider joining a legion. The Mercenary Corps, on the other hand, was a loosely organized entity with clear pricing, embodying the nature of mercenaries. They formed temporary teams, accepted various orders, completed tasks, and then received their rewards. Based on the information at hand, Ye Bai reasoned that the Mercenary Corps sounded appealing and suited him well. However, it required real name registration. His school records indicated an extraordinary talent, having passed the first-tier warrior test after merely 2 days in the Eternal Tower. Far too conspicuous. Ye Bai's gaze turned to the final option, the Lone Wolf. Naturally, the official channels had special measures in place to prevent individuals from repeatedly claiming benefits or exploiting loopholes. This path was the most solitary and devoid of support. Without an organization, teammates, or backing, the Lone Wolf's journey depended solely on oneself. Ye Bai took a deep breath, his gaze resolute, and pointed decisively. I choose the Lone Wolf. The path of the Lone Wolf was meant for the fierce and the formidable. While sheep may flock together, the beasts of prey tread alone. When the 3 paths for warriors were established, the supreme being once stated, every genius is a lone wolf on their journey forward. After making his choice, the large screen dimmed. Etched upon it was the visage of a roaring wolf, vividly lifelike, its sharp fangs glinting ominously. Excellent, I like it. From this day forth, the ascent of Lone Wolf Warrior Ye Bai officially begins. Chapter 029, Arrogance and Shrewdness. After anonymously registering as a lone wolf, a document materialized on the screen detailing the benefits Ye Bai could enjoy. A monthly allowance of 30,000 dragon coins, equivalent to 30 gold coins, to be collected on the 2nd Thursday of each month in the combat testing zone. 30 gold coins represented approximately 3 months' expenses for a family of 3, a sum not to be underestimated. However, in comparison to Ye Bai's resource acquisition speed, 30 gold coins seemed rather trivial. Since yesterday, after completing the novice dungeon, he had earned a reward of 100,000 gold coins, spent 80,000 on natural force, leaving a balance of 20,000. Reportings with Tian garnered a bounty of 30,000 gold coins, and purchasing Windslash cost him 7,000 gold coins. Ye Bai still held 43,000 gold coins, equivalent to 43 million dragon coins. The official allowance for a first-tier soldier is 15,000 dragon coins, along with various other benefits. However, due to the anonymity of a lone wolf, these additional benefits are inaccessible, thereby justifying an extra allowance of 15,000 each month. Thus, by effortlessly acquiring 30,000 each month, Ye Bai can amass 360,000 in a year without lifting a finger, allowing him to purchase a home outright within 2 to 3 years. The soldier evaluations require reassessment every 5 years. Should one advance within that period, the review cycle is recalibrated. A cursory glance at the document revealed little of concern for Ye Bai. The constraints on a lone wolf are inherently minimal, resulting in few restrictions for Ye Bai. Lone wolves can accept tasks in the combat evaluation area and receive corresponding rewards upon completion. Any attempt to discern the visage beneath the lone wolf mask is regarded as provocation. With a mask capable of deflecting scrutiny from those below level 200, the threshold of a battle general's prowess. As a first-tier soldier, as long as Ye Bai does not draw excessive attention, it is unlikely he will attract the notice of a battle general. For now, that suffices. As fate would have it, he encountered Jiang Yun and his companions, who appear to have just completed their evaluations. Jiang Yun's face was ashen, his demeanor resembling that of a foul-smelling, moldy sock. The neuroresponse test lasted less than 3 seconds. 3 seconds, a true man. Jiang Yun, oblivious to Ye Bai, was leading his irate group to confront the staff. A gangly thief with a pointed face exclaimed, "Exactly. I was eliminated after just 1 minute. How is that possible?" Ye Bai was taken aback by this claim. 1 minute, at the level of a third-tier soldier? That was quite remarkable. However, disappointment washed over Ye Bai as the thief score appeared above his head. Lasted 6 seconds. Impressive indeed, transforming a mere 6 seconds into a minute. He had clearly mastered the art of exaggeration. Ye Bai nodded, reflecting on the nature of emotional intelligence. With those you cherish, time invariably flies. Yet, on days of poor performance, it drags. Clearly, everyone's combat evaluations had gone awry. What was intended to be a test for first-tier soldiers had been unjustly escalated to that of third-tier. Ye Bai, gritting his teeth, managed to endure and even evade the attacks of level 98, securing a commendable score. Jiang Yun and his group, however, were unable to cope. These proud scions had anticipated that even if they could not surpass the first hurdle, they would at least emerge with some dignity. Little did they know, they were met with a harsh initiation, leaving them disheveled and humiliated. The stark contrast to their expectations was unbearable, and they clamored for an explanation. Soon a balding, slightly rotund, middle-aged man rushed in from the hall, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, his expression fraught with anxiety. "I apologize, everyone, I truly am sorry." Upon seeing Jiang Yun and his group, he realized the gravity of the situation. Among them were several descendants of battle kings. Most had taken leave to visit the Eternal Tower, and, as you can see, the situation here is rather dire. A new employee inadvertently misconfigured the settings, causing the test to escalate to that of third-tier soldiers. "I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience." The balding middle-aged man offered a few explanations, causing Jiang Yun and his companions to soften their expressions. They merely sought an explanation. Even if one were a second-generation heir, there was no need to engage in conflict with such insignificant figures. Had there been a misunderstanding? Such a significant matter as the battle soldier test could not be treated lightly. A young man, deliberately adopting a stern demeanor, reprimanded them. "Indeed, you are correct." The balding man nodded eagerly, showering them with flattery. Jiang Yun's group, their anger dissipating, observed his obsequious demeanor. Even if they were to strike him twice, it would yield no substantial reaction. This kind of sandbag, as soft as cotton, evoked no desire to bully. "All right, let this be considered as if nothing happened. I shall refrain from reporting your oversight." The leader of the young men spoke defiantly, his words brimming with audacity. However, regarding the recording, the balding man immediately understood. This group of prodigies had arrived with great enthusiasm for the battle soldier test, only to face a dismal outcome. If the footage were to leak, their reputations would be utterly ruined, becoming the laughingstock of their circle. Jiang Yun and his group were causing a ruckus not merely for the sake of chaos. Their true intent was to have the recording deleted and erase the evidence of their embarrassment. The balding man quickly grasped the situation and continued in agreement. I sincerely apologize. We were understaffed today and too busy, thus the camera was inadvertently left off. He then produced a tablet, tapping a few times to erase the footage of the battle soldier test completely. Well done for your cleverness. Jiang Yun and his group finally relented and agreed to leave. Witnessing this farce, Ye Bai refrained from saying much. He disapproved of the arrogance of these prodigies, but did not look down upon the manager's cunning. Ultimately, the arrogance of the talented stemmed from their belief in their own superiority. Family background, talent, connections, they far surpassed their peers, making it difficult not to develop a sense of entitlement. The manager's shrewdness, on the other hand, was born of life's hardships and challenges. Resolving the workplace error in this manner could be considered a narrow escape. All of this was of no concern to Ye Bai, who went unnoticed as he exited the testing room and proceeded to the lone wolf task release area to see if there were any tasks worthy of his attention. After Jiang Yun and the others departed, the balding manager let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. That little rascal nearly scared me to death. As previously mentioned, any issues arising during the battle soldier test constituted a severe workplace error. At best, it would result in a fine. At worst, one could be sent to the abyssal realm to mine stones. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. The balding manager picked up his tablet and glanced at the earlier test data. A total of 126 individuals were tested, 125 failures, 1 success, rating, level. Indeed, all have failed. He set the tablet down, suddenly struck by a realization, as if lightning had flashed through his mind. Had he overlooked something? He abruptly lifted the tablet again, his eyes wide with disbelief, even rubbing his eyes repeatedly to ensure he was not mistaken. Surely, I did not misread this? The neural response test for third-tier warriors has astonishingly witnessed a successful candidate, achieving a remarkable grade. Who is this extraordinary individual? Hurry, let's watch the footage. The bald manager stood in shock, as if struck by lightning. He had just deleted the recording. Chapter 030, The Wolf's Denver. The mask was a deep azure, with a character inscribed in the lower left corner, signifying Ye Bai's rank as a first-tier warrior. Upon donning the mask, Ye Bai's attire transformed into a dark-hued combat suit, slightly loose-fitting. Consequently, even acquaintances would find it challenging to recognize him based solely on appearance. As Ye Bai approached the mission collection area, many eyes turned his way. Look, it's a lone wolf. Truly impressive. He seems quite young. Perhaps he just passed the warrior test recently? To dare tread the path of a lone wolf, he's got guts. I aspire to be a lone wolf too. These whispers floated around, cautious not to catch Ye Bai's ear. The lone wolves are the most formidable faction among all warriors. No one dares to offend a lone wolf, even if he is merely a first-tier warrior at present. Is this the place, the wolf's den? Ye Bai said, observing the name of the mission collection area. A slight smile gracing his lips, it piqued his interest. Upon entering the wolf's den, the ambience starkly contrasted with the outside world. It resembled a dimly lit, desolate bar, adorned in European classical decor, with soft music playing and tables and chairs haphazardly arranged. Patrons clustered in small groups. The bar counter occupied the center of the wolf's den, where 4 large screens alternately displayed current missions available for collection. As Ye Bai stepped inside, someone in the corner suddenly shouted, "A newcomer has arrived." Instantly, Ye Bai became the focal point of attention within the wolf's denver. A handsome young man raised a bottle, proclaiming, "This round is on me. The expenses for this round are covered by young Master Zhao." Soon, the robotic bartender delivered a small bottle of beer to everyone, including Ye Bai. Raising his bottle, Ye Bai offered a slight nod to young Master Zhao before tilting his head back to drink deeply. The icy beer coursed down his throat, reaching the depths of his soul, eliciting an involuntary sigh of satisfaction. What a generous spirit. Kid, I quite like you. Come to the capital for a drink with me. After a few exchanges of joviality, the bar returned to its previous tranquility. The wolf's den serves as a sanctuary for lone wolves, a microcosm formed by their own accord. Those willing to embark on the path of a lone wolf tend to have a greater appreciation for their kind. Among the 3 paths available to warriors, the lone wolf faction consistently experiences the highest casualty rate. After all, both military and mercenary groups have official backing, ensuring ample medical support and higher safety standards. Nonetheless, the lone wolves, while facing the highest casualty rates, also possess the most terrifying rate of advancement. Those who choose the lone wolf path see their strength escalate far more rapidly than their peers. This is one of the many allurements of being a lone wolf. Setting the empty bottle down on the table, Ye Bai gazed at the large screen displaying numerous missions. At the top, prominently featured, was a most lucrative task. Capture the fourth demon sect leader. Valuable clues will reward a staggering 101 million gold coins. Capture the fourth demon sect's leader alive, and receive a weapon of equal rank as a reward, along with 10 points of battle god merit. Provide the corpse of the fourth demon sect leader and confirm their death to earn a piece of equipment of equal rank and 2 points of battle god merit. In addition to the leader of the fourth demon sect, there are also related bounty missions concerning the deputy leader and core personnel. However, most of these tasks far exceed Ye Bai's current capabilities, with the weakest being at the Battle King level. If he were to encounter them on the battlefield, a mere glare from the opponent could spell doom for him. Ye Bai's gaze shifted downward as he rummaged through the tasks available for first-tier warriors. In the corridor outside the director's office of the Combat Power Testing Hall, a dilemma arose: to speak or remain silent. If he chose to conceal the matter and feigned ignorance, the consequences could be dire if the truth came to light. After all, a mysterious genius had slipped through his fingers in the past, and when the time for reckoning came, the bald manager would bear the brunt of it. Ultimately, the bald manager summoned his courage, raised his trembling hand, and knocked on the director's office door. "Come in," came the response. Creaking open, the bald manager, akin to a remorseful schoolboy, lowered his head and hesitantly recounted everything that had transpired. From a new employee mistakenly setting the difficulty mode to the agitated geniuses gathering to cause a ruckus, to the clandestine deletion of the footage to cover up the incident, he dared not conceal a single detail before the director. This was a battle king who had retired from the front lines, with extensive connections among various legion commanders, both in strength and influence. He was someone to whom the bald manager could only look up. To engage in subterfuge before the director was tantamount to courting death. Upon hearing the bald manager's report, the director, contrary to expectation, did not erupt in fury as anticipated. Instead, he gestured toward the sofa, saying, "Why are you standing? Sit and speak." "Yes, yes." The bald manager quickly nodded and cautiously perched on the edge of the sofa, straightening his back, with his burgeoning belly propping up his legs, giving him a comical appearance akin to a sphere. The director poured himself a cup of tea and spoke leisurely. "The fact that you came to report to me indicates that you are at least wise. If you had dared to conceal such matters, you truly ought to be mining stones in the abyssal plain. It was my moment of folly to delete the footage. I deserve punishment." The bald manager lamented, exasperated. "Director, we should go to the technical department to recover the footage. It should still be possible." "Recover the footage? Who said anything about recovering it?" The director's words left the bald manager bewildered. Without the footage, how could they investigate the identity of that mysterious genius? A being with the comprehensive abilities of a first-tier warrior had managed to pass the neural reaction test of a third-tier warrior. What else could this be but genius? The bald manager sat dazed on the sofa, his eyes vacant, feeling utterly at a loss for words. "You have only seen the first layer, yet you have failed to perceive the third layer," the director remarked, setting down the teapot. "The footage you deleted was not only the test footage. Every video from the moment they entered the testing hall must be retained, with a copy submitted to higher authorities. Delete all the rest." "Huh?" The bald manager found himself utterly perplexed, feeling as though his intellect was insufficient. "Why is this happening? My former superior, please do not keep me in suspense. To speak plainly, Chapter 031, I said, "Director, your insight is commendable. These recordings must be eradicated." The director rose, flicked a cigarette from the pack, and tossed it in front of the bald manager. As the bald manager caught the cigarette and prepared to ignite it, he was reminded, "Smoking is prohibited in my office." He hastily tucked the cigarette behind his ear. The director lit a cigarette, exhaled a ring of smoke, and confidently remarked, "Little you, let me ask you, do we lack a third-tier warrior among our people?" "Not all." "Exactly. This enigmatic genius, whether a third-tier warrior or a third-tier general, even if he were a ninth-tier warlord, would not suffice to alter the tide of battle. We require mightier beings." At this point, the director's expression dimmed slightly. In his prime, he had once wielded the strength of a warlord, fighting valiantly on the battlefield and vanquishing foes with abandon. However, after sustaining grave injuries, he could no longer exhibit the valor of his youth and had to retreat to a secondary role, overseeing logistical matters. It was precisely because he had once ascended to great heights that the director possessed a broader perspective, allowing him to approach problems with greater clarity. He continued incisively, "This mysterious talent currently possesses limited power and has a long journey ahead. Our premature focus on him may inadvertently hinder his growth, bringing more misfortune than fortune. All we need to know is that he is a genius of our race, and that is sufficient. As for how far he can go, is entirely up to him. But, the bald manager instinctively countered. If we can locate him and provide him with more resources, wouldn't that accelerate his growth? Under normal circumstances, yes, but you have overlooked a crucial point. A shrewd smile appeared on the director's face as he spoke meaningfully. Is it not true that they gathered in protest, compelling you to delete the recordings? Yes, indeed. By deleting the recordings, that genius chose the Lone Wolf faction, rendering you unable to gather any information, correct? Precisely. The bald manager nodded vigorously, as if a realization struck him. Could it be that everything is merely coincidence? Have you not considered that this mysterious genius might be concealed among this group of young individuals? The bald manager gasped, feeling a chill run down his spine. Is it truly so? Under the director's reasoning, the truth was flawlessly restored. This was a grand game of strategy. The bald manager could not help but exclaim, "What a meticulous and astute genius! Hidden like wood in the forest, stone concealed within the mountains." This implies that this extraordinary individual does not wish to reveal his strength or true identity. The director spoke with confidence. He undoubtedly hails from a lineage of warlords, perhaps even from a family of war gods, possessing sufficient resources to meet his growth requirements. Furthermore, should he exhibit excessive talent and strength, he would inadvertently place himself in a perilous situation. The bald manager was thoroughly impressed. The director's analysis was impeccable, leaving no room for flaw. Since the individual in question was unwilling to reveal his identity, there must surely be a reason behind it. Ultimately, the director concluded decisively, stating that they would assist in backing up the other recordings onto a hard drive while erasing them from the cloud. The hard drive, along with a report regarding the matter, would be submitted for further handling by the higher authorities. The director's insight was commendable. The bald manager nodded in appreciation, yet inquired with curiosity which department typically oversees such matters. "Do not ask what should remain unasked," the director replied, standing by the window, extinguishing his cigarette. His slightly thin lips quivered a few times, but the name remained unspoken. The warriors of the human race, having chosen the Lone Wolf faction, grow in solitude within the shadows. Yet, how could they be left entirely to their own devices, traversing their paths alone? Even the loneliest wolf has a shadow. The mere thought of this phrase sent a shiver through the director's heart. The clandestine organization, Shadow, founded by the strongest, silently safeguards the lone wolves, patiently awaiting the rise of a new wolf king. Could Shura be the new wolf king, the next supreme being? This question remains unanswered, for only time can reveal the truth. Achoo! Ye Bai sneezed, wondering who might be thinking of him. He rubbed his eyes. The tasks for a first-tier warrior were overwhelmingly numerous, leaving him bewildered. Ultimately, he had to narrow down his selection. First-tier warrior, Nanjing City, today. After setting the filtering criteria, dozens of tasks appeared before Ye Bai. Assist the City Defense Department with routine patrols. Duration half a day. Reward of 3,000 dragon coins. Assist the Emergency Support Team of the City Defense Department. Duration 1 day. Reward of 5,000 dragon coins, with additional compensation based on task difficulty. Go to Nanjing No. 3 High School to guide the senior students in combat. Duration 3 hours. Reward of 6,000 dragon coins, with an extension of 2,500 dragon coins per hour. Ye Bai eliminated tasks that required excessive time, as he still had to attend school and could not afford to spend an entire day on missions. His primary responsibilities could not be forgotten. He dismissed all auxiliary and lifestyle tasks. In the end, only 3 options remained for Ye Bai to choose from. 1. Collaborate with the City Defense Department to pursue the followers of the 4th Demon Sect, responsible for defense in a designated area. Duration undetermined. Reward of 30,000 dragon coins, with a bounty of 200,000 dragon coins for elimination. 2. The first task was swiftly discarded by Ye Bai, as their operational hours would most likely occur during the day when he would be preoccupied with school. Moreover, collaborating with the City Defense Department to conceal Ye Bai's identity was not favorable news. His gaze fell upon the name, Lian Zheng. This is a big catch. He has stopped hiding and revealed himself as the son of the leader of the 4th Demon Sect. The realization that he was the leader's son was daunting, prompting Ye Bai to consider withdrawing from this choice. He had once undergone the baptism of the demon god, but now severely injured, suffering backlash from his powers, half paralyzed. Possessing only the strength of a second-tier warrior and lacking any escort, Ye Bai's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling a flicker of intrigue. The second-tier warrior, Ye Bai, indeed possesses formidable combat prowess, and being the son of the sect master adds immeasurable value to his identity. The master of the 4th Demon Sect, grievously injured. is now fleeing in all directions. The fourth demon sect is in disarray. Even the son of the sect master lacks capable guardians by his side. While Ye Bai hesitated, a new prompt appeared before him. Lin Zheng possesses clues to track down the sect master. The fourth demon sect's master. Ye Bai's eyes brightened. He had previously reviewed the wanted notice, and merely providing a lead would yield a staggering reward of at least 100,000 gold coins. Wealth often lies in peril. Moreover, in this battle, the enemy was in the open while Ye Bai was concealed. Should the situation turn unfavorable, he could easily make his escape. Low risk, high reward. Ye Bai strode directly to the bar, addressing the masked young lady. Greetings, I wish to accept task number 154941. The task was successfully accepted, to be completed within 7 days for the corresponding reward. Failure to do so would be noted in his records. The young lady's voice was sweet, and she slightly bowed to Ye Bai, wishing you success in your task and a triumphant return. Chapter 032, Refusal of the Minotaur. After completing the task acceptance, Ye Bai lingered in the wolf's nest for a moment longer and was compelled to exit when the eternal tower closed for the day. Back in his abode, Ye Bai gazed at the softly glowing sky outside, contemplating the gains from his recent endeavors. He had achieved all his initially set goals and passed the test for first-tier warriors. The most significant acquisition was the magic restraining disc, though the bloodline restrictions were quite stringent. With this thought in mind, Ye Bai retrieved the transaction's secret realm pass and proactively contacted his goblin associate. Fourth brother, you wish to lift the bloodline restrictions on a special item? That matter is somewhat tricky. We generally recommend submitting it to the guardians of the realm in exchange for corresponding rewards. Fearing Ye Bai might misunderstand, the goblin hurriedly clarified. Most situations like yours occur with loot from the abyssal planes, and it's quite common. The creatures of the abyss are not foolish. Special items used in combat are always imbued with bloodline restrictions, making them rather impractical even if captured. Listening to the goblin's explanation, Ye Bai nodded in agreement. Indeed, the magic restraining disc was a perfect example of this situation. The goblin continued, of course, after years of dealings, we have methods to unravel such restrictions. We can enlist high-tier experts to break the item's limitations. I'll send you the corresponding price list. Soon, Ye Bai received the price list. For items below a certain level, a single unlocking would cost 100,000 gold coins. For level special items, a single unlocking required 2 million gold coins. Why not just rob a bank? The staggering sum of 2 million gold coins completely extinguished Ye Bai's desire to lift the restrictions. Even if he were to sell himself, he could not amass such wealth. The price was indeed outrageous, yet was already an internal discount. Anticipating Ye Bai's reaction, the goblin added, if fourth brother has acquaintances in the lone wolf, you could post a task in the wolf's nest. The expenses there would be slightly lower. The wolf's nest, you say? Ye Bai calculated that the all things pavilion required 2 million gold coins, yet he possessed a mere 50,000. The disparity was indeed insurmountable. Even if the lone wolf in the wolf's nest were willing to offer a discounted price, it would not fall below 1 million gold coins. Where could Ye Bai possibly acquire such a sum? Was he truly to surrender the demon suppression disc to the defense headquarters? Ye Bai understood well that the defense headquarters was known for its fairness. Should he hand over the demon suppression disc, the reward he would receive would undoubtedly be no less than 1 million gold coins. However, the true value of the demon suppression disc far exceeded that amount. If there were any feasible alternatives, Ye Bai would never consider surrendering it. There was another method, albeit with certain risks and side effects. He could utilize a specially formulated potion that would temporarily transform him, granting him the bloodline of a demon, thereby allowing him to wield special items. Unfortunately, these potions fell under strict regulation, requiring real name registration even for purchase at the All Things Pavilion. Moreover, after using such a potion, he would have to undergo a rapid bloodline cleansing to prevent contamination of his human bloodline, which could ultimately lead to complete demonic transformation. As Ye Bai contemplated this lengthy explanation, he furrowed his brow. The potential side effects were indeed substantial. To employ the demon suppression disc, he would have to forcibly transform into a minotaur. The image was too grotesque for Ye Bai to entertain. No minotaurs, he resolutely decided. The innocent Ye Bai rejected this final option. Furthermore, the requirement for real name purchase was something he could never bring himself to do. Alas, the frustration of being able to see something wonderful, yet being unable to use, it was unbearable. With no other choice, Ye Bai prepared himself and set off for school. Thoughts of the demon suppression disc lingered in his mind. 1 million gold coins was, without a doubt, an astronomical figure. Could the son of the fourth sect master, Lin Zheng, truly provide him with such a sum? With this thought, Ye Bai inscribed Lian Zheng's name on paper, hoping to glean some information through it. Still within the confines of Nanjing City and lacking any guards, Ye Bai planned to observe Lian Zheng's hideout closely after school. Should an opportunity arise to seize him, Ye Bai would act without hesitation. If the situation proved precarious, he would gather sufficient intelligence and report Lian Zheng, delivering a fatal denunciation. This endeavor, however, bore its own inherent dangers, necessitating thorough preparation. Ye Bai was well aware that careful planning was essential. The more comprehensive the consideration, the smoother the execution, thus ensuring his safety as much as possible. With this in mind, he utilized the trading secret realm pass to send a list to his goblin associate. The list included healing potions, healing scrolls, several combat potions, defensive scrolls, and level 10 defensive gear. All items were essential for self-preservation. Given that Ye Bai's required level was relatively low at level 10, the overall value of these items was not exorbitant, totaling merely 300 gold coins. Quite a bargain indeed. With a sense of gratitude, Ye Bai forwarded 300 gold coins to the trading secret realm pass. This provision bolstered his confidence for the afternoon's undertaking. Yet, the matter of the demon suppression disc remained a persistent thorn in Ye Bai's heart, refusing to be forgotten. As the son of the leader of the dark sect, even in the absence of bodyguards, one can be assured that he possesses a plethora of unique tools and scrolls at his disposal. Should a confrontation arise, with the protection of the anti-magic discs, Ye Bai's safety would be significantly enhanced. It is crucial to remember that this is reality, not the eternal tower. If he were to perish here, he would simply respawn, reincarnating at the same spot. There is no room for negligence on Ye Bai's part. Is there any method by which I could have someone assist me in unlocking the bloodline restrictions of the anti-magic disc? During class, Ye Bai's mind wandered, consumed by this thought. Just before the bell rang, a flash of inspiration struck him. I can offer equipment identification services. The Eye of Insight allows me to examine the hidden attributes of equipment without incurring any cost. I could charge a fee for this service or even propose a direct exchange, requesting assistance in lifting the restrictions of the anti-magic disc. Beep, beep, beep. The call was swiftly connected, and a melodious female voice greeted him. Hello, how may I assist you today? I would like to post how should I put it? A task? A bounty? Please describe the details, and we will help categorize it. I require a substantial amount of gold, or assistance in lifting the bloodline restrictions of a special item. I understand your needs. What can you offer in exchange? I can provide equipment identification services. After a moment's thought, Ye Bai added, including hidden attributes. On the other end, the customer service representative maintained a pleasant demeanor, responding leisurely. All right, we have registered your request and posted it in the barter section. Should anyone express interest, we will forward their messages to your voicemail box. Please check it promptly. Is there anything else I can assist you with? No, that will be all. Thank you. As he hung up, Ye Bai rubbed his temples. He was uncertain if he could make it in time. Time was of the essence. On the Wolf's Nest forum, a new post emerged in the barter section. Paid equipment identification services, including hidden attributes, price negotiable. The moment this post was published, it garnered over 1,000 views instantly. Identifying the hidden attributes of equipment was a feat typically reserved for master blacksmiths. How much gold and goodwill would it require to enlist the services of a master? Naturally, the prospect of paid identification attracted countless admirers. However, as individuals clicked on the post for further details, many exited in disappointment. What nonsense is this? An initial stage warrior dares to post such a thing. This must be a scam. I, Old Wong, would rather starve to death outside than allow a mere initial stage warrior to identify my equipment. The Wolf's Nest forum truly seemed to be declining, filled with all sorts of individuals. You take my fish, and I shall ride your horse. Do you understand? A deluge of scornful comments flooded in, as no one was willing to believe that an initial stage warrior could identify the hidden attributes of equipment. Did he possess the legendary talent of keen eye? At the Imperial Capital University, in the women's dormitory, a disheveled beauty sat before her computer, her brow furrowed in distress. With her internship in the abyssal plane approaching, she was at a loss as she had yet to secure any equipment. As usual, she browsed the posts on the Wolf's Nest forum, hoping to discover a hidden opportunity. Equipment identification for a fee, including hidden attributes, price negotiable. A post by a first-tier warrior, merely a waste of time. The young woman truly wished to close the post. Biting her lower lip, her expression tinged with hesitance. What if what he said was true? It wouldn't hurt to reach out if there was a chance it was genuine. With this thought, the melancholy on her face brightened with an unusual glimmer as she typed away, expressing her desire for a meeting. After completing this, she fell back on her bed, covering her face with her hands, and self-deprecatingly remarked, Heavens, look at how desperate I've become, placing my hopes on a first-tier warrior. Well, I suppose I'll treat this dead horse as a living one. Any news? Ye Bai, maintaining a calm demeanor, raised his hand and said, Teacher, I need to use the restroom. All right, thank you, teacher. The teacher replied, Wish to identify equipment? Sure, let us discuss it in the trading realm. Chapter 033. The moment of social death for Li Xiaoping. The Eternal Tower, trading realm. Two graceful figures logged in, one of whom gazed around with an expression of wonder. So this is the trading realm, Lao Zhao. I'm already a junior, and this is my first visit. The two stood at a similar height, just over 7 meters. One was slender and exuded youthful vitality, while the woman referred to as Lao Zhao had a plump figure, possessing a somewhat mature charm that belied her age. Clearly displeased with being called Lao Zhao, she chided, Xiaoping, your sister Zhao has secretly brought you to the trading realm using the family pass. Don't take advantage of the situation. Yes, Zhao Jia is the best to me. The slender one, named Li Xiaoping, truly lived up to her name, and Zhao Jia often teased her about it. According to the curriculum at the Imperial Capital University, junior students must undertake an exploration internship in the abyssal plane at the end of the semester, lasting 3 days. They must slay a magical beast of at least a 5th-tier warrior. Before departing, Li Xiaoping wished to acquire a more suitable staff, but faced difficulties in her selection. Both weapons had hidden attributes, and she was unable to determine which was superior, with funds sufficient for only one, making the decision arduous. On the Wolf S.N.E.S. forum, she stumbled upon a post offering paid identification services, and by some twist of fate, she connected with the poster, ultimately deciding to meet in the trading realm. For this, she had even enlisted her good friend, Zhao Meng, from the prestigious Zhao family of the imperial capital. Zhao Jia, please help me keep an eye out and negotiate the price. Negotiate? Xiaoping, are you truly naive or just pretending? Zhao Meng replied with a tone of disdain. The only possibility for a first-tier warrior to identify equipment is if they possess the rare talent, Keen Eye. Such a talent is incredibly precious, once discovered. Even a warlord would treat them as an honored guest. How could you possibly get a deal? But Li Xiaoping grew anxious. I have no other options. Besides, if he suggested meeting in the trading realm, it indicates he must have some strength and background. Gaining access to the trading realm comes at a considerable cost, which even Li Xiaoping found painful. She could only rely on Zhao Meng to accompany her into the trading realm. Upon hearing Li Xiaoping's words, Zhao Meng nodded in agreement. Indeed, I suspect he is likely a fraud. Yet, there remains a possibility, albeit slim. Not 2%, but rather a mere fraction of 2 in 1,000 or even 10,000. At the very least, I shall have the opportunity to mock this girl for a fortnight. An entry-level warrior dares to post such a thing. They truly are a perfect match. One bold enough to post, the other gullible enough to believe it. Upon arrival, they paused at the designated meeting point. Within half a minute, a figure composed of thunderous energy appeared before them, inquiring, Are you Li Xiaoping's face instantly darkened, while Zhao Meng struggled to maintain her composure, nearly bursting into laughter. Ultimately, she could no longer contain herself. Ha! What a ridiculous name you've chosen. Ha ha. Li Xiaoping's online persona became a source of embarrassment before her close friend. She had never anticipated that her impulsive choice of username on the Wolf's Den forum would lead to such mortification. When she created the name, she acted rashly, and now she found herself unable to change it. It was all Zhao Meng's fault. Her constant teasing about Li Xiaoping's youth had driven her to adopt such a name in a fit of anger. Ignoring Zhao Meng's infectious laughter, Li Xiaoping steeled herself and replied, That's me. Shall we discuss the price first, or the appraisal? Following the thunderous figure was none other than Ye Bai himself. He had not expected the other party to present themselves in their true form within the trading realm. Not bad-looking, though slightly less striking than Lu Sueki. Li Xiaoping was caught off guard by the abrupt shift to business, momentarily at a loss for words, and she turned to her friend for assistance. Having laughed at Li Xiaoping sufficiently, Zhao Meng's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she spoke slowly. Let us first ascertain your appraisal abilities before discussing the price. Shall we? Before Ye Bai could respond, Zhao Meng added, We won't waste your time, should the test prove accurate. We are prepared to offer a testing fee of 10,000 gold coins. Ye Bai nodded. Very well. How shall we conduct the test? Li Xiaoping leaned in close to Zhao Meng and whispered, Sister Zhao, I only have a total of 150,000 gold coins in savings. So please be mindful of the expenditure. Fear not, I shall handle it. I will cover this 10,000 gold coins, Zhao Meng declared confidently. Li Xiaoping, dear naive girl, was far too innocent. Her days were spent either in the library or the combat room, rarely interacting with others. Otherwise, she would not have resorted to the peculiar act of seeking an entry-level warrior for equipment appraisal. Zhao Meng, on the other hand, came from the Zhao family and had been exposed to the intricacies of business since childhood. She understood better than anyone how coveted such a talent for discerning hidden attributes could be, if the other party could indeed unveil concealed attributes. Zhao Meng would not hesitate to part with even 100,000 gold coins to cultivate this friendship. The testing process was straightforward. Zhao Meng produced 3 small balls of different colors and explained, these are the most commonly used appraisal orbs. Their hidden attributes are numerical, and appraising them will not incur significant costs. You need only identify the hidden attributes of 2 of the 3 orbs to succeed. Before Zhao Meng could finish her explanation, Ye Bai interjected for 156. What? Li Xiaoping wore an expression of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the words of her companion. Zhao Meng stood frozen, her mouth slightly agape, unable to utter a sound. Ye Bai, sensing the need for clarity, reiterated. I said, the hidden numerical values of these 3 orbs are 456. Li Xiaoping hastily turned to her close friend, seeking confirmation of the accuracy of the answer. The moment she beheld Zhao Meng's expression, a surge of elation coursed through her. Could it be that fortune truly favored her? Before she could voice her excitement, Zhao Meng interjected. Indeed, it is 456. This is an anonymous card worth 10,000 gold coins. Please accept it. As she spoke, she handed over a black card, which Ye Bai accepted with composure. Zhao Meng forced a somewhat awkward smile and, with a tone of inquiry, asked, May I discuss this with my friend for a moment? Of course, I still have 14 minutes, Ye Bai replied, glancing at the time. 14 minutes before class commenced. He knew that consecutive absences would surely lead to a conversation with a teacher after school, which would be a hindrance. Zaumang Buyat Li Xiaoping Asida. Her excitement barely contained despite her lowered voice. Xiaoping, you are incredibly fortunate this time. What? Lao Zhao, please calm down. I haven't even appraised my equipment yet. You don't understand, do you? Just forming a friendship with this master is worth its weight in gold. Appraising equipment is trivial in comparison. Zhao Meng took a few deep breaths to steady her emotions and continued as calmly as possible. We must not leave a poor impression on the master. It's about building a lasting relationship, not a one-time transaction. Do you understand? Li Xiaoping spoke with a hint of grievance, but I merely wish to appraise my weapon. Zhao Meng, exasperated, replied, You, with your dense head, would take a golden hoe and use it to plow the fields. What else could it possibly do? Do you dare argue? Finally, Zhao Meng decisively stated, I will handle all negotiations from now on. Let's ascertain what this master truly desires. We must understand their needs and act accordingly. Li Xiaoping timidly remarked, If I understood, why would I need you? Come here. All right, master. Let's discuss the appraisal fees. Chapter 034. Am I the king of war? Master, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Meng, but you may call me Xiao Zhao. Zhao Meng displayed no concern over the revelation of her true identity. Coming from the Zhao family, she had always possessed a keen interest in commerce. Merchants seek fame and profit. Only with recognition can one achieve wealth. It is crucial to be remembered by others. Zhao Meng. Ye Bai noted the name. In truth, with the ability of insight, he could easily discern the true identities of Zhao Meng and Li Xiaoping. Master, my friend wishes to select one of 2 staves, but is uncertain and seeks your guidance in making a decision. Zhao Meng provided a succinct introduction. If you desire to appraise both pieces of equipment, we may be unable to afford the appraisal fee. The cost for appraising 2 items exceeds that of a single item by more than double. According to Zhao Meng's understanding, with the talent-keen eyes, one can only identify 3 pieces of equipment per day, and the success rate is not guaranteed at 100%. This is quite negotiable. Charging an identification fee is a novel experience for Ye Bai. He aims to gather funds to lift the restrictions of the magic restriction disc and must amass sufficient cash in a short span of time. Furthermore, Ye Bai's endeavor is a zero-investment venture. He merely provides a glance without incurring any costs. If he first assists Li Xiaoping in her identification, it would serve as a successful debut, alleviating any future concerns regarding clientele. From this perspective, Ye Bai is reluctant to demand exorbitant fees, lest he jeopardize the business. After considering Ye Bai's words, Zhao Meng cautiously proposed, would 150,000 gold coins suffice? This is the maximum amount Li Xiaoping can offer. Any more would necessitate Zhao Meng borrowing from her. Li Xiaoping, possessing a gentle exterior but a firm inner resolve, would certainly be unwilling to owe Zhao Meng any money. On the other hand, Zhao Meng felt that this price was indeed rather low, perhaps even too modest. Unexpectedly, the other party readily agreed. No problem. 150,000 gold coins. Coupled with the previous 10,000 gold coins Zhao Meng provided and the 43,000 gold coins in Ye Bai's possession, totals 200,000 gold coins, bringing him one step closer to his goal of 1,000,000 gold coins. With the remaining 800,000 gold coins, Ye Bai could undertake a few more transactions and possibly gather the required amount. Have you brought the equipment? Upon hearing Ye Bai's inquiry, Li Xiaoping hastily presented two staves before him. Level 200 equipment. You have already attained the status of a war general? Ye Bai's tone carried a hint of surprise, as if he had just discovered this fact. In reality, the details regarding Li Xiaoping were completely transparent to him. Li Xiaoping, level 209, Fire Mage. Second tier war, General Combat Power. Zhao Meng, level 199, Colorful Priest, 9th tier warrior combat power. Zhao Meng nodded, somewhat proudly stating, "Indeed, Xiaoping is the most powerful mage in our class." "Old Zhao, you speak nonsense." Li Xiaoping quickly waved her hands in denial, saying, "Not at all, master. Many classmates are far more formidable than I. This young lady seems rather unskilled in social interactions." After feigning a contemplative demeanor for 2 minutes, during which Li Xiaoping anxiously held her breath, she awaited the final conclusion from the master of identification. This was crucial information she had purchased with her 3 years of savings, totaling a significant 150,000 gold coins. This staff has already undergone 2 advancements and can still be upgraded thrice. The hidden advancement requirement is to infuse it with 49 drops of Phoenix's blood. As for the attributes post-advancement, let me jot them down for you. With that, Ye Bai produced paper and pen, swiftly inscribing several lines of information. Upon receiving the paper, Li Xiaoping's eyes brightened, her breath quickening. If the attributes post-advancement were accurate, this staff would be perfectly suited for her, an impeccable match. "I want this one." Li Xiaoping did not even request the details of the second staff. "If I were in your position, I would choose the same." Ye Bai nodded in agreement with Li Xiaoping's choice. The other staff could only be advanced once, and its attributes were inferior to the first. "I'm immensely grateful." Li Xiaoping, with a determined expression, was about to retrieve her money to hand over 150,000 gold coins to Ye Bai. Wait. Almost simultaneously, both Ye Bai and Zhao Meng halted her action. We are conducting this transaction under the witness of the secret realm spirit, which is the rule of the trading realm, Zhao Meng explained. Since the other party chose to trade in the secret realm, they likely value this aspect. Indeed, Ye Bai affirmed, summoning the secret realm spirit with an air of familiarity. Yet, this was merely an act. It was only his second experience with the secret realm spirit, and he was not much different from the novice Li Xiaoping. Once the contract was established, the 150,000 gold coins entered Ye Bai's possession, signifying the secret realm spirit's endorsement of his appraisal results. "This is splendid. There is hope for hunting a battle general now." Li Xiaoping clutched her staff, her eyes brimming with excitement. Her eagerness for this venture into the abyssal plane stemmed from a desire to hunt battle general level creatures. Otherwise, with her second-tier battle general strength, she would have no need to worry about her internship. The typically aloof master appraiser suddenly interjected, "Besides the appraisal, could you assist me with a small favor?" "Of course," Zhao Meng responded eagerly. A master appraiser seeking their help was no trivial matter. This enigmatic master had already demonstrated his worth through his abilities. "Please deliver this item to the cemetery in the extreme north snowfield, to the 3rd row, 4th column, before the unnamed gravestone." As he spoke, Ye Bai retrieved a bull's head, the size of a 3-story building, perfectly roasted and still emanating a savory aroma. "This should be manageable, right?" Zhao Meng found it peculiar. Delivering an item was simple enough, especially with the presence of teleportation arrays and aircraft, making the round trip to the extreme north snowfield a matter of mere minutes. Why would the master not handle such a minor task himself? Regardless, it was wise to agree to the request. Li Xiaoping blinked, gazing up at the bull's head, her expression somewhat grave. "This is a battle general level creature, without a doubt. I cannot be mistaken." "Young lady, you possess keen insight," Ye Bai complimented, feigning maturity. He was a battle general of the Bloodstained Legion, under the 6th Demon Lord. Bloodstained Legion. Both women exclaimed in unison, clearly familiar with the name. The battle general creatures of the Bloodstained Legion far surpassed their peers in strength. How could one have perished so easily? While Zhao Meng was astonished, her gaze towards Ye Bai subtly shifted. She began to formulate new conjectures about his identity. This was an esteemed elder who had registered as a 1st-tier warrior to conceal his true prowess, reluctant to seek the limelight. Indeed, such individuals existed among humankind. They merely registered as first-tier warriors to facilitate entry into the abyssal plane, while their actual strength could be that of a battle general, a battle king, or even a battle god. In Zhao Meng's heart, Ye Bai had transformed into a seasoned powerhouse, one who, due to financial constraints, had to take on some side jobs for liquidity. Everything made sense now. Li Xiaoping, unlike Zhao Meng, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. All her attention was fixed on the bull's head before her. Reaching out to touch the charred leather, Li Xiaoping uttered in a daze, "This injury is fatal." They even controlled the damage, deliberately preserving the bull's head. Even Ye Bai could not help but marvel at Li Xiaoping's brilliance. It was no wonder she gained admission to the prestigious Imperial Capital University and became a formidable warrior by her 3rd year. Her vision alone surpassed that of her peers. Upon hearing Li Xiaoping's analysis, Zhao Meng became increasingly unsettled. She cautiously inquired, "Xiaoping, what do you think about the strength of the assailant?" "Strength? Hard to say. This strike must have inflicted at least tens of millions in damage. Even if they're not a war king, they're not far from it." Zhao Meng gasped. Her gaze toward Ye Bai transformed, filled with shock and an indescribable reverence. Here stood a concealed powerhouse of war king caliber. A war king, an appraisal master. Each title held immense prestige. It was imperative to cultivate a good relationship with him, at any cost. Chapter 035, The Magic Restraining Disc, Lifting the Restrictions. Zhao Meng's inner thoughts roared, yet her demeanor remained as gentle as a spring breeze as she softly stated, "We will certainly ensure your safe passage. However, there's a question I hesitate to ask. Please, feel free to inquire." Since the other party was willing to assist her, Ye Bai was open to a few more exchanges. After all, he was well aware of what should and shouldn't be discussed. "You only charge this modest sum for appraising our equipment, and you accept gold coins." Zhao Meng treaded carefully. "Is there a pressing matter that requires you to acquire funds?" For high-tier powerhouses, gold coins were seldom the currency of choice. For instance, university students could exchange credits for goods within the campus. Li Xiaoping's weapon was acquired through such credits. If comparable equipment were placed in the All Things Pavilion, Li Xiaoping could never afford it. The rarity of credits rendered them unattainable with mere gold. In the Legion, there were merits. In universities, points. In the All Things Pavilion, VIP points. Even the Wolf's Den had its own exchange system. Gold coins were, without question, the least desirable option. Yet, why would this hidden master, this appraisal expert, insist on accepting gold coins? With a subtle smile, Ye Bai replied, "It's not a significant matter. I have a special item requiring the removal of a bloodline restriction. I thought using gold coins for the transaction would be more convenient and less likely to expose my identity." The explanation was quite reasonable, and Zhao Meng nodded, realizing her earlier assumptions were misguided. However, powerful individuals possess their own dignity, and Zhao Meng's actions could be perceived as an affront. Hence, it was an unwise course of action. If Ye Bai were privy to Zhao Meng's thoughts, he might have exclaimed, "Feel free to insult me further. It matters not. After all, we were talking about 1,000,000 gold coins. Dignity, what is that? Can it be exchanged for money? Can it be eaten?" Zhao Meng discerned that the funds at Ye Bai's disposal were likely insufficient to lift the restriction. Even with the additional 160,000 just mentioned, he still fell short. Since he was eager to remove the limitation, she felt compelled to find a way to assist him. Zhao Meng was acutely aware that she must demonstrate sufficient value. Otherwise, she would miss the opportunity to align with this enigmatic powerhouse forever. Such chances are fleeting and must be seized. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind, and with a hint of excitement, she declared, "I know a master blacksmith whose talents are rather extraordinary. The enhancements he provides to equipment possess a temporal quality, including the ability to lift bloodline suppression." To Ye Bai, Zhao Meng's proposal was akin to a timely gift of coal during a snowstorm. He was troubled by a shortage of funds, and utilizing the magic suppression talisman during this afternoon's operation was paramount. Otherwise, the risks would escalate significantly. "Very well. Let us meet and discuss," he replied. "This unique artifact is of the highest grade." Zhao Meng gasped slightly. The other party's offerings were nothing short of remarkable, showcasing a power that far exceeded her wildest imaginations. Securing Ye Bai's approval, she hastily reached out to the master blacksmith, negotiating the price and terms with fervor. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her heart surging with waves of exhilaration. She had grasped this opportunity. The master has quoted 200,000 gold coins, which includes one equipment appraisal. The lifting of the special artifact's bloodline suppression will last for 7 days, after which he will perform the procedure again free of charge. 200,000 gold coins would deplete Ye Bai's entire savings, granting him merely 14 days of access to the magic suppression talisman. At first glance, this transaction seemed somewhat unprofitable. Yet for Ye Bai, it symbolized a 200,000 gold coin investment in his own life insurance. With the talisman in hand, his odds of survival in battle would dramatically increase, as the majority of magical threats would pose little danger to him. Furthermore, most of the money was earned through his own equipment appraisals, meaning he had not expended much to effortlessly secure 14 days of lifted bloodline restrictions. This deal was undoubtedly worth pursuing. Absolutely, let us expedite this. Ideally within 8 minutes, Ye Bai remarked, glancing at the clock, aware that there were only 8 minutes remaining before class commenced. Understood, Zhao Meng replied, urgently contacting the master while drafting the transaction contract, working swiftly to ensure everything was finalized within the allotted time. Fortunately, the blacksmith was available and arrived at the trading sanctuary. He assisted Ye Bai in lifting the bloodline restrictions of the talisman while Ye Bai appraised his equipment. Simultaneously, both parties established a contract to maintain confidentiality regarding all aspects of this transaction, forbidding any disclosures to outsiders. 7 minutes later, the contract was complete and all matters settled. I have other affairs to attend to. I shall take my leave, Ye Bai stated as he logged off. The master blacksmith, reviewing the detailed equipment information, mused, the appraisal skills of this individual far surpass my own. It is worth noting that I am also considered a master in the blacksmithing field. Yet I could not achieve a successful appraisal myself. Xiao Meng, where did you find this master? He inquired. A secret, Uncle Qian. You need not pry. Zhao Meng beamed, linking arms with Li Xiaoping as they made their way outside. Xiaoping, you are my lucky star. The prosperity of my later life depends on you. Gulme, let us first journey to the northern snowfield and assist our esteemed elder in delivering the bull-headed creature. Finally, they were on their way. Ye Bai, have you perhaps consumed something that did not agree with you? Zhao Lin whispered, you've been in the bathroom for 26 minutes and 17 seconds. And here you are timing me. Ye Bai was equally speechless, wondering what kind of person Zhao Lin was. By the way, I didn't get a chance to ask earlier. Did you go to Fenglei Valley yesterday? I did, Zhao Lin replied. And then? Nothing much, I was just asking. Here, a little something for you. Zhao Lin secretly handed over an item wrapped in oiled paper, speaking mysteriously. What is this? Ye Bai unwrapped the paper, and a delightful aroma wafted towards him, revealing uniformly sized roasted beef strips before his eyes. 10% cooked beef, warrior-grade quality. Can you guess who the unfortunate soul is? There was no need to guess. Ye Bai already knew the answer. The bull demon warrior. Zhao Lin briefly recounted his experience from the previous night, expressing admiration for the mysterious warrior's strength, lamenting only that he had perished in their hands. Ye Bai remarked, have I become a warrior and been killed as well? Not by me, but by the eternal rules? Why is this so chaotic? Regardless, the fact that no one had discovered Ye Bai's involvement in the kill was undoubtedly a blessing for him. However, he found it difficult to eat the beef he held in his arms. Stowing the beef away, Ye Bai continued to plan his actions for the afternoon. I'll just take a look. If there is real danger, I can always run. The school bell rang, and Ye Bai was the first to exit the classroom. A lack of enthusiasm for leaving school indicates a problem with one's mindset. With a fluid motion, Ye Bai's figure appeared in a secluded alley on the outskirts, his gaze fixed on an abandoned factory by the roadside. This remote location, devoid of human presence, indeed made for an excellent hiding spot. Lian Zheng, the son of the 4th Demon Sect's leader, a heavily injured second-tier warrior, was concealed here. Excellent. There are no guards, no special arrangements. Ye Bai surveyed his surroundings, confirming that there was no immediate danger. He decided to get a little closer before determining his next course of action. Chapter 036, Filial Piety and the Arrival of Demonic Beasts. The factory had been abandoned for several years. Its iron gate was rusted and worn, while the corners and pathways were overrun with weeds, even harboring wild rabbits. Ye Bai concealed himself 800 meters away from the factory, meticulously observing the environment. There were no electronic surveillance systems, no defensive formations, no traps. It appeared that many were searching for Lian Zheng, which made him wary of acting recklessly. Ye Bai mused, if Lian Zheng had set up formations around here, it would be tantamount to alerting the city defense department that something was amiss and prompting an investigation. With the 4th Demon Sect's headquarters destroyed, its leader severely injured, and the upper echelons suffering heavy casualties, both their strength and morale had plummeted. In such a situation, the half-paralyzed Lian Zheng resembled a startled bird, hiding like a rat in the sewers, too fearful to show a trace of his presence. In fact, Lian Zheng's choice was quite prudent. An abandoned factory in the outskirts, typically devoid of human traffic, was not likely to be a focal point for searches. Had it not been for Ye Bai, Lian Zheng might have truly escaped disaster. Moving in slowly, he resolved to flee at the first sign of trouble. Ye Bai pulled out two items, magic restraining disc and cranium of the hellhound. Once the former was liberated from the constraints of bloodlines, he gained the ability to withstand a plethora of magical assaults, serving as the greatest assurance for Ye Bai on this venture. The latter could endow Ye Bai with an additional 100 points in strength and constitution, causing his health to surge dramatically. These two extraordinary artifacts were carried by Ye Bai, ready to unleash their effects. Prior to this, he had accumulated 30 layers of latent energy, ensuring his output potential was maximized. Subsequently, Ye Bai produced nearly 10 scrolls and tore them open in succession. Lightness technique, breath restraining technique, focus enhancement. Radiance erupted from Ye Bai's form, layers upon layers of luminescence stacking to elevate his condition to its zenith. This mage, though immensely powerful, exhibited an excessive caution. Disguise technique. Upon utilizing the final scroll, Ye Bai glanced at the time, 18:28:46. The effects of these scrolls would last a maximum of 30 minutes and a minimum of 15. Regardless of what transpired within the factory, a retreat must occur after 15 minutes. Ye Bai understood, well, that fortune favors the bold. Yet one must possess the means to enjoy that fortune. 15 minutes was the limit, irrespective of the gains. Ye Bai must withdraw to ensure his safety to the greatest extent possible. Let us go. The countdown on his watch commenced, and Ye Bai crouched, darting forth like the wind, leaving only fleeting shadows in his wake. Wind slash. Previously, he had strategically placed several decoy puppets, cleverly concealed to facilitate rapid movement. As Ye Bai retreated, these puppets would serve as his most reliable aids. In less than 10 seconds, Ye Bai effortlessly infiltrated the abandoned factory, a mere 500 meters in a straight line from his position. That fellow is on the third floor. Through the concrete wall, Ye Bai could distinctly observe the interior scene. What was he doing? From a distance, Ye Bai had been unable to glean much information. In a derelict office on the third floor, the decor was surprisingly opulent. The entire office encased in special materials, akin to a bank vault. Centrally positioned was a bed. A pallid-faced man reclined, propping himself up on a mattress with his elbow, his upper body slightly raised. It was Lian Zheng, the very target of Ye Bai's expedition. At this moment, before Lian Zheng was a display screen, revealing an ominous, aged visage, bearing some resemblance to Lian Zheng himself, the leader of the fourth demon sect. Upon glimpsing the figure, Ye Bai's pupils constricted, his breath momentarily stilled. This was a deity-level powerhouse. Indeed, Lian Zheng had clues regarding the sect leader. Their conversation was inaudible to Ye Bai, muffled by the special materials. Subtitles are being generated. The Eye of Insight once again provided Ye Bai with a revelation. Although he couldn't hear, he could see. Lian Zheng, Father, save me. Ye Bai, what a uniquely distinctive translation style. Clearly, Lian Zheng's words were longer and more nuanced, yet the Eye of Insight distilled the meaning to a crystal-clear essence. Lian Zheng wished for survival. The subtitles continued to refresh. Sect leader, stay calm, don't panic, I'll make my escape first. Lian Zheng, if you don't save me, I'll report you. The master exclaimed, you little rascal, dare to report me, and I will end you. Ye Bai couldn't help but express his sentiments. This family, it was no wonder they sought allegiance with the demon god. Morality held no value for them. Akin to used toilet paper, in their flight from danger, they displayed a disgraceful spectacle, reminiscent of drowning individuals desperately stepping on each other's shoulders to escape. 1.5 minutes had passed. As Ye Bai watched the melodrama of familial affection unfold, he calculated the time. Even the mutual insults exchanged between Lian Zheng and the master did not last long. Ultimately, the master made a concession. I will activate the Abyss Plane's teleportation array, sending your soul to the Abyss Plane. Once I arrive there, I shall assist in reconstructing your physical form. What say you? Lian Zheng fell into silence, hesitating to respond. Abandoning his physical body would significantly impact his future strength. However, being half-paralyzed, the restoration would demand immense resources, and reconstructing his body appeared to be a viable option. Hurry! The pursuers are closing in. If we delay any longer, I will be unable to assist you, and we shall all perish. The master urged. In the end, Lian Zheng made his decision, nodding in agreement to the plan. Yet, he harbored his own concerns. The teleportation array to the Abyss Plane requires considerable time to activate, and produces significant noise. What if it attracts the attention of the City Defense Department's powerful beings? Though Lian Zheng was a mere second-tier warrior, his thoughts were meticulous, and he did not act recklessly. If the City Defense Department noticed the commotion and disrupted the teleportation array, Lian Zheng would be delivering himself to them. It matters not. The safe house you occupy can withstand immense damage and conceal the noise from the teleportation array, providing little reaction time for the adversary. With the master's assurance, Lien Zheng felt considerably reassured. Then what are we waiting for? Let us proceed, he urged. Just a minute ago, Lien Zheng had been threatening to report the master. Yet now he affectionately called him father. Such audacity was commendable. Ye Bai, who had been observing in the shadows, suddenly changed his expression. Should he retreat? He had not anticipated stumbling upon Lien Zheng's escape. Such serendipity. Even if he reported Lien Zheng now, it would be too late. Once the teleportation array was activated and Lien Zheng entered the abyss plane, there would be no turning back. As Ye Bai hesitated, an inscription materialized beside Lien Zheng's formation, Abyss Sacrifice Array. After connecting with the abyss plane, sacrifice a plethora of treasures and the souls of blood relatives to summon a powerful demonic entity. Ye Bai's body stiffened momentarily, a chill creeping up the back of his neck, his expression growing increasingly grave. This was not a teleportation array. It was a sacrificial formation. The master had no intention of rescuing his son. He intended to sacrifice Lien Zheng. Truly, a paragon of familial love. Without a moment's delay, Ye Bai darted forward, ascending to the third floor in the blink of an eye. The sacrifice must be thwarted. Lien Zheng's fate was irrelevant. The ritual had to be interrupted. This was the outskirts, sparsely populated, yet many still resided here, only a few dozen kilometers from the bustling city center. The consequences of the terrifying monstrosity's arrival are unimaginable. The only one capable of preventing this calamity is Ye Bai. Chapter 037. The conclusion of a life of sin. Time is of the essence. Ye Bai dashed up to the third floor like an arrow, arriving at the office of Lien Zheng. There remained but a minute before the sacrificial formation would be activated. The entire office had been fortified into a bastion, impenetrable and secure. Lien Zheng's father, the leader of the fourth demon sect, had clearly been prepared. His plan was not difficult to decipher. By means of sacrifice, he intended to open a portal to the abyssal plane, summoning forth terrifying creatures to curry favor with the demon he served. Simultaneously, the chaos unleashed by the arrival of these monsters would provide the leader with the perfect cover to escape, achieving multiple objectives. The only price to pay was the life of his own half-paralyzed son. This was a trap set long ago, only to be activated on the day of the demon sect leader's downfall. Even a tiger would not consume its own cub. This leader, devoid of humanity, was even less than a beast. With disdain for the leader of the demon sect, Ye Bai turned his gaze to the office before him, where a faint blue defensive barrier stood in his path. Can withstand damage of 120 billion. Ye Bai had layered his power accumulation 30 times, achieving a multiplier close to 11 billion. With an intelligence attribute of 285 points, his lightning arrow could inflict 501 intelligence and lightning damage, augmented by an additional 15 damage from natural power. This amounted to a single lightning arrow delivering 386 points of lightning damage. When factoring in the 11 billion times multiplier from his accumulated power, the damage soared to an astounding 40 trillion. Ye Bai could effortlessly shatter this defensive barrier. Remaining composed, he knew that beyond this barrier lay further adversaries. Even Lien Zheng himself possessed the combat strength of a second-tier warrior. Ye Bai was acutely aware that he was racing against time, with life hanging in the balance. Once he chose to step forward, there was no turning back. Since he could only surge ahead, Ye Bai was determined to survive. Utilizing the lightning arrow would be a one-time deal, depleting all layers of his power accumulation. Should another battle ensue thereafter, he would be in peril. Opting against the lightning arrow, Ye Bai selected another skill, Blessing of Thunder. Blessing of Thunder, 1, bestows a blessing of lightning upon oneself or an allied unit, granting an additional 20 points of lightning damage to normal attacks and an extra 25 points of lightning damage to magical attacks. With the natural power of 15 added and the 11 billion times accumulation, this meant normal attacks would gain an additional 253 billion damage. Magical attacks would carry an extra 316 billion damage. Duration, 30 seconds. Within these 30 seconds, all battles must be resolved. Pressing his lips together, Ye Bai raised his staff and began to conceal himself. Blessing of Thunder. Infused with boundless lightning power, Ye Bai felt an overwhelming force coursing through him, granting him the ability to easily obliterate the world with each movement. Wasting not a single second, Ye Bai's staff struck against the barrier. 253 billion. Not a mere hammer strike, but 253 billion. The barrier quaked violently, small fissures appearing upon its surface. The tremors drew the attention of Lien Zheng within the office, who was evidently aware of the disturbance outside. Damn it. Has the city defense department arrived already? How could they be so swift? He glared at his father, seething with rage. Old man, didn't you say you could mask the noise? Why the urgency? On the screen, the leader of the demonic sect appeared grave, admonishing him. You lack composure. This safe house, crafted by my own hands, can withstand damage exceeding 100 billion. Even if the War King were to come, it could hold for over a minute, by which time a formation would be complete. The leader's words acted as a calming balm for Lien Zheng, yet the violent tremors persisted, intensifying with each moment. Thud, thud. It was as if a divine being were beating a drum. Countless spider-like cracks spread across the barrier, reminiscent of exquisite porcelain shattered at the slightest touch. Can this truly withstand for a minute? Lien Zheng cried out in terror, his hands flailing in a frenzy, overwhelmed by panic. Boom! With a final blow, the barrier disintegrated into powder, a shield capable of absorbing immense damage reduced to mere paper in less than 5 seconds. He is coming in, Lien Zheng howled, akin to a cornered beast, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Amidst the smoke, a figure emerged. Just one person. Lien Zheng raised his hands high, summoning all his strength to shout, I surrender. Don't kill me. I'm willing to reveal everything. It was all his coercion. I never intended to betray humanity. It was that damned old man who forced me. In less than 15 minutes, Lien Zheng capitulated. Ye Bai cast a disdainful glance at him, the contempt in his eyes speaking volumes. Above Lien Zheng's head, a message appeared. Trivia. The fourth leader of the demonic sect was once a celebrated war king of humanity, until his son lured him into corruption. The phrase filial piety was exemplified in this family, where son betrayed father and father betrayed son, resulting in a tragic enmity. Ye Bai wasted no time, raising his staff. Lightning arrow, enhanced by the blessing of thunder, the arrow, imbued with destructive power, shot forth, striking Lien Zheng. Boom! The lightning arrow collided with a blue ripple, neutralizing each other. Hurry, save me. Everything he previously uttered, whether in surrender or cursing his father, was merely a ruse to buy time for his escape. Yet his opponent was not swayed by such tactics. The assault came relentlessly, each strike aimed to kill. Were it not for the special item Lien Zheng carried that absorbed a lethal blow, he would already be dead. Almost there. Just hold on for another 45 seconds. On the television screen, the shadow of the demonic sect's leader flickered, followed by the terrifying sound of an explosion. Clearly, a battle raged on at his location. His own situation was far from favorable. Why isn't he the passage opened yet? The foe's next attack was already being chanted. Lien Zheng lacked the courage to confront Ye Bai head-on, having shattered a barrier capable of withstanding immense force. A single lightning arrow had obliterated his life-saving artifact. Deep within Lien Zheng's heart, he recognized that Ye Bai's strength was at least that of a war king. Such a formidable opponent was beyond Lien Zheng's capacity to contend with, let alone face in direct combat. In truth, Ye Bai was merely at level 10, a first-tier warrior. Had Lien Zheng summoned a bit more courage and engaged Ye Bai in battle, the outcome would not have altered significantly. With the empowerment of an 11 billion-fold blessing of lightning, Ye Bai's offensive capabilities rivaled those of the most elite warlords. Though limited to a mere 30 seconds, it sufficed. Lightning arrow. Lightning arrow. With 2 successive strikes of the lightning arrow, he shattered Lien Zheng's 2 life-preserving artifacts. And for the first time, genuine despair flickered in Lien Zheng's gaze. In a desperate howl, Lien Zheng cursed, I condemn you, whether your soul resides in heaven or hell. I curse you, and I am willing to pay the price of my own soul. Ye Bai did not afford him the opportunity to finish his words. Lightning arrow. The fourth lightning arrow surged forth, imbued with devastating force, striking Lien Zheng and ending his nefarious existence. Boom! Lien Zheng was obliterated into ashes, leaving only a vague, charred silhouette on the ground. As a sacrificial offering for the ritual, Lien Zheng's demise triggered a chain reaction that caused the formation to abruptly cease, interrupting the sacrifice. With the crisis averted, Ye Bai exhaled a sigh of relief. On the other side of the screen, seemingly sensing the commotion, a sigh echoed. After all, they were father and son. The death of kin inevitably brought a touch of sorrow. Soon, a venomous, raspy voice emanated from the screen. No matter who you are, for slaying my kin, I vow to kill you. Even if I descend into the abyss of hell, I shall drag you down with me. Remember, this is the divine warrior's oath, wagered with my very life. The hoarse voice enunciated each word with unwavering conviction. I swear to kill you. Chapter 038. The Azure Flame Warlord. Monsters, gaze upon me and then perish. I swear to kill You. The four words were articulated with unassailable certainty. The palpable aura of murderous intent nearly seeped through the screen, capable of unsettling even the youngest of children and silencing the blossoms. Suddenly, the television screen flickered and turned black. Ye Bai, holding the power cord of the screen, disdainfully remarked, "I expected more from a divine warrior. Why not confront me through the very cable?" Having severed the connection of the cult leader, Ye Bai had no time for further discourse. The Eye of Insight warned Ye Bai that maintaining eye contact with the adversary for over 10 seconds would pose an undefined danger. Indeed, the divine warrior could kill from afar. Even the sacrificial formation here had been activated from a distance. The commotion had not gone unnoticed by the city's defense department. It was time to make a swift exit. Ye Bai surveyed the surroundings. As the stronghold of the cult leader, the office originally housed numerous invaluable items for emergencies. Regrettably, the preceding battle had been too intense, obliterating most possessions, leaving only a few dust-covered remnants amidst the ruins. Ye Bai swiftly scoured the debris, retrieving a handful of valuable items, stowing them away without a moment to examine their worth. With urgency in the air, he did not forget one crucial task. A wolf's journey leaves traces. Retreat. Ye Bai leapt from the third-floor window, landing lightly on the concrete below, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water surface. Wind slash. Shadows flickered as Ye Bai adeptly wielded his blade against the wind, his senses ablaze with fervor. In an instant, his figure vanished beyond the horizon of the city's nocturnal veil. 5 minutes post-battle, and 4 minutes since Ye Bai's departure. The silence of the night was shattered by the wailing of sirens. Dozens of vehicles surged with great velocity toward the derelict factory, surrounding an office building with precision. Hundreds of elite soldiers disembarked, seizing advantageous positions, their weapons trained upon the edifice. A figure brandished a loudspeaker, vociferously declaring, "Those inside, you have silence." A thunderous roar erupted from above. An elder, wreathed in azure flames, soared into the air, hovering over the crowd. "Everyone step back. The ambience here is infused with the essence of the abyss. This is beyond your capacity to engage." Many recognized the elder as the renowned war king of Nanjing City, the formidable pillar of the Liu family, Liu Qingyan. Upon hearing Liu Qingyan's command, the city defense personnel promptly retreated while organizing the evacuation of nearby residents. Liu Qingyan, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, intoned gravely, "All below the rank of war soldier, withdraw 50 miles. Those below the rank of war general, retreat 30 miles. Nanjing City has entered a state of level 1 emergency due to the detection of abyssal portal activity." A flurry of messages emanated from his grasp, disseminating rapidly. Within the radar vehicle, a communications officer, adorned with a headset, labored fervently. "By order of War King Qingyan, Nanjing City is now in a level 1 emergency state. All cities within a 3,000-mile radius of Nanjing are to enter a level 2 emergency state. All War Kings report to the nearest portal. Any delay in response will result in a 3-year assignment to the abyssal realm. Disobedience to military orders will be met with execution." As the officer uttered the final warning, his voice trembled slightly. A level 1 emergency signifies a potential incursion of abyssal creatures into Blue Star, posing a grave threat to the homeland, with humanity facing imminent peril regarding life and property. Under such circumstances, any act of defiance against the Planetary Defense Council is deemed treasonous. When the formidable beings initially established this ironclad decree, even the war god had once resisted, relying on his prestige to momentarily delay compliance. The consequence was immediate. He was publicly stripped of all titles and dispatched to the abyssal death camp. Only under the weight of such ironclad laws can peace be maintained. The tranquility of Blue Star, where its inhabitants lead serene lives, has been forged through countless sacrifices and bloodshed. Commands were executed with alacrity, as if etched into the very marrow of the populace. No one dared to oppose. In less than a minute, the air above Nanjing City resonated with piercing alarm. Several formidable presences, rivaling that of War King Qingyan, ascended, occupying strategic points, bracing for confrontation. Concurrently, 2 war kings advanced swiftly toward Qingyan. One, with an icy demeanor, bore a furrowed brow, his gaze laden with gravity. "Speak quickly. I must report to higher authorities." At the moment of the incident, Liu Qingyan was the closest to the scene and the first to arrive, taking charge of the situation. His expression was no less tense as he slowly articulated, "There is the aura of an abyssal sacrificial array here. Observe." As he spoke, Liu Qingyan unleashed a fiery whip, striking the air as if it had hit something. releasing a wisp of black smoke that emitted a foul stench. Indeed, the two were immediately filled with a sense of impending doom. The abyssal sacrificial array had opened a gateway between realms, summoning abyssal creatures. Judging by the situation, the grade of the sacrificial array was not low. The summoned entity was at least of the War King level. It might even be stronger. At this thought, the three of them felt a chill run through them. A War God level creature. It had been nearly 50 years since such a being had set foot on Blue Star. If a War God level creature truly descended, the three War Kings present would barely be enough to serve as mere fodder. Regardless, we are the closest and must take the lead. Lu Qingyan spoke slowly. According to the emergency response manual, I hold the highest rank and possess command authority at the scene. You two will follow my arrangements. Before the two could refuse, Lu Qingyan continued. Shortly, I will enter the office building to assess the situation of the abyssal sacrificial array and gather intelligence. Should I encounter a creature, I will engage it to collect further information. Without my command, you must not recklessly join the fray. If I fall, Li Er will assume command and organize the evacuation. Understood? Old Lu. No way. The man referred to as Li Er, a middle-aged man, was visibly enraged, clearly dissatisfied with this arrangement. He too was a War King. Why should Lu Qingyan charge in a danger alone? Inside the office building, even the weakest creatures would be at the War King level, and confronting them would be a perilous endeavor. Lu Qingyan's plan evidently placed him in an extraordinarily dangerous position. Any objections can wait until we have dealt with this emergency. Lu Qingyan disregarded the opposition, took a deep breath, and the azure flames above his head solidified slightly, swaying with the wind. If the opportunity presents itself, perhaps this battle will be my chance to achieve the status of War God. The name Azure Flame War God. I quite fancy it. Having said that, he strode forward, his presence surging to its apex, overwhelming others with an aura so powerful that it left them breathless as he charged into the office building. The place where the abyssal creatures descended, War King level, or even War God level beings, lay hidden in the shadows. Plant and gaze upon me. Lu Qingyan's roar echoed from within the office building, infused with boundless combat spirit. Come out and then perish. Hearing the omnipresent alarm, Ye Bai quickened his pace, not daring to glance back at the unfolding chaos. After eliminating Lian Zheng, the danger posed by the abyssal sacrificial array had been neutralized. How did this level 1 emergency response come into play? Did I overlook something? With the eye of insight, nothing could escape Ye Bai's notice. He walked briskly, muttering to himself, "It has nothing to do with me, nothing to do with me." Chapter 039. Old Lu, say something. In the outskirts, at the abandoned factory. After the residual aura of the abyssal sacrificial array was discovered, Nanjing City entered a level 1 emergency state. 3 War Kings rushed to the exterior of the abandoned factory. With the mightiest among them, Azure Flame War King, taking the lead, boldly entering the office building. He charged in with an overwhelming aura, undaunted by any formidable foe lurking within the remnants of the abyssal energy. The Azure Flame War King entered the office building. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed. Yet no battle erupted within. The War King waiting outside grew increasingly impatient, yet recollected the instructions given by the Azure Flame War King before departing and dared not advance recklessly. Old Lu, Li Er shouted from afar. What is the situation inside? Soon, Lu Qingyan emerged from the office building, his countenance notably grim and his gaze exceptionally frigid. Follow me, he commanded. The rest of you remain on standby. The 2 War Kings, filled with countless questions, could only trail behind Lu Qingyan. Old Lu, speak a word. Li Er urged, what has transpired? See for yourselves. Lu Qingyan replied, leading them to the threshold of an office where a scene of utter chaos lay before them. What is this? The War Kings, possessing insight far beyond ordinary men, surveyed the surroundings and swiftly reconstructed the scene of battle in their minds. Lightning elemental damage, a War King level output. Observing the traces of combat, one could ascertain that a barrier had been shattered before the victim was slain. Old Lu, do we have information on the identity of the deceased? Lia inquirit, lifting his gaze. In such an abyssal sacrifice array, the soul of a blood relative is the most vital offering. It undoubtedly involves high-ranking members of the demonic sect. The identity has been confirmed, Lu Qingyan stated gravely. He is likely the son of the 4th demonic sect's leader, his true name being Lian Zheng, and his father is. He trailed off, for even the name of the War God, regardless of his betrayal to humanity in favor of the demon god, could not be uttered lightly. Lian Zheng. Does that mean his father is the leader of the 4th demonic sect? Li Er's face was etched with shock. That individual harbored the potential to become a transcendent war god, having accomplished countless feats, yet after a significant battle, he had retreated into seclusion, indifferent to worldly affairs. It was inconceivable that he had already betrayed humanity. Matters of a higher order are, for now, beyond our concern, and we lack the capacity to worry over them. Lien Zheng was struck down by a lightning spell. The assailant must be at least a war king-level powerhouse. Indeed, I have examined the barrier array here, and based on the materials, it should withstand damage on the order of hundreds of billions. With those words, the three fell into a contemplative silence. Lier turned to Lu Qingyan, a hint of bitterness in his voice as he asked, "Old Lu, how long would it take you to unleash damage of that magnitude?" In peak condition, 5 seconds. Ordinarily, 10 to 20 seconds. If a war king were to strike at peak performance, the City Defense Department's monitoring array would have long since detected the signal. Lier spoke slowly. In other words, the adversary, while concealing their strength, still possesses the output capability of a peak war king. Though reluctant to acknowledge it, the truth was undeniable. Lu Qingyan had already formed a judgment. He had been astounded for quite some time upon first discovering the traces of battle here. When did Nanjing City harbor such formidable entities? The output capability of a peak war king must have preemptively traced Lien Zheng's hiding place, interrupting the abyssal sacrifice arrays process. Dia exhaled deeply, his demeanor relaxing. Regardless of the circumstances, he had saved Nanjing City. Had the abyssal sacrifice array successfully activated, it would have summoned a war king-level demon. Lu Qingyan, Lier, and the others were inevitably drawn into a grand conflict. The full might of the war king was beyond control, and it was destined that a significant portion of Nanjing City would be ravaged. This matter is likely far more intricate than we imagine. Lu Qingyan rummaged through the ashes for a moment and pointed to a small mark, saying, "Look here. This is the mark of a lone wolf. It was done by someone from the lone wolf. What could their intention be? Quiet, let me think." The appearance of the lone wolf mark caused the previously relaxed nerves of the group to tense once more. The entire situation seemed to have grown even more convoluted. Is there a possibility, Lu Qingyan pondered aloud, that someone from the lone wolf has tracked down Lien Zheng, intending to use him as bait to draw out the leader of the fourth demon sect? In the process, they encountered the activation of the abyssal sacrifice array, and out of necessity, they struck to kill Lien Zheng, interrupting the array. To conceal their identity, they left the scene swiftly after the attack. Lu Qingyan's analysis was well-founded, and the two war kings nodded in agreement. To dare bait a god of war-level powerhouse indicates that this mysterious figure's strength may exceed our expectations. Regardless, let's compile the information here and report it upwards. As Lier spoke, he took out a tablet, ready to take action. Suddenly, the shadows of the three war kings distorted. "Be careful." From within the shadows, a wisp of black mist slowly rose. "We are allies. Do not strike." Lu Qingyan halted Lier and the others, his expression clouded with uncertainty. Which esteemed individual from the shadows do we have here? The shadows. The visitor turned out to be a notable figure from the shadows, a legendary presence said to be elusive, only surfacing to protect the lone wolf. From the depths of the black mist came a voice, raspy and profound. "I am Ingjiu. Little Lu, it has been 30 years. You have nearly become a god of war." The black mist seemed to recognize Lu Qingyan, and there was a hint of admiration in its tone. "Ingjiu, the god of war." Lier's face was filled with astonishment. The black mist before him was indeed that of a god of war. Lu Qingyan's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, devoid of any arrogance, and he inquired, "Lord Ingjiu, what exactly transpired here?" "Nothing much, just a young individual acting valiantly, stepping forward." The term young individual left the three war kings momentarily stunned. They had previously speculated that it could be the work of a hidden master of war king caliber. How could a young person emerge at such a tender age, possessing the output capability of a war king? There is only one person in the world capable of such feats. The name Azura simultaneously surfaced in the minds of the war kings. Lier was taken aback by his own conjecture. This matter was indeed related to Azura, the most potent seed of the human race, the hope for the fourth strongest. According to prior orders, all information regarding Azura was to be kept confidential. Why was Ingjiu speaking so casually? Lier cautiously inquired, "Lord Ingjiu, is it truly wise to divulge such matters to us?" "Of course not." The black mist swirled, emitting a raspy laugh. "Thus, I am here to tidy up the aftermath. Am I not? Youngsters are often too reckless in their endeavors, and it falls upon this old bone of mine to clean up the mess." Having spoken, the dark mist suddenly expanded, enveloping the entire office building along with the three battle kings. Moments later, the mist receded, revealing the three kings emerging from the building. Their expressions unchanged. The leader, the Qingyan Battle King, proclaimed loudly, "This first-level emergency drill is hereby concluded. Subsequently, the superior departments will evaluate the performance of each unit. Disband." With that, the three Battle Kings transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the horizon. In their hearts, they deemed the drill a resounding success. As for matters beyond the exercise, they remained buried deep within their memories. Before that moment, all recollections of today were merely an exercise. Under the cloak of night, a wisp of black mist drifted leisurely into the distance. The sirens had ceased. Ye Bai halted his steps, glancing at the large screen by the roadside, where the latest news was scrolling. It was merely a drill? What a false alarm. Before he could enter the residential area, he was intercepted by someone. "Excuse me, are you Ye Bai?" A modestly dressed woman of refined taste, with a smile in her eyes, gently inquired. "Yes, and you are?" "I am Lu Sueki's mother." "Lu Sueki, a classmate of yours. May I have a moment to chat?" "Not really convenient," Ye Bai replied, maneuvering around the woman and continuing into the complex. The woman thought to herself. She was just being polite, yet this boy truly said it wasn't convenient. What a day. How can my daughter fancy someone so unconventional? Chapter 040. Ye Bai, my focus is solely on studies. Ye Bai, the woman gritted her teeth and hurriedly followed. It won't take long, just a few words. Ye Bai halted, frowning at her. Why was Lu Sueki's mother seeking him out? Was she proposing him as a son-in-law? Auntie, I believe you might be mistaken. We are third-year students, and I think we should prioritize our studies. I currently have no intentions of dating. Ye Bai stated earnestly. This time, the woman was taken aback. She had said nothing yet, and he had already launched a verbal counterattack, flipping the roles of aggressor and defender. I never said you should date Sueki. In that moment of distraction, Ye Bai had already walked several meters away. The woman took a deep breath and caught up again. Speaking quickly, Ye Bai, I just want to tell you something. Sueki has exceptional talent, and has chosen the profession of an interdimensional summoner. It may be challenging for her to become a warrior in the future. Sueki is capable of making her own decisions, and since she has feelings for you, I won't say much more. I only hope you can be a bit stronger than her. At the very least, your future together will be easier. The woman carefully chose her words, finding herself in a difficult position. While Sueki possessed exceptional talent, Ye Bai also had talent, both sitting at the bottom of the talent hierarchy. I think you must have misunderstood something. Annie, Ye Bai patiently reiterated, Sueki and I share a purely platonic relationship. She occasionally consults me for help with certain problems, and that is all. A smile emerged on the woman's face, clearly disbelieving Ye Bai's assertions. A pure, platonic relationship with a fellow student? Would Lu Sueki truly bestow such a precious map upon an ordinary classmate? Enough of these fanciful tales. They might deceive others. But do not attempt to fool me. The woman continued. I merely wish to convey that regardless of whom Sueki chooses, I will support her. However, the Lu family is not solely my decision to make. There are other elders who may oppose your relationship with Sueki. Ye Bai could hardly suppress an eye roll. What sort of absurd script was this? A crooked-mouthed dragon king, a son-in-law of a war god? Apologies for the interruption. I shall take my leave. Fearing Ye Bai might escape once more, the woman hurriedly added, in the coming days, Nanjiang Third High School will hold an internal selection. Those who excel will have the opportunity to qualify for a summer camp at a prestigious university, and may even be granted early admission. Ye Bai, if you wish to be with Sueki. Ye Bai interjected, Auntie, I must reiterate, I have no interest. My sole desire at present is to study. The woman relented. Very well, very well. If your focus is on your studies, you must seize this opportunity. If you can place in the top 20 of the internal selection. The Lu family, she left her thoughts unspoken, yet it was clear to those who understood. With the Lu family's influence in Nanjiang City, as long as Ye Bai secured a spot in the top 20, he could be propelled into the summer camp at a top university, with the possibility of early admission not being out of reach. The prerequisite being, Ye Bai must strive earnestly. The woman had come to impart this information to Ye Bai. After conveying her message, she nodded at him and turned to depart. Sigh. I can't shake the feeling that she has greatly misinterpreted the situation. After Lu Sueki's second awakening of her talent, she chose to conceal her advanced abilities. Lu Sueki's mother is certainly an intriguing individual, clearly demonstrating a deep concern for her daughter. After leaving the community, a sleek, all-black luxury car came to a halt by the roadside, and the doors opened automatically. Oh, darling, weren't you responding to a level 1 emergency? Upon entering the vehicle, the woman discovered her husband was also present. It was a drill, and it has concluded. However, I find it somewhat peculiar. In the back seat sat a middle-aged man, his hair slightly graying, his countenance stern and sharply defined, as though chiseled by a sculptor's hand. But enough of that. Did you meet Ye Bai? I did. He is even more handsome in person than in the photographs. No wonder Sweki has taken a liking to him. Yet, it seems you have already envisioned names for their children. Do not speak such nonsense. The woman playfully scolded, her eyes sparkling with mischief, a charming demeanor blooming forth. Lu Sweki is indeed a rare beauty, having evidently inherited much of her mother's allure. My poor daughter, as the woman's request was voiced, the middle-aged man's brow furrowed slightly. Father values this granddaughter above all. Even without my prompting, he is anxious. Had it not been for the level 1 emergency drill, he would have returned home sooner. At this moment, he is likely already with Sweki. As he spoke, the middle-aged man's gaze drifted toward the car window, his worries deepening. With advanced talent and the path of a summoner in a different realm, Lu Sweki has effectively closed off all her avenues. To reverse Lu Sweki's fate, it would require the intervention of a war god or perhaps an unparalleled being. Otherwise, one could only hope for a second awakening of her innate talent. The difficulty of such a second awakening is immense. After countless words, all that remains is a heavy sigh. Ultimately, Sweki must forge her own path. An elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit stood by the window, his face a mask of incredulity. Upon learning that his granddaughter possessed an awakened-level talent, he immediately ceased his explorations in the abyssal plane, not pausing for a moment. To think that she had privately informed him of her second awakening of talent, and at that, an awakened-level talent, it astonished the Qingyan War King to the core. Lu Sweki had no choice but to patiently recount the events of the past few days. So, you owe this second awakening entirely to Ye Bai? The Qingyan War King stroked his beard, analyzing the situation with calmness. Perhaps it is not so certain. I cannot be sure. There is no ambiguity. It must be Ye Bai. The Qingyan War King, with a sharp insight, was resolute in this belief. You have done well to conceal your secret, simultaneously alleviating many troubles for Ye Bai, benefiting both of you. Sweki, listen to your grandfather. You must quickly pass the warrior test and choose the lone wolf faction. And then, Lu Sweki blinked her lively eyes, awaiting further elaboration. Once you become a lone wolf, there will be, you will be much safer. Even in your grandfather's absence, there will be individuals to protect you. The Qingyan War King did not elaborate further on the matter of the shadow. As for your classmate, I shall arrange for someone to make contact. We cannot forget this favor. With that, the Qingyan War King turned to leave. Rest well and prepare for tonight's exploration of the Eternal Tower. Try to achieve a higher exploration level on the first floor before advancing further. Exiting the villa, Lu Qingyan strolled through the garden, where a stooped butler silently approached him from behind, respectfully stating, "Sir, the young master has met with Ye Bai. What is your opinion? He is an intriguing individual." The butler hesitated briefly before adding, "Should I send someone to learn more?" The affairs of the Lu family were managed by this old butler in the absence of the Qingyan War King. Having followed Lu Qingyan for many years, he regarded him as family. No need. The butler looked slightly taken aback. No animents? What does the master intend to do? "I shall go personally," Lu Qingyan casually remarked. "This lad has rendered great kindness to Sweki, and I have been experiencing some issues lately, making it unsuitable for me to return to the abyssal plane or explore the Eternal Tower. It is an opportune time to observe what the new generation of youth is truly like." Standing before a willow tree, Lu Qingyan stood tall and straight, resembling a sword drawn from its sheath. "Ye Bai, Ye Bai. Do not let this old man down." Achoo! Ye Bai rubbed his nose, pondering why so many people had been thinking of him lately. Upon returning home, he finally relaxed. This journey, it seems, was fraught with tension, yet ultimately safe. Sitting on the couch, Ye Bai let out a long sigh of relief. He retrieved several items from his backpack and laid them out on the table, inspecting each one as he began to tally the gains from his expedition. Chapter 041, The Walking 100,000 Gold Coins. Before Ye Bai lay the spoils of war, treasures once possessed by the leader of the Fourth Demon Sect. Remarkably, they had remained undamaged during his previous battle with Lian Zheng, indicating their exceptional quality. To the far left, a fist-sized, irregular sphere rested, its ebony surface adorned with golden speckles, exuding an extraordinary weight. This mere fragment weighed no less than 1,000 pounds. Only with a strength attribute exceeding 300 could Ye Bai manage to shift it. At present, it lay upon the floor, the tiles beneath unable to bear such a burden. Crushed into dust. Qinjinyan iron, 512. A unique product of the abyssal plane, is exceptionally sharp after special refinement, boasting outstanding armor-piercing capabilities, and is commonly used in the crafting of warlord-level melee weapons. What a treasure! A surge of excitement coursed through Ye Bai. This was the primary material for warlord-level weaponry. From his earlier encounter with the Bull Demon General, Ye Bai was certain that his adversaries would relentlessly target the Shura. Merely at the first level, they had already equipped themselves with a magic suppression disc, a special item designed to counteract mage output. The path ahead would only grow more treacherous. They focused on mages while I secretly honed my melee skills to astonish all in battle. Ye Bai understood that to progress further, he must develop comprehensively. However, human energy is, after all, finite. Rapidly enhancing his melee prowess appeared quite unrealistic. Yet, possessing a suitable weapon would be the most expedient means to significantly bolster his close combat capabilities and survival skills. Setting the Chinjinyan iron upon the floor, he recognized its substantial worth. To truly harness its potential, he would need to invest considerable resources. Ye Bai's gaze shifted to the second item, a somewhat tattered scroll. Forbidden Spell Scroll can inscribe and unleash forbidden spells, maintaining 80 of their power, with each use consuming 5 durability points. Durability, 55-100. Stored forbidden spells, 0. Maximum capacity, 2 gasp. It can actually store forbidden spells, skills that can only be feebly unleashed by warlord-level beings. It is said that even the residual force of a forbidden spell can alter the very landscape. Ye Bai could not help but draw in a sharp breath. His luck was indeed remarkable. This item had been discovered beside Lian Zheng. Clearly, Lian Zheng was also aware of the Forbidden Spell Scroll, its value, and carried it with him. Unfortunately, during his prior escape, the stored forbidden spells had already been expended. Otherwise, when Ye Bai stormed in, he would have been met with a devastating forbidden spell. This meant the ability to store a full-force strike from a warlord-level opponent twice. If utilized wisely, it would not only serve as a safeguard for his life, but also as a formidable weapon for conquest. Durability depletion? Money can mend that. Lacking the capability to inscribe forbidden spells, one can simply pay a warlord-level expert to inscribe them. When it comes to matters concerning his own life, expenditure is of no concern. The value of this item far surpasses that of the Chinjinyan iron. Perhaps it is my greatest gain from this expedition. Ye Bai held the forbidden spell box in his hands, growing increasingly fond of it. However, a sudden realization struck him. He had almost forgotten that he only possessed 2,700 gold coins at present. 2,700 gold coins, which translates to 2,700,000 dragon coins. In a mere span of 2 days, Ye Bai found himself lamenting the fact that he possessed only 2,700,000. Such inflation of ego, indeed. Yet, one cannot entirely fault Ye Bai for this sentiment. When placed before a war king, the sum of 2,700 gold coins would likely not even warrant a glance. The true challenge lies in persuading the war king to assist him in imprinting the forbidden spell, which proves to be quite a conundrum. Ye Bai felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The persistent lack of funds was becoming unbearable. His gaze drifted to the 2 items behind him. The first was a damaged staff. Originally a weapon of divine caliber, its worth had diminished drastically due to its disrepair. The cost of restoration would far exceed the staff's intrinsic value. It was a cherished item of the 4th Demon Sect's leader, having accompanied him through numerous battles. Yet it had suffered catastrophic damage during a harrowing encounter, resulting in the loss of its spirit. This staff resembled more of a memento than a valuable artifact, and its worth could only be deemed mediocre. After a cursory glance, Ye Bai dismissed the staff. Its peculiar origin could provoke unnecessary complications if he attempted to sell it in the trading secret realm. Given its low value, it wasn't worth the trouble. He resolved to store it away, hoping for a future opportunity to repurpose it. The final item was a black square box. The method of opening it was exceedingly intricate. Even a war god would struggle to force it open. Any attempt to damage the box would result in the automatic destruction of its contents. Thus, the black box served as an exceptional document protector. Even in the hands of the likes of the Qingyan War King, its contents would remain inaccessible. Unfortunately for the box, it had come into the possession of Ye Bai. As the possessor of the exceptional talent, insightful, he needed no physical opening to perceive the documents within. What lay inside was a list. Ye Bai's pupils narrowed, and a spark of realization ignited in his mind as he comprehended the significance of this document. Indeed, it was a list of high-ranking officials within the 4th Demon Sect. Ye Bai quickly procured paper and pen, meticulously transcribing each name from the document. Having previously reported a warrior and earned 30,000 gold coins, he noted that the individuals on this list were all, at minimum, 5th-tier warriors. with bounties soaring to 100,000 gold coins. These were walking fortunes. If he reported each individual on this list, he could easily amass 10 million gold coins. Ye Bai marveled at the list of dozens of names. Just this morning, he had been fretting over 1 million gold coins. Now, with the simple task of drafting a few dozen reports, he could effortlessly secure 10 million gold coins. The prospect was both easy and gratifying. Reporting the demon sect's followers weighed not on his conscience. These individuals were stained with blood, their very existence marred by filth. Setting the list aside, he recognized its true, invaluable worth. Reflecting on his findings, it was clear that this venture had yielded bountiful rewards, far exceeding his expectations. Ye Bai surveyed his surroundings. Surrounded by fallen star iron and the forbidden spell scroll, all of which he could retain for his own use. The damaged staff lay momentarily in his hand, serving as a keepsake. Meanwhile, the list of cultist names represented a treasure worth millions in gold. He tidied up, as dinner had yet to be consumed. You have 19,827 unread messages. Buzzing. You have 20,193 unread messages. What is happening? Ye Bai was astonished to discover that his voice mailbox was nearly overflowing. He clicked on the first voice message. Greetings, Master. I, Old Wong, have an item that requires appraisal. How much gold do you charge? What is this? A glance revealed that all the voice messages were remarkably similar, each one requesting him to appraise equipment. Chapter 042, The Frenzied Forum. Over 20,000 unread messages lay dormant in Ye Bai's voice mailbox. Moreover, this number was escalating at a frenzied pace, showing no signs of abating. Upon entering the forum, Ye Bai noticed a title emblazoned in bold red, flickering with flames. Paid equipment appraisal, including hidden attributes, price negotiable. Odd. Hadn't this post been published in the morning? Ye Bai distinctly recalled that he had intended to exchange equipment appraisals for gold to lift the bloodline restrictions of the anti-magic talisman. Initially, the response had been lukewarm, with only Li Xiaoping reaching out to him. Ye Bai scrolled through the post with haste. Originally, the matter seemed to fade away, and his post gradually sank into obscurity. By the afternoon, a user named had reposted, claiming to have completed an equipment appraisal and expressing immense gratitude, nearly begging for a 50-star rating. This sparked a new wave of excitement. Some were swayed, while others questioned whether was merely a plant, and if the two were performing a duet to bait others. We conducted the transaction in the secret realm. Here, the contract copy. When the transaction contract was presented, most fell silent. This was no trifling matter. Even so, skepticism lingered regarding the first-tier warrior's appraisal abilities until another user, striving for every moment, made a post. Striving for every moment. The host appraisal skill is at least at the master level. I've personally tested it. This brief statement ignited a wildfire discussion across the entire Wolf's Den forum. Could be true? Striving for every moment had posted. He was a master forger. Although the items produced had a lifespan, he was indeed a genuine master. Lo and behold, the host truly was a master-level appraiser. This was no mere bait. It was akin to exploding a fishing pond. The host is a good person. May you live a long and prosperous life. Help Old Wong appraise an item. Get lost. I was here first. Host, I have a weapon of the war, king level. From that moment onward, the situation spiraled uncontrollably. After witnessing the entire spectacle, Ye Bai felt a tinge of helplessness. One may plant flowers with care, yet they may not bloom. Conversely, an unintentional willow may flourish. The intent behind posting was to resolve his financial woes. Now, with a list of reports in hand, he possessed a veritable fortune of 100,000 gold coins. Soon to be his. For the time being, he was no longer in want of money. However, charging for appraisals is a method that yields gradual returns. Ye Bai mused that reporting such matters is ultimately a one-time transaction. A person cannot be reported twice. As Ye Bai's prowess increases, so too will his consumption of various resources. If converted into gold coins, the expenditure would amount to astronomical figures. Just as a horse cannot thrive without forage, a person cannot gain weight without late-night snacks. For Ye Bai, having a stable side income is a surefire investment. Having settled on this thought, Ye Bai dialed the Wolf's Nest hotline once more. Hello, how may I assist you? I would like to cancel or modify the commission I submitted this morning. Certainly. What alterations would you like to make? I can appraise equipment for others, and my fees are as follows. Imprinting a forbidden spell on a special item for a warrior-level expert. Crafting a melee weapon with a potential limit of warrior level. Restoring the durability of a special item. You may choose one of these three. Ye Bai articulated his demands, noting that these services could not be quantified in gold coins. and it would be more advantageous to barter on the forum. Additionally, please note that I can appraise 5 items daily, with 2 opportunities remaining today. Understood. I am registering your request now. Please hold. Ye Bai had long rehearsed this script in his mind. He understood that if he were to offer unlimited appraisals, it would surely attract undue attention from higher authorities and bring about unnecessary troubles. Thus, he devised a method of disguise. The Eye of Insight has always looked down upon the keen eye, a level talent. Originally, the keen eye could only be utilized 3 times a day. However, upon reviewing the relevant notes, Ye Bai discovered that the keen eye could be trained for enhancement, allowing for a maximum of 9 uses. Ye Bai publicly claimed he could appraise equipment 5 times a day, which fell within the realm of normalcy. In the eyes of these lone wolves, Ye Bai's probability of 9,999 was attributed to the level talent keen eye. A prestigious level talent, yet it must be disguised as a lower one. How the world has fallen, and how the hearts of men have changed. Clearly, the Eye of Insight disapproved of Ye Bai's actions and raised a protest. The protest was in vain. Your modifications have been completed. Any relevant messages will be forwarded to your voicemail. Thank you. Upon hanging up, Ye Bai cleared all of his previous 20,000 messages. The new threshold he set was sufficient to filter out the majority. Each of the 3 requirements was more stringent than the last, with the simplest demanding the intervention of a warrior-level expert. Nevertheless, Ye Bai quickly received nearly 10 messages, which he perused one by one. I can summon a warrior-level priest to imprint a priestly forbidden spell. I can restore an item, increasing its durability by 30 points. I hope to exchange this for 2 equipment appraisals. I can craft a melee weapon with warrior-level potential, with materials provided, price negotiable. After filtering through the messages, Ye Bai prioritized them based on his immediate needs. He decided to place the equipment crafting at the end of the list, as he only had 1 main material on hand and had yet to decide what equipment to forge. The durability of the forbidden spell's axis stands at 55, allowing for 11 uses, though it can also be postponed. What Ye Bai urgently requires is the imprinting of the forbidden spell. From the messages, he selected 2 individuals and extended an invitation for a meeting. No problem. I shall await you in the trading secret realm. Without further contemplation, Ye Bai activated the tower mark and entered the trading secret realm. A figure enveloped in azure flames awaited him at the agreed location. Upon laying eyes on the individual, Ye Bai noticed a note hovering above the azure flames. Lu Qingyan, grandfather of Lu Sueki, a warlord-level powerhouse, the fiery battle king. Ah, this is unexpected. Ye Bai did not anticipate encountering Lu Sueki's grandfather here. Regardless, he was oblivious to my true identity, so a mere imprint of a warrior-level forbidden spell would suffice. At worst, I shall refrain from future dealings with this elder. Steeling himself, Ye Bai approached. This marked his first direct interaction with a warlord-level powerhouse. The legendary warlords possess the ability to alter the very fabric of the world, with the elite among them capable of breaching lower realms. As Ye Bai approached, the fiery battle king also deduced his identity, greeting him with utmost respect. Greetings, master. Ye Bai similit kunojin. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Feel free to speak freely. Chapter 043. The Flames of Desolation, the Eternal Ember. Greetings, master. A warlord, even a peak warlord, must respectfully address Ye Bai as master. Ye Bai was not one to crave vanity. He maintained a gentle smile and nodded in acknowledgement. I have met the warlord predecessor. This term of respect resonated deeply with the fiery battle king, who found the young elemental figure increasingly pleasing to the eye. Indeed, this young man is quite impressive. Given that he registered as a first-tier warrior, his strength may not be formidable, and his age is still tender. The fiery battle king understood that the potential and value of this individual far surpassed that of an ordinary warlord, which is precisely why he was inclined to address him as master. When engaging with peers, one should extend mutual courtesy. The fiery battle king conjured 2 fiery hands. Clasping them in salute, I am Lu Qingyan, honored to meet you, master. I have long heard of the illustrious name of Qingyan from Nanjiang. Seeing you today, it brings me joy to foresee your further advancements. A casual remark from Ye Bai caused Lu Qingyan to tremble with astonishment, immediately regarding him with newfound respect. This individual, even from across the trading secret realm, could discern the depth of my realm. Even if he is not a warlord-level powerhouse, he cannot be far from it. Amidst his astonishment, Lu Qingyan felt a flicker of doubt. Such an extraordinary figure ought not to remain obscure. The emergence of Ashura, a supreme seed, stirs changes across the board, compelling many hidden figures to step into the limelight. This individual before me is likely a case in point. Lu Qingyan could not help but regard this mysterious powerhouse with heightened esteem. He laughed heartily and inquired, "Let us dispense with the formalities. How shall I address you? I am a fourth in the hierarchy. If it pleases you, you may call me fourth brother." Lu Qingyan is no ordinary individual. A man who ascends to the title of War King cannot rely solely on brute strength in battle. He promptly stated, "Fourth brother, the matter I wish to discuss is somewhat delicate, and I hope you can take an oath of confidentiality." "No problem," Ye Bai replied, albeit with a hint of curiosity about what could be so shrouded in mystery. Under the witness of the spirit of the secret realm, Ye Bai took the oath, pledging not to disclose Lu Qingyan's secret. "Fourth brother, the situation is as follows." Lu Qingyan briefly recounted the events surrounding his granddaughter. However, he chose to omit Ye Bai's involvement, merely stating that his granddaughter had inadvertently experienced a second awakening of her innate talent, which now stood at the level of a Tier 2 talent. Ye Bai feigned surprise, expressing, "What remarkable luck." Lu Qingyan, with a touch of pride and feigned modesty, replied, "It is also thanks to the assistance of a noble benefactor." Of course, Ye Bai knew all too well that this benefactor was none other than himself. Thus, Ye Bai inquired, "Is your matter with me related to your granddaughter?" In conversing with Lu Qingyan, Ye Bai felt compelled to maintain an air of detachment. Adopting the demeanor of a reclusive sage, he referred to Lu Qingyan as senior, while Lu Qingyan called him fourth brother, creating a rather convoluted hierarchy. "Indeed, fourth brother. My granddaughter has the ability to summon beings from other realms to assist in battle through the sacrifice of special items. I wonder if you could help identify them?" Lu Qingyan earnestly requested. He lacked nothing in terms of equipment, weapons, or items, having already prepared everything for Lu Sueki. Furthermore, there was no need to trouble a master of identification for low-level gear. Ye Bai humbly suggested we could give a try, though I cannot guarantee success at this moment. "Too humble, brother. It is bound to succeed," Lu Qingyan exclaimed enthusiastically, his smile almost reaching his ears. "Tonight, my granddaughter will reach level 10 and participate in her job transition. Once she has completed it, I shall bring her to the trading secret realm to trouble you. Fourth brother, as for the compensation, rest assured it will be satisfactory." After discussing Lu Sueki, Lu Qingyan presented a War King-level weapon, seeking Ye Bai's assistance in identifying its advancement conditions. The requirements for advancement were to burn the 6th demon god's fingerbone to ashes and apply it to the hilt of the sword, reapplying every 12 hours for a total of 6 applications before advancement could occur. Upon completing the identification, Ye Bai could not help but internally lament. Such stringent advancement conditions. Who could have anticipated that? Why did Ye Bai's post garner such fervent responses on the Wolf's Nest forum? Many possessed equipment for advancement, but could not identify the conditions needed. Moreover, masters of identification were even rarer than masters of forging. Not every master of forging was also adept in identification. Even a master like himself had to rely on Ye Bai for identification, highlighting the scarcity and prestige of identification masters. With the weapon secured, Lu Qingyan felt invigorated, as fortune seemed to favor him lately. "Fourth brother, let us discuss the matter of compensation. He has always been generous and magnanimous. I noticed that the fourth brother mentioned in the forum that to imprint a forbidden spell. How many times is needed? Twice. I shall take care of this matter." Lu Qingyan remarked that even a war king must pay a substantial price to employ forbidden spells. Otherwise, how could they be deemed forbidden? Of course, as long as sufficient resources are invested, various healing potions and scrolls, one can swiftly recover. Thus, imprinting forbidden spells is essentially a matter of expenditure. Lu Qingyan candidly stated that he recently does not need to engage in frontline battles or venture into the Eternal Tower, making it the perfect opportunity for imprinting. With such generosity, Ye Bai did not hold back and requested, "I would trouble you, Senior Qingyan, to help me imprint the 2 forbidden spells, Burning Desolation of the Four Seas and Eternal Flame." What an excellent choice! Lu Qingyan could not help but exclaim. These 2 forbidden spells are his signature skills, renowned for their remarkable effects. Although they are not the most powerful forbidden spells he possesses, they are indeed the most convenient to use. Burning Desolation of the Four Seas has an extensive range, capable of inflicting massive fire damage to the surroundings, incinerating everything in its path, with a particular enhancement against water-based creatures. There is no chance of survival for any being below the rank of War King. Even a War King, caught off guard by Burning Desolation of the Four Seas, would suffer a significant loss. Eternal Flame is a life-saving skill upon its invocation. Up to 18 heart lamps illuminate the casteress body. As long as the flames do not extinguish, the caster remains unharmed. However, after enduring overwhelming damage, one may still perish. In the face of absolute power, all else is but a fleeting illusion. Nonetheless, as a life-preserving forbidden spell, Eternal Flame is exceptionally effective. Receiving the forbidden spell scroll, Lu Qingyan began the imprinting process immediately. It took 2 attempts to successfully imprint Burning Desolation of the Four Seas, while Eternal Flame required 4 attempts. Lu Qingyan returned the forbidden spell scroll to Ye Bai, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, and explained that Burning Desolation of the Four Seas should inflict fire magic damage on the order of billions, akin to a casual strike from a war king. As for Eternal Flame, I succeeded on the first attempt. Although I was not entirely satisfied with the effect, I re-imprinted it 3 additional times. And it should illuminate 16 heart lamps. Unless a war king intervenes, there should be no risk of demise. Thank you, Senior Qingyan. Ye Bai acknowledged the kindness shown to him, keeping it etched in his heart. Lu Qingyan's actions were not merely to cover Ye Bai's appraisal fees, but were also aimed at paving the way for his granddaughter. Senior, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Safe travels, fourth brother. Lu Qingyan watched Ye Bai depart, nodding slightly. This fourth brother is likely nurturing a junior, a successor. In terms of the fourth brother's true strength, these 2 forbidden spells are rather trivial. Rather, they are most suitable for protecting a junior. Lu Qingyan's insight was sharp, immediately discerning that a war king absolutely does not require such spells. As for the identity of the junior that the fourth brother is cultivating, Lu Qingyan felt a tinge of curiosity. Regardless, they could never be stronger than my granddaughter, Sweki, with her second awakening and supreme talent. My old comrades would surely be green with envy. At present, he lacked neither wealth nor forbidden spells, and he had nearly exhausted today's 5 appraisal attempts. Lu Qingyan devoted considerable time to deciphering the forbidden incantation, and as the clock approached midnight, Ye Bai prepared for the impending journey to the Eternal Tower. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The second hand, minute hand, and hour hand traversed mountains and rivers, converging once more. Midnight, Ye Bai activated the tower's mark. Welcome to the Eternal Core City. Chapter 044, The Ninth Order War God, the Lone Wolf of the Stars. The familiar prompt echoed once more. Rather than immediately embarking on an exploration of the Eternal Tower, Ye Bai made his way to the Wolf's Den. Hello, I am here to submit a task. The same sweet-voiced young lady warmly greeted Ye Bai. All right. Scanning Lone Wolf ID. Please hold on. Task: investigate Lianzhong. Please select completion method. Provide clues. Capture alive. Eliminate. Eliminate. The scene bears the Lone Wolf mark. Verification in progress. Ye Bai was unperturbed by the prospect of verification failure, according to the introduction of the Lone Wolf faction. As long as the task was completed and the Lone Wolf mark was left behind, recognition was assured. The Wolf's Den possessed special methods for verification. Verification complete. We are issuing your task rewards. Task rating, level, completion, 100, earned Lone Wolf points, 2,000, Lone Wolf rank upgrade, gold. Aside from the classification of combat power, the Lone Wolf faction also has its own tier system: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and star. As for whether higher tiers exist, Ye Bai remained uncertain for the time being. Upon completing this task, Ye Bai advanced directly from bronze to gold, leaping over a significant tier. This is your task reward. 100,000 gold coins. Please accept it. The young lady noticed it was Ye Bai's first promotion and could not help but elaborate. The tier system within the Lone Wolf faction is quite prestigious. As a gold Lone Wolf, even as a mere first-tier warrior, you will enjoy the treatment of a general officially. Your monthly stipend will increase from 30,000 dragon coins to 90,000 dragon coins. In the internal marketplace of the Wolf's Den, you will receive a 2 discount, and you currently have 2,000 points available. Should you enhance your combat power tier in the future, your Lone Wolf rank will automatically drop by 1 tier. This means that while you are a warrior, you will be gold, but upon advancing to general, your rank will automatically reduce to silver. Listening to her introduction, Ye Bai nodded slowly, as this was the first time he had heard such information. Typically, standard tasks do not reward Lone Wolf points. Clearly, Lian Zheng's unique identity played a pivotal role. The higher-ups of the Wolf's Den likely already knew that Lianzhong was the son of the 4th demon sex leader. All things considered, Ye Bai had struck gold with this task. The 100,000 gold coins equated to 100 million dragon coins. For Ye Bai at this moment, this was not a trivial sum, but rather of moderate significance. The most valuable aspect was the 2,000 points, with purchasing power comparable to 200,000 gold coins. Additionally, being promoted to Gold Lone Wolf would afford Ye Bai numerous conveniences in the future. By the way, you have entered the Golden Warrior rankings. With a global rank of 9,812. Global rank 9,812? Ye Bai nodded, signaling his understanding. He then inquired, I possess information regarding traitors from the demon sect that needs to be reported, involving the father of Lianjing. Could you assist me in relaying this to the higher authorities? Ye Bai had not forgotten that he still held a list of high-ranking officials from the fourth demon sect within his embrace. This list must be submitted at the earliest opportunity. Those who embodied a bounty of 100,000 gold coins must face justice without delay. Ye Bai was not motivated by greed. The presence of these individuals within the human race would inevitably pose a latent threat, necessitating an early report. If allowed to continue their concealment, who could fathom the potential repercussions? It is wise to treat an ailment promptly. Ill-intentioned individuals should meet their demise sooner rather than later, allowing for a chance at rebirth as a virtuous being in the next life. Even if rebirth does not grant one the form of a human, being reborn as a pig, dog, or even a pest could still be considered an act of merit. Such is the reasoning. Reports can be filed directly with us without troubling the superiors, and corresponding rewards will be duly distributed. Unless it pertains to high-ranking officials of the demon sect, even a battle king may report here. Clearly, she was unaware of the true identity of the father of Lianjing. The individual was none other than the leader of the fourth demon sect, once the god of war for humanity. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have followed Ye Bai's directives. Ye Bai reiterated his stance. Please assist in forwarding this information. Someone will come to address it. Very well, please hold on, the receptionist replied, submitting the information into the system for a high-ranking battle king to manage. Tick, tick. As time elapsed, the clock adorning the wall ticked slowly. A minute had passed since the submission of the message. The receptionist spoke again. Sir, the information you provided may not be sufficient to garner the attention of the higher-ups. Could you divulge a bit more? Suddenly, a thunderous crash interrupted her words. Bang! The door of the wolf's den was forcefully kicked open. A gust of wind surged in, wreaking havoc upon the nearby tables and chairs, leaving chaos in its wake. Numerous patrons were thrown about, tumbling across the ground in a flurry of indignation. Who dares to be so brazen? The words caught in their throats, unable to escape. The instigator, a towering figure who had kicked open the door of the wolf's den, strode in with deliberate strides. A voice cried out, God of War Tier. The lone wolf of the stars. The 9-star constellation above signifies the 9-star lone wolf, number 1 on the stellar rankings, Xuanmeng. Recognition of his identity instantly captivated the attention of all present. True to his name, Xuanmeng was indeed fierce. He approached the bar, disregarding all gazes, and fixed his eyes upon Ye Bai, his voice resonating like thunder. You there? Is it you who reported this information? The receptionist, trembling slightly, could not articulate a complete sentence, merely nodding in affirmation. It was him. She could hardly believe that the information Ye Bai had her submit could summon Xuanmeng. The receptionist as superior was merely a battle king, while Xuanmeng was the superior of her superior's superior. How had she attracted the attention of such a formidable figure? It was no wonder the receptionist was flustered. Xuanmeng bore far too many formidable titles. God of War, stellar rankings, the 9th-level war god, a figure of unparalleled talent, the strongest heir. Each of these labels, when isolated, bears the weight of a towering mountain. Yet, Xuanmeng has somehow managed to accumulate these terrifying titles. Young man, misrepresenting information is a grave offense. You must think carefully before you speak. Xuanmeng furrowed his brow. He did not believe that the first-level warrior before him could provide any valuable intelligence. However, since the other party had slain Lianjing, it was possible that there was indeed something of worth. It was for this reason that Xuanmeng had deigned to make this visit. Do you wish for me to speak now? Facing Xuanmeng, Ye Bai remained unperturbed, displaying remarkable composure unlike others who might have been intimidated. Xuanmeng was initially taken aback. He did not expect this young man to take the initiative. Then, he chuckled heartily. Ah, young lad, you almost had me fooled. This is indeed not the place for casual conversation. Come, let's step inside. With that, Xuanmeng led Ye Bai further into the interior. How does this sound? Ye Bai internally scoffed, yet his body obediently followed Xuanmeng forward. The duo arrived deep within the wolf's nest, entering a secluded office. Please take a seat. The matters we discuss here are beyond the reach of anyone but the strongest, Xuanmeng declared, collapsing onto the sofa, fully occupying its space, as he turned his gaze towards Ye Bai. Now, we can discuss the circumstances surrounding Lianjing's father. Or would you prefer to refer to him as the leader of the fourth evil sect? Chapter 045, Indulge in what you enjoy. The leader of the fourth evil sect. A war god-level powerhouse who, even when besieged by formidable enemies after the stronghold of the fourth evil sect was breached, managed to escape unscathed. His threat to humanity is arguably greater than that posed by the demon gods. The demon gods are distant, while the leader is alarmingly close. Capturing him sooner rather than later would eliminate a looming danger. Before we delve into that, take a glance at this list. With that, Ye Bai presented a document inscribed with numerous names. Xuemeng casually accepted the list, merely casting a fleeting glance before his frame jolted and his eyes sparkled with intensity. Rising abruptly, his expression turned grave. "What is this list?" his tone inquired, yet his countenance suggested he had already surmised the answer, merely seeking confirmation. Ye Bai nodded, affirming Xuemeng's deduction. Indeed, this list comprises the upper echelons of the fourth evil sect. With a sudden, violent contortion of his face, Xuemeng's veins bulged as he clenched his fists, the list disintegrating into dust. A guttural roar akin to that of a beast erupted from deep within his throat. "Scoundrel, you shall pay." Ye Bai interjected, "Cough, cough, you've destroyed the list. It's the only copy I have. Why didn't you mention it sooner?" Xuemeng rolled his eyes, raising his hands as all the paper fragments swirled in his palms, and within 3 seconds, the list reformed to its original state. "See, is there any error?" Given Xuemeng's prowess, even a cursory glance would allow him to imprint the list in his memory. After confirming the list's accuracy, Ye Bai returned it to Xuemeng. Having weathered the storm of initial fury, Xuemeng's emotions gradually settled. "Where did you obtain this list?" he pondered, recognizing the gravity of the matter and the necessity for caution. "You must understand that many individuals on this list hold esteemed positions and wield significant power. Accusing them of being cultists is no trivial matter. It would be prudent to present some evidence." Ye Bai produced a carefully prepared statement, stating, upon his demise, "I discovered a small box among his belongings, which contained a list. I cast a fleeting glance at the list, and the box magically transformed, securing itself." As he spoke, Ye Bai revealed the ebony box, placing it before Xuemeng. "Have you opened this box since then?" "No. How does one open it?" Xuemeng inquired, one hand gripping the square box while the other scratched his head. He was tempted to smash the box, yet feared damaging the list within. Ye Bai remarked nonchalantly, "I believe you should be able to open it with ease, shouldn't you?" Xuemeng hesitated, his expression shifting slightly. He couldn't possibly admit his inability to open it. "That would be too embarrassing." "Of course," he replied, forcing confidence into his voice. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Bai said, "Once you open it, you will discern the authenticity of the list." In truth, Xuemeng had already convinced himself of the list's validity to a considerable extent. A third of the individuals listed were already deceased. Following the assault on the fourth demon sect's headquarters, their fates, either death or capture, were no longer a mystery. However, the remaining 2/3 remained deeply concealed. These individuals posed a significant threat. If allowed to persist in hiding, the vanquished fourth demon sect would soon rise again. Only by uprooting them entirely could the poison be purged. In other words, the list presented was of immeasurable value. The authenticity of the list will be verified through various means. We shall not wrong the innocent, nor will we spare the wicked. Xuemeng's demeanor calmed, and he mused. "As for your reward for reporting, it will be distributed once the list is thoroughly verified. Is that agreeable?" Before Ye Bai could respond, Xuemeng added, "This sum will be substantial. If you wish to receive an advance of up to 100 million gold coins, feel free to voice your request." Undoubtedly. As a 9th-level war god, he speaks of 100 million gold coins. However, Ye Bai was not in urgent need of money. What was his would not escape him. "An advance is unnecessary. My reporting is not solely for monetary gain. There remains righteousness in the world." Ye Bai's emphasis was unnecessary. Upon hearing it, Xuemeng's gaze shifted towards him with a hint of suspicion. Could this fellow have reported merely for the reward? Regardless, Ye Bai's provision of the list was a monumental contribution to humanity. "You previously mentioned having information regarding Lian Zheng's father. Is it true or false?" The list was undoubtedly important, yet capturing the leader of the fourth demon sect would be even more paramount. To seize the demon lord would surpass the capture of 10 or even 100 war kings. "It is true. I am aware of his forthcoming movements." Under Xuemeng's eager gaze, Ye Bai spoke calmly and clearly. "He will come to Nanjing." "Nanjing? What business does he have there?" His son perished in that location." Xuemeng's expression abruptly froze as he looked up at Ye Bai, a bold thought emerging in the recesses of his mind. "Indeed," Ye Bai nodded, further validating Xuemeng's conjecture. "It was certain he had come to take my life. The vendetta of a slain offspring was one that could not be reconciled. The leader of the fourth demon sect swore by his very existence to eliminate Ye Bai. He must return to Nanjing City, even retracing his steps to uncover Ye Bai's whereabouts. Undoubtedly, Ye Bai found himself in an exceedingly perilous situation. Being targeted by a war deity was no trivial matter. Xuemeng, rendered speechless, approached Ye Bai, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and solemnly advised, "Indulge in your favorite foods while you can." Ye Bai, perplexed, retorted, "Your tone makes it sound as if I am on the brink of death. Unleash your ninth-tier war deity prowess, my friend. After all, you're the leader of the demon sect. Deal with him." "Just jesting." Xuemeng forced a stiff smile and cautioned, "Conceal your identity well. I will dispatch someone to monitor the scene, to ambush the leader of the demon sect. There's a chance we might apprehend him directly. Regardless, when a war deity has set their sights on you, your options become exceedingly limited. You must resign yourself to fate." With that, Xuemeng urged Ye Bai to depart. "Hasten to the Eternal Tower to enhance your strength. The adversary may not engage personally, but even sending a few lesser minions could pose a formidable challenge." Xuemeng had to concede that even he, at his peak, would find survival a daunting endeavor in such circumstances. The fact that Ye Bai could maintain his composure was truly remarkable. Xuemeng casually remarked, "The compensation for lone wolves is quite generous." Ye Bai, taken aback, responded, "Is it truly appropriate for you to speak so, my friend?" He deeply grasped the meaning of the phrase. Some may still be alive, yet they have already perished. Upon reaching the entrance of the wolf's den, Xuemeng solemnly bid, "Take care. This ominous fate is best faced from a distance." Ye Bai, eager to distance himself from Xuemeng, hastened towards the Eternal Tower. After Ye Bai's departure, Xuemeng allowed a smile to surface. "That brat dared to toy with me using the box. If I don't instill a little fear, I might as well not be named Meng." Previously, Ye Bai had playfully bestowed a compliment upon Xuemeng using a box, leaving him at a loss for words. Now, Xuemeng retaliated with a threat, feeling as though they were even. However, it remained true that facing a war deity alone would indeed leave one with little hope of survival. He resolved to request Shadow for the deployment of an Elder-level protector for Ye Bai. Securing a temporary guardian from the top 40 of the Elder ranks would ensure Ye Bai's safety. Of course, Xuemeng held no illusions. The Elder class represented the pinnacle within Shadow, allocated according to the potential of lone wolves. In his prime, Xuemeng had been accompanied by Elder 23, signifying that he ranked 23rd among his contemporaries in potential. Securing protection from the top 40 of the Elder class, even temporarily, was an arduous task. Nonetheless, he believed it prudent to enhance Ye Bai's security, at the very least dispatching a war deity for protection. Just moments after submitting his request, Xuemeng received prompt feedback. Gazing at the feedback, Xuemeng found himself ensnared in a stupor, as if he were a statue, immobilized in place. He was a 9th-tier war god, the foremost on the star rankings, yet he lacked even the permissions to apply. Who on earth was that young man? Chapter 046, 100 Exploration Points. The second layer of the Eternal Tower. Having departed from the Wolf's Den, Ye Bai headed straight to the Eternal Tower. Summoning the Eternal Core Crystal, he pressed his palm against it, and a radiant white light enveloped him. As the transmission commenced, the current floor level indicated 2. Wishing you a swift passage through the Eternal Tower. When he opened his eyes again, Ye Bai found himself upon a desolate expanse, where his gaze fell upon a landscape marred by devastation and littered with debris. The sky was cloaked in heavy, pitch-black clouds, oppressively dense, rendering the atmosphere stifling and difficult to breathe. The second layer of the Eternal Tower was a realm of class transition. Observing the scene before him, Ye Bai recalled the relevant information. The first layer of the Eternal Tower served primarily as a leveling ground for players from levels 1 to 10, with level 10 marking the first opportunity for class transition. Thus, the second layer of the Eternal Tower, designed as a personal dungeon, was solely dedicated to one purpose: class transition. Players would slay monsters to obtain transition items, selecting the one most suited to them to complete their class change. However, Ye Bai found himself in an awkward predicament. He had already undergone his class transition. He had become a level class template of the Thunder Fury Mage, Lightning type, which was indeed the most fitting choice for him. The class transition realm was utterly superfluous for him. This was his mindset before entering the second layer of the Eternal Tower. Yet, upon truly immersing himself in the environment, new information manifested before Ye Bai. Upon reaching 100 exploration points, additional rewards will be granted. The Thunder Fury Mage will gain an additional element. Such fortuity, the class template Ye Bai had acquired. The Thunder Fury Mage belonged to the Lightning category, maximizing his output capabilities. As a level class template, all attributes were at their pinnacle. The prospect of further advancement was undeniably a lucrative opportunity for Ye Bai. This layer offered no strategy. It was a matter of charging forth. Ye Bai surveyed the surrounding monsters, eager to engage. Since the inception of his journey, his approach had consistently been to gather momentum and unleash a single lightning arrow to resolve all conflicts. Even against formidable foes, he employed the same methodology. In reality, among the offensive skills Ye Bai mastered, Heavenly Thunder surpassed Lightning Arrow in damage. Moreover, when the target's health dipped below 30, Heavenly Thunder could inflict true damage. Nevertheless, Ye Bai would never casually utilize Heavenly Thunder in public. The reason was simple. Heavenly Thunder was an exclusive skill of the Thunder Fury Mage, easily recognizable, and once unleashed, it would undoubtedly draw associations with Shura. After all, the entire world was aware that Shura had transitioned into a Thunder Fury Mage. In contrast, Lightning Arrow was a common spell, accessible to any mage, making it impossible to trace back to Ye Bai. Fortuitously, he could seize the opportunity of battle to practice Heavenly Thunder. As a class-exclusive skill, the more times it was employed, the higher its proficiency would rise. With the potential for upgrades, resolute in his decision, Ye Bai surveyed his surroundings, his plans laid out with remarkable clarity. Objective 1. Achieve 100 exploration points and unlock a new series. Objective 2. Utilize Heavenly Thunder as extensively as possible to strive for advancement. Ye Bai opened the skill description for Heavenly Thunder. Heavenly Thunder 1. Summons a bolt of celestial lightning from above, striking the enemy and inflicting 2002 intelligence lightning damage. When the enemy's health drops below 30, it converts to true damage. Each time, Heavenly Thunder successfully strikes an enemy, it permanently increases the skill's base lightning damage by 5 points. Enemies hit by Heavenly Thunder receive a 100 slowing effect and randomly incur 1 negative status. Mana cost, 200 points. Cooldown time, 2 seconds. Ye Bai's intelligence attribute is 285 points, which translates to a damage output of 285, 2770 points. The Thunder Mage enhances lightning skill damage by 100, and the power of nature adds 15, resulting in a total of 770, 215, 1655 points of damage. Without stacking any enhancements, Ye Bai can inflict 1655 points of lightning damage on a target with 0 magic resistance. If the target's health falls below 30, this damage instantly converts to 1655 points of true damage. The most terrifying aspect lies in the skill's growth potential. Each use increases the base damage by 5 points. Closing the skill description, Ye Bai turned his gaze towards a nearby two-headed ogre. Two-headed ogre, health, 2500-500, an excellent target O. It has noticed you and has decided to make you a meal. The two-headed ogre eyed Ye Bai, clumsily charging towards him. Heavenly Thunder, 1364. A vivid red number appeared above the ogre's head. Its movements suddenly slowed, as if caught in a cinematic freeze frame. Slowed. Heavenly Thunder lasts for a total of 2 seconds. The Thunder Mage can reduce the cooldown by 50, leaving only 1 second. Heavenly Thunder. After a second, a bolt of azure lightning fell once more. 1665. The ogre's health dipped below 30, completely bypassing magic resistance, inflicting true damage. Boom! The ogre collapsed to the ground, exuding a charred scent. Experience gained, 200. Exploration points, 01. In less than 2 seconds, the ogre was dispatched, and the base damage of Heavenly Thunder increased by 10 points. Quite effective. Ye Bai felt a sense of satisfaction as he scanned the distant monsters. To him, these creatures were mere vessels of experience. The perfect growth medium for Heavenly Thunder. Stay still and receive my Heavenly Thunder. Thunder rumbled across the desolate expanse as monsters fell one after another. And Ye Bai reveled in the excitement. Wind Slash, Heavenly Thunder, Monkey Steals Peach. Happiness can be so simple at times. Is this the second layer of the Eternal Tower? Lu Sweki observed her surroundings with curiosity, her golden canary perched on her shoulder, exuding disdain. After battling for 6 hours on the first layer yesterday, she had swiftly reached level 10 with the aid of her powerful pet and the temporary enhancements provided by Shura. Today, she completed the layer with an exploration score of 83. Before entering the Eternal Tower, her grandfather, Lu Qingyan, had specifically instructed her to complete her job transition today. A grand opportunity awaited her, and missing it would lead to a lifetime of regret. Lu Sueki dared not to be negligent, hastening to the second level in preparation for her class transition. She aimed to vanquish as many monsters as possible, seeking high-tier transition items to enhance her exploration rate. The canary perched on her shoulder transformed once more, swelling into a golden-winged rock, its fiery brilliance sweeping across the land as countless monsters succumbed to the inferno. Fortunately, the second level was a solo dungeon, allowing her to unleash her full potential. Lu Sueki reflected that her second awakening level talent needed to remain confidential. Even Lu Qingyan supported her decision. These were extraordinary times, and the path to success lay in cautious development and silent prosperity. Based on her previous experiences, she deduced that achieving an exploration rate of 80 on this level and ultimately acquiring the advanced professional template would be an exceptional feat. Ascending to greater heights would be arduous and likely fraught with failure. Lu Sueki possessed a clear self-awareness. With an exploration target of 80 set, she resolved to strive forward. An exploration rate of 80, considering her talent level, was already a commendable achievement. Resolute in her determination, Lu Sueki followed the golden-winged rock onto the battlefield. The exploration rate reached 90. In the desolate expanse, she stood as the sole survivor. It was as if the Reaper had descended upon the earth, leaving no one behind in her wake. Following the strategy, upon slaying all monsters and achieving an exploration rate of 90, a climactic moment would inevitably arrive. Inflicting damage would enhance her exploration rate, and upon successfully defeating her foes, it soared to 100. Ye Bai's eyes sparkled with intensity as he gazed skyward. When the last monster breathed its last, the heavy clouds began to shift, unleashing thunderous roars as a colossal shadow loomed overhead, suggesting the imminent arrival of an unspeakable terror. Ye Bai remained focused, bracing himself for the impending threat. Something significant was approaching. Chapter 047. I wait, what do you await? The oppressive, inky clouds slowly descended, suffocating the air. Ye Bai stood atop a small hill, tilting his head slightly upward, discreetly stacking, charging. The cooldown for charging was 10 seconds, and the cooldown for the Thunder Mage was 50 seconds, meaning it stacked every 5 seconds. To reach full capacity of 30 stacks, it would take 150 seconds, or 2.5 minutes. The cloud cover did not keep Ye Bai waiting for long, soon revealing its true form. A humanoid creature, towering at 3 meters. Its muscles rippling with strength, presented a formidable visual impact, while the wings on its back fluttered in the air. The gray, elongated wings were sharp, each flap conjuring a whirlwind, instilling terror. Before Ye Bai appeared a birdman. This birdman, known as the fallen angel of dual wings, was indeed corrupted by the power of the demon god. Ah, he has lines to deliver. Let us indulge his cliché D opening monologue. Mortal, worship me. Kneel, and you shall gain immense power. Truly, a remarkably trite introduction. Ye Bai continued to stack, charging, casually dismissing the foe with a retort. And what is the price? The price? True power requires no cost. It only demands a heart that yearns to grow stronger. The avian figure, with its robust arms crossed, gazed down upon Ye Bai and arrogantly declared, I serve the fifth demon, the fifth deity, the former sovereign of the Eternal Tower. How can one not at least exhibit a semblance of professionalism? Such careless words. Ye Bai could not help but roll his eyes. The birdman had revealed his cards. Merely a lackey of the fifth demon. This line of reasoning could perhaps deceive a child of 3, but against a positive and spirited youth like Ye Bai, it held no weight. He was impervious to such tricks. Intrigued by another matter, Ye Bai pondered how the second floor of the Eternal Tower, designed as a solo dungeon, presented each individual with unique adversaries. How was it that the birdman could precisely locate him? It was evident that the birdman was unaware that Ye Bai was the Azura. This implied they had collectively tainted the entire floor of the dungeon, ensuring that any who entered during this period would encounter the corrupted beings. This was the only plausible explanation. It was imperative to find a way to purify the second floor. Ye Bai's gaze towards the birdman gradually hardened with intent. Such filth should be reduced to ashes promptly, a seamless service from entry to burial. Ye Bai glanced at the ready-to-strike indicator, noting it had reached level 20, with just 10 levels remaining and 50 seconds on the clock. Recognizing that mere verbal promises would not sway Ye Bai, the birdman understood that those capable of reaching the second floor in such a time frame were undoubtedly the elite of humanity, possessing either intelligence or emotional acuity. Mortals, kneel before me, and you shall obtain what you seek. With that, the birdman extended his right arm, a sphere of radiance materializing in his palm. This was a class transfer item of a hidden profession. Even if you were to defeat me, This would be the extent of your reward. To others, this might possess considerable allure. But to Ye Bai, not even worth a glance. I possess the class template of the Heavenly Fury Mage. How can I not take pride in that? Ye Bai continued to feign interest, exclaiming, "Impressive, impressive." He even raised his hand to offer a smattering of applause. "Humph." The Birdman, sensing Ye Bai's indifference, sneered and retorted, "You humans have a saying, refusing a toast only to drink a penalty." Ye Bai interjected, "I'm under 18. I cannot drink." The Birdman exclaimed, "Is this about alcohol? It is a metaphor. Do you understand metaphor?" The Birdman, ruffled, seemed ready to conduct an impromptu lesson in language. "I am telling you, should you refuse to follow my master, there shall be no favorable outcome for you. I will tear you apart, crush you, even chew on every bone." The Birdman's expression grew menacing as he ominously continued, "Do you know what is truly exquisite? In that process, you will not only remain alive, but be acutely aware, feeling every ounce of pain, every cell's lament. How delightful! Oh, how frightening!" Ye Bai quipped, as the ready-to-strike indicator reached its peak. He could no longer feign ignorance. It was time to reveal his hand. Both parties had reached a critical juncture. An inevitable clash awaited. The avian man glared with eyes that seemed to ignite with fury. He swore that this was the most infuriating individual he had ever encountered. This man should not bear the title of mage. He ought to be a warrior instead. He possessed an innate ability to provoke, his taunts reaching their zenith, inciting a desire to flay him alive. Clearly, mere words would not suffice. He needed to experience some hardship. With a disdainful huff, the avian man flapped his wings and dove straight towards Ye Bai. "Wait!" Ye Bai suddenly interrupted the avian man. "There is something I deceived you about." The avian halted his charge, perceiving the vast disparity in power between them, akin to that of an ant against a dragon. Believing his opponent had no chance of turning the tide, listening to the futile struggles of one on the brink of death would be a source of amusement. Evidently, he was oblivious to the adage that villains perish from excessive chatter, harboring nothing but arrogance and prejudice towards Ye Bai. "What have you deceived me about? In truth, I am already over 18. With the purpose of stalling achieved, his charge ability reached its maximum of 30 layers. A new note appeared before Ye Bai's eyes. His health is merely 120,000, with an 80 resistance to lightning magic. In other words, you can easily annihilate him. While you wait for your charge, what is he waiting for?" Ye Bai smiled faintly and completed the insight. "He is awaiting death." The avian man's ears perked up, his eyes widening with rage as he declared, "Arrogant! Witness how I shall bring your end. You insignificant worm." Ye Bai pointed his staff forward and shouted, "Heavenly thunder!" Boom! A colossal crimson lightning bolt shattered the clouds, as if it aimed to pierce the heavens, descending with the might of a supreme member of thunder, crashing down upon the fallen angel's head and obliterating everything in its path. Not even a moment was granted for the opponent to react. The fallen angel's eyes remained wide with shock, slowly disintegrating into ashes, becoming mere fertilizer for the barren land beneath. In that fleeting moment before death, he comprehended a singular truth. Heavenly thunder, an exclusive skill of the Thunder Wrath Mage. You are an Azura. Unfortunately, this secret was lost as he sank forever into the embrace of death, as the answer of fate revealed but a fragment of the truth. What awaited him was only eternal and undeniable demise. At the instant Ye Bai vanquished the avian man, the ominous clouds above vanished, and the ground beneath all those within the second level of the Eternal Tower trembled violently. Lu Sueki, standing atop the golden-winged rock, was still in a state of shock, gazing down at the earth beneath her. Moments ago, a horrific fissure had opened, swallowing numerous monsters within. She herself had nearly fallen in. Never had she heard of such occurrences. What was happening? Just as Lu Sueki was engulfed in confusion, a melodious announcement rang in her ears, emanating from the Eternal Tower's server-wide notification. "Congratulations to player, Azura, for clearing the second level of the Eternal Tower. Detection indicates that the second level has been tainted and is currently undergoing purification. Purification complete. Rewards for player, Azura, will be calculated shortly." A look of shock filled Lu Sueki's wide eyes. "Azura. Once again, Azura. He had cleared again. How peculiar. Why did she feel the need to say again?" Chapter 048. The Eternal Tower cannot exist without level clearance once again. The Azura has achieved a level clearance. This marks the third time within 3 days that the Azura has announced a full clearance of the Eternal Tower. The human warriors are somewhat numbed. In stark contrast to their earlier excitement, the public channel now brims with various expressions of mundane commentary. The previous level evaluation feels like it occurred just yesterday. Oh, Indeed, it was yesterday, so there is nothing to worry about. The Eternal Tower cannot lack level evaluations, just as humanity cannot be without the Azura. This time, it seems to be an orchestrated boost of the Eternal Tower's ratings, offering a full refund for those who fail to achieve clearance. The designated minor assistant for the Eternal Tower is the Azura. Minor assistant? A transcendent aid. Of course, their calm demeanor is not without reason. The second level of the Eternal Tower has been tainted by demonic forces, requiring some time for purification, which has delayed the distribution of the Azura-S clearance rewards. Everyone gathers together, eagerly awaiting the server-wide rewards and casually praising the Azura. The previous level evaluation rewarded a considerable number of powerful limited-time items, including the extraordinary Guardian Angel. Everyone is left in suspense, filled with anticipation for what surprises the Azura will unveil today. Simultaneously, Ye Bai faces a choice. He stands upon the desolate plains, the notification sound of the Eternal Tower echoing in his ears, announcing the calculation of clearance ratings and rewards. Eternal Blessing activated, level clearance rating automatically adjusted to 1. Rewards granted. Thunder Mage Proficiency Elemental Sphere. Please select the corresponding elemental affinity, not exceeding 2 types. Before you buy, several options materialize: wood, water, fire, wind. Following the earlier guidance of the Insightful, with an exploration level of 100 after achieving a level clearance, Ye Bai can enhance the Thunder Mage's proficiency in 1 elemental type. However, this allocation is determined by the Eternal Tower automatically, distributed randomly, without regard for Ye Bai's preferences. Achieving level clearance bestows 2 significant advantages upon Ye Bai. The quality undoubtedly sees a substantial enhancement. Yet, the choices presented are somewhat limited, merely the fundamental elemental types. Ye Bai retrieves a mirror, directing it towards his handsome visage. You wish to admire your own striking features again? Very well. I concede you are indeed quite handsome. All right, enough of that. Commencing elemental affinity assessment. Since he must choose an additional elemental type, Ye Bai naturally desires to discern which elements resonate with him most harmoniously. Only with a higher elemental affinity can he better exploit his profession's advantages, embracing strengths and mitigating weaknesses. The top 5 elemental affinities are as follows. 1. Lightning, 202. Soul, 110.3. Fire, 95.4. Wind, 95. Water, 70. According to the guidance provided by the Insightful Eye, Ye Bai's optimal selections should be Soul and Fire. Regrettably, the options presented by the Eternal Tower do not include Soul, compelling him to relinquish that choice. Ye Bai muses inwardly that the affinity for the soul element, reaching 110, may be attributed to his otherworldly journey. Eliminating soul, Ye Bai is left with 3 options: wind, fire, and water. While the water element excels in healing, shielding, and sustainability, its affinity is a mere 70, vastly inferior to that of fire. Ye Bai analyzed that the elements of wind, thunder, and fire are inherently compatible and mutually reinforcing. Regardless of how they are arranged, wind and thunder, thunder and fire, fire and wind, or wind and fire, these 3 elements can coexist harmoniously. However, had Ye Bai chosen the water element, the combination of water and fire would have posed a significant challenge, as they are incompatible. After making his decision, Ye Bai confirmed his selection of the Sky Wrath Mage Mastery Elemental Sphere, wind, and Sky Wrath Mage Mastery Elemental Sphere, fire. Upon confirming, the 2 elemental spheres fell into his hands, which he promptly utilized. The evolution of his professional template was successful. He became a Sky Wrath Mage, wind, fire, and thunder. The effectiveness of his tri-elemental spells reached 100, with a cooldown time of 50. He acquired the professional skills, Wind Fury, and Ignite. Wind Fury. This skill enhances the next skill or attack, allowing it to be released twice in succession, lasting for 6 seconds. During the duration of Wind Fury, it cannot be reused. Mana cost, 300 points. Cooldown time, 6 seconds. Unlike Charging Up, which doubles the effect, Wind Fury allows for consecutive releases. For instance, when casting Lightning Arrow, using Charging Up would double the damage, while stacking Wind Fury would result in both instances of damage being mitigated by magical resistance, ultimately reducing the total damage dealt. Furthermore, akin to a patch, Wind Fury cannot be stacked, extinguishing Ye Bai's aspirations for card synergy. This note seemed to belittle him. Did they consider Ye Bai to be a mere card player? He felt the focused scrutiny of the Eternal High Tower. Of course, Wind Fury can, in certain circumstances, surpass Charging Up. For example, when casting Heavenly Thunder with the enhancement of Wind Fury, The first bolt could reduce an enemy's health to below 30, allowing the second to inflict true damage. In such unique situations, a single use of Wind Fury could be more advantageous than a single use of Charging Up. However, Charging Up only applies to Thunder-based skills. Wind Fury. Some skills are inherently secondary, are they not? Ignite 1. This skill unleashes flames to scorch a designated target, inflicting 215 intelligence, fire damage over 5 seconds, while also applying a grievous wound effect that reduces the target's healing by 40 and grants true sight of the target. For every 10 enemies slain, Ignite's grievous wound effect increases by 1. For every 100 enemies vanquished, its duration extends by 1, with damage scaling correspondingly. Mana cost, 200 points. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. Thus far, Ye Bai has mastered 3 professional skills: Heavenly Thunder, Wind Fury, and Ignite, all of which exhibit extraordinary potency. Heavenly Thunder delivers explosive damage. Wind Fury shortens the accumulation time for charging up, providing considerable burst and melee capability. Ignite compensates for the lack of sustained damage while adding a grievous wound effect. Each skill has its distinct merits, collectively forming a formidable arsenal. After all, these are the professional skills of the Sky Wrath Mage level template. If even the advanced professional skills are weak, how would ordinary players continue to engage? Meanwhile, a server-wide announcement echoed once more. Congratulations to the player, Azura, for advancing to Sky Wrath Mage, Fire and Thunder. Ye Bai noted that the announcement mentioned only the Fire and Thunder elements, omitting Wind. Due to the nature of the tiered scoring rewards being an additional option, was there no announcement? Ye Bai's eyes lit up as he immediately realized the immense benefits this situation afforded him. Currently, the entirety of humanity, and indeed the entire world along with the Abyssal Plains, receive the news instantly. Azura has now mastered both fire and lightning. Ye Bai secretly practiced the skill in Wind as a trump card. This was no longer a matter of mere astonishment. It directly pertained to his very survival. Moreover, the concealment of his wind-based profession also served to enhance the disguise of his true identity. Ye Bai could confidently declare himself a mage specializing in the wind element. Consequently, no one would doubt that he was indeed Azura, as the professions did not align. The operational latitude granted to Ye Bai was vast, allowing him to maneuver freely without feeling constrained. Eternal Tower has achieved a significant accomplishment. Amidst the anticipation of the masses, the Eternal Tower announced the server-wide rewards for this tier advancement. Players who completed the second layer as Azura would reward all humanity within the Eternal Tower with excellence. A limited-time comprehensive enhancement would grant all attributes of the Eternal Tower's populace a boost of 20 for 6 hours. A limited-time wind and lightning speed would increase the movement speed by 30 and attack speed by 15 for 6 hours. Excellence. Upon entering the class transition secret realm next time, one would automatically gain 20 exploration points, significantly increasing the likelihood of acquiring hidden and special professions during the settlement. The aforementioned duration only accounts for time spent within the Eternal Tower. When the server-wide rewards were announced, the public, faction, and family channels fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the announcement before them, their gaze unyielding, even forgetting to breathe. It was not until the first person began to cheer, Azura. Such a powerful reward was immeasurable in monetary terms for humanity. Each individual would benefit immensely, enhancing their strength, whether marginally or significantly. Their faces radiated with joyful smiles, firmly believing that everyone had a radiant future ahead. Across the various channels, countless voices ultimately coalesced into one exclamation: Azura. Chapter 049. The Gains from the Class Transition Secret Realm. After completing the class transition, a brilliant light once again engulfed Ye Bai. The atmosphere was bustling with excitement, as the streets and alleys buzzed with discussions about one singular topic, Azura. This time, the limited-time nature differed from the last. Only time spent within the Eternal Tower would count. Therefore, unlike the previous rush into the tower, everyone took their time to procure supplies, familiarize themselves with skills, and prepare for ascending to higher levels. Ye Bai wandered aimlessly through the streets, soaking in the lively ambience, seamlessly blending into the throng. In moments of high spirits, he would join the crowd in chanting, Azura. Thankfully, their cries were not for refunds. Ye Bai did not squander time. His thoughts were solely focused on organizing the gains from his venture. Summoning his attribute panel, a flurry of text materialized before Ye Bai's eyes. Eternal, Azura. Talent, I have insight, level. Level, 26. Profession, Storm Mage, Wind, Fire, Lightning. Experience, 7,100, 7,100. Health, 8,600, 8,600. Strength, 386, 100. Intelligence, 565, 40. Spirit, 515, 30. Agility, 364. Constitution, 231, 100. Luck, 12. Equipment, Natural Force, 1. Skills, Lightning Arrow, Blessing of Thunder, Ready to Strike, Heavenly Thunder, Wind Slash, Wind Fury, Ignite. Status, Thunder Affinity, Thunder Specialization. Fire Specialization, Wind Specialization. Free Attribute Points, 160. Upon reaching the second layer, Ye Bai vanquished monsters, which directly propelled him to level 26, accompanied by a significant enhancement in his fundamental attributes. Each level also granted an additional 10 free attribute points. Ye Bai, ever mindful of his identity as a mage, judiciously allocated his free points evenly between intelligence and spirit. As a member of an advanced class template, Ye Bai's progression in attributes outpaced that of his peers considerably. His level 26 attribute panel now eclipsed that of many prodigies at levels 50 and 60. This advancement also signified that Ye Bai could achieve superior results in the warrior assessment, thereby elevating his warrior rank. The elevation of his warrior rank bore immense advantages for Ye Bai, not merely in augmenting his monthly stipend, but also in unlocking greater privileges and enabling him to undertake higher-tier missions. Most critically, it would assist Ye Bai in gaining a clearer understanding of his own prowess. The Eye of Insight indeed provided Ye Bai with a surface-level evaluation. In terms of sheer lethality, a fully charged Ready to Strike rendered Ye Bai's output comparable to that of a War King, which constituted his greatest asset. Even in prolonged confrontations, disregarding the fully charged Ready to Strike, Ye Bai's strength rivaled that of 6th and 7th tier warriors. The knowledge gleaned from paper, however, remains superficial. Only through real combat, reflection, and revalidation can Ye Bai fully excavate his potential and unleash greater strength in battle. Aside from the elevation in level, the most significant gain from his progression in the Thunder Fury Mage template was undoubtedly the enhancement of Heavenly Thunder as a scalable damage skill. Each release of Heavenly Thunder increased his base damage by 5 points. During this dungeon expedition, Ye Bai utilized Heavenly Thunder as extensively as possible, deploying it 120 times. Now, the base damage of Heavenly Thunder surged from 200 to 800 points, supplemented by double intelligence damage, with Ye Bai's intelligence standing at 695 points. Thus, the total damage computed is 800,695 to 22,190 points. With the Thunder Fury Mage's 100 bonus and the Natural Force's 15 bonus, even without the Ready to Strike, he could inflict nearly 4,700 points of damage. A single cast of Heavenly Thunder could instantly obliterate ordinary 3rd-tier warriors, while 4th and 5th tier warriors would find themselves severely weakened. Observing the damage figures calculated by the Eye of Insight, Ye Bai nodded in satisfaction. If Wind Fury and Heavenly Thunder could unleash nearly 10,000 points of output in an instant, it would be sufficient to annihilate 6th-tier warriors. With his attribute panel stowed away, Ye Bai casually selected a skill book shop and entered. If all skill books and equipment were to be procured from the trading secret realm and purchased from goblin subordinates, the prolonged exposure could easily compromise his identity. Ye Bai's current needs were substantial, requiring proficiency across 3 elemental systems: wind, thunder, and fire. He intends to anonymously acquire several transitional skill books in the Eternal Core City for his studies, genuine treasures that Ye Bai truly requires. Skill books and equipment related to the wind element can be procured from the goblin assistant, who is backed by the Pavilion of All Things. Although this establishment holds an official status, it does not guarantee absolute safety. All items pertaining to the wind element are least likely to expose Ye Bai's identity as the Shura, allowing him to confidently source them through such channels. As for the fire element, Ye Bai recently encountered the formidable Qing Yin, the Flame King. Establishing a friendly cooperative relationship with him would be greatly beneficial for Ye Bai. The Flame King is not only renowned for his military achievements but also exhibits unwavering loyalty to humanity, always leading the charge in battle without retreat. However, the most crucial materials related to the lightning element pose the greatest risk of revealing Ye Bai's identity as the Shura. Therefore, he resolved to exclusively engage in transactions through the Wolf's Den in order to ensure his absolute safety. Despite the seemingly cumbersome nature of this arrangement, it is indeed necessary. Outside, the cries of Shura resonate thunderously. Why? Because in merely 2 days, Shura has accomplished 2 major breakthroughs, significantly enhancing the strength and potential of humanity. The more essential Shura becomes to humanity, the greater the threat he poses in the eyes of the demon gods. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out invites the wind. For Ye Bai to survive, he must not only elevate his strength swiftly, but also act discreetly, concealing his identity as much as possible to allow time for his development. He no longer lacks resources. What he requires is the time to transform those resources into strength. After sorting out his thoughts, Ye Bai's plan became increasingly clear. First, he would purchase a batch of wind element skill books for study, and then utilize the newly acquired wind skills to participate in the warrior trials. Please fetch me a copy of the low-level wind shield skill book, as well as wind blade, lightness technique, and wind bind. Ye Bai consecutively purchased several skill books of average quality, spending a total of 80 gold coins. Young man, I see you're a wind element mage. I have a fine wind element staff here. Would you care to take a look? The owner of the skill book store was quite enthusiastic, having just completed his largest transaction of the day, his smile nearly splitting his face. 80 gold coins. This young man wearing a lone wolf mask spent it without batting an eye. After all, the prices are set. A single skill book can be worth thousands, even tens of thousands of dragon coins. How many chicken legs could that buy? Wealthy individuals prefer to learn more effective skills and disdain such trinkets. Who would purchase these low-level skill books as if they were to market, as Ye Bai does? No need for the staff. Do you have any other weapons? Ye Bai inquired, perhaps something like gauntlets? Gauntlets? The owner frowned, perplexed as to why this young man would desire gauntlets. Could it be that a mage wishes to learn close combat? Is the competition so fierce now? Despite his doubts, the owner nonetheless borrowed 2 pairs of gauntlets from a nearby weapon shop. In the end, Ye Bai purchased a pair of all-class usable blade gauntlets for 15 gold coins, which offered a minuscule armor-piercing effect, temporarily enhancing his melee output capability. Ye Bai donned the gauntlets and departed under the astonished gaze of the owner. Having mastered all wind element skill books, he now possesses the ability to output damage solely through wind skills. Ye Bai had previously participated in the warrior test, and he distinctly remembered that the testing room was under surveillance. Jiang Yun and his companions had once caused a commotion, compelling the bald manager to erase the footage. Ye Bai wished to partake in the warrior test once more without revealing his identity. To achieve this, he resolved to minimize the use of thunder and fire skills, opting instead to utilize wind abilities. Having made thorough preparations, Ye Bai re-entered the warrior test hall. Old you. There's a first-tier warrior who wishes to retake the warrior test. Lone Wolf, a security guard monitoring the surveillance cameras, called out. For reasons unknown, the hall manager had instructed that any first-tier warrior wishing to test must notify him beforehand. What? The bald manager jolted upright, rushing to the monitor, his gaze fixated on Ye Bai's silhouette. Is it him? I cannot ascertain, and there are no distinguishing marks. Could he be that genius from yesterday? The bald manager hesitated, indecisive. The observant security guard quickly noticed the distinctiveness of Ye Bai's mask and exclaimed in astonishment. His words captured the attention of many, drawing them closer to witness the spectacle. As he had articulated, it was indeed exceedingly rare for a first-tier warrior to ascend to the status of a golden lone wolf. Make way, clear the path. In stark contrast to the crowd's excitement, the bald manager turned pale, having recognized Ye Bai's identity. He hastily pushed through the throngs of onlookers. Emerging from the crowd, it must be that genius from yesterday. In just one day, he has become a golden lone wolf. I must report this to the director immediately. Driven by urgency to rectify his previous oversight, the bald manager sprinted toward the director's office, wishing he could sprout 4 legs to hasten his pace. He even neglected to knock, bursting into the office unannounced. Director, the bald manager exclaimed, breathless and pale, unable to articulate his thoughts. What is the matter that has you in such a frenzy? The director, currently engaged with a guest, reprimanded him for the interruption. How many times have I told you? Remain calm in the face of events. Approach matters with composure. Do not let minor issues fluster you. After delivering a scolding, the director offered an apologetic smile to his guest, an act of contrition. He then turned his attention back to the bald manager, lifting his teacup and casually inquiring, Now, what is it? The bald manager, wiping the sweat from his brow, cautiously replied, He has become a golden lone wolf and wishes to participate in the strength test. Puffed. The director spluttered his tea, exclaiming, Is that true? The bald manager, internally chastising himself for the director's admonition to remain calm, thought, Where is your composure now? Of course, he only dared to voice such thoughts internally. Out loud, he knew that even if he escaped with his life, he would surely be cast into the abyss for such insolence. The bald manager nodded emphatically. Indeed, it is true. What are you still lingering for? The director abruptly rose, striding confidently toward the exit. The surveillance of the Golden Lone Wolf strength test is classified at a high level. It cannot be accessed on mobile devices, nor can it be viewed without the authority of a battle king. Let's proceed to the monitoring room. The director's eyes sparkled with excitement as he held this mysterious genius in high regard. To what heights can you ascend? Second-tier warrior? Third-tier warrior? I eagerly await the revelation. Chapter 050. Is this what I can see? Everyone, set aside your tasks momentarily and gather in the monitoring room. The director maintained a composed demeanor as he solemnly declared, to support your breakthroughs in the Eternal Tower, we shall have a half-day paid leave today. What? Some individuals were momentarily taken aback, bewildered at how such fortunate news could cascade upon them. Those with quick wits and seasoned experience exchanged knowing glances, perhaps surmising the underlying reason. It was likely that a genius had emerged from somewhere, and the testing monitoring must remain strictly confidential. Indeed, this was the same excuse used previously to placate us, and the director had not even bothered to change his tone or phrasing. Silent understanding passed among them as they lowered their heads and exited the monitoring room with light-hearted steps. Who could resist a paid holiday? Once the room was cleared, only 3 remained: the director, the bald manager, and the director's guest, a formidable veteran warrior. Qing Yan, allow me to introduce you to Xiaoyu, who followed me during my time in the Legion. After I stepped back from frontline duties, he has remained under my guidance. The veteran warrior was none other than Lu Qingyan. With some leisure on his hands, he decided to visit the Eternal Core City to catch up with an old friend over tea and conversation. However, the most significant matter at hand was that Lu Sueki was very likely to attend the warrior testing today. Lu Qingyan kept a watchful eye, discreetly concealing the secret of his granddaughter's second awakening of talent. As an experienced warrior, he understood the wisdom of quietly amassing wealth. Yet, he never anticipated encountering Ye Bai at the strength test. Just how remarkable is this so-called genius? Lu Qingyan asserted with unwavering confidence, devoid of boastfulness. I have seen my fair share of talent. Xuanmeng was in the same cohort as I. During our entrance examination, I even landed a punch on him. The director scoffed. Lu Qingyan's proudest achievement in life is not his ascension to warrior king, but rather that he once struck Xuanmeng. Xuanmeng, a 9th-tier war god, was a paragon among warriors. Even formidable beings sought to adopt him as a son, indicative of his terrifying potential and strength. Enough of jesting. Xuanmeng completed the 3rd-tier warrior test in merely 3 days. Lu Qingyan's gaze pierced through the monitoring screen, settling on Ye Bai. This lad is already on his 3rd day. Does he possess the confidence to tackle the 2nd-tier warrior test? Upon hearing Lu Qingyan's words, the bald manager and the director exchanged peculiar expressions. The director stifled a laugh and said, Xiaoyu, enlighten our esteemed warrior king Qingyan. Share what this genius accomplished yesterday. The bald manager replied earnestly. He passed the neural reaction stage of the 3rd-tier warrior test yesterday. What? Lu Qingyan sprang to his feet. Disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed, Lao Wu, do not jest with me. What reason do I have to deceive you? I submitted his high report early this morning. Director Wu replied nonchalantly. Xuanmeng is indeed formidable, but this one surpasses him. I just wager with you. This individual's progression speed will undoubtedly eclipse that of Xuanmeng. Enough talk. He is about to commence the testing. Lu Qingyan gazed intently at the activity on the screen and casually inquired, which tier of warrior test did he select? As a golden battle wolf, Ye Bai had the privilege to opt for cross-dire examination. Should he succeed, he would ascend multiple ranks in one fell swoop. Let me see. Director Wu adeptly pressed a few buttons, and a number materialized on the screen. Upon its appearance, the monitoring room was enveloped in an eerie silence, the only sound being the hum of the machinery, devoid of any other disturbance. Each face reflected incredulity, as if a chilling wind swept through their hearts, penetrating to the core. 5. This prodigy had chosen the 5th-tier warrior test. While they were momentarily stunned, the test commenced. The 5th-tier warrior assessment. Why did it seem relatively uncomplicated? Ye Bai effortlessly dodged a barrage of attacks. Even without the guidance of the insightful eye, he could achieve such a feat opting for the wind element. Ye Bai maximized his agility. Wind skills inherently emphasize nimbleness, and with a 100 enhancement, his abilities soared to new heights. Even basic low-tier skills, in Ye Bai's hands, could unleash the effects of high-tier techniques. Wind slash. Ye Bai, with a relaxed demeanor, even found the leisure to experiment with new techniques. Targeting a kitchen knife, he executed the wind slash, attempting rapid movement. His figure left behind a series of afterimages, and he appeared beside the knife. Success. A spark of realization ignited within Ye Bai. Could the wind slash be employed in such a manner? In future battles, he could effortlessly throw flying projectiles or utilize aerial skills, leveraging his opponent for swift displacement. The nerve reaction test, which had confounded countless individuals, transformed into a joyous playground for Ye Bai to test skill effects. More astonishingly, even with a mindset of experimentation, he remained composed as he strolled leisurely, as if detached from the unfolding events. The fifth-tier warrior test posed no challenge for him whatsoever. The astonishment on the faces of the three observers deepened. The balding manager, trembling slightly, queried, "Is this something we're meant to witness, sir?" Even a fool could surmise the identity of the lone wolf on the screen. In just 3 days, merely 3 days, he had progressed beyond the fifth tier, surpassing even the formidable Xuan Meng of yore. It is essential to note that Xuan Meng was a prodigy of the highest caliber, already among the elite. Thus, the true identity of this lone wolf became strikingly apparent, almost casting the answer directly into the faces of the three. Azura. It was indeed the Azura. Tap, tap, tap. Lord Ingjio. Lu Qingyan quickly bowed and spoke. "It has been over 30 years since we last met, yet your figure seems so familiar. As if I had seen you yesterday." The arrival was none other than Ingjio, a shadow-level powerhouse, ranked 9th in strength, aptly named Ingjio. Upon seeing Lu Qingyan present, Ingjio couldn't help but shake his head and let out a sigh. "Why the sigh, Lord Ingjio?" Lu Qingyan inquired, puzzled. He had yet to report that they had discovered a suspected Azura. This was undoubtedly the most significant revelation. Ingjio extended his thin, withered hand to caress Lu Qingyan's head, gazing at him with a look of tender concern, reminiscent of a kindly elder. He spoke, "I sigh for you." Lu Qingyan, perplexed, wondered if he had erred in some way. Ingjio continued, "Little Lu, do you know that repeatedly using memory-sealing curses on the same target can significantly impair their intellectual faculties?" Before Lu Qingyan could respond, darkness enveloped him abruptly, a shroud of black mist descending silently, leaving even the mightiest of warriors without the strength to resist. "What a good child," Ingjio sighed. "If you undergo a few more seals, you may truly become a fool. It is uncertain whether your association with this individual is a stroke of fortune or misfortune. In any case, endure it." Lu Qingyan, Director Wu, and the bald manager lay unconscious on the ground, while Ingjio remained steadfast, fixating intently on the surveillance footage. In the solitude of that moment, fervor rarely seen illuminated the gaunt features of his face, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fervent energy, as if life itself were igniting within him. "Come forth. Let me witness the extent of what the future's strongest human can achieve." With that, a surge of black mist erupted from beneath his feet, burrowing into the control console. Within the testing chamber, Ye Bai felt the room suddenly flicker with crimson light, all tests ceasing abruptly. He surveyed his surroundings with heightened vigilance. A series of notes materialized before him. An unscrupulous old fellow has initiated the 9th-tier warrior test, customized for the Azura. Next to appear will be a projection left by the strongest, possessing 1/10 of their original power. You would do well to pray, hoping to draw the projection of the nightmare of the strongest. Surprised by this annotation, Ye Bai inquired, "Why the nightmare? Is it because the strongest, known as Nightmare, is the weakest?" Among the 3 strongest, Ye Bai had heard the most about Nightmare, who seemingly presided over the rear base on Blue Star. The insightful I swiftly provided an answer. Fighting against Nightmare, death is the least painful outcome, even bearing a sweet scent. Before the battle commenced, the insightful I had already issued a death sentence upon Ye Bai. This time it's a 15 throw. I initiated it. The notes before Ye Bai suddenly warped, the text becoming exceptionally blurred, akin to ink swirling in a pool of water. This was a situation Ye Bai had never encountered before. The insightful eye, although mischievous, had never lost its level of talent. Ultimately, a few barely discernible words emerged from the ink mass. "It has come." Chapter 051, The Strongest No Trace. The text before Ye Bai faded, the oppressive aura nearly suffocating. The very space of the testing chamber began to warp. Ye Bai realized that the surrounding walls had vanished. He had unknowingly been transported to a new realm. The atmosphere was thick with mist, obscuring his vision. Directly ahead, a white silhouette emerged gradually, approaching Ye Bai with deliberate steps. The 2 figures stood not far apart, yet a hazy mist obscured their features. A cultured and amiable voice resonated. "You have arrived too early." Through the veil of fog, the others slowly continued. "At level 60, during your second job transition, that is when the time is right for you. For now, you remain too inexperienced." This projection I have left behind is of level 199. Even if it possesses merely 1/10 of my power, the disparity is still vast. Ye Bai, pondering this, nodded and countered, "Shall I take my leave then?" A soft chuckle emerged from the other, as casual as discussing everyday matters. "Since you are here, why not indulge in a bit more conversation? After all, this projection of mine will soon dissipate. In your next challenge, you will encounter one of two others." With the strongest one's projection speaking, Ye Bai followed suit. "I have yet to inquire your name, Wuhan," the silhouette replied, revealing his moniker. Ye Bai raised an eyebrow. "The legendary Wuhan?" It is said that Wuhan is a warrior skilled with the sword, leaving no trace as he slays countless foes. Numerous accounts of Wuhan can be found in textbooks. When he was at level 200, he single-handedly wielded his sword on the front lines, slaying 13 war kings of the demon race and countless generals and soldiers. With a single sword, he defended a 1,000-mile front line, driving back 1,000,000 demon troops. Armies trembled at the sight of his white garb, and divine beings feared Wuhan. From that moment, Wuhan's name echoed throughout the world, unstoppable in his ascent, slaying gods and demons alike, ultimately achieving the pinnacle of strength. In summary, he is a master swordsman. With his thought, Ye Bai's eyes sparkled. How could he not seize the opportunity to gain something from such a formidable melee expert? With his character, it was only natural for him to try to take advantage. "Wuhan, my desk mate, is a fan of yours." Upon hearing this, the figure across the mist evidently paused. "Your desk mate is my fan? What relevance does that have to you? What purpose does this approach serve? You, my young friend, are not adhering to the script. If you do not offer me some skill books, I shall learn them and teach them to my desk mate." Wuhan responded, "Why not simply send your desk mate to me? Are you trying to profit from this second-hand transaction? Moreover, why would a mage seek to learn melee skills?" It seemed Wuhan had discerned Ye Bai's intentions. Could it be that this fellow was planning to cultivate both magical and martial prowess, merely to catch his enemies off guard in battle? One cannot, or rather, should not be so shameless. Regardless, Ye Bai thought it best to seize the opportunity and extract whatever benefits he could, as the strongest were resilient and affluent, unconcerned with such trifles. "A rather intriguing lad," Wuhan remarked, lifting his arm. From Ye Bai's embrace, a circular disc soared forth, an anti-magic disc. This item bore the mark of the demon god. Even a master blacksmith of divine rank would be deceived by it. In Blue Star, it poses no significant risk to carry this item. However, in the abyssal realm, it transforms from a life-saving tool into a death warrant. As he spoke, Wuhan pressed his palm downward. Countless black threads emerged from the anti-magic disc, unraveling like threads from a cocoon. These black threads converged, shifting shape as if nurturing some terrifying monstrosity. The demon god mark was stripped away by me, coalescing into a monstrous entity, likely possessing the prowess of a quasi-war king. Wuhan gestured towards the dark mass before Ye Bai, stating, "You have arrived too early, and your level is too low. Engaging in combat with me would be detrimental to you. It would be wiser for you to battle this monster. If you can defeat it within 5 minutes, I shall reward you with a skill book. It is a promise." Ye Bai, elated by the prospect of reaping rewards, brandished his staff, ready to strike. After a brief pause, the monster had yet to fully materialize. Seizing this opportunity, Wuhan continued, "This creature is of quasi-war king caliber, with health exceeding 1 billion and magical resistance surpassing 10,000. Its mitigation against lightning damage is likely as high as 65%. Wuhan's exposition on the impending monster served to subtly diminish the challenge for Ye Bai, since Shura had transitioned to the heavenly fury mage of the lightning element. All the demon gods from the abyssal realms had been furiously stacking their resistance against lightning. They were well aware that on Shura's path to ascendancy, there would inevitably be unfortunate souls who would meet their demise, becoming stepping stones for his renown. By enhancing their magical resistance, the misfortunes would befall others instead. Ye Bai possessed the eye of insight and was fully aware of the information Wuhan imparted. On the other hand, regarding Ye Bai's current output capabilities, a quasi-war king was hardly a match. Was a health pool exceeding 1 billion truly impressive? With a single bolt of heavenly thunder, Ye Bai could inflict close to 5,000 damage. Coupled with 30 layers of accumulated charge and an 11 billion enhancement, his output capability soared into the trillions. Even with a 65% damage reduction, it still amounted to outputs in the hundreds of billions. A billion in health was scarcely enough to fill the gaps. "That's enough," Wuhan declared suddenly, as the dark mass transformed into a 6-armed monstrosity, struggling to charge towards Ye Bai. "Do not harbor any concerns. Unleash your full strength. For this place is impervious to any prying eyes. Remember, You have 5 minutes to resolve this. The timer begins now. With a thunderous boom, the six-armed creature lunged towards Ye Bai, its 4 eyes radiating a terrifying crimson glow. Heavenly thunder. Ye Bai thrust his staff forward, summoning a colossal bolt of red lightning that descended from the heavens, wielding destructive power that swept all before it. He had already stacked 30 layers of charge and unleashed the heavenly thunder at first sight. Boom! After being engulfed in the lightning's purifying torrent, the monster did not even survive a single second, instantly turning to ash. I'm up. A single strike and it's done. What more is there to discuss? Now, who are we? Wu Hin, fuming, muttered, "Damn it, this brat is showing off." Even Wu Hin, a formidable being, could not have anticipated that a level 26 Shura could eliminate a quasi-war king with a single blow. 5 minutes? It was utterly unnecessary. One strike sufficed. Of course, Wu Hin's perspective was far beyond the ordinary. He immediately discerned that the reason Shura could unleash such immense damage was due to the accumulation of some form of enhancement. In other words, while Shura's burst damage was exceptionally high, his sustainability was comparatively average. The question remained, how long would it take for Shura to stack such enhancements? As the mist gently parted, Wu Hin's silhouette became clearer, causing Ye Bai to tense, awaiting the next developments. The sound of the invisible echoed once more, but this time it bore an unusual gravity as he spoke with solemnity, declaring, "You are now qualified to engage with me." Chapter 052. Terrifying indeed. The Supreme Presence. The very utterance of this phrase from the formidable invisible is a mark of honor. Had it been any other brash youth, they would likely be aflame with excitement and eager to engage in combat at this moment. Yet Ye Bai remained remarkably composed, retorting, "Is there truly no way to avoid conflict? A gentleman employs words rather than blows. We are all allies here, and fighting would only disrupt our harmony. Besides, you have already reached level 199 and undergone 3 job changes. What merit is there in bullying a mere level 26 mage?" Ye Bai preferred to avoid confrontation. Oh, Invisible found this young man increasingly intriguing and inquired, "Why not fight?" "Because the Supreme Being has always been my idol." Invisible interjected, "Your classmate's idol is also mine," Ye Bai asserted earnestly, his words flowing with an air of sincerity that made his fabrications seem credible. "How could I possibly strike at my own idol?" "That is agreeable." Invisible gestured towards the remnants on the ground, stating, "I have severed the demon god's mark from you and fully lifted the bloodline restrictions of the anti-magic talisman. As per our prior agreement, I will present you with a melee skill book. Should we engage, regardless of the outcome, I shall bestow upon you an additional skill book." Ye Bai's expression turned troubled. It was not merely a matter of the skill book, but rather, Invisible chuckled, "I can arrange for a melee weapon to be crafted for you, though you must provide the materials." Ye Bai responded earnestly, "I have long wished to experience the swordsmanship of the Supreme Being. Please, do share your wisdom." His motivations extended beyond mere acquisition of skill books and equipment. He genuinely sought to learn from the Supreme Being. "Such flattery is unwarranted," Invisible mused. "For this projection of mine is over 100 levels above you. A direct confrontation would lack fairness. You may strike first. I shall allow you one attack. And after that, we shall determine life and death." At this moment, Ye Bai's demeanor shifted. His expression turned grave. Should he truly face the projection of Invisible? With a disparity of 160 levels, he would certainly be obliterated. Therefore, this arrangement held no significance. By permitting Ye Bai a strike, Invisible aimed to assess Ye Bai's utmost output capability while also offering him an opportunity. Should Ye Bai manage to eliminate the projection in one blow, it would signify his victory. Conversely, if the projection survived, the outcome would be self-evident. Very well, Ye Bai nodded in agreement, ready to commence. He had awaited this moment. Wind Fury, Thunderbolt. Without hesitation, he rapidly stacked 30 layers of charge, initiating with Wind Fury, swiftly followed by Thunderbolt. The previously fearsome crimson lightning descended once more, crashing violently towards Invisible's head. Within the entire space, mist swirled, and time seemed to slow, rendering everything akin to a film in slow motion. In truth, everything transpired at an astonishing speed. Bang! In the space less than a meter above the ground, a crimson lightning bolt erupted violently, embodying a cataclysmic force, akin to a grand display of fireworks illuminating the sky with countless fiery blossoms. Yet, the enigmatic figure stood immobile, not even casting a glance at the dazzling spectacle. A sharp intake of breath escaped Ye Bai, who could not help but exclaim in awe, "The unparalleled one, Wu Hin, is indeed terrifying." The latter part of his statement faltered. After a single strike, Wu Hin remained unscathed, the disparity between them starkly evident. Ye Bai abruptly retreated, widening the distance between them to buy some time for his own preparations. However, Wu Hen remained rooted, his gaze directed at Ye Bai, subtly shifting. Nearly a decade had passed since he last employed his innate abilities. That recent strike must have surpassed 1 trillion in damage, encroaching upon the domain of the war god. Wu Hen was taken aback. The output potential of the Azura was far more formidable than he had anticipated. At level 26, his explosive power transcended even that of the peak Battle Kings. Even in his prime, Wu Hen could not have achieved such a feat. Just as Wu Hen contemplated his next move, his form suddenly became semi-transparent, gradually fading away. The energy has been depleted. With only a few seconds remaining, if he chose to strike, Ye Bai would likely be unable to evade. Yet, as a supreme being, even in the form of a mere projection, he retained his dignity. Deep within Wu Hen's heart, since Ye Bai had compelled him to utilize his innate effects, this encounter could only be deemed a victory for Ye Bai. Before the projection completely dissipated, Wu Hen declared, "Azura, the promise I made to you will be delivered. Up until now, you have performed commendably. This world is far more perilous than you can imagine. Conceal your identity as much as possible and enhance your strength. It is akin to a dream from which one awakens yet dares not move." Ye Bai, vigilant, surveyed his surroundings, anticipating further developments. Meanwhile, in the combat power testing monitoring room, Ing Jiu fixated intently on the screen, which was obscured by static. In truth, once the projection of the Supreme Being materialized, the surveillance was rendered ineffective. Ing Jiu could see nothing and was merely awaiting the final outcome. Was the 9th-tier warrior test excessively challenging for the Azura? This young man had only entered the Eternal Tower 3 days prior. It was difficult to say. Innate talents are not easily measured by conventional standards. Ing Jiu, as the most formidable force among the shadows, ranked 9th, which spoke volumes in itself. Even a 9th-tier war god like Xuanmeng would fall to Ing Jiu's assassination in less than 3 moves. There exists a disparity even among war gods. The stellar rankings change yearly, with lone wolves continuously evolving. The rankings within the shadows, however, represent the culmination of generations, and for a century, none have been able to usurp Ing Jiu's position. The supreme beings transcend war gods, comparable to divine entities, far beyond what Ing Jiu can contend with. A century ago, Ing Jiu was a classmate of the nightmare that was the supreme being. This secret is known to very few, even among the higher echelons of the shadows. Having experienced the era of supremacy, he understands better than anyone the sheer terror that supreme beings embody. Crackle. The surveillance footage twisted momentarily before returning to normal. When he saw Ye Bai full of vitality, his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. How could this be possible? The guardian angel, Anxiu Luo, had not vanished. Which meant Xiu Luo was not dead. A gasp escaped him. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Ing Jiu was taken aback. In the 9th-tier warrior test, against the projection of a level 199 supreme being, even with merely a fraction of that power, Xiu Luo managed to survive. This was nothing short of a miracle. This young man possesses the essence of a supreme being. It was only at this moment that Ing Jiu was utterly convinced by Xiu Luo. He had witnessed the rise of the supreme being nightmare. And it was no exaggeration to say that everything Xiu Luo had achieved thus far was something even Nightmare might not have surpassed in his prime. Given sufficient time, Xiu Luo would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of Supreme Being. The swirling black mist surrounding Ing Jiu surged uncontrollably outward, a testament to his overwhelming excitement that was difficult to articulate. At long last, our human race is on the brink of birthing a 4th Supreme Being. The dawn is upon us. Just as Ing Jiu was engulfed in fervor, his peripheral vision caught the rolling text at the bottom of the screen. 9th-tier warrior test passed. Like a bolt from the blue, Ing Jiu stood frozen, his expression vacant, resembling a lifeless tree, devoid of vitality. Xiu Luo had actually passed the 9th-tier warrior test. He did not merely survive under the projection of Supreme Being. He had turned the tables. In that instant, Ing Jiu felt as though his world had been utterly upended. Chapter 053, 9th-tier warrior, Golden Lone Wolf. Ing Jiu was astounded by Xiu Luo's accomplishments. Although he was unaware of the specifics, his instincts told him that Xiu Luo was indeed formidable. Even the seemingly unconscious Lu Qingyan displayed signs of awakening, his eyelids twitching slightly and emitting faint sounds. What on earth had transpired? Calm down, I've seen many things in my age. The problem was, Ing Jiu had never encountered a scene like this. He tossed the 3 individuals lying on the ground onto chairs, the black mist swirling around them. Jio slightly altered their memories. In the recollections of Lu Qingyin and the others, this genius had challenged the second-tier warrior test and suffered a crushing defeat. Yet, even in defeat, there was honor. Thus, he left a lasting impression on the three, particularly Lu Qingyin, who held a great admiration for the mage proficient in wind magic. Jio nodded, satisfied with the extent of his manipulation. After completing this task, the black mist retracted, and Jio vanished from sight, everything returning to normal. It was as if a paused film had been pressed to play once more. Lu Qingyin, Director Wu, and the ball manager all simultaneously opened their eyes, oblivious to any anomalies. Director Wu lamented slightly, regretting the failure, stating that if only he had been a moment quicker, he could have passed the neural response test. The bald manager nodded in agreement, echoing the director's sentiment. Only Lu Qingyin, holding his forehead, remained silent, his brows furrowed in concern. Noticing his discomfort, Director Wu turned to him and inquired, "Old Lu, say something." Lu Qingyin, perplexed, replied, "Why does my forehead hurt so much, as if I've been struck?" Ahem. At this point, I can no longer keep it from you, Old Lu. I shall stop pretending and lay my cards on the table. I am, in fact, the god of war. Director Wu proclaimed with utmost seriousness. Not only did I deliver a slap to your forehead, but I also employed forbidden incantations to alter your memories. Get lost. I would sooner believe that the Azura resides next door than buy into your ghostly tales. After this little farce, the trio resumed their discussion about the earlier genius mage. Before long, Lu Qingyin suddenly rose, his gaze fixated on the surveillance screen, unable to contain his excitement. There here, on the monitor, a beautiful woman had just entered the combat testing chamber, challenging a first-tier warrior. Who could it be? My granddaughter, Old Wu. You'd best pay close attention to what unfolds next. Lu Qingyin urged fervently. I have no intention of boasting, but you must keep the matter of my granddaughter's secondary awakening talent a secret. Director Wu retorted. This old fellow has become increasingly shameless. In the surveillance room, the trio's attention once again converged on the footage. Simultaneously, the number of individuals in the wolf's nest had noticeably increased compared to a few hours prior. Ye Bai glanced at the time. Nearly 5 hours had passed. It was 4:59 a.m. Each day, the time to venture into the Eternal Tower was limited to midnight until 6. Ye Bai had arranged his schedule accordingly. As he entered the wolf's nest, the surroundings darkened, revealing a small mountain looming before him. Xuanmeng, expressionless, regarded Ye Bai with a heart full of complexity, momentarily rendered speechless. In that instant, Xuanmeng was astounded. Following his shock, he quickly grasped the nature of the entity he faced. If he could not discern the opponent's identity, he might as well find a block of tofu to meet his end. The answer was singular. Azura. Observing Xuanmeng's demeanor, Ye Bai understood precisely what had transpired. Given Xuanmeng's status, he was likely aware that this lone wolf was indeed the Azura. However, Xuanmeng only recognized the Azura within the Eternal Tower. He remained oblivious to the fact that the true identity of the Azura was Ye Bai. As long as this remained concealed, Ye Bai was safe. What are you staring at? Ye Bai suddenly interjected, nearly causing Xuanmeng to spit blood in astonishment. Please, let's go inside. Following the same routine as before, Ye Bai trailed behind Xuanmeng as they ventured deeper into the wolf's nest. Please, have a seat. Let us have a proper discussion. Xuanmeng took the initiative to bring a chair, positioning himself opposite Ye Bai. Has the authenticity of the list been confirmed? Absolutely certain. Xuanmeng chuckled wryly. Did the Azura truly need to provide him with a counterfeit list? Moreover, any matters concerning the Azura were not solely under Xuanmeng's scrutiny. At least one shadow-level god of war was likely watching closely. Perhaps even higher echelons were observing. The supreme being, Nightmare. So, has my bounty been confirmed? The moment Ye Bai mentioned this, Xuanmeng's expression stiffened, stammering, we must wait until the actual capture operation concludes to ascertain its final value. It may require a bit more time. Understood. Ye Bai merely inquired casually. At present, he was not lacking in funds. What he sought could not be purchased with money. Based on previous experiences dealing with the formidable, it is evident that the other party is a reasonable individual. Xuanmeng possesses ample trust in both Lang, Chao, and Ye Bai. Their awkward conversation abruptly ceased, leaving an air of discomfort. Xuanmeng found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of what to say to the Azura. He understood that the other was indeed an Azura, and that the other was aware of his recognition. This cyclical awareness left them ensnared in a paradox. Have you eaten? Xuanmeng finally blurted after a prolonged silence. No. Why do you ask? Are you offering to treat me? Xuanmeng recalled having advised the other just hours earlier to indulge in whatever he fancied. The irony struck him. He was the fool in this scenario. I will treat you. Just have the front desk at Lang Chao announce my name. Their light-hearted banter came to an end, and with a serious demeanor, Meng stated, "We take the list you submitted very seriously. The apprehension operation has already commenced covertly, and I shall soon have a mission of my own." Furthermore, his tone turned grave as he cautioned, "Be vigilant." Those 4 words were articulated with particular gravity. Even those of exceptional talent are not infallible. The risk of demise remains. Once life is extinguished, nothing else matters. Ye Bai vehemently refuted, "Who said I possess extraordinary talent? Don't speak nonsense, or I might sue you for defamation." Indeed, you do not, Meng replied with a chuckle, shaking his head as he departed the office. Given the audacity of the Azura, it was apparent that this individual was not one destined for a short life. After Meng's exit, Ye Bai did not linger either and made his way outside. Seated in a corner of Lang Chao, Ye Bai perused the task panel while casually reviewing his current benefits. He was now a 9th-tier warrior, a golden lone wolf, equivalent to the treatment level of a 2nd-tier general. Each month, he received a stipend of 200,000 dragon coins, was entitled to disregard emergencies below level 6, and could act freely during emergencies below level 4. Should he sustain injuries while on official duty, all medical expenses would be waived. In the event of disability, he could transition to the Planetary Defense Council, retaining the lifetime benefits of a 2nd-tier general. Clearly, the council ensured that no warrior would be underappreciated in terms of benefits. Additionally, Ye Bai enjoyed a 5 discount on purchases from Lang Chao. Half an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye when a graceful figure adorned with a lone wolf mask entered the establishment. Another newcomer. Even without the aid of his insightful eye, Ye Bai instantly recognized her identity. Lu Sueki. Had she truly passed the 1st-tier warrior test? Intriguing. Ye Bai raised his glass. His voice transformed beneath the mask, rendering his identity unrecognizable. "This round is on me," he proclaimed with exuberance. Instantly, Lang Chao erupted into a jubilant atmosphere, and it was Lu Sueki's first encounter with such a welcoming ceremony, leaving her momentarily flustered. Yet, it would not be long before she seamlessly integrated into this environment, and perhaps even grew to love it. A robot approached, presenting the bill to Ye Bai. "Sir, for a round of drinks, the total comes to 289 million dragon coins after discount. With 289 million dragon coins, which could be exchanged for nearly 3,000 gold coins. Ye Bai felt no pangs of regret. Was he truly a miser? With a confident flourish of his hand, he declared, "Charge it to Meng's account. This wine is delightful. Let us indulge once more on his tab." Chapter 054. Tonight's expenditures shall be covered by young Master Zhao. The low, resonant voice echoed through the wolf's den, inciting another wave of cheers from the crowd. Young Master Zhao? Ye Bai was taken aback. His surname was not Zhao. Could it be that Meng's true surname was Zhao? At that moment, a graceful young lady emerged from the front desk, her movements exuding an enchanting charm as she sauntered over to Ye Bai. "Sir, is this your first time at the bar?" she asked, her voice melodious despite the silver lone wolf mask obscuring her features. In the wolf's den, regardless of who was paying, the same phrase echoed, "Young Master Zhao will cover the tab." After all, the purpose of the lone wolf was to provide a concealed identity for all, rendering any inquiries about personal information impossible. "Oh, I see," Ye Bai nodded, finding this explanation quite reasonable. Perhaps young Master Zhao was merely a phantom, a title that anyone could embody. The young lady continued, "Everyone here calls me Dai Meng. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed?" Ye Bai, unreserved, replied, "Just call me Fourth Brother. Tonight's expenses shall be charged to my account," she added, glancing at Ye Bai with a gentle smile. "I hope you enjoy your time at the Wolf's Den." It was evident that she regarded Ye Bai as extraordinary and sought to cultivate a rapport, for his current status was that of a 9th Order battle soldier, Golden Lone Wolf. With just a single step forward, he could ascend to the rank of general. The strength of a lone wolf general exceeds that of an ordinary general by a significant margin, with some exceptionally gifted individuals capable of battling above their rank. Moreover, since Fourth Brother had already achieved the status of a Golden Lone Wolf while still a battle soldier, his potential undoubtedly surpassed mere generalship. There was a great likelihood he would attain the rank of King of War. Thus, Dai Meng's desire to invest in such a promising individual was entirely understandable. In this era of the emergence of Azuras, we are indeed fortunate. "This drink is to you. May you soon become a general," she proclaimed, raising her cocktail and downing it in one swift motion. Having spoken, Dai Meng nodded slightly to Ye Bai and turned to leave. "Ye, have you taken a liking to a handsome fellow?" teased a friend at the bar, a mischievous grin on her face. "Not particularly. I merely found the ninth order battle soldier somewhat unfamiliar, and since he is acquainted with Shui Ming, he might be a genius from some divine warrior family. Dai Ming casually remarked, "What a pity he cannot compete alongside the Azuras. In this ultimate era, he can only watch others feast while he sips the broth." Is that so? Dai Ming's comments sparked puzzled glances from a few at the bar, clearly unfamiliar with the concept. Indeed, the previous 3 ultimate eras have validated a truth. Those who compete alongside the strongest reap the greatest rewards. He is already a ninth order battle soldier, at least 20 years of age, studying in his second year at a top battle soldier university, 2 years behind the Azuras. With that, Dai Ming dismissed the matter, her mind already moving on. Even if the 4th prince ascends to the status of a war king, it is merely a trifling matter in the eyes of Dai Ming. Her own family boasts more than one war god and has ties to the most formidable beings, thus her perspective is naturally elevated. The clock approaches 6. Ye Bai stretches lazily and opts to exit the Eternal Tower. The tasks within the wolf's nest hold little appeal for him. Moreover, Ye Bai finds himself facing a threat from the leader of the 4th demon sect, leaving no room for other pursuits. The demon sect leader has vowed to eliminate Ye Bai, a matter of grave consequence. A moment's carelessness could lead to a tragic demise for him. After exiting the Eternal Tower, Ye Bai draws back the curtains, allowing a faint ray of sunlight to illuminate the room, casting a long shadow beneath his feet. He gazes down at his shadow. "Predecessor, what did you have for breakfast?" Silence ensues. Even if you forego breakfast, you could at least engage in a bit of conversation. The shadow remains still. Ye Bai resorts to his trump card. "That esteemed war god informed me that every lone wolf is accompanied by a shadow for protection. Lord Shadow 9, there is no need to hide." Upon hearing the term war god, the shadow beneath Ye Bai begins to contort, and a plume of dark mist descends, ultimately revealing a stooped elder, his visage obscured by shadows. "Heh." At the sound of his voice, a chill runs down Ye Bai's spine. Goodness, why does he smile so villainously? "Brother, this is hardly the time for laughter." Ye Bai had been aware of Shadow 9's presence since the very first day he arrived. When he chose the Lone Wolf faction, the Eye of Insight had already given him a hint regarding the existence of Shadow. Every lone wolf is accompanied by a shadow that protects their growth in the Blue Star, providing them a safe haven. Ye Bai did not anticipate that he would be assigned a war god-level protector. The lack of martial ethics previously displayed in the battle assessment chamber was likely attributable to this venerable elder. Shadow 9 stifles his laughter and adopts a serious tone. "A war god would never speak to you in such a manner, young one. You're still a bit too green. The Shadow is an organization established by the war god of nightmares. The 3 war gods do not interfere with one another. No one will share such matters with you. Indeed, I was deceptive towards you. My apologies." Ye Bai is candid, merely wishing to discuss his personal safety with this war god. "You are aware that a war god seeks to kill me. Indeed, could you perhaps eliminate the leader of the 4th demon sect first?" Ye Bai adheres to the principle of striking first. If one must engage in a duel, it is best to preemptively run over the opponent with a bulldozer a day in advance to ensure victory. To kill Lien Can, one must first locate him, as the demon god has obscured his whereabouts. The leader of the 4th demon sect is named Lien Can? What a ridiculous name. Did you pull that from 4399? Ye Bai cannot help but roll his eyes at the casualness of the name. With the plan to assassinate Lien Can thwarted, Ye Bai seeks a more modest request. "Could you summon a few more individuals to protect me? The more war gods, the better. Ideally, you could command 100,000 war gods to arrive in a grand procession aboard green trains." Ingzio still shook his head, declaring it impossible. Due to the emergence of a certain Azura, the demon gods from the abyssal plane seemed to have gone mad. The human race was currently under immense pressure, unable to spare any manpower. Most critically, for every battle god we could summon, the enemy would likewise have a battle god ready to counteract. Ingzio's reasoning was sound, and Ye Bai found himself unable to refute it. The higher-level contention resembled a tug-of-war, both sides locked in a stalemate, awaiting an unforeseen factor to shatter the deadlock. Despite the repeated setbacks, Ye Bai remained undeterred. "What if I tidy up and move in with the strongest?" he suggested. "The strongest always resides in the most perilous places. Even a battle god faces the risk of demise. Your suggestion would be tantamount to courting death. I understand now. Maintaining the status quo is most advantageous for me." He conceded. Ingzio nodded, revealing a look of approval. "Since I have manifested, allow me to impart a few more words so you may be well informed. Within the shadows, there are strict regulations regarding engagement. I shall not intervene against foes below the pinnacle of battle kings. You must rely on your own abilities." "Thank you, but I wish to remain quiet. I feel increasingly unsafe," Ye Bai replied. Against Battle Kings, a surprise attack might be feasible, but a frontal confrontation was out of the question. One final query. Regarding that little game, cough cough, if it were to occur, do you have confidence in winning? This was a matter of great concern for Ye Bai. Being targeted by a battle god was no trivial matter. To vanquish him, I would need but a single strike, Ing Jiu declared, leaving behind a statement of overwhelming bravado before his form dissolved in a black mist, merging into the shadows beneath. In truth, he did not accompany Ye Bai at all hours. Rather, he often patrolled the vicinity, assessing the combat capabilities of those around, ever vigilant. Should a battle god close in? Even if Ing Jiu could eliminate the threat in an instant, the aftershocks of such a conflict could exact a harrowing toll on Ye Bai. Hearing such words was akin to receiving sage advice. Ye Bai rubbed his brow. He would have to rely on himself against foes below the pinnacle of Battle Kings. Buzzing. Ye Bai's transaction realm pass activated, signaling incoming information. Lu Qingyan? Ah, I recall I promised to assist with the appraisal for his granddaughter. With this thought, Ye Bai retrieved the pass, activating the tower's mark to enter the transaction realm. Sweki, I've arrived. Lu Qingyan had been waiting eagerly, and upon seeing the elemental energy, he promptly approached to greet him. Fourth uncle, I apologize for the intrusion. This is my granddaughter, Lu Sweki. As he spoke, Lu Qingyan turned to his granddaughter. Address him as Fourth Master. Lu Sweki nodded, her voice bright. Greetings, Fourth Master. Ye Bai mused. This generational hierarchy is rather perplexing. Chapter 055. Inventory of Gains. Extreme Tension. Upon meeting in the transaction realm, Lu Qingyan took the initiative to introduce Fourth Uncle. My granddaughter has just transitioned and become a level class, divinely favored beast tamer. Each summoned beast can receive an additional divine blessing, with a significantly higher probability of triggering bloodline ancestral return. Listening to Lu Qingyan's introduction, Ye Bai was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Lu Sweki, a level class profession template, it was undeniable that Lu Sweki's ability to reach this stage on her own was somewhat beyond Ye Bai's expectations. Even if Lu Sweki's innate talent has undergone a second awakening to reach the pinnacle level, and she enjoys the unconditional support of a warlord elder, it remains exceedingly challenging to acquire a high-level occupational template within the secret realm of career transition. This requires an exploration degree of 95 and a fierce struggle until the very last moment, a feat that is incredibly arduous. Despite possessing a high-level talent, there is no absolute certainty. Yet, astonishingly, Lu Sweki manages to accomplish it. This alone suggests that her future achievements may well surpass that of a warlord. This young girl is far stronger than I had anticipated. Ye Bai had not expected that a mere casual remark could potentially add another war god to the future of humanity, although it exists only as a theoretical possibility. The extent of Lu Sweki's journey remains undetermined. Nonetheless, this prospect is already terrifying. Is this the allure of the era of the strongest? Ye Bai chuckled ruefully to himself, realizing that the source of all this turmoil was none other than himself. Regaining his composure, Ye Bai turned to Lu Sweki and inquired, I have grasped the situation. What would you like me to appraise? Lu Sweki felt a twinge of nervousness under the immense pressure from the fourth elder before her. According to her grandfather's description, the fourth elder not only possessed formidable power, but was also a rare master of appraisals. Elder, I would like your assistance in determining what items this little bird needs to advance. As she spoke, a canary perched on her shoulder, resting calmly in her palm. Ye Bai glanced at it and softly remarked, it possesses the bloodline of the golden-winged roc and has undergone 2 divine awakenings. Quite impressive indeed. With a casual remark, the fourth elder unraveled the canary's secrets, leaving Lu Sweki utterly astonished. Is this the caliber of a master appraiser? Truly terrifying, since it has already experienced 2 divine blessings. Nurturing it diligently would be wise. There are 3 options available. Through the eye of insight, the means of the bird's advancement became clear to Ye Bai. He disregarded the lower-tier methods and focused solely on those with the greatest potential in combat prowess. One could feed it 10,000 poisons powder, and after administering 500 doses, it would succumb to self-immolation, with its remains buried upon a heap of diamonds, allowing a necromancer to summon the 10,000 poisons bone rock. Hiss! The canary in Lu Sweki's palm trembled violently, casting a fearful glance at the fourth elder. Are you a devil? Is this method truly advisable? The canary's heart raced in its throat, terrified that Lu Sweki would agree and seal its fate. Indeed, this method is rather sinister, and to summon 10,000 poisons bone rock is notoriously difficult to control, posing a risk of backlash. Upon concluding his explanation, Lu Qingyan decisively interjected, Fourth brother, This method is unnecessary. Sweki is quite fond of this little bird. The canary finally relaxed, but still dared not approach the fourth elder, as in its mind. He had become synonymous with a demon. Subsequently, Ye Bai introduced two additional hidden advancement methods. One could enhance the canary's vision for extensive reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. The other would allow for a telepathic connection between the canary and its summoner post-advancement, facilitating a more harmonious combat synergy. As for which advancement method to choose, the decision was left entirely to Lu Sweki. Gratitude was expressed to the fourth brother, and Snow Chi was reminded to extend her thanks to the fourth master as well. Thank you, fourth master. It is of no consequence. After all, services rendered come at a price. One receives remuneration to alleviate the burdens of others. Ye Bai remarked with an air of nonchalance, fully aware of the nature of his transaction. He remained by the fourth brother's side as they meandered through the realms of trade, for there were matters yet to discuss. Fourth brother, regarding the three concealed advancement pathways. The market has appraised each at 250,000 gold coins, totaling 1,000,000 gold coins for the trio, Lu Qingyan stated, showcasing his generosity. As a seasoned warlord, he effortlessly presented the sum of 1,000,000 gold coins, equivalent to 1 billion dragon coins. At the level of a warlord, such a display of wealth is indeed trivial, yet it is rare to find one willing to pave the way for their juniors in such a manner. Gold coins are not a necessity for us. Elder Qingyan, I would prefer a barter of goods, Ye Bai replied thoughtfully. I am willing to exchange for fire-related equipment, skill tomes, items, and materials, valued at 800,000 gold coins. Currently, Ye Bai was proficient in the elemental schools of wind, fire, and lightning, and his demand for such goods vastly exceeded that of his peers. This is well and good, but fourth brother, are you intent on nurturing your junior? Lu Qingyan inquired tentatively. Previously, the fourth brother had sought to imprint 2 forbidden spells for the sake of safeguarding his descendants, burning silence of the 4 seas and eternal flame. Indeed, Ye Bai affirmed with a nod. He was cultivating a junior, and that junior was himself. Thus, he sought items of high quality but lower levels, which were scarce in the market, yet treasures could be found in Elder Qingyan's possession. Excellent, excellent. Lu Qingyan welcomed the fourth brother's requests, fearing only the absence of desire from him. If the fourth brother had chosen to take the 1,000,000 gold coins, Lu Qingyan would have felt disheartened. The fourth brother's appraisal skills far surpassed those of anyone Lu Qingyan knew, for the future development of Lu Sweki, as well as for his own benefit. Establishing a connection with the fourth brother and nurturing a good relationship promised only advantages. I had originally prepared a considerable amount of fire-related resources, hoping that Sweki might embark on the same path as I. Now that she has discovered her own way, these items are merely gathering dust. It would be prudent to trade them with the fourth brother. As he spoke, Lu Qingyan produced a list of resources and handed it to Ye Bai. This list not only clearly indicated the quality of the items, but also included the latest transaction prices from the Wanwu Pavilion, ensuring fairness in the exchange. Ultimately, Ye Bai selected a pair of fire element boots and an advanced fire elemental core, with a total value of 820,000. Lu Qingyan graciously rounded down the amount, and both parties concluded the transaction. Equipment: Flame Rhythm Leap, 25. Quality, level. Attributes: Agility, 65. Affixes: Flame Dash, increases fire spell effects by 15 during high-speed movement. Dance with Fire, allows instantaneous relocation to a flame within a range of 1,000 meters, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. Advancement Affix, Ultimate Parkour. Escape 3,000 miles from an eternal monster of a higher level chasing you. Possible advancement attempts: 2. Successful attempts: 1. What a peculiar advanced entry. It would be simpler to toss me into the subway and let me parkour my way through. As for the high-tier fire element core, it is one of the materials required for crafting weapons of the War King level. The formidable Wuhan has promised to assist Ye Bai in contacting a master blacksmith. Yet the materials for forging must be provided by Ye Bai himself. This night has yielded substantial gains. Ye Bai quickly calculated the rewards from this expedition: 100 exploration points, successfully clearing the second level, transforming the Thunder Fury Mage from a single element to a 3-element classification. Moreover, he passed the 9th-tier warrior test and advanced to the Golden Lone Wolf rank, not to mention having enjoyed 2 bottles of wine courtesy of Xuanming. The fire element core of the upper echelon, all of Ye Bai's acquisitions from tonight, when measured in gold coins, total in the millions. Additionally, there are the rewards from the report list and the 2 skill books that Wuhan has promised me. These two items are undoubtedly Ye Bai's most valuable spoils of the night, although they have yet to be delivered into his hands. Now, even when faced with the relentless pursuit of a general-level adversary, Ye Bai possesses the strength to retaliate without resorting to his stored power. However, the one targeting me is not merely a general, but a war god. Ye Bai chuckled wryly. Knowing that being in the sights of a war god is no pleasant experience, he must hasten to elevate his own strength. He felt too weak, devoid of power. Once everything was organized, Ye Bai pushed open the door, ready to head out for school. "Good morning, young man." The door across from him swung open, revealing workers moving furniture, and a kindly old gentleman stood in the stairwell, greeting Ye Bai. "I have just moved in. My surname is Liu. I used to be a teacher, so you can call me Teacher Liu. We shall be neighbors from now on, and I hope we can look out for one another." Ye Bai thought to himself, what nonsense. Not only do I know your surname is Liu, but I also know your name is Liu Qingyan. Just 15 minutes ago, you were calling me fourth brother. Alas, these words remained unspoken. This old fox had likely moved across from him due to Liu Sueki, with her talent undergoing a second awakening. She had a limited perspective and could not see the true essence of things. Yet, Liu Qingyan could perceive at a glance. Ye Bai had undoubtedly aided Liu Sueki. For this reason, Liu Qingyan did not mind concealing his identity, moving opposite Ye Bai to observe this young man closely. Ye Bai smiled and greeted him. "Good day. Teacher Liu, you seem in good spirits, young man. I presume you had quite a rewarding night at the Eternal Tower." "Moderate, thanks to Azura." "Teacher Liu, your fortune seems to be quite favorable recently." "Not at all. It's merely my granddaughter S. Cough, cough. Let us not discuss that. I bumped my head last night and still have a headache. You're off to school, I suppose? I happen to be taking a stroll to see my former workplace." "Please take care, Teacher Liu. The stairs are steep. May I assist you?" "Thank you, young man. It's rare to encounter such a warm-hearted youth these days." The two, one old and one young, both cunning as foxes, each with their own agenda, slowly made their way toward the school. Chapter 056. Come, follow me into the grove. Nanjing 3rd High School, Principal's Office. "Or King Qingyan, what brings you here?" The principal stood before the sofa, visibly flustered, his hands flailing in the air, unable to find a resting place, much like his anxious disposition. Liu Qingyan sat calmly on the sofa, his demeanor markedly transformed from its previous warmth and benevolence to one of formidable authority, exuding an undeniable presence that commanded respect. "What, am I not allowed to come? After all, I'm a lifelong honorary principal of Nanjing 3rd High School." With just a few words, Liu Qingyan nearly frightened the principal into submission. "Of course, you may come, Principal Qingyan." Regarding Sueki's matter, the principal's flustered state stemmed entirely from one individual, Liu Sueki. He was deeply concerned that Liu Qingyan might direct his ire towards the school. The wrath of a peak battle king was no trivial matter. His heart raced with anxiety. Yet he was interrupted by Liu Qingyan's voice. "You have handled Sueki's situation quite well. Is it not our doing?" The principal was momentarily taken aback, questioning if he had misheard. "You have done well in awakening her great talent." Had those words not emanated from Liu Qingyan, the principal would have certainly suggested a medical examination for potential cognitive disarray. Ignoring the principal's bewilderment, Liu Qingyan continued. "I heard that the summer camp selection is to be held earlier this year?" "Yes, indeed." The principal nodded vigorously, explaining, "Due to the onset of the era of supremacy, the upper echelons have informed us that this year's candidates will experience an accelerated enhancement in their abilities compared to previous years. The summer camp is to commence earlier to identify and nurture promising talents, providing them with more resources and facilitating competition among them. The College Entrance Examination Summer Camp, a collaborative effort among prestigious universities, aims to gather gifted students from various regions for concentrated training and assessment. Those who excel may receive additional points towards their college entrance examination or even be granted early admission. The selection for the summer camp is conducted through internal evaluations within high schools, subsequently reported upward. In previous years, the summer camp would convene a month prior to the college entrance examination, by which time most talents had already begun to emerge, some even possessing the strength of battle soldiers. However, this year's circumstances differ significantly from any prior year, even from the previous era of supremacy. The three previous supreme beings, even upon achieving breakthroughs in the Eternal Tower, predominantly reaped rewards for themselves, with little impact on humanity as a whole. They relied heavily on their individual prowess to fight for humanity, vying for resources and expanding their influence. Yet, Shura did not tread the same path. Rather, Shura exhibited even greater excellence. The grade rating achieved by Shura was unprecedented in the history of the Eternal Tower prior to this accomplishment. More crucially, Shura single-handedly bolstered the strength of all humanity. Consequently, the capabilities and potential of everyone have ascended to a new echelon. Even Nanjing Third High School can keenly perceive this change. The documents on the principal's desk reveal that over a dozen students have reached level 10, with Jiang Yun even completing a job transition and obtaining a level job template. And this has only been 3 days. Is the summer camp selection competition commencing today? Yes. We are collecting the list from each class this morning, and the formal proceedings will begin in the afternoon, starting with foundational testing, followed by rankings determined by combat test results. Very well, I intend to observe this selection. That should not pose any issue, correct? Having battled King Qin as an observer is an honor for our faculty and students. A smile of delight appeared on the principal's face. Today, the situation with Qin, the War King, seemed rather peculiar, though it was difficult to pinpoint the exact cause of this oddity. Could it be that a sudden inspiration struck the principal's mind? Perhaps it was related to Jiang Yin. With his extraordinary talent and elite professional template, particularly in the fire element, he was well suited to collaborate with Lu Qinyan. If Lu Qinyan had come to assess Jiang Yun with the intent of taking him as a disciple, it would certainly make sense. Upon realizing this, the principal's expression brightened even further, and he hastily remarked, Senior Qinyan, it is highly likely that this year's top scholar in Nanjing City will emerge from our South Jiang No. 3 school. I share the same sentiment, replied Lu Qinyan confidently, fully aware of his granddaughter's capabilities. With her exceptional talent and professional template, combined with the unwavering dedication of a peak war king in her training, it was inconceivable that she would not secure the title of top scholar in Nanjing City. Suddenly, a name flashed in Lu Qinyan's mind. Ye Bai. Could it be that this young man would emerge victorious? Ye Bai, are you planning to sign up for the summer camp selection? He inquired. I have heard that the school has invested significantly in this selection process, offering a reward of 100,000 dragon coins to those who rank within the top 50. Zhao Lin encouraged Ye Bai to accompany him, suggesting that 2 individuals with elite talents should face the event together. If we are to embarrass ourselves, let us do so as a pair. All right, that sounds like a true friendship. Ye Bai accepted the application form, and they began filling it out together. As Zhao Lin wrote, he quietly asked Ye Bai, did you enjoy the roasted beef I gave you? At the mention of beef, Ye Bai couldn't help but recall the brave bull, which had been reduced to charred remains by a lightning arrow. May there be no lightning in heaven. He nodded. Yes, I had it. It was quite chewy. Is there any more? If there were, I would have already finished it. That stuff enhances one's strength attributes and is quite valuable. Zhao Lin swallowed hard, a mysterious gleam in his eye. You know, half of what you had was given to you by Lu Sueki. Oh, in response to Ye Bai's inquisitive gaze, Zhao Lin recounted the events that had transpired earlier. Let me tell you, that warrior was incredibly impressive. He dispatched all the monsters on the road in an instant. Zhao Lin spoke with such vividness that it felt as if he had witnessed it himself. Ye Bai knew that the warrior Zhao Lin referred to was, in fact, himself. Did you see that warrior in action? He casually inquired. Zhao Lin shook his head. No, but that does not diminish my admiration for him. Ye Bai thought to himself that had Zhao Lin witnessed his prowess, he would have recognized him immediately. Isn't your idol the invincible Wu Hin? The invincible is too distant. I have decided to take this mysterious warrior as my idol. Once I save enough money, I will purchase the skill book for the wind slash. As he mentioned the wind slash, Zhao Lin even picked up a book, mimicking the motion of drawing a sword, moving forward with exuberance. Indeed, kindred spirits are always drawn to one another. The wind slash was no mere low-tier skill. It was highly sought after among warriors, and its priced sword. Ye Bai had purchased it from a goblin for 7,000 gold coins, which converted to a staggering 7 million dragon coins. Given Zhao Lin's talent and level, it was uncertain how many years he would need to save to afford it. Having completed the application, Ye Bai tossed it to Zhao Lin. Please submit this for me. I need to visit the restroom. Ye Bai, why have you been running to the restroom so often lately? My father has a friend who frequently visits the urology clinic. Should I inquire on your behalf? Get lost. With practiced ease, Ye Bai strode into the restroom, locked the door, and retrieved the transaction permit for the secret realm. Contacting his goblin associate. Another copy of the wind/skill book, please. Fourth brother, the price of this item has recently surged, but let us stick to the previous rate of 7,000 gold coins. Should you have any dealings in the future, do not forget your little brother. To Ye Bai, acquiring a single wind/skill book was merely a trivial endeavor, and gifting it to Zhao Lin would require little effort. Zhao Lin, who had risked his life to gather the beef in Thunder Valley, generously shared 2/3 of it with Ye Bai. It is important to note that this beef genuinely enhances strength attributes, and Zhao Lin could have easily kept it all to himself. Even sharing with Lu Sueki would negate the need to divide it with Ye Bai. After all, he was a warrior, the class most in need of strength attributes. Yet, Zhao Lin still chose to share without any reluctance. In his view, fine things ought to be shared with brothers. It is only right. This attitude alone speaks volumes. Others might mock Zhao Lin's actions as juvenile, but young men of 17 or 18 often retain a sense of innocence, cherishing brotherhood. With the skill book now in hand, Ye Bai faced a new dilemma: how to deliver this item, valued at several million, to Zhao Lin without raising suspicions. As a mere impoverished student, he needed a plausible explanation for suddenly possessing such a valuable item. Who could he enlist as a scapegoat? Emerging from the restroom, he was deep in thought when he unexpectedly encountered Lu Sueki. An idea struck him. Lu Sueki, he called out. Huh? Are you calling me Ye Bai? The term Xiao Lu caught Lu Sueki off guard momentarily. Ahem, I meant classmate Lu. Ye Bai gestured towards a small grove beside the teaching building. I need to discuss something with you. Without waiting for her consent, he took the lead and walked towards the grove. Lu Sueki, in a moment of impulsiveness, found herself following him without understanding why. Half a minute later, a sensational piece of news spread through the class at Nanjing Third Middle School. The school beauty, Lu Sueki, had just entered the grove with her classmate, Ye Bai. Chapter 57. Choose the weakest opponent. Ye Bai stepped forward. In the grove of Nanjing Third Middle School, Ye Bai reassured, relax, I'm not here to rob you of either wealth or virtue. Opposite him, Lu Sueki wore a tense expression, feeling at a loss. For reasons unknown, encountering Ye Bai made her feel like a mouse before a cat, instinctively intimidated. I need you to assist me with something, she stammered, clearly anxious. What do you need? You gifted me a wind/skill book. Do you understand? Huh? Wind/? The Wanjin Pavilion should have it. I'll go buy one right away. As she spoke, Lu Sueki pulled out her transaction permit, ready to shop. You misunderstand my intention, Ye Bai patiently clarified. I unexpectedly acquired this skill book in the Eternal Tower, and I've heard it holds significant value. I had originally planned to sell it to improve my circumstances. Zhao Lin expressed his fondness for the skill wind/, and I thought it best to gift it to him. However, why should it be attributed to me? Lu Sueki was momentarily perplexed. Why would Ye Bai use himself as a pretext to present Zhao Lin with a skill book? I possess only a modest talent, and suddenly revealing a skill book of considerable value could easily lead to complications, which I detest. Moreover, if I were to offer it directly, Zhao Lin might not even accept it. Ye Bai provided a reasonable explanation and decisively declared, this is settled. With that, he strode out of the grove, leaving behind a remark. I heard from Zhao Lin about your trip to Wind Thunder Valley. Thank you. The beef was quite delicious. As Ye Bai exited the grove, he was taken aback to find the corridor of the entire teaching building teeming with students. A sea of heads loomed over the railing, necks craned, their curiosity ablaze. All eyes were fixed on the direction of the grove, naturally landing on Ye Bai. Is there no class today? Have you all lost your sense of discipline? Ye Bai bellowed, his voice echoing as he addressed the crowd below. Given his notorious reputation for having confronted a thief outside of school, the name of the fierce one from class 3, 2, was enough to instill fear in many. If you all don't focus on your studies, how can you expect to join me in conquering the abyssal plains in the future? No sooner had he taken his seat than Zhao Lin approached him. Ye Bai, tell me honestly, what were you two up to? Ye Bai and Lu Sueki had only been in the grove for about 3 minutes. If anything significant could transpire in such a brief interval, Ye Bai ought to consult a urologist. Nothing much. She thanked me for helping her with a problem and happened to gift me something. As he spoke, Ye Bai tossed the wind/skill book in front of Zhao Lin. I initially refused, but she insisted, saying it was a form of tutoring fee. What? Zhao Lin exclaimed, quickly picking up the skill book, the words wind/ igniting a spark of desire within him. Ye Bai, I can't accept this. It's far too precious. Ye Bai had anticipated Zhao Lin's reaction, nonchalantly holding the skill book. If you don't want it, then I'll return it to Lu Sueki. You can't, Zhao Lin protested, grabbing Ye Bai's arm. Can't you just use it yourself? Zhao Lin, I'm a mage. Have you ever seen a mage learn wind/? Ye Bai's retort left Zhao Lin speechless. Seizing the moment, Ye Bai added, even a Shura wouldn't dare to have a mage learn wind/. Zhao Lin hesitated, but eventually nodded, conceding, you do have a point. But even if you don't use it, selling it would still fetch a decent sum, wouldn't it? How could I sell a gift given to me by someone else? I, Ye Bai, am a person of integrity and would never stoop to such a thing. Ye Bai presented Zhao Lin with the dilemma of choice. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao Lin gritted his teeth and declared, I'll learn it. Cradling the wind/skill book in his hands, Zhao Lin was utterly captivated, unable to take his eyes off it. Soon, He remembered something and rummaged through the cluttered desk for paper and a pen, swiftly jotting down a few lines. In May 2146, Zhao Lin owed Ye Bai 10 million long coins. To formalize this, he inscribed a note, stipulating that if he could not repay, he would not. But if he could, he would. Upon completing this, Zhao Lin signed his name with flourish and contemplated using red ink for his thumbprint. A touch of childishness. Ye Bai snatched the note and tucked it away. All right, remember to repay me once you earn that 10 million. By the way, does this really hold the value of 10 million? Little Lin, return the skill book. I have second thoughts. No way. I'm using it now. You can't backtrack. In the afternoon, the physical education teacher stood prominently at the front, his voice booming, ensuring every student could hear clearly. I shall announce the rules for the combat test. To provide everyone with ample opportunity to showcase their abilities, each participant is granted 3 chances before elimination rather than being ousted after a single defeat. Opponents will be assigned randomly. After 2 losses, you may select your adversary. Should you falter again, you will be eliminated. Is that understood? Students whose names were called stepped forward, donned protective gear, and entered the specially designed combat room. Under the watchful eyes of referees and healers, combat commenced. Only weapons provided by the school were permitted. External aids such as items, scrolls, or puppets were strictly forbidden, while other aspects remained unrestricted. The first to have their protective gear breached would be deemed the loser. Defeated participants exited the combat room, awaiting the next round of name-calling. Victors, after receiving treatment, would engage in the next battle. This round-robin format ensured that the final standing individual would be the one with the most comprehensive abilities. With a stroke of luck, one might win a match or 2, but could not seize overall victory. Conversely, misfortune might lead to a loss here or there. For the third match, participants could choose their opponent, and should they lose even then, they would have no grounds for complaint. Furthermore, under this round-robin system, when all participants are pushed to the brink, they will inevitably select whom they perceive to be the weakest opponent to ensure their advancement. It is a reality both stark and unforgiving. Many students from Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School filled the sports hall, nearly half of it occupied. Ye Bai and Zhao Lin's names, arranged alphabetically, were positioned towards the end. After waiting for over 10 minutes, they had yet to hear the teacher call their names. Zhao Lin grew increasingly impatient, especially as some students had already completed 2 rounds. Ye Bai had yet to step into the arena. However, Ye Bai remained unhurried, as he only required a spot in the summer camp and did not necessarily need to secure first place. A boy with naturally curly hair emerged from the combat room with a grim expression, frantically tugging at his hair and muttering, "It's over, it's over. I've already lost 2 matches. I'm supposed to be a top-tier talent. I can't be eliminated after 3 defeats." He had faced 2 fellow students of exceptional talent, and the battles had been fiercely contested. Victory and defeat hung by a slender thread, and fortune evidently did not favor him, leading to 2 consecutive losses. His final opportunity must be seized. The boy resolved internally to select an opponent he deemed sufficiently weak. The physical education teacher presented a list, which briefly annotated the opponent's professions and talent levels, aiding in the selection of the next challenge. With a talent of the highest caliber, Lu Sueki was indeed the granddaughter of the War King. The weakest among them, Lu Sueki, had been excluded by him. Other students of equal talent would never enroll in such a test. Their abilities were far too feeble, and participating would only serve to humiliate themselves. For those seeking adept talent, it was best to look for mages. As a warrior endowed with the ability to counter magic, I excel in confronting mages. The naturally curly-haired boy scanned the list of names and, to his delight, found a target. "I choose this one," he declared resolutely, pointing to a name, his eyes seemingly alight with the dawn of victory. The physical education teacher glanced at the list and called out loudly, "Class 2 Senior Year 3, Ye Bai, step forward." They proceeded to check the protective gear and prepare for combat. Chapter 058. Next, I shall not be defeated. At the gymnasium of Nanjiang No. 3 High School, when the teacher called Ye Bai's name, he stepped out from the back of the line to cooperate with the gear check, making the final preparations for the fight. In the monitoring room on the 2nd floor, the principal, accompanied by a group of teachers, stood alongside the esteemed Qin Yin War King, observing the afternoon's combat test. "Principal Qin Yin, our student Jiang Yun has admired you for a long time." Silence. Lu Qin Yin interrupted impatiently. "Who is this Jiang Yun? I have never even heard of him. Even if I had, possessing only a talent of the lowest degree is hardly remarkable. I have encountered myriad such talents." Lu Qin Yin, having set aside other matters, had taken the precious time to come here and watch these young fighters. A significant portion of his reason for attending was Lu Sueki, but a smaller part was to observe this young man Ye Bai. Pointing at Ye Bai on the screen, Lu Qin Yin remarked, This lad possesses a fraction of the charm I had in my youth. He catches my eye. His name is Ye Bai, and he shares a class with Lu Sueki. Though his talent is rather mediocre, merely of the lowest tier. The principal casually handed Lu Qingyan Ye Bai's file. But Lu Qingyan did not even glance at it as he rose and made his way downstairs. I cannot remain idle in contemplation. I must see how this young man fights. Handsome individuals tend to attract one another. He preferred not to observe alongside others, dismissing referees and healers from the scene. But for this combat, I shall determine the victor and the vanquish myself. Is that not permissible? Lu Qingyan slightly lifted his chin and disdainfully snorted. Or do you doubt my integrity in overseeing this young man? Not at all, not at all. The principal smiled nervously. We shall proceed as the War King wishes. Though the other was a formidable peak warrior, known for his somewhat domineering ways, over the years his reputation had remained untarnished, and he was known for his fairness. Even when his own disciples faltered, Lu Qingyan had never shown bias. By the way, if Sueki participates in the combat, please inform me. I would like to witness it as well. Calmly, he reassured himself. After all, he is merely a mage with the lowest talent. My chances of victory are significant. The naturally curly-haired boy took deep breaths, adjusting his mindset. The protective gear check was complete. The status check was finalized. Identity verification done. They entered the examination hall promptly. The doors of the combat room opened simultaneously, and the naturally curly-haired boy and Ye Bai entered from opposite sides. Where's the teacher? In a vast and empty combat room, devoid of referees and healers, the boy with natural curls scanned his surroundings, searching for his opponent's presence. Suddenly, the door swung shut with a resounding thud. An elderly voice emanated from the speakers above, declaring, "You may begin. I will serve as both referee and healer. So do not harbor any concerns." Despite the deviation from the usual protocol, the boy steeled himself, focusing on his adversary. "You are the notorious brute from Class 2 of the senior year?" he inquired. "Rumors. Mere rumors," Ye Bai dismissed with a wave of his hand. "I am quite amiable. Even the thought of crushing an ant would cause me prolonged sorrow." The boy's expression shifted slightly. Amiable? More like malevolent. Could a benevolent soul truly shatter a thief's legs? Alarm bells rang in his mind. He had been so preoccupied with assessing his opponent's profession and talent that he had failed to recognize the name Ye Bai. To cower before the battle even commenced was certainly not auspicious. Quickly, he adjusted his mindset. No need to panic. After all, he had merely superior physical attributes. Upon entering the Eternal Tower, he had reached level 9, with his strength attribute soaring to 45. His opponent's talent was inferior, his level lower, and his class was one that he could counter. Regardless, this was a warrior against a mage. Advantage lay with him. Ye Bai, oblivious to the boy's inner turmoil, found their stagnant standoff a waste of time. "Shall we commence?" he inquired. "Yes," the boy affirmed with a firm nod, bracing himself for the encounter. As a mage, it was evident that his opponent would seek to maintain distance. Thus, he resolved to close the gap at the onset of battle, ensuring victory once he was within striking range. And then it began. Both moved in unison. As the boy lunged forward, Ye Bai inexplicably surged ahead as well. Wait, what was he doing? The boy's pupils constricted in bewilderment. A mage charging at a warrior? He barely had time to react before Ye Bai was upon him in a flash. "Apologies," Ye Bai exclaimed as he seized the boy's arm, sweeping his right leg low and executing a shoulder throw. The boy was caught completely off guard, feeling the world spin as he lost his balance and tumbled heavily to the ground. A dull thud echoed as his face met the floor. Dazed and disoriented, he struggled to rise, his surroundings appearing alarmingly blurred. Glancing down at his protective gear, he noticed the screen flashing ominously in red, draining the color from his face. I lost. How could I, a warrior, be bested in close combat by a mage? What has transpired? Everything had happened far too swiftly. Ye Bai's sprint, his strike, the shoulder throw, and the follow-up strike to breach the protective gear, all unfolded in less than 5 seconds. There was hardly any time given for a response. A flash of fire descended from the heavens, healing the injuries of the boy with natural curls. He regained his clarity, yet his complexion remained despondent, struggling to accept the outcome of his defeat. How could one possess such an advantage, yet end up losing? The ancient voice resonated once more. Ye Bai victorious? A door swung open, and the boy with natural curls exited dejectedly, while Ye Bai awaited his next opponent. During this interlude, Ye Bai cast a glance at the loudspeaker. Lu Qingyan? What was he doing here? The old man, speaking as if I could not discern his words. Ye Bai pondered for a moment. With Lu Qingyan present, he would primarily employ wind-based spells. He reminded himself to cultivate his persona as a wind mage. In the next bout, he resolved not to engage in close combat immediately. His basic attributes were too high. A single punch could shatter protective gear, rendering his classmates, who had yet to reach level 10, utterly incapable of contending with him. Ye Bai swiftly concluded a battle. Meanwhile, within the other combat rooms, fierce skirmishes were underway. In the adjacent combat room, Zhao Lin executed the wind slash. He appeared instantaneously at his adversary's flank, delivering a strike with his long blade, catching his opponent off guard. Seizing the initiative with the wind slash, Zhao Lin unleashed a flurry of attacks, gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, he employed a wind slash followed by a heavy strike, successfully breaching his opponent's defensive gear and securing victory. Zhao Lin victorious. Cheers erupted in the combat room, celebrating Zhao Lin's triumph. In another combat room, a girl wore a troubled expression, muttering anxiously, "It's over, it's over. How can I be so unfortunate to face Jiang Yun? This match is surely lost." Opposite her stood Jiang Yun from the second class of the third year, a prodigious talent, rumored to be the strongest of this cohort, with aspirations to become the top scholar of Nanjiang City. Facing Jiang Yun, she saw no glimmer of hope. In her panic, she failed to hear the referee announce the start of the match. "I concede." Huh? She could hardly believe that Jiang Yun would concede. The referee regarded Jiang Yun with a serious expression, reminding him, "Jiang Yun, you have already forfeited once. If you concede again, you will only have one opportunity left." "I am aware," Jiang Yun insisted. "I concede." Observers behind the glass, including the principal, wore expressions of perplexity. What was this boy thinking? With his strength, there was no need for him to concede. Just as confusion reigned, Jiang Yun spoke again. "According to the rules, after losing 2 matches, I have the right to choose my next opponent." The referee nodded, affirming this fact. Upon hearing his words, several teachers' expressions shifted, realizing Jiang Yun's intent. The crowd stirred, with whispers remarking, "What an arrogant lad. So presumptuous. Is he arrogant? He possesses the foundation for such bravado. Can a young person not be bold?" Indeed, in observing this cohort at Nanjiang No. 3 High School, it is difficult to find anyone who poses a threat to Jiang Yun. Within the combat room, Jiang Yun, after conceding, appeared more like a victor, slightly lifting his head. "I do not require 3 chances for failure. For me, once is sufficient. Next, I shall engage in a battle that I shall not lose until I emerge victorious in all." Even though the referee has encountered numerous prodigies, the likes of Jiang Yun, who is both proud and arrogant, are exceedingly rare. Choose your opponent for the forthcoming match. Jiang Yun confidently declared the name he had prepared, Ye Bai. From this moment, Jiang Yun intends to make the 3rd middle school of Nanjiang understand what a true genius truly is. Chapter 059, The Victor, Ye Bai. At the gymnasium of Nanjiang 3rd Middle School, Jiang Yun had completed his protective gear inspection. Before entering the combat room, a teacher, who had high hopes for Jiang Yun, approached him and advised, "Jiang Yun, a battle king will be observing your upcoming fight. This is your opportunity. Make sure to perform well." Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled at the thought of a battle king watching over him. Was this attention directed solely at him? Although he was unaware of which battle king it was, leaving a profound impression could pave a smoother path for his future. His previous attempts to curry favor with Lu Sueki were motivated by the fact that her grandfather was a battle king, after all. Now, another opportunity had arisen before Jiang Yun, and he would not squander it. Jiang Yun prepared to enter the combat room. The door opened and then closed automatically. The walls obscured the vision of all present, leaving no one to ascertain what might transpire within. However, deep down in the hearts of the majority, the outcome of this duel had already been determined. Jiang Yun would undoubtedly prevail. Jiang Yun, with his exceptional talent, was at level 10, transitioning into the professional template of a mage. Ye Bai, on the other hand, possessed talent that was likely not even at level 10, and the notion of transitioning was utterly nonsensical. Moreover, Jiang Yun was fighting with his back against the wall, having already conceded defeat twice. He had no retreat left and was bound to secure victory. Inside the combat room, Ye Bai stretched lazily, a look of fatigue on his face, letting out a yawn. Why is this taking so long? After a few more minutes, Jiang Yun finally entered the combat room. Jiang Yun? Ye Bai frowned slightly, pondering whether it would be inappropriate for him to defeat Jiang Yun here. After all, he still had 3 chances left. The outcome of one match was not worth concerning himself over. As Ye Bai contemplated how to let Jiang Yun win gracefully, Jiang Yun suddenly spoke. "Ye Bai, are you aware of Zhao Lin's secret?" "What? Zhao Lin, that chatterbox, has a secret?" Ye Bai replied, confusion evident on his face. Even if Zhao Lin did possess one, it would be impossible to conceal it from Ye Bai's keen insight. Furthermore, what was Jiang Yun's purpose in bringing this up? "Huh, it seems you're unaware." Jiang Yun responded dismissively. I once saw Zhao Lin's name inscribed on the ground deep within Fonlei Valley. Is it a memorial inscription? Ye Bai sighed slightly, recognizing that this was indeed something Zhao Lin might do. That fellow would likely write something along the lines of, Zhao Lin was here. Ye Bai attempted to brush it off. Perhaps it's just a common name. There are so many people named Zhao Lin in this world. I inquired later, and it turns out Zhao Lin did visit Fonlei Valley that day. Jiang Yun continued. Moreover, just recently, someone mentioned that Zhao Lin seems to have learned a skill of considerable power. How could you, as his close friend, be unaware of such matters? Ye Bai replied. This is rather complicated to explain. Never mind, let Zhao Lin bear this burden. Even if he has a secret, what relevance does it have to our duel? Hasten to engage in combat, then allow oneself to falter. Thus, all may rejoice. Once the skirmish concludes, does he not find satisfaction? How is it that some individuals relish over time? Were they kings of competition in a past life? Must they persist in this endeavor in this one? Indeed, it bears little significance. Jiang Yun raised his staff, directing it at Ye Bai, proclaiming, Once I vanquish you, I shall challenge Zhao Lin. I am eager to uncover the secrets that lad conceals. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Yun's body froze momentarily, as if the temperature in the combat chamber had plummeted, laden with a palpable aura of hostility. Ye Bai's demeanor shifted abruptly, shedding his earlier nonchalance and laziness for an expression fraught with peril, akin to a hunter fixating on its prey. I advise against causing unnecessary trouble, you scoundrel, he uttered, and to Jiang Yun's astonishment, Ye Bai charged towards him with remarkable speed. The swiftness of his opponent startled Jiang Yun, yet he still had a fleeting moment to react, lifting his staff in instinctive defense. Fire Shield. During the charge, Ye Bai also cast a spell with commendable speed. Windblade. 3 blades of wind screamed forth, but their accuracy was rather lackluster. 2 were effortlessly deflected, while the final blade struck Jiang Yun's fire shield, shattering it with ease. This was a deliberate suppression of power on Ye Bai's part. Otherwise, a single wind blade would have been ample to breach all of Jiang Yun's defenses and obliterate him instantly. Winds a binding. Several invisible ropes ensnared Jiang Yun's limbs, rendering him sluggish, as if ensnared in a mire. Realizing the dire predicament, Jiang Yun immediately abandoned his incantation, opting instead to employ a displacement skill to distance himself from Ye Bai. A sense of foreboding gripped him. Should Ye Bai close in, he would find himself in grave peril. Yet, this intuition felt somewhat irrational. After all, they were both mages, equally inept in close-quarters combat. Why should Ye Bai excel beyond him? Had he engaged in additional training? Instinct compelled Jiang Yun to retreat. From the onset of this battle, he had been on the defensive, utterly unable to mount an effective offense. Flame Leap. His figure vanished from its original position, transforming into a burst of flames that reappeared 3 meters away. As long as he maintained distance, he would be safe. Just as Jiang Yun prepared to regroup and demonstrate the prowess of his exceptional talent, darkness suddenly enveloped him. As a fist the size of a cauldron thundered down, Ye Bai had anticipated his displacement, accelerating to preemptively position himself, ensnaring Jiang Yun in his trap. Summoning every ounce of strength, Jiang Yun hastily cast his spell, bellowing, Flame Explosion. To unleash such a spell at such proximity was to inflict harm upon his adversary, while simultaneously jeopardizing himself. Yet he had no time for reservations. Were this a genuine battle? Even if he succeeded in retaliating against Ye Bai, he would surely perish. A perilous fireball coalesced at the tip of his staff, erupting uncontrollably. With a resounding boom, smoke filled his nostrils, rendering his breath momentarily stilled, and Jiang Yun was hurled backward, darkness swallowing him whole as he lost consciousness. What transpired thereafter eluded Jiang Yun's memory. When he finally regained awareness, the armor upon his body glowed ominously red, prompting a sudden pallor to wash over his face. Have I truly lost? Defeated by one of exceptional talent? How could this be possible? Jiang Yun gazed around in bewilderment, discovering Ye Bai standing not far from him, his body still emanating wisps of green smoke, remnants of ash lingering on his shoulders. The protective gear adorning Ye Bai displayed a condition of 15. How infuriating. Just a fraction away, Jiang Yun clenched his teeth, unable to comprehend why he had succumbed to Ye Bai. Little did he know that seemingly trivial margin was, in reality, an insurmountable gulf. Had it not been for the spectators, who might have stirred unnecessary complications, Ye Bai could have effortlessly dispatched Jiang Yun in a single move. What was there to discuss? Ye Bai not only orchestrated the battle, but also feigned a precarious victory, pretending he had narrowly escaped defeat. Reflecting on this, Ye Bai cast a glance at the surveillance camera. Old Fox, you must be watching, right? It seems this performance is unlikely to deceive such a seasoned trickster. Regardless, Ye Bai had accomplished what he could. His objectives were met. In the control room, Lu Qingyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. This little fox must be hiding something. I can guarantee that if it came to blows, Jiang Yin wouldn't withstand even 5 strikes. No, 3. Since this little fox wishes to conceal something, I might as well lend a hand, which would also assist Xueqi. With this thought, Lu Qingyin moved his mouse and clicked several times. Delete the footage of this battle? Yes. Deletion complete. From storage standpoint, everything was eradicated. However, as the bold and meticulous king of war, Lu Qingyin extended his hand, a blaze engulfing the hardware that stored the recordings, swiftly turning all the hard drives to ashes. Now it was truly deleted in the physical sense. Under Lu Qingyin's command, a door in the combat room automatically opened. Within the gymnasium, several students had already faced 3 consecutive defeats and were eliminated, standing aside to observe the final outcome. With the teacher's attention drawn, more and more gazes turned toward the combat room where Ye Bai was situated. The instant the door swung open, someone noticed the door has opened. Jiang Yin has won. But wait, wasn't this the door Jiang Yin had entered? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Yin emerged from the combat room like a soulless husk, quickly surrounded by the teachers. Jiang Yin, what transpired? How did you come out? Where's Ye Bai? Why do you reek of smoke? Your protective gear. Soon enough, a teacher observed that Jiang Yun's defensive gear had been breached. He had indeed lost. Amidst the teacher's pressing inquiries, Jiang Yun managed a bitter smile and spoke softly, I lost. Silence enveloped the gym like ripples in a still pond. The entire arena fell into a deathly hush as everyone grappled with the shocking revelation, unable to fathom the gravity of what they had just heard. Jiang Yun had actually been defeated by Ye Bai. An aged voice resonated from within the combat room, clearly reaching every ear present. The victor is Ye Bai. Chapter 060. One must indulge in grilled skewers, barbecue, beer, and garlic in times of triumph. Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School, Gymnasium. Following the public announcement of the outcome, a tumultuous uproar erupted among the students, igniting fervent discussions on the matter. As for Jiang Yun, he was escorted to the office on the 2nd floor by the principal. Once he regained a semblance of composure, the principal began to inquire about the events that transpired. Jiang Yun recounted the incident in a fragmented manner, leaving the teachers enveloped in silence. It appeared that Ye Bai, a wind element mage, preferred close combat, which caught Jiang Yun off guard, ultimately leading to his defeat. The principal meticulously analyzed the battle's progression and turned to the faculty, seeking their insights. Ahem, began a teacher with gold-rimmed glasses. It is indeed a viable combat strategy for wind mages, with even some god-tier warriors renowned for such tactics. The agility of a wind mage, complemented by wind blades and binding spells, offers a distinct advantage in melee encounters. Even when faced with adversity, they can quickly disengage and seek new opportunities. However, this method is not conventional. Its efficacy wanes in the mid to late stages of combat, necessitating a change in approach. Jiang Yun, your defeat stemmed from a lack of battle experience. You underestimated your opponent, and ultimately, it was you who suffered the consequences. As he absorbed the teacher's teachings, Jiang Yun's complexion paled further, and he lowered his gaze. However, a question arose from one of the vice principals. If Ye Bai is also a mage, how is he so formidable in close quarters? Prior to entering the Eternal Tower, his physical condition was already impressive, came the reply. Yet that does not elucidate how he managed to shatter protective gear with sheer force. I inquired about the previous encounters with Ye Bai, where he had also triumphed through close combat. The teachers nodded in agreement. Indeed, how much could a mage's physical strength truly be? To penetrate defenses, one would require a strength attribute of at least 40 or 50. Anything less would be futile. I believe I may have the answer. Another vice principal, surnamed Zheng, interjected. He was in charge of academics and had a good rapport with the Liu family. Zheng elaborated. Zhao Lin, Ye Bai's friend, ventured deep into the Wind and Thunder Valley and acquired a substantial amount of beef, which, when consumed, significantly bolstered one's strength attribute. He shared at least half of it with Ye Bai. Lu Xueqi can attest to this. Zhao Lin possesses a top-tier talent and is a warrior class. After enhancing his strength attribute, he performed admirably in this combat assessment, surpassing many with similar talents. This explanation made sense to Jiang Yun, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He was aware of Zhao Lin's exploits in the Wind and Thunder Valley, and it now became evident that Zhao Lin had reaped considerable benefits from there, including beef and skill books. However, once Jiang Yun departed, the gathered teachers swiftly altered their demeanor. Vice Principal Zhang was the first to voice his dissent. I do not believe that the increase in strength attributes alone could enable Ye Bai to so effortlessly vanquish Jiang Yun. The previous analysis was merely a fa ade offered to Jiang Yun for comfort. It was intended to soothe him, not to reflect the truth. This narrative might suffice to placate a child like Jiang Yun, but we, seasoned individuals, are not so easily swayed. Vice Principal Zhang asserted vehemently, in terms of talent, level, and even profession, Ye Bai is inferior to Jiang Yun. There must be some hidden agenda at play for him to secure this victory. Vice Principal Zhang snorted coldly and retorted sharply. What do you mean, Zhang? Are you implying that I am biased towards Jiang Yun? I mean no offense. I merely wish to remind certain individuals that once a matter is settled, there is no need for excessive contemplation. The two engaged in a public quarrel, the tension palpable. Enough. Silence. The principal slammed his palm on the table, and instantly the office fell silent. Even the two vice principals ceased their bickering. This situation had escalated. The principal rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of headache wash over him. He was set to retire this year, and a selection for the new principal would occur between Vice Principal Zhang and Vice Principal Zhang. The criterion for selection hinged upon this year's college entrance examination results. The one whose students achieved superior scores would ascend to the principalship. Jiang Yun's class, the senior 3-2 class, was under Vice Principal Zhang's purview. Yet Jiang Yun felt a closer affinity towards Vice Principal Zhang, especially with the recent discussions about class transfers. In essence, if Jiang Yun secured the top position in the college entrance examination, the principal's role would undoubtedly belong to Zhang. Conversely, should Jiang Yun falter in the examination, Zhang would assume the title of principal. Even within the same high school, such internal conflicts were commonplace. To prevent the dispute from spiraling endlessly, the principal decisively stated, ultimately, it boils down to Jiang Yun's lack of determination. Had he succeeded, there would be no issue. Alternatively, if he had not been so arrogant from the outset, we would not have reached such an impasse. One must possess the capital to be audacious. Otherwise, one risks becoming a mere jester. Principal, I am not being unreasonable. I have a single question. Vice Principal Zhang argued logically. Jiang Yun claimed that he unleashed the fire blast before losing consciousness. At such a close range, the fire blast could have simultaneously destroyed both individuals' protective gear, resulting in a draw rather than a victory for Ye Bai. His assertion garnered considerable agreement from the faculty. The power of the fire blast was well understood. There was no conceivable way for the protective gear to survive. Even the often sarcastic Vice Principal Zhang chose to remain silent, refraining from rebuttal. According to Vice Principal Zhang's explanation, the only plausible interpretation was that the observing Qingyan Battle King intervened to shield Ye Bai from the fire blast damage. In other words, the Qingyan Battle King had facilitated Ye Bai's deceit. Principal, the resolution to this dilemma is quite straightforward. We merely need to retrieve the footage. Before Vice Principal Zhang could finish, he was interrupted by the principal. The most troublesome aspect is precisely that. The principal sighed, producing his phone and displaying a message for all to see. 10 minutes ago, the Qingyan Battle King expressed his intention to donate a batch of supplies to our school, which includes a brand new surveillance system. As for the old one, he accidentally incinerated it while lighting a cigarette and will compensate the school at double its original value. The assembly once again fell into silence. This was undeniably too blatant. Even Vice Principal Zhang could not contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Damn!" Everyone turned to him, puzzled by his intense reaction. With a grim countenance, Vice Principal Zhang muttered, "That old fellow has never smoked." The crowd pondered. Could the Qingyan Battle King truly resort to such a clumsy excuse? He is either suffering from a mental affliction or a troubled mindset. Clearly, it is the latter. After all, it is well known that the War King's intellect remains unblemished. Nevertheless, let this matter rest as it stands. Jiang Yun indeed possesses talent. Yet on the pathway to growth, how could a strong individual avoid the tempests of adversity? If he can come to terms with his situation, feeling shame, yet rising with renewed vigor, it would indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. Conversely, if he remains oblivious, then let him be. His life is his own to navigate. The principal spoke slowly, addressing the fairness of the combat assessment that you all questioned. Should a tie occur, we will amend the results, making them public throughout the school and even reporting it in the newspapers, thereby granting Jiang Yun his due justice. If, however, he is genuinely outmatched, there is little more to say. Upon finishing, the principal surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping across every face. Is there any dissent regarding this course of action? The crowd shook their heads. This is indeed the most equitable resolution. It might even provoke the ire of the young flame War King. It is precisely for this reason that the principal chose to act before his term concludes, minimizing potential repercussions. If there are no objections, We shall proceed to publicize today's assessment results and announce the summer camp recommendation list. The meeting is adjourned. Outside the gymnasium, at the bulletin board, Zhao Lin eagerly pulled Ye Bai along, insisting on viewing the summer camp list. Ye Bai, disinterested in the crowd, allowed Zhao Lin to push forward and glimpse the names. We made it. Big White. We're in. All right, calm down. Don't let your excitement get the better of you. Ye Bai glanced at Zhao Lin, curious if he had a relative with the surname Fan. On their way home, Zhao Lin excitedly chattered, Big White, we're the only ones with Class A talent. Everyone else possesses Class B. Oh, and Lu Swecking made it too. I heard from a classmate that she has a canary summoning beast capable of withstanding a level 10 warrior. A canary? Given that creature's attributes. If it were to enter full combat mode, it could easily roast half the students in the gymnasium. Sprinkle some toasted sesame, chili powder, and cumin. The flavor would be exquisite. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Let us have barbecue for dinner to celebrate. No problem, I'll treat. Let us not forget the 100,000 Dragon Coins prize. In moments of triumph, one must indulge in skewers with grilled meat, beer, and garlic. As night fell, after their barbecue feast, Ye Bai and Zhao Lin parted ways to head home. At the foot of the apartment building, Ye Bai encountered the stooped figure of old Master Lu. Ah, young man, what a coincidence to see you again. Master Lu, why are you awake at such a late hour? Are you secretly tutoring students? The stairs are steep. Take care. I'm getting old. I can't sleep. So I'm out for a stroll. Ye Bai did not believe a single word of Lu Qingyan's tall tales. Young man, I heard that our school was quite lively today. Yes, I'll let you in on a secret. It seems we stirred the attention of a war king-level figure. My classmate heard it from his friend S. Aunt, who cleans the principal's office. It's 100 reliable. A war king-level being. Oh my, that is indeed remarkable. Only those with extraordinary talent and resilient character have the opportunity to become war kings. Young man, you too must strive toward that goal. As for me, I'll lay low and seek peace, aspiring to follow in your footsteps as a teacher in the future, imparting knowledge and nurturing minds. That won't do. We are still counting on the youth. Shuoming sent a message. Ye Bai opened the message, and his expression suddenly changed. What? They have located Lian Can's whereabouts? Lian Can, the leader of the fourth demon sect, is active near Nanjing City. Chapter 061. The strongest entrust me to convey a message to you. In Nanjing City, Ye Bai sat in the living room, his demeanor grave. The leader of the fourth demon sect had appeared 400 kilometers northwest of Nanjing City, attempting to infiltrate. This was the news sent by Shuoming, who was responsible for the interception operation. After an encounter, a small-scale battle erupted, and the demon sect leader managed to escape. His whereabouts once again vanished without a trace. The opponent was cloaked in the protection of a demon god, allowing him to evade the vast majority of surveillance once a distance was established. Even a war god could only discern the opponent's identity upon nearing them. This fellow truly came to Nanjing City. Is he here to kill me? Ye Bai furrowed his brow, feeling that something was amiss. Just before I killed Lianzhong, Lian had intended to sacrifice Lianzhong in exchange for the arrival of abyssal creatures. This implies that Lian can harbor no affection for this unfilial son. He was merely a pawn to be sacrificed for his own survival. If Lian was resolute in his intent to kill me, he would not escape the war god's pursuit, and death would be inescapable. This is inconsistent with his usual conduct. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Ye Bai's mind. Survival. If the goal of the fourth demon sect leader is not to hunt down Ye Bai, but rather to escape, he had indeed sworn an oath to kill Ye Bai. However, the premise of such an oath hinges on Lian Can's survival. In other words, he played a clever word game. As long as he lives, one day he will surely seek to kill Ye Bai. Whether that day comes early or late is another matter entirely. Should he perish, he would still pay the price of his life for that oath, rendering Ye Bai's fate inconsequential to him. Truly, a war god-level powerhouse, even when his own kin is slain, can swiftly feign extreme rage, utter harsh words, and release smoke screens to confuse Ye Bai, thus influencing the judgments of others. Indeed, those who rise to such heights are far from simple. They're all seasoned veterans. As Ye Bai reflected, he gathered his thoughts and continued his analysis, recalling the scene of Lian Can and Lian Zheng's father-son interaction. The image of filial piety was still vivid, revealing much about their character. With this in mind, Ye Bai pieced together a general outline. Lian Can, leader of the fourth demon sect, a war god-level powerhouse, is currently gravely injured and being hunted and besieged by various factions of humanity on Blue Star. Survival is his greatest motivation to press forward. Remaining on Blue Star would lead Lien can to certain death. To stay alive, his only path is to escape to the abyssal realm. This suggests two possibilities. First, Lien is staging a diversion, pretending to head to Nanjing City while his true objective lies elsewhere. Second, the means for his escape to the abyssal realm is hidden within Nanjing City. Even if his whereabouts are exposed, he must still come to Nanjing City. Based on the intelligence at Ye Bai's disposal, reaching this level of analysis is no small feat. Upon contemplation, Ye Bai lowered his gaze to his own shadow and revealed a warm yet restrained smile. "Lord Ingjio, have you had a late-night snack?" "I have," came the raspy voice as a swirl of black mist emerged from the ground, revealing Ingjio. "What schemes do you have in mind this time, young one?" "Such words from you? I, Ye Bai, am ever honorable and would never deceive." Ye Bai succinctly conveyed his analysis. Ingjio nodded slightly, pondering. Great minds think alike. "I too share your sentiments." Ye Bai remarked, "Your shamelessness rivals my own." Ingjio continued, "It is highly likely that the second scenario is true. The Abyssal Sacrifice Array was once activated in Nanjing City. Although it ultimately did not succeed, the influence of the Abyssal Sacrifice Array has weakened the spatial barriers, making them easier to breach, even allowing for physical passage. They are most likely after this. All clues intertwined, revealing the truth. You may rest easy. For the adversary is a god of war. With a chance at survival, they would not recklessly endanger themselves. It appears that the assassination attempt on you was merely a ruse. Their true goal is escape. After a moment's reflection, Ingjio spoke again. "I will contact Xuemeng to arrange an ambush near the Abyssal Sacrifice Array. If he truly comes, I will guarantee Xuemeng's life, ensuring that Lien can meet a dire fate." Ye Bai replied, "You can guarantee whatever you wish. What does Xuemeng's life matter? What has he done to offend you? Please, be reasonable." Ye Bai fell silent for a moment before exclaiming, "This is for the best." A foe of divine caliber is far beyond Ye Bai's current capabilities. If he can eliminate Lien, the burden upon Ye Bai would be greatly alleviated, leaving him feeling lighthearted, even inclined to sing a tune. "Young one, you intend to enter the Eternal Tower tonight, correct?" Ingjio suddenly interjected, shifting topics. "Indeed. The Supreme Being Nightmare entrusted me to convey a message to you." "Wait, that introduction is rather lacking. It sounds too formal." "Please continue," Ye Bai chuckled, gesturing for Ingjio to proceed. "The Supreme Being Nightmare states that if you reach the 100th level, upon entry, you should shatter the wall before you, as it will yield unexpected benefits." Ingjio's appearance was primarily to relay the message from the Supreme Being. "Shatter the wall?" Ye Bai furrowed his brow in confusion. "The message has been delivered. The rest is for you to manage." With that, the black mist descended, and Ingjio once again vanished into the shadows. Tonight, having resolved to ambush Lien, all available forces must be mobilized against this formidable foe. This battle is fraught with peril, allowing no room for carelessness. Once Ye Bai enters the Eternal Tower, his safety will be assured. Ingjio will also emerge to join the fray. With Xuemeng in the open and Ingjio in the shadows, they must devise a means to bombard Lien. Free from the fear of assassination by divine beings, Ye Bai began preparing for his journey to the Eternal Tower. He retrieved the map of the Eternal Tower, the very one gifted to him by Lu Sueki, and studied it intently. The Eternal Tower, 3rd level. Annotations appeared before Ye Bai's eyes. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th levels are interconnected. With a stroke of luck, one might clear them in a single breath. The pinnacle achievement in human history, a 99 exploration score, leaping directly from the 3rd to the 6th level. Are you prepared to conquer the 100 exploration score, my Lord Azura? A sudden jolt caught Ye Bai's attention. Sensing something amiss, the Eye of Insight seemed unusually spirited today, perhaps even a tad exhilarated. Even the howl of a husky could be heard, which was decidedly out of the ordinary. Upon grasping the mechanisms of these levels, Ye Bai comprehended the source of the Eye of Insight's excitement. The journey from the 3rd to the 6th level is an extensive tunnel, requiring relentless digging forward. Progress is measured in squares. Advancing 1 square increases the exploration score by 1, with a total of 100 squares to traverse. During this excavation, one may choose from various directions, each decision yielding distinct consequences. Some squares offer rewards, while others may bestow unique bonuses or penalties. A few squares, once dug into, might even diminish the exploration score. The variety is astounding. Some squares conceal lethal traps that could result in instant demise. With each step forward, 3 choices present themselves, and as one advances, the challenges intensify, with greater dangers lurking in the squares. After absorbing this information, Ye Bai chuckled softly as he set aside the map. This level was tailor-made for the Eye of Insight. For others, the unknown choices could be exceedingly vexing, leading to considerable distress. A single misstep could culminate in a fatal outcome. Upon reaching an exploration score of 50, one can opt to settle rewards and proceed to the next level. Many players would hastily settle upon reaching 50, finding the ordeal too torturous, with disadvantages outweighing benefits. Should one perish, they would need to retrace 10 squares, uncertain of when they might reach their destination. However, for Ye Bai, the anguish of choice was non-existent. Every decision laid bare before his eyes, easily deciphering the hidden cards. To this, Ye Bai had but a single proclamation: I, Ye Bai, do not employ cheats. As he stowed away the map, Ye Bai began to anticipate his journey through the Eternal Tower that night. Time slipped by second. At the stroke of midnight, Ye Bai entered the Eternal Tower. Shadow 9 withdrew from his side, lurking near the abandoned factory, waiting for the unsuspecting to stumble into a trap. The fourth demon sect leader was also set to initiate his own escape plan into the abyss, seeking a glimmer of survival. They all envisioned a bright future. Welcome to the Eternal Core City. Ye Bai wasted no time, plunging straight into the heart of the matter. Tonight's venture into the Eternal Tower required no further preparation. A 100 exploration score? Just open your eyes. Summoning the Eternal Core Crystal, he pressed his palm against it, and a radiant white light enveloped him, accompanied by the familiar prompt in his ears, wishing you a swift passage through the Eternal Tower. The third level of the Eternal Tower is now open. Chapter 062, Wabi Sabi? Wabi Sabi. A thunderous rumble ensued. The white light flickered, and Ye Bai found himself within a tunnel. As he landed, the ground trembled. In the dimly lit tunnel, stones fell incessantly, raising clouds of dust. A coarse, gravelly voice bellowed, "Run! The mine is collapsing." Another tremor shook the ground, rocks tumbling and completely obstructing Ye Bai's retreat. Behind him, he heard the sound of a woman sobbing. "Please, save my husband. He ventured deep into the mine to earn money for my medicine. Would you like to accept the quest, Medusa's commission? Quest reward. Upon completion, the level rating will be automatically calculated. Accept." Only by accepting the quest could Ye Bai advance through the tunnel and embark on his journey. "Thank you, kind stranger." The cries from behind the pile of stones faded away, and a chilling breeze swept past Ye Bai, leaving him alone in the tunnel. This level was intriguingly designed, complete with a backstory. There was a reason the Eternal Tower was initially perceived as an online game. The 3rd to 6th levels, resembling traditional games, provided a quest beneath a cliched narrative, enhancing player enjoyment and motivation. Ye Bai gazed ahead, refraining from acting impulsively. He had 6 hours, and the assistance of insightful eye passing through was a certainty. However, the challenge lay in achieving a perfect score of 100, a matter that required contemplation. Method to achieve 100 exploration points. First reach 99 exploration points, then obtain 1 additional point. This advice was rather unhelpful, akin to saying nothing at all. The prompt was well-intentioned, yet such vague guidance should be avoided in the future. Ye Bai surveyed his surroundings, attempting to gather more information. This is an abandoned mine, rumored to be haunted by man-eating monsters. Miners attempting to fend off the creatures have turned to dust. You are currently in the first square. Proceed straight ahead to collect 100 units of pure drinking water. To the left front, a giant lizard is guarding a campfire. It is friendly and will not attack unless provoked. Communication is possible only if you speak the complex lizard tongue or possess the talent of the insightful eye. To the right front, darkness looms, revealing nothing. 3 options lay before Ye Bai, with the last choice dismissed. Pure water held little value for him. Yet based on his gaming experience, such items often proved useful later on. Otherwise, there would be no reason to place 100 units of pure water in his path. If merely in need of water, he could attempt a water-based spell. Although Ye Bai was not a water mage, he carried relevant spell scrolls. Water sphere. He tore open a scroll, and a sphere of water hovered in his palm before finally descending. As the water touched his skin, it instantly evaporated, vanishing without a trace. Cave rule. Magic cannot create water for washing or drinking. To his astonishment, there were special rules in place. This escalated the value of the 100 units of pure water dramatically. However, the lizard, capable of communication, evidently held special clues. In comparison to water, the lizard appeared far more precious. If others were to choose, they would undoubtedly select the pure water without hesitation. Ye Bai recalled they had no choice but to guess. Alas, the burdens of happiness. He decided to choose the lizard. Ye Bai's mind was filled with an audacious idea he yearned to explore, although he could only advance within the confines of the grid. He realized that the lizard was not similarly restricted and could traverse sideways. If the lizard could assist him in fetching water, he would not only uncover valuable clues, but also secure the much-needed liquid. Only children make choices. As an adult, he desired it all. Ye Bai proceeded towards the left front tunnel, moving to the next square. In the second square, an expansive pit lay before him, the crackling of a campfire resonating in the air. A colossal lizard was coiled near the flames, resting. Upon noticing Ye Bai's presence, it merely lifted its gaze momentarily before turning its head away, seemingly indifferent. Indeed, it posed no threat. It appeared neutral, perhaps even sentient. He needed to communicate with the lizard in its own tongue to discern any potential leads. Characters of the lizard language materialized before Ye Bai, and he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Apologies, I forgot you wouldn't understand lizard speech. Transformed into phonetic mode. Following the subtitles guidance, Ye Bai uttered, Laibibabu, what on earth is this lizard language? I've long suspected that Dave from Plants vs. Zombies was actually a lizard person. Why by BABU? The lizard abruptly rose from the ground, its eyes gleaming with eagerness as it faced Ye Bai. It had been ages since it had encountered a being capable of communication. ABA, ABA. Ye Bai engaged in dialogue with the giant lizard, whose words were translated through his inside eye. Soon, he grasped the essence of the lizard's message. Run, you must flee. There's a petrifying monster that I cannot defeat. Really? I refuse to believe it. Ye Bai, brimming with confidence from his 30 layers of power, felt undaunted. In the giant lizard's description, the term petrifying monster recurred, and he noted that one of its hind legs had turned to stone, hindering its movement significantly. This was the first Ye Bai had heard of such a being. A female monster? If we're to discuss this, I am far from tired. Turning his attention to the giant lizard's injured leg, he inquired, is there a way to heal that wound? Ye Bai gleaned a wealth of information from the giant lizard, attempting to assist it. The giant lizard replied, once the monster perishes, all petrification will cease. There is no other way. Its intellect seemed limited, reiterating the same few phrases, urging Ye Bai to flee. Ye Bai then expressed his desire for the lizard's assistance in fetching water. There's water in the nearby pit. Without needing further encouragement, the giant lizard eagerly burrowed into the ground to retrieve some. What a fortunate gamble. I am parched. The giant lizard explained that drinking water could alleviate the pain of petrification and slow its progression. Water is the essence of life. Shall I leave some for you? The giant lizard shook its head. I have consumed enough water for the next 100 years. Goodness! Ye Bai exclaimed in astonishment. With 50 units of water secured, Ye Bai bid farewell to the giant lizard and set off once more towards the second square. Proceed straight ahead, and you shall encounter a battle of no significance. To the left front, with the assistance of the insightful eye and Ye Bai's years of gaming experience, he is able to devise near-optimal solutions for every grid. His exploration rate is rapidly increasing. 1,510. Ye Bai has successfully traversed 9 grids and is preparing to advance to the 11th, only to be confronted by an unexpected sight. A message board? Message board. A message board is placed every 10 grids to provide valuable information for those who follow. Leave a message here, and all travelers passing through will be able to see it. Each message board allows only one opportunity for a message. The third level of the Eternal Tower is akin to a solitary dungeon, yet the message board enables players to communicate across servers, making it one of the unique features cherished by players. Upon opening the message board, Ye Bai discovers that it even has a like function. Messages that receive a high number of likes will be prominently displayed for more viewers. The first message to catch Ye Bai's eye is from a formidable player. One nightmare. First, leaving my name. Likes, 12, 454, 961, 679. Indeed, this is quintessential nightmare, extremely unreliable in the most unpredictable of places. Ye Bai scrolled down. 2. Wuhan. Is achieving 100 exploration points really that difficult? Likes, 10, 486, 145, 710. Ye Bai nodded, internally acknowledging. It is indeed quite challenging, given that you have yet to attain it. Prior to Ye Bai, the highest exploration score among humans was only 99. The messages here allow for only a single opportunity, with no possibility for modification or deletion. A grand social faux pas for a formidable player. Indeed, they made a bold statement, only to fall short in the end. After browsing through 2 pages of messages, Ye Bai discerned certain patterns. The initial players tended to claim the sofa and post trivial comments. After all, the first 10 grids posed little challenge and required no particular attention. Subsequent players even utilized this space as a confessional wall, venting their thoughts. I love you. I hope no one notices me sneaking a bite. 1 like for every dream. supporting every aspiration, lifting you up. How amusing. It adds a touch of gamified charm. Ye Bai pondered, contemplating leaving a message of his own. Having come this far, it would be rather improper not to write anything. Wouldn't he? Once inscribed, his message would be eternally displayed. He resolved to craft something profound, even if it was merely an enigmatic phrase. Otherwise, he might find himself in a social embarrassment in the future. With Wu Hin's cautionary tale in mind, Ye Bai knew he had to be prudent with his message. Otherwise, his words would be subjected to ridicule here for ages. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Bai accessed the message board, his expression solemn, and wrote a single line. Azura, water is the source of life. Done, task completed. Ye Bai closed the message board and resumed his journey through the Eternal Tower. Upon the appearance of Azura's name, a storm of excitement erupted on the message board. Azura is in the 3rd level of the Eternal Tower. He left a message, proclaiming that water is the source of life. This is Azura's call to action for everyone to protect the environment and cherish water. Upstairs, the War King executed a grand water spell, and suddenly, an abundance of water materialized. Wake up! Regardless, these 6 brief words swiftly dominated the trending headlines across various platforms, maintaining their high popularity. Chapter 063. Oh no, the coffin lid can no longer be restrained. After inscribing that phrase on the message board, Ye Bai paid no heed to the subsequent repercussions and continued onward. Along the way, he consciously gathered pure water. In addition to the giant lizard, Ye Bai also encountered a nearly lifeless miner, trapped beneath a massive stone, his legs crushed, with only a small portion remaining above ground. The Eye of Insight alerted Ye Bai that this environment was safeguarded by eternal rules and was impervious to destruction. The miner beseeched Ye Bai for a modicum of pure water. Ye Bai offered him a capful from a bottle of mineral water, which the miner gratefully consumed as if it were a treasure. You are searching for Medusa's husband, the miner sighed. This situation was not his fault, truly. He bore no obligation to undertake such risks for others. Huh? Ye Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. This narrative differed from the version he had previously heard. According to Medusa, her husband had descended into the mines to earn money for her medicine. Yet, upon entering the tunnel, the Eye of Insight had distinctly signaled, this is an abandoned mine. Mining in an abandoned pit was inherently peculiar. Moreover, from the miner's words, it appeared they were not engaged in mining, but rather fleeing for their lives. There must be some hidden truth here. The issue likely lay with Medusa, the weeping woman concealed behind the rocks. Ultimately, the miner shared a piece of valuable information with Ye Bai. Our companions are just ahead. I was trapped here, so I let them proceed first. They informed me that they would leave markers as they advanced. Triangles denote safety, circles indicate the unknown, and crosses signify extreme danger. They departed not long ago. If you can locate them, it may prove beneficial to you. Bidding farewell to the miner, Ye Bai pressed on, soon arriving at the 19th square. Caution, giant pythons ahead. Beware of lightning. After such a long journey, he finally encountered another challenge. Ye Bai glanced at the time, 12:21. He had been within the Eternal Tower for 21 minutes, with an exploration level of 18. Compared to others, Ye Bai's progress was remarkably swift. Had it not been for his quest to gather more clues and reconstruct the truth of the story, his pace could have doubled. Giant pythons. Petrification. This seemed to involve some mythological tale. Medusa, perhaps. Ye Bai pondered little further, as he had long prepared himself and charged boldly into the next square. Thunder. The colossal python barely had time to make an appearance before it was struck by a bolt of red lightning, which penetrated its skull, traveled through its body, and exited through its tailbone, leaving no cell unscathed. It was reduced to ash, disposed of without harm. Slain the cavern python, 18. Experience points, 20. Ye Bai rolled his eyes. This was rather stingy. The experience assessment of the Eternal Tower featured a flexible and intelligent compensation mechanism. Defeating monsters of the same level yielded 100 experience points. If one were to vanquish foes of a higher level, they would be rewarded with an excessive amount of experience points. Conversely, as it stands, Ye Bai, currently at level 26, can only earn a meager 20 experience points by defeating an opponent at level 18, barely worth the effort. This experience mechanism prevents players from easily leveling up by preying on weaker opponents. As one progresses, the strength of the monsters escalates exponentially, making advancement increasingly arduous. It is no wonder that during the previous server-wide rush, players recklessly stormed the Eternal Tower, where powerful monsters could be swiftly defeated to elevate their levels and surpass thresholds. Ye Bai kicked at the dust beneath his feet, finding nothing of value, and sighed. What a miser, not even a scrap left. Suddenly, a notification sprang forth from the ashes. The most valuable aspect of the giant python is its skin. As you can see, it has now turned to dust. Next time, Give me an earlier warning, he remarked. We must practice frugality. Snakeskin isn't money. With that, Ye Bai stepped forward to the next square. Upon reaching the 20th square, the familiar message board reappeared, and Ye Bai eagerly opened it, eager to see what the predecessors were boasting about this time. Nightmare, 3 seconds to kill. Seeking to break the record, not only did he leave a message, but he also attached a completion certification. Nightmare had slain the cave python in 386 seconds. How audacious! Ye Bai couldn't help but scoff. That is hardly 3 seconds. It's nearly 4. Continuing to scroll, he was unsurprised to see another familiar name. Wuhan. How can someone fail to achieve a kill in under 148 seconds? Surely not. What a bold statement. Immediately revealing the old yin-yang master, Ye Bai held a deep respect for Wuhan's audacity. According to historical accounts, Nightmare was the first true powerhouse of humanity. Thus, many instances of dungeon clearing and record setting were initially accomplished by Nightmare. Wuhan, as a later rising powerhouse, frequently broke records himself, yet he would also subtly criticize Nightmare. It was worth noting that during Wuhan's ascent, Nightmare had already attained supreme strength. In other words, even when Wuhan was still relatively weak, he could jest with Nightmare, indicating the latter's broad-mindedness. Ye Bai pondered silently. Will my posting of results upset the elder brothers? He scrutinized the scores of the two individuals, momentarily hesitant. Nightmare, 386 seconds. Wuhan, 148 seconds. Shura, 001 second. Could it be a tad too ostentatious? The figure of 001 seconds would likely never be surpassed. After much deliberation, Ye Bai ultimately resolved to share it. There was no intention of boasting, merely a desire to blend in. On the message board, Shura, not in peak condition this time. Let us strive for better next time. Attach completion certification, 001 seconds to kill the cave python. After leaving his message, Ye Bai pressed onward. What a thrill it was to flaunt and then swiftly depart. His message once again sent ripples of shock across the world. On forums, QA platforms, news outlets, and media, the buzz is palpable. The Shura has shattered the barrier of 20 grids with astonishing speed. How could this happen so swiftly, considering it has only been a short while since the messages about the 10 grids? Let us delve into what Shura has proclaimed and how long it took to defeat his foes. The race to vanquish the cavernous python has long been documented in speed rankings. For an average player, defeating the cavernous python is a formidable challenge, with many perishing repeatedly in the attempt. However, for the prodigies and exceptional talents, such an endeavor is trivial. Their primary concern lies in the time taken. The quicker the kill, the stronger the individual, and the greater the potential. Generally speaking, a talent of the first tier should defeat the beast within 3 minutes to be considered outstanding at the same level. A talent of the second tier must accomplish this within 1 minute, while a third-tier talent is expected to do so in 30 seconds. In the past, Xuanming garnered global attention by dispatching the cavernous python in a mere 216 seconds. As for those of the fourth tier, this realm is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Even the least proficient, known as nightmares, require only 386 seconds to achieve victory. Nonetheless, a widely accepted consensus exists. The record set by Wuhan stands at 148 seconds, marking the pinnacle for talents of the fourth tier. Among the 3 most formidable individuals, Wuhan may not possess the strongest combat prowess, yet he undoubtedly wields the most lethal killing power. His ascent has been remarkably swift, far surpassing the other 2, as he breaks records with the same ease as one might enjoy a meal. Should anyone truly accomplish such a feat, it would indeed be a miracle. And miracles are termed as such precisely because they carry the potential for even the faintest glimmer of hope. The world is in an uproar. A genuine miracle has been born. Today, at this very moment, on the various leaderboards, a new entry has emerged at the top. Wuhan, your record has been shattered. The glory of Shura even treads upon the shoulders of Wuhan, reminiscent of the time when Wuhan stood upon the shoulders of nightmares. At this moment, it is akin to that pastime. In the imperial capital, countless fireworks explode in the sky, painting festive patterns. Those remaining on blue stargaze upward, their faces radiant with hope and excitement. Even a war king, in his exuberance, prepares to unleash a forbidden spell to create a grand spectacle, adding to the merriment. Fortunately, the city defense department intervened just in time, thwarting this reckless act. In the imperial capital, the rumored burial site of the celestial war god, a man clad in black hastily approaches. After lighting 3 incense sticks and bowing reverently, he plants them into the ground. The artificial mountain slowly splits apart. The ominous black coffin, imbued with an endless aura of malice, once again rises from the depths. The voice of the elder, weathered and filled with a hint of ire, resonates. What is it that disturbs me again? My time of lucidity is fleeting. Do you wish for me to depart this world any sooner? Just days prior, when Shura conquered the first tier, granting all players a resurrection armor, the man in black had already roused the elder once. For the elder, his condition is dire. He must rely on the black coffin to enter a state of suspended animation to barely maintain a semblance of mental clarity. The elder exclaimed, "I dare not. But the situation is urgent, and I must inform you." The man in black spoke rapidly. Yesterday, the Shura successfully cleared the second layer, bestowing immense power upon the entire human race. Today Wait, interrupted the elder within the black coffin. You mean the Shura has cleared the level consecutively? The man in black nodded solemnly. Indeed. How long has it been since my last awakening? Barely 48 hours. The black coffin fell into a profound silence, a stillness akin to death. The man in black dared not breathe, sweat trickling down his forehead, his calves taut with tension, his entire being on edge. After an indeterminate period, a thunderous laughter erupted from within the coffin, so intense that it caused blood to seep from the man in black's orifices, and his left leg buckled, causing him to half kneel on the ground. Despite possessing the strength of a war god, he was rendered powerless under the weight of that terrifying laughter. It was only due to the elder's deliberate restraint that he managed to preserve his life. Accompanying the laughter, the coffin began to tremble violently. A faint sound echoed, striking heavily against the man's heart and leaving him utterly deflated. In disbelief, he gazed ahead, unable to comprehend the scene he had just witnessed. The coffin lid had bounced. The lid, sealed by the strongest of beings, was struggling to contain the elder's overwhelming excitement. This is bad. The coffin lid is about to give way. Chapter 064. I come, I see, I conquer. In the imperial capital, at the scenic spot of the artificial hill, the coffin shook more violently than ever before, the lid even leaping slightly. Atop the coffin, a subtle sword mark appeared, and as the lid trembled, it seemed to come alive. In an instant, sword energy enveloped the entire coffin, suppressing the malevolent aura within. The lid was firmly sealed, leaving not even a sliver of a gap. After a brief moment, the elder's voice emerged once more, imbued with an overwhelming sense of frailty, nearly on the verge of losing control. If the elder within the coffin were to lose control, it would bring immeasurable calamity to the human race, potentially jeopardizing the front lines against the abyssal realm. This black coffin served as both a miraculous vessel for extending the elder's life and an unbreakable seal. You had more to say earlier. Please continue. Though weakened by the sword energy suppression, the elder's mind grew clearer. Ah yes, the man in black hastily replied. The Shura has ventured into the third layer today. The elder within the coffin exclaimed. What? Has he cleared it again? Not yet. The elder surprisingly exhaled in relief. The Shura's exceptional prowess had placed immense psychological pressure upon him, stemming from concerns for the larger situation. As a former god of war, one of the pinnacle forces of the human race aside from the supreme beings, the elder's perspective on the matter was far beyond that of others. The standoff between humanity and the abyssal realm represented a precarious balance. In terms of overall strength, humanity was significantly weaker than the abyssal realm. However, the many demon lords of the abyss were fragmented, embroiled in incessant conflict and severe internal strife. It is akin to a confrontation between two individuals. The human race possesses a strength of 100, united in purpose, capable of achieving a remarkable output of 100 or even 110. In contrast, the demonic race wields a strength of 1,000, yet each limb harbors its own intentions, occasionally inflicting harm upon itself, ultimately yielding only a score of 100. This dynamic has resulted in the current stalemate, with both sides engaged in a tug-of-war, unable to gain the upper hand over one another. The emergence of the Shura undoubtedly heralds a shift in this equilibrium. In the long run, the advent of the Shura will undeniably bolster the strength of the human race, bringing forth more advantages than disadvantages. However, if we merely analyze the present situation, the arrival of the Shura will certainly raise the vigilance of the abyssal demons, potentially prompting them to unite against the looming threat. Such occurrences have transpired multiple times throughout history. Each time, a formidable seed of the human race emerges. The unity index of the demonic race surges, maintaining this cohesion until that seed ascends to the pinnacle of power, at which point both factions find themselves ensnared in a renewed stalemate. Ahem. If the Shura proves to be exceedingly formidable, the demons may very well set aside their historical grievances and disputes over interests, achieving an unprecedented level of unity, which would not bode well for our human race. The elder remarked intermittently. In truth, signs of this are already manifesting. Shui Ming and Ing Jiao have repeatedly mentioned to Ye Bai that the human race is currently under severe pressure on all fronts, with a war, god-level powerhouses stretched thin, racing to extinguish fires across the battlefield. The Elder's concerns are gradually transforming into reality. You may continue, he granted permission. The man in black resumed. The Shura breached the third layer today, advancing to the 20th grid just 20 minutes ago. The Shura dispatched the cave serpent in a mere 0.001 seconds. This revelation constituted the most significant news brought forth by the man in black. Yesterday, upon completing the Shura level challenge, he had refrained from awakening the Elder as instructed. As the Elder had articulated, frequent awakenings would only hasten his demise. However, the matter of a 0.001 seconds completion seemed of utmost importance and warranted immediate notification. To his surprise, the Elder reacted with remarkable composure upon receiving the news. This only indicates that the Shura possesses extraordinary explosive damage, potentially derived from skills or even innate talents. Our human race already wields an invincible sword. Acquiring another will not sever the quagmire of this stalemate. The Elder's analysis was incisive as he continued, regardless. Let's initiate the Dawn Plan. The Dawn Plan. The man in black stiffened. Was it not prudent to commence this plan only after the Shura had attained at least a warlord-level prowess? Could it be that, in the Elder's mind, the Shura was already comparable to a warlord? How could this be possible? The Shura had only just manifested in the world for 4 days. Overwhelmed by such thoughts, a chill ran down the man's spine, prompting him to hastily nod in acquiescence. As you command, it is widely acknowledged that the darkness is most profound just before dawn. Hence, the Dawn Plan is conceived for the bleakest of times. In the immediate future, refrain from awakening me. I wish to prolong my existence by a few hundred years. And with only a limited amount of lifespan remaining, the constant disturbances are quite unwelcome. The black coffin slowly descended. Thus, this meeting has reached its conclusion. The man in black bowed once more, retreating silently into the shadows. Ancestor, the Azura has just breached the 80th square and left a message. The black coffin trembled slightly before plunging downward, causing the entire artificial mountain to sway, with the imperial capital trembling as if a fragile paper boat in a stormy sea. Once again, the voice of the Elder resonated from within the coffin. Monstrous. Subsequently, he succumbed once more to an endless abyss of darkness and slumber. What should one inscribe on the message board of the 80th square? Ye Bai stood before it, contemplating how best to make an impression. Azura, I came, I saw, I conquered. It was yet another audacious display before swiftly retreating, and Ye Bai soon advanced to the 81st square. The condition of these miners is not promising. Provoking them could ignite a senseless conflict. Within the mine, a group of dust-covered miners were taking a rest. Each bore injuries, their wounds shrouded in dark bandages. Some missing limbs, relying on crutches for support. Not a single capable fighter remained among them. As Ye Bai entered the cavern, the miners immediately took notice, casting wary glances in his direction. Among them, an older man stepped forward, clearly the leader of this band. The profession of mining is fraught with peril, with a high casualty rate. Even if one escapes the mines unscathed, they are often beset by various occupational ailments, leading to premature demise. Consequently, seasoned miners are exceedingly rare. Their wealth of experience equips them to handle any unforeseen circumstances that may arise underground, granting them considerable respect within their ranks, often elevating them to leadership positions. Stranger, you are not welcome here. You must either advance or depart. The miner leader's sentiment echoed the thoughts of all present. Relax, we share a common goal, my friend. Ye Bai produced a hard hat, stating, this was a gift from one of your comrades whom I saved. How can we trust you? Perhaps you killed him and seized his helmet. A young miner instinctively retorted, his youthful visage marking him as the youngest in the group. The miner leader turned sharply, bellowing at the young man, you little brat, keep your mouth shut. Speak again, and I swear I will smash that insolent face of yours. Damn you. In the depths of the mine, among the tunnels, those who had made it this far were certainly no weaklings. The miner leader did not wish to provoke an unnecessary conflict. If this situation could be defused, it would be for the best. I apologize. As you can see, my companions are a bit on edge. None of us wish for unfortunate events to unfold, do we? As he spoke, the miners behind their leader tightened their grips on their weapons. Ye Bai disregarded their wariness and continued. The miner I saved informed me of the markings you would leave behind. I followed the markings to reach here. Upon hearing the significance of the markings, the miner's tense expressions eased, as if an invisible alarm had been disarmed. You have proven your friendship with the miners. I apologize for the previous offense and hope for your understanding, given that we are underground, where anything can transpire. The miner leader exchanged a few more words with Ye Bai. Ye Bai learned that their group had originally comprised over 1,000 individuals before setting out. Yet by this point, they had suffered significant losses, with more than half perished, and the remaining members were grievously wounded, lacking the strength to continue. Hearing this, Ye Bai graciously declared, "I shall leave behind the same markings along the path. Should you regain your strength, you may follow." The miner's leader hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to speak. "Perhaps this inquiry is somewhat audacious, but do you have any water?" "Indeed, let me see." Ye Bai replied, "I still possess 20 liters of water. How much do you require?" Upon hearing the word water, an unusual radiance illuminated the faces of the miners, as though they had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. "We have 32 individuals here. If you could provide us with 32 drops of water." The miner's leader appeared somewhat embarrassed as he produced a pouch of ore, the most valuable item he could offer. "In exchange, this is the essence we extracted while mining. Most of the ore was discarded, and we retained only the most precious fragments." "Deal." Ye Bai readily agreed to exchange 32 drops of water for a pouch of valuable ore. As he took possession of the ore, Ye Bai felt a slight heaviness. Could it truly be this weighty? The greater the density, the superior the quality of the ore. Bidding farewell to the miners, Ye Bai continued on his journey. After his departure, under the leadership of the miners' chief, each miner received a single drop of water. The moment the water reached their hands, they eagerly drank it. A miraculous occurrence unfolded. One miner tore off his bandage, tears of joy welling in his eyes, exclaiming, I can see again." A man lying on a stretcher shouted in astonishment, "I can feel my body." Another, a youth with a severed arm, watched in disbelief as his arm healed before his eyes, celebrating with exuberant gestures. Such instances abounded. The injuries of everyone were rapidly mending, as if a miracle had descended upon them. All of this stemmed from the 32 drops of water left by Ye Bai. The miner's leader, with tears brimming in his eyes, choked out, "The rumors are true. The rumors are indeed true. Water is the source of life." Chapter 065. Next comes the moment to witness miracles. The Eternal Tower, 3rd floor, 91st square. After collapsing at Ye Bai's feet and experiencing the baptism of heavenly thunder, it felt deeply moved, having transformed itself into ash. It was time for the joyous moment of leaving messages. Ye Bai approached the message board. Few could reach a 90 exploration degree. Many levels and talents would be thwarted at checkpoints, left to lament their scores. With fewer visitors, the messages on the board dwindled even further, for not every soul would take the time to leave a note. For instance, the third most powerful being, Xiaoyao. Ye Bai had always heard that among humanity, there were 3 supreme beings: Nightmare, Trace, and Xiaoyao. Each of them had distinct roles. Nightmare presided over Blue Star. Trace battled in the abyssal realms, while Xiaoyao guarded the Eternal Tower, striving for passage. The aforementioned information is candidly inscribed in the textbooks of the human race, with even the abyssal planes possessing a clear understanding of it. The existence of the supreme beings serves as a formidable deterrent, as the ultimate weapon is inherently one of intimidation. It is only through the unsheathing of the sword that those with nefarious intentions can be repelled. Among the 3 supreme beings, the one shrouded in the least information and mystery is the last, known as Xiaoyao. Ye Bai has traversed through 90 squares, examining 8 message boards, yet none bear any traces of Xiaoyao's presence. This area, too, lacks any message from him. Upon accessing the message board, one finds Nightmare, a mere 100 exploration points, so plain and monotonous. "Wuhan, you above, you have not achieved 100 exploration points. Remember my name. I'm the first to achieve it. Xuemeng, I'm truly formidable." Suddenly, amidst the messages from the supreme beings, Xuemeng's comment pops up, leaving Ye Bai somewhat taken aback. It is akin to a group of scholarly elites, where suddenly a boorish individual appears, taking selfies while everyone else is engrossed in their studies. The scene feels exceptionally discordant. At this juncture, the significance of showing off in the messages has diminished considerably. However, Ye Bai is unwilling to miss any opportunity to leave a mark for posterity. Shura. Next is the moment to witness a miracle. After all, a magician is still a magician. Borrowing a bit from others is quite reasonable. Closing a message board, Ye Bai glances at the time. 101 at this pace. Once I clear this level, I can directly venture into the 7th layer. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th layers are interconnected. Should I attain 100 exploration points in the 3rd layer, I can skip the subsequent 3 layers and directly enter the 7th. Guided by the Eye of Insight, Ye Bai deftly avoids lethal traps and negative effects, navigating smoothly. In truth, The challenge of the final 10 squares is not as formidable as Ye Bai had anticipated. There is no exponential increase in difficulty. Rather, it is unusually gentle. Ahead lies 100 squares. Exploration points, 98. Observing the prompt that appears before him, Ye Bai furrows his brow, realizing that matters are not as straightforward as they seem. There are a total of 100 squares, and advancing one square increases exploration points by 1. Thus, when reaching the 100th square, the exploration points would not be 100, but rather 99. Like a lightning bolt cleaving through the night, illuminating the world, Ye Bai glimpses the truth of the situation. Upon entering this level, the Eye of Insight had previously hinted at the requirement. To achieve 100 exploration points, one must first attain 99 and then add 1. This is what it meant. The Eye of Insight. So that was the intention, I understand now. Indeed, that is what I meant. Ye Bai gazes ahead at the pitch-black entrance, exuding an eerie aura. The final step, 100 squares, exploration points at 99. Upon making his selection, he enters a vast and empty cavern. Odd. Should there not be traces of Medusa's husband here? Why is there nothing? Ye Bai's gaze sweeps the cavern, only to find it devoid of any substance, with no peculiar annotations emerging. Where there is an anomaly, there must be something amiss with the experiences and observations of Ye Bai along his journey. The general outline of the story began to take shape in his mind. A monstrous being capable of petrifying individuals suddenly descended, immensely powerful and indiscriminately wreaking havoc. The miners who encountered the creature, in a desperate bid for survival, were compelled to flee into an abandoned mine, hoping to escape through another exit. This monster may be linked to Medusa. Medusa's husband, in an effort to atone for the destruction wrought by his wife, ventured ahead alone, risking his life to scout the path while leaving markers for those who followed. The miners, guided by Medusa's signs, cautiously advanced through the perilous tunnels. Yet they paid a staggering price for their journey. The source of all chaos, every clue, pointed towards one individual, Medusa. The name Medusa invokes images of the mythical serpent creature. In his fruitless search, Ye Bai turned his gaze towards the wall. The formidable being, Nightmare, had once conveyed a message suggesting that striking the wall would yield unforeseen benefits. On the wall, Ye Bai beheld a familiar message board, adorned with the familiar presence of Nightmare. Nightmare, I understand, Medusa's husband has long perished, and the woman behind the stone pile is but a wandering spirit. This is a tragic tale of a devoted couple. There are no traces or remnants of Medusa's husband here. Yet the air still carries the essence of his love, silent yet profound. I shall reluctantly draw a heart for him. Beside the message, an unsightly heart was sketched. Ye Bai's expression darkened. What a lack of comprehension Nightmare displayed. The problem evidently lay with Medusa. That wretched creature was most likely the one responsible for the petrifying monstrosity. Whether it be the colossal lizard or the miners, all beings Ye Bai encountered within the tunnels traced back to Medusa as the source of all turmoil. Wait a moment, when Nightmare allowed me entry, the first thing it suggested was to strike the wall. Could it be that Nightmare wished for me to erase its sordid past? If Ye Bai were to heed Nightmare's command without a second thought and demolish the wall, the message board would likely be destroyed, erasing Nightmare's dubious history in one fell swoop. Crack! Ye Bai retrieved his phone, capturing hundreds of photographs in rapid succession. He then produced a DSLR, pressing the shutter hundreds more times. He stored the images on film, discs, and hard drives. After all, bringing a DSLR on an adventure to the Eternal Tower seemed quite reasonable. Once he completed this task, Ye Bai smiled as he stowed away his collection and continued to peer downward, using his sordid history as leverage against the formidable being. Perhaps not the most prudent course. However, keeping a backup plan for himself could never be a misstep. The irascible elder brother was online, dispatching foes. Ye Bai was astonished to discover that the formidable being, No Trace, possessed such a facet. As Ye Bai shifted his gaze further down, he was taken aback to find more. In addition to Nightmare and No Trace, another individual had left a message here. Non free, adultade. The third formidable being's comment. Ye Bai once again produced his phone. Snap, snap. Might this be the illustrious work of a formidable being? After taking the photographs, Ye Bai faced a dilemma. How to achieve 100 exploration completion. The three foremost champions had previously ventured into this mine, lingering within its confines. Without exception, they all concluded their journeys with an exploration degree of 99, unable to advance further. The same dilemma now confronted Ye Bai, if this were a riddle. The previous three had failed for various reasons. Could Ye Bai unravel this enigma? He could see the answer directly. Then it is of no concern. The method to obtain the final exploration degree. 1. Shatter the wall before you. Clear a path for the miners to escape, and rescue a portion of them to achieve 100 exploration degrees and complete the challenge. Observing the hint from the Eye of Insight, Ye Bai furrowed his brow once more. If that were the case, it implied that the champion, Nightmare, had sent a message to Ye Bai. It was a veiled means of revealing the solution to the challenge. Experience prevails. Indeed, the champions are worthy of their title. Even without the Eye of Insight, Ye Bai could achieve a 100 exploration degree guided by Nightmare. Hint. 2. Retrace your steps. Seek out the deceitful snake woman to settle the score, and upon her defeat, all petrified beings shall revert to their original forms, rendering the mind safe once more, thus allowing for a 100 exploration degree completion. Two choices lay before Ye Bai. One was readily attainable. By merely breaking through this wall, he could instantly secure a 100 exploration degree and successfully complete the challenge. The other, however, required retracing his steps, embarking on the same path once again, which could prove far more troublesome. Should one choose to retrace their steps, every mind must be thoroughly cleared, as the monsters within will enter a frenzied state, becoming even more formidable. The Eye of Insight reports 1:08 a.m. Remaining time for this eternal tower, 4 hours, 51 minutes, and 46 seconds. The two choices before Ye Bai: to relinquish past grievances, shedding all burdens, and aid the miners in escaping this nightmare. They may obtain a fleeting sense of safety and tranquility, yet in some unknown, shadowy midnight, they would still be awakened by nightmares, trembling, tears silently soaking their cheeks. Alternatively, he could forge upstream, sword in hand, severing the chains, and personally ending this collective nightmare. For Ye Bai, there was but one option in this dilemma: retracing his steps. Today, he was determined to see if this demoness was truly as enchanting as rumored. How would I know? I just know what she looks like, huh? After making his choice, the Eye of Insight complied seamlessly. Navigation of the Eye of Insight has commenced. Proceed 5 meters ahead, make a U-turn, adjust direction. In a grid of 100 squares, each containing 3 mines, each mine was teeming with frenzied monsters. 300 mines entailed 300 battles. Yet, Ye Bai had less than 5 hours remaining, necessitating that each confrontation be resolved within a minute. Even Ye Bai could feel the weighty pressure, racing against time. Like a tempest, he charged into the first mine, wielding his staff, unleashing a barrage of fury. Wind Fury, Thunderous Blessing, Heavenly Thunder, Ignite, Blue Star. Time, 1:20 a.m. It had been 19 minutes since anyone had heard a tale from the Shura message board. In the previous instance, the figure known as Shura left a message in the 90 grid. Next, the moment of witnessing miracles is at hand. The entire world was captivated, awaiting the arrival of a miracle. This anticipation lasted for 20 minutes. What thoughts occupied your mind? The message board can only be accessed by those who have previously reached this realm, the Eternal Core City. Throughout human history, many have traversed the 90 grid. If not 100, then certainly 80. Shura's message within the 90 grid emanated from the lips of a warrior. Yet, only 3 individuals have truly reached the 100 grid: Nightmare, Trace, and Carefree. Now, it seems another may join their ranks, Shura. The prospect of Shura reaching the 100 grid evoked no surprise. What everyone yearned to discover was whether a miracle would indeed be born. Could Shura achieve a 100 exploration completion? 20 minutes had elapsed, and the answer remained elusive. All that remained was to wait. Tonight, the world was sleepless, fixated on Shura, awaiting an announcement from the Eternal Tower, anticipating a miracle. Chapter 066. The miracle truly unfolded. In the Eternal Tower, on the 3rd level, the Eye of Insight continues to guide you. Ahead, the wind slash awaits. Joy will be the outcome. Shura wielded 2 gleaming blades, cutting through the 3rd level with unflinching resolve, unperturbed by the violence of his actions, as if to say, "My eyes do not tire." With a sigh of relief, Ye Bai settled upon a stone, beads of sweat cascading from his brow, clearly indicating significant exertion. After the monsters became frenzied, their levels and attributes surged dramatically. Engaging them one by one was manageable, but in a mine, there were at least a dozen, if not dozens more. To swiftly conclude the battles, Ye Bai had to execute his kills with utmost efficiency. Otherwise, he could not meet the time constraints. In such high-intensity combat, some would flounder and falter, becoming increasingly slow with their mounting panic. Not everyone could endure high-pressure situations. Conversely, some thrived in such environments, entering a state of extreme focus. The greater the external pressure, the more concentrated they became, achieving superhuman performance, a phenomenon I shall term the pressure cooker persona. Ye Bai was evidently of the latter ilk, possessing an innate boldness, destined for grand spectacles. Amidst the chaos of slaughter and unending combat, Ye Bai's combat skills surged at a terrifying pace. He utilized every aspect to its fullest, seamlessly integrating wind, fire, and thunder skills, executing the wind slash and regular attacks with impeccable timing, maximizing damage while maintaining rapid mobility. Initially, Ye Bai required 1.5 to 2 minutes to eliminate the monsters in a mine. However, with increasing proficiency, his efficiency approached perfection and the time diminished. Now, Ye Bai could easily dispatch a mine's denizens in less than 40 seconds. He slew the Lamba servant, restoring 15 health and gaining 2,596 experience. He ascended to level 28, enhancing his attributes, with free attributes allocated as per his preset distribution. He then rose to level 31, with further attribute enhancements, and subsequently to level 42. As the slaughter continued, Ye Bai's level perpetually climbed, his attributes soaring, yet the difficulty of combat showed no signs of abating. The monsters in the mine will grow in strength alongside the intruder's level. Just as I desired, the thrill of vanquishing the weak is exhilarating. Yet lacking experience is simply a waste of time. Ye Bai has not forgotten that everything he does is in pursuit of strength. The number of uncleared pits stands at 135. With an hour and 49 minutes remaining, he presses on. The power of nature feels somewhat burdensome in his hands as Ye Bai struggles to keep his eyelids open, making his way to the next mine. The intensity of battle has persisted for 3 hours, with over 100 pits still to be cleared. In such circumstances, anyone would feel exhausted. It is merely a question of time. The fact that Ye Bai has persevered until now is truly remarkable. Blue Star. Time, 4:11 p.m. Tonight. The people are experiencing the dichotomy of ice and fire. In the first half of the night, major media platforms were engulfed in a frenzy. Shura shattered record after record at an incomprehensible speed. However, since 1 o'clock, there has been no further news from Shura. The good news, Shura has yet to clear the level. The bad news, Shura has yet to clear the level. As long as there is no announcement of a level clearance, it is considered acceptable news for humanity. After all, a glimmer of hope still remains. However, more individuals are beginning to waver. If the 3 strongest could not achieve this feat, can Shura truly accomplish it? When a supreme being, Wuhan, rose to prominence, we too waited an entire night, only to be met with disappointment. Let us hope everyone can lend their vitality to Shura. Let those below the rank of war soldiers lend their energy to the 3rd level of the Eternal Tower. Thank you. Everyone continues to wait, yet as time passes, more people will falter, fall silent, and the light in their eyes will gradually dim. They wait to witness a miracle. This is the promise of Shura, who has never disappointed thus far. In terms of disappointing others, Shura's performance has consistently been a letdown. Eternal Tower, 3rd level. Square 1. Time, 5:50 a.m. Ye Bai rolls his eyes. Change the song. It needs to be more impressive. I stand before you. How much do I resemble the past? How is this impressive at all? To be honest, my eyes are rather dry. Just one left. Ye Bai gazes at the pile of stones ahead. With 10 minutes remaining, he can spare some time to change his attire. Let us stack a little more. Ready to unleash at level 30. Preparations complete. Preparations complete. Prelude of the Little Blade. Rise. Accompanied by the prelude of the Little Blade, Ye Bai gently gestures forward, causing the stone pile to begin to crumble. This sounds remarkably like the birth of the Monkey King. Have I inadvertently become the villain? As the stones collapse, a woman's voice emerges. She begins to weep again. Are you saying he is dead? Guess incorrectly, and you may try again. From the haze, a serpentine creature with 9 heads, bearing its fangs and claws, gradually materializes. Ye Bai does not rush to attack. The prompt from his insightful eye indicates that the opponent is currently in an invincible state, akin to a character in a game still undergoing a cutscene. As the fog dissipates, the grotesque visage of Medusa appears before Ye Bai. To illustrate the grotesque nature of this scene, 9 serpent heads glistened ominously, fixating their menacing gaze upon Ye Bai from every angle. Prepare to strike. The countdown echoed. 3, 2, 1. Thunderous wrath. The petrifying glare. 2 cunning adversaries seemed to synchronize their efforts perfectly, unleashing their most potent skills in a covert assault. Intent on securing an instantaneous victory, Medusa's 9 serpent heads lunged forward in unison, sacrificing 3 of them to eternal desiccation for this singular blow. Yet the outcome was baffling. Why? Why have you not turned to stone? Medusa, witnessing Ye Bai emerge unscathed, lost her composure, thrashing her body wildly against the stone walls, dislodging countless rocks. Ye Bai remained silent, a serene smile on his lips, refusing to indulge his foe with answers. Stunned, she was unaware of his magical immunity. When it comes to survival, Ye Bai has always been vigilant. Even if his magical immunity were to falter, he could rely on the eternal flame of life. cloaked in the protection of his guardian angel. 3 lives, what chance do you stand against me? Do you possess the means to contend with my might? Under the petrifying gaze, Ye Bai indeed felt his speed diminish. However, this in no way impeded the efficacy of his spellcasting. The terrifying crimson lightning coalesced slowly, its overwhelming power causing dread with merely a glance. Medusa evidently foresaw a grim fate. Her most powerful attack rendered futile against an impending spell capable of annihilating her. You show mercy, and I crash. The thunder struck, engulfing Medusa and silencing her forthcoming words. Let your confessions be uttered in the depths of hell. As Medusa was reduced to ashes, Ye Bai felt no pity. Unable to bear such aesthetics, he took his leave. A lingering glance could lead to dire consequences. Becoming a privileged patron of the male clinic, enjoying expedited service and discounts on medications. At the moment Ye Bai vanquished Medusa, the entire cavern trembled violently, and countless petrified beings stirred to life. A familiar notification rang in Ye Bai's ears. Calculating completion score. Blue star. Time, 5:57 a.m. As the populace began to succumb to drowsiness, preparing for a brief respite before the dawn of a new workday, only a select few persisted in their vigil, awaiting the elusive miracle. They believed that if the Azura were to make an appearance, disappointment would be an impossibility. The time had come to witness the miraculous. These are your words, Azura. If the Azura were to conjure a miracle, I would not guide them for a year. If the Azura were to weave a miracle, I would battle in the abyss for 3 more years. With just 3 minutes remaining, even the staunchest believers in the Azura could not help but waver. Perhaps, indeed, there'd be no miracle this time. Yet this occasion felt distinct. Blue Star, Imperial Capital, time, 5:57:48 a.m. A message detonated like a deep-water bomb, plunging into the drowsy world, rapidly sweeping all in its path and unleashing a tempest. Congratulations to the player, Azura, for achieving a remarkable rating as they conquered the 3rd level of the Eternal Tower. Congratulations once again to Azura for triumphing over the 4th level with the same impressive rating. 3, 4, 5, 6. With the completion of the 4th level, Azura astounded everyone in the final moments, flooding the screens with their achievement. Simultaneously, this feat inundated all social media, becoming the sole topic of discussion across Blue Star. In the Wolf's Den, countless individuals raised their glasses in jubilation, surrounded by an abundance of fine wines. Tonight's expenses were graciously covered by Azura, courtesy of young Master Zhao. Cheers erupted. Everyone lifted their glasses in unison, exclaiming in celebration, to Azura, to the era of supremacy, to the future of our human race. In the Imperial Capital, at the scenic rockery, the black coffin swayed rhythmically, reminiscent of a dance party, while others celebrated atop graves. The elderly man in the black coffin opted for a dramatic drift in his spiritual coffin. Finally, he remarked, "Awaken me only when Azura has shattered the heavens." The old man had enough lifespan to indulge in his antics. Upon finishing his words, the black coffin sank deeply, sealing itself away. As the dawn's light illuminated the land, the sun found itself astonished to discover that this group of revelers had risen even earlier than him, indulging in their festivities. The sun exclaimed, "Don't you all have work to attend to?" All media platforms displayed the same headline. Witness the moment of miracles. For indeed, a miracle had truly occurred. Chapter 067. Level Completion Rewards. 4. As the announcement of the 3rd level completion echoed throughout the servers, a multitude of rewards appeared before Ye Bai. Upon achieving a rated completion of the 3rd level, he received the reward, Mysterious Mine. Upon completing the 4th level, he obtained another, Mysterious Mine. Completing the 5th level granted him the reward, Super Energy Furnace. And finally, the 6th level completion awarded him Southern River Miners Guild 1. These rewards belonged solely to Ye Bai, 2 mysterious mines, 1 Super Energy Furnace, and 1 Southern River Miners Guild. With the issuance of these rewards, the mining paths surrounding Ye Bai began to transform. Shifting from the battleground he had just fought into a realm uniquely his own. This space would evolve into a sanctuary akin to a trading secret realm, exclusively accessible to Ye Bai and those he permitted. Open 24/7. Even when the Eternal Tower was not in session, Ye Bai could enter the mine at any time. Mysterious Mine. This allows for the dispatch of miners, or for Ye Bai himself to delve into the depths for raw ore, which occasionally yields mysterious treasure chests containing various special items. The extracted raw ore has the following probabilities: 65 for level quality, 30 for mid-level quality, and 45 for high-level quality. Current reserves: 30 million tons. 2 mysterious mines. One with a reserve of 30 million tons and another with 45 million tons. When calculated by tier, these two mines contain 75 tons of high-grade raw ore. However, most of this ore lies deep within the mines, posing the greatest challenge for extraction, requiring significant time and effort. Furthermore, the extracted raw ore must be refined to eliminate impurities before it can be utilized for forging and other purposes. Regardless of the circumstances, both mines represent an immense fortune, awaiting Ye Bai's exploration. Now, Ye Bai can proudly declare to the world, "My family possesses a mine." Indeed, they truly do. Kind-hearted souls, we meet again. Deep within the mine, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a ragged group of individuals approached Ye Bai. Their numbers had significantly increased, with 200 to 300 people visible at a glance, a dark mass converging. Clearly, many miners have been petrified by the Medusa, and now, with everything restored, they regained their mobility. It was the same middle-aged man, the leader of the miners, who bowed in reverence to Ye Bai, expressing gratitude for vanquishing that terrifying creature and all he had done. The Southern River Miners Guild pledged eternal service to him. The Southern River Miners Guild is willing to serve you for eternity, my lord. Nearly 300 miners simultaneously removed their helmets, placing them against their chests, bowing slightly, and chanting in unison. There is no need for such formality. I have merely made a modest contribution. With two colossal mines at his disposal, it was indeed the right time to employ individuals. To have a mine alone would take an eternity. The arrival of this group of miners perfectly resolved Ye Bai's pressing concerns. Although the Eternal Tower had bestowed upon him the command of the Miners Guild, Ye Bai harbored no intentions of exploiting them. Instead, he generously stated, "From now on, as long as you follow me, wages will remain the same, and all benefits will be as they were previously. 3 hearty meals a day, and after work, there will be plenty of wine and meat." After Ye Bai spoke, he noticed a look of confusion spreading across the faces of most miners, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Turning to the miner leader, Ye Bai inquired, "Did I say something wrong, my lord?" The miner leader hesitated briefly before revealing the truth. "Typically, we only eat 2 meals a day," Ye Bai replied. "From now on, it will be 3. A simple statement brought tears to the eyes of many in the Miners Guild. Thanks to the guidance of the insightful eye, Ye Bai could discern that many were experiencing a surge in their fondness for him. Of course, Ye Bai's intention in doing this was not merely to win hearts. "Tell me, what do you all lack?" These miners have been fleeing from the clutches of Medusa, and some didn't even possess decent tools. Ye Bai instructed the miner leader to compile a list of necessities. For essential supplies, he would procure them directly from the trading sanctuary. As for specialized mining equipment and apparatus, design drafts would need to be created and customized based on the specific conditions of the mine, which could be postponed for the time being. After 15 minutes, the miner leader presented a list to Ye Bai. "My lord, in addition to food and fresh water, we also require a substantial quantity of healing potions." After articulating this, the miner leader felt somewhat embarrassed. They had yet to create any value for their master, instead incurring considerable expenses. The miner leader added, "I will organize people to swiftly assess the surrounding conditions of the mine and formulate a mining plan to strive for early production." There was no rush for exploration. With the insightful eye in play, there was no need for such complicated mining endeavors. After receiving the list, Ye Bai promptly contacted the goblin subordinate using the transaction pass for the secret realm. He arranged for 500 servings of party food, clean water, and beverages. Ye Bai speculated that the outside world was likely in a festive mood, rendering his request quite reasonable. The goblin subordinate was efficient, requesting only 150 gold coins. As soon as the payment was made, Ye Bai received the delivered provisions. He entrusted the food to the mining leader, instructing, "Please organize the distribution. There is more than enough for everyone, but hold off on the drink for now." Understood. The mining leader and his team quickly got to work. If rationed carefully, the 500 servings of food could sustain 300 individuals for a week. Naturally, adhering to Ye Bai's standard of 3 meals a day would see the supplies last merely a day and a half. After a brief wait, Ye Bai messaged the goblin subordinate again. "There's a minor issue here. I need 400 low-tier healing scrolls, purchased anonymously. That will be 200 gold. You have new mail?" The healing scrolls were distributed, and once again, the mining leader expressed his gratitude. "Boss, we are merely miners. While we excel at extraction, we are somewhat inexperienced with smelting and forging." He gestured towards the powerful furnace beside the mine, adding, "If you wish to smelt the raw, or you may need to hire a specialized workforce." "Very well, I understand. Once your new hires arrive, I can send a few individuals to learn the process. It won't be long before we can manage it ourselves." Ye Bai reassured them, "For now, you all should rest. Mining is not urgent. and we have ample time ahead. Once the miners were settled, Ye Bai took a moment to assess his own situation. The mine, the miners, and the furnace represented a steady stream of wealth for him. With these resources, along with hiring additional personnel for smelting and forging, Ye Bai could craft his own equipment and items, even venturing into external sales. Money, while powerful, is not omnipotent. Lacking, it is indeed dire. Furthermore, Ye Bai's personal prowess had seen tremendous enhancement. After enduring battles in 300 mines and ultimately confronting Medusa, he soared from level 26 to level 54. He summoned his attributes. Eternal, Azura, Talent, Eye of Insight, Level 54 Class, Thunderfire Mage, Experience 1, 640, 016 2, 150, 000, Strength, 672, 100, Intelligence, 1, 469, 80, Spirit, 1, 357, 70, Agility, 634, 45, Constitution, 543, 100, Luck, 12, Equipment, Power of Nature, 2, Skills, Lightning Arrow, Thunder Blessing, Gathering Storm, Heavenly Thunder, Wind Slash, Wind Fury, Ignite, among others. Status, Affinity for Thunder, Specialization in Thunder, Fire, and Wind. His fundamental, 5-dimensional attributes had all surpassed 500. And the most crucial attributes for a mage, Intelligence and Spirit, were nearing 500. Ye Bai had finally begun to embody the essence of a true mage. Achieving over 1,000 in individual attributes is a rigid standard for assessing one's prowess as a battle general. Certainly, this is merely a singular indicator of a first-tier warrior. The assessment of a warrior predominantly hinges on their prowess and achievements. Having recently ascended to the rank of a 9th-tier combatant, Ye Bai has no immediate plans to pursue the warrior evaluation. Beyond the augmentation of attributes, Ye Bai has made 2 significant gains. This battle spanned nearly 5 hours, during which he unleashed over 10,000 bolts of lightning. Presently, the base damage of the lightning has reached an impressive 655. Even without stacking charges, a single bolt can effortlessly obliterate lower-tier warriors. Even higher-tier warriors would find themselves stripped of half their vitality. The remarkable growth potential of the lightning was well within Ye Bai's expectations. Regrettably, he had limited opportunities to unleash it. Such an intense 5-hour skirmish is a rare occurrence. In addition to the enhancement of lightning damage, the natural power has also advanced. This constitutes one of Ye Bai's more substantial gains from this endeavor. The natural power can be advanced a total of 12 times, which is precisely why Ye Bai invested heavily in its acquisition. Equipment, natural power, level 25. Tier, level. Attributes, Intelligence 80, Spirit 70. Affixes, Divine Punishment. The wielder's lightning damage is increased by 20, while lightning damage taken is reduced by 1. Shields provided by wood-based skills restore 25 health. Duality. When releasing lightning skills, there is a 5 chance to simultaneously unleash with skills, and vice versa. Thunderstorm. When releasing lightning skills, there is a 0.1 chance to deal double damage. Fearless of Authority. Inflicts an additional 10 lightning damage to enemies of a higher level than the wielder. Advancement Affix. The contest of thunder and electricity. Upon defeating a lightning-type enemy between levels 25 and 60, the natural power will advance to the next level and randomly acquire 1 skill from the wielder. Times available for advancement, 10. Times advanced, 2. It has indeed advanced to level equipment. Although it is still level, it is nonetheless genuine level equipment. The advancement potential of the natural power has exceeded Ye Bai's expectations. Previous affixes have received varying degrees of enhancement. Simultaneously, a new affix has emerged. Fearless of Authority, which allows for greater damage against foes of a higher level. This affix proves advantageous in combat. Due to Ye Bai's unique status, he frequently confronts higher-tier adversaries. With the enhancement of Fearless of Authority, the already overflowing explosive damage is further amplified. After summarizing the attributes and equipment, Ye Bai has nearly completed his personal gains from this journey. Just then, the announcement of the Eternal Tower rang out once more. The calculations are complete, and the level evaluation rewards are officially distributed. Players who have cleared the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th floors at the Shura level will receive the Eternal Tower's Human Race Reward. Miner's Conqueror. Limited time, comprehensive enhancement. All attributes of the Eternal Tower's human race increased by 30 for 24 hours. Limited time, focus defense. Damage taken by the Eternal Tower's human race reduced by 20 for 24 hours. Limited time, experience boost. The Eternal Tower's human race gains 15 experience for 12 hours. The next time the treasure chests, capsules, and jars are opened, they will be at Tier 1. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth levels of the Eternal Tower are currently resetting and will reopen in 18 hours. The Miner's Conquest and Experience Boost are new features, while the other three are more akin to standard tier ratings. Ye Bai has cleared 4 levels, and their duration has been extended to 24 hours. Ye Bai suspects that if he maintains his current efficiency, what is termed limited time may, in a sense, become permanent. Alas, being exceptionally talented sometimes presents its own challenges. The power of Miner's Conquest is comprehensible to anyone who has played the game. The inherent randomness of rewards, when forced into Tier 1, brings immense enhancements. It's akin to winning 2 yuan in the lottery, only to find that at Tier 1, you've directly won 5 yuan, an increase of more than double. Furthermore, if you initially received a thank you for playing message at Tier 1, you might win 2 yuan, multiplying your rewards exponentially. Such is the terror of it all. As for the experience boost, it is a blessing for ordinary players, easing their journey of leveling up. Regrettably, it lasts only 12 hours, equivalent to 2 days of exploration in the Eternal Tower. No matter, he can find a way to extend it within those 2 days. Ye Bai is confident. After all, it is merely a tier rating. Is it truly that difficult? He has achieved 6 ratings in 3 days. Is Ye Bai proud? Indeed, he is immensely so. Setting aside the announcement of the Eternal Tower, Ye Bai ensured that everything was in order at the mine before randomly logging out of the game. A flash of white light passed. The voice of Ing Jiao resonated, albeit somewhat subdued, yet still laced with undeniable excitement as he revealed a surprise. At 3 a.m. tonight, Xuan Ming ambushed the 4th leader of the demon sect near the abandoned factory. I personally intervened, severing the villain's head and confirming his demise. You can rest easy and focus on your studies now. After speaking, Ing Jiao fell silent, seemingly tending to his wounds. The smile on Ye Bai's face froze instantly. Before him appeared a line of notifications, deliberately bolded in black. The game link is not dead. So this is the surprise. Chapter 068, The Honorable God of War. A promise worth 1,000 gold. You will never know whether surprise or shock arrives first. The phrase link is not dead is, without a doubt, disheartening news for Ye Bai. When he relayed this information to Ing Jiao, the latter's reaction was equally intriguing. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ing Jiao, a formidable soul-based warrior himself, was certain that he had completely purified the soul of the demon sect leader, leaving no remnants behind. Ye Bai pondered carefully before articulating. Is it possible that he had preemptively segmented a portion of his soul? Upon his demise, he could utilize a prepared formation to sacrifice 3 of his warrior-level subordinates to restore his soul's integrity, thereby prolonging his life? Ing Jiao, your conjecture is rather detailed. It was as if he wanted to directly ask, were you and I witness at the scene? After a moment of silence, Ing Jiao ultimately had to concede that such a possibility did exist, and if the demon god were willing to assist, the chances of success would be significantly heightened. In matters of the soul, Ing Jiao is an expert, a paragon of martial prowess. He had not previously contemplated this aspect, primarily because the fluctuations of the opponent's soul appeared entirely normal, devoid of any signs of deficiency. Moreover, the method proposed by Ye Bai possesses theoretical viability, albeit with a significant drawback. Once the soul is restored, the essence of the original entity is irrevocably altered. It is akin to a ship whose every component has been replaced, rendering it unrecognizable. Nonetheless, even in this transformed state, he remains an exceedingly perilous adversary. The living room was suffused with an almost tangible aura of menace. Ing Jiao's next utterance nearly caused Ye Bai, who was sipping water, to choke. I shall procure the head of Xuan Ming. Ye Bai, perplexed, inquired, what does Xuan Ming have to do with the failure to eliminate Lian Can? The logic eluded him. Was Xuan Ming to be an unwarranted casualty? With unwavering conviction, Ing Jiao proclaimed, as a distinguished warrior, my word is my bond. Since I have guaranteed Xuan Ming's life, I must fulfill my promise. Ye Bai's response was rather nonchalant. Do remember to take out the trash on your way out. Are you not going to dissuade me? Ing Jiao pressed, sensing the inappropriateness of his intent. Ye Bai had no inclination to counsel him. After all, the old man was quite devious. If you manage to slay Xuan Ming today, I shall not bear the surname Bai. Little did he know that Ing Jiao's audacity exceeded his imagination. Ing Jiao continued, since you deem my actions inappropriate, I shall grant you this favor. Otherwise, young Xuan Ming shall not see the dawn of tomorrow. Ye Bai retorted, such shamelessness. I concede. Ing Jiao, you are indeed formidable. The commendation for your exceptional talent is well-deserved. We shall persist in our pursuit of Lian Can, so there is no need for undue concern. Severing the soul and subsequently mending it will significantly diminish one's power. He shall possess no more than the strength of a battle king. Besides, you have a peak Battle King bodyguard residing next door, albeit not the most astute. Ye Bai's mind raced with incredulity at the implications of Ingzio's words. Is it true that Lu Qingyan lacks intelligence? Has he suffered some hidden malady? Ingzio's demeanor grew grave. Lian has now been reborn. It is conceivable he may sever ties with his past and live incognito. Regardless of his plans, he would not find you, my young friend, so rest assured. Ye Bai rolled his eyes inwardly, pleading, please refrain from marking me as a target. Ironically, the more he expressed such sentiments, the greater the likelihood of attracting attention. During his journey, Ye Bai encountered the exuberant Zhao Lin. Big Bai, I successfully changed my class last night. I am now a Gale warrior. Excellent, that is delightful news. Ye Bai replied, noting Zhao Lin's exuberance. The loquacious Zhao Lin was overflowing with excitement, his words spilling forth without restraint. I was initially apprehensive about the third level being too challenging, fearing I might not succeed. I've heard that due to the Azura's influence, levels 3 to 6 will reset, akin to a purifying experience. The difficulty will diminish, and the foundational rewards will increase. From Zhao Lin's enthusiastic discourse, Ye Bai grasped the significance of this reset. Similar phenomena had occurred during the previous peak era, in certain exceptionally challenging special levels. When the ultimate warriors achieve 100 exploration points and complete the level with a high score, a profound transformation occurs. The difficulty diminishes, basic rewards increase, and the thresholds are lowered. However, such enhancements come at a cost, as the reward cap will experience a slight reduction. Yet, in comparison to the overall benefits gained by the human race, this adjustment is negligible. A war god level seer has predicted that following the reset of this level, the success rate for the new generation will be significantly higher, resulting in an explosive increase in the number of first-tier warriors. Zhao Lin's words brimmed with excitement. Ye Bai, do you comprehend what this signifies? We have a substantial probability of becoming warriors. That makes sense, thanks to Shura, he continued. Ye Bai, however, responded with a more subdued demeanor, lacking Zhao Lin's exuberance. Warrior? I am already a 9th-tier warrior. Any further progression entails striving for the rank of war general. Zhao Lin's reaction was even more outrageous. If Shura were to appear before me now, I would prostrate myself in homage. Ye Bai retorted, really? You claim that people from the Dragon Kingdom do not deceive one another. Do not pay respects to Shura. First, pay homage to your father. Get lost. In the suburban factory of Nanjiang City, an intense battle at the war god level transpired quietly last night, only to conclude just as silently. Xuemeng's figure reemerged on the battlefield, his brow furrowed. Is this fellow akin to a cockroach? How is he still alive? Many individuals on site were fiddling with instruments, setting up magic arrays, attempting to uncover the opponent's true whereabouts from scant traces. Yet, it was a formidable challenge. This individual had vanished without a trace. Although his strength had waned, he had become even more perilous. 80 kilometers away from the abandoned factory, in a mid-range apartment in the city center, a young man with black hair lounged on a sofa, swirling a glass of red wine as he gazed through the floor-to-ceiling window at the outside world. His expression was cold and detached, starkly contrasting with the celebratory atmosphere, a smirk lingering on his lips. 3 war kings had expended 2 blessings from the demon god, ultimately securing this rebirth. That fool Xuemeng probably believes I am truly dead. As for that old fellow Shadow, he may deceive him momentarily, but he will soon realize the truth. The young man resolved to make his way to the abyssal plane as a precaution. He reminded himself that he was only temporarily safe and would inevitably be pursued. Suddenly, a voice, ethereal and elusive, echoed in the young man's ear. Do not forget our agreement. The young man's expression darkened, and he replied, I shall fulfill my promise. I will seek vengeance on the lone wolf who killed my son. After uttering this, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Why did the 4th demon god specifically demand the death of a war king-level lone wolf? Was this a reflection of moral decay or a distortion of demonic essence? Regardless, for the sake of this rebirth, he had struck a deal with the 4th demon god, stipulating that he must eliminate the latter to escape to the abyssal plane. Upon his arrival in the abyssal plane, the 4th demon god would aid him in reclaiming his status as a war god. Thus, these ancient grievances, following the demise of the 4th demon sect's leader, should fade into oblivion. As he spoke, the young man with ebony hair rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, sunlight cascading upon his face, leaving traces of shadow. Presently, I am a promising young teacher at Nanjing No. 2 High School, brimming with potential and a future replete with possibilities, having long prepared a backup identity for myself. Let me peruse the recent work plan. Being assigned as a teaching assistant at the summer camp in Nanjing City is quite advantageous, Amidst these youthful rascals, no one can pose a threat to me. And it even offers a chance to escape to the abyssal realm. The black-haired youth drained his glass of red wine, his lips curling into an exaggerated grin. Lady Luck has finally smiled upon me. Chapter 69. The special training roster for the summer camp. Nanjing No. 3 High School, Activity Hall. This venue typically hosts various school-wide meetings, New Year's galas, and serves as a site for both the entrance and graduation ceremonies, capable of accommodating thousands. The hall now hosts a mere 20 students, scattered in small clusters, quietly conversing as they await the commencement of the meeting. Ye Bai and Zhao Lin are among them, seated in the last row of the bleachers. Ye Bai, have you heard? This time, the roster of 20 is not arranged by grades, as it usually is. Instead, it's sorted by the initials of the names. Oh, Ye Bai feigned curiosity. What difference does that make? There are some unfavorable rumors circulating outside. Zhao Lin hesitated before divulging. It said that Vice Principal Zhang helped you cheat to defeat Jiang Yun, and there is still controversy surrounding the outcome of that match. Hence, the rankings are not publicly announced for now. Upon finishing, Zhao Lin promptly patted Ye Bai's shoulder. I know you well enough. If you had such intentions, you could win even without anyone's assistance. You could easily cheat on your own. I have complete faith in you. Ye Bai felt a twinge of discomfort at Zhao Lin's words. Cheating on one's own still constitutes cheating, does it not? Nevertheless, this little farce was but a ripple in Ye Bai's life. Currently, as the group had yet to embark on the summer camp training, he could not afford to reveal his substantial prowess. The blame for prior incidents had solely rested on Zhao Lin's shoulders. Observing Zhao Lin's slight build, it was apparent he could not bear the weight of such accusations for long. Once the summer camp commenced, Ye Bai could attribute his newfound strength to the intensive training. Is that reasonable? Quite so. As the students gathered and the school officials arrived, a teacher promptly began to organize the proceedings. Students, please move forward. There are plenty of empty seats in front. Why remain seated at the back? Let us get moving. Those in the last row, come to the front. Ye Bai and Zhao Lin, along with the other 20 students, were rearranged into the front 2 rows, awaiting the leader's address. Vice Principal Zhang hurriedly arrived at the podium. Breathless, Principal Jiang Yun refuses to come, no matter how much we persuade him. We cannot let his absence delay the entire summer camp training. This is Jiang Yun's own decision. He is an adult and must take responsibility for himself, the principal replied, stepping up to the podium to commence his speech. Dull and monotonous speeches, even when imbued with the intent to encourage and educate, invariably induce a sense of drowsiness. That is all I wish to convey. The students in the front row may awaken now. The principal's jest elicited laughter from many, alleviating the previously somber atmosphere. Vice Principal Zhang, also the Director of Education, stepped forward, microphone in hand, proclaiming, as the principal previously mentioned, there will be no classes at school for the time being. The summer camp operates under a semi-closed management system, employing a one-on-one training model with an elimination process. The weight of the words elimination process was emphasized by Vice Principal Zhang, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over 3 individuals, Ye Bai, Zhao Lin, and Lu Sueki. Among the summer camp roster, this trio represented the weakest link, with 2 possessing mediocre talent and 1 with merely subpar abilities. They had effectively secured the first slots for elimination. In truth, even before Zhao Lin and the others had crossed the threshold of the summer camp, one foot was already teetering on the brink of expulsion. This perspective was shared not only by Vice Principal Zhang, but echoed among their peers, who turned their attention toward the trio upon hearing the term elimination. The sensation of having someone else be at the bottom of the hierarchy was rather appealing. Vice Principal Zhang continued, listen carefully. Just because you have entered the summer camp does not mean you can rest easy. At the end of each week, the lowest performers will engage in combat with a new batch of incoming students, the losers facing elimination. The summer camp will continually welcome newcomers while simultaneously weeding out older participants. Keep your wits about you. The resources invested in this summer camp far exceed your imagination. If you perform well, you may gain admission to top-tier universities and even have the opportunity to study alongside the formidable Shura. At the mention of the word Shura, a palpable tension filled the air as everyone held their breath. Hope radiated from the youthful faces, igniting dreams of becoming classmates with the future supreme being, Shura. The prospect of enjoying the benefits of this era of excellence and advancing further was exhilarating. Ye Bai bashfully touched his nose, inwardly pondering, am I truly this popular? Yet, he faced a rather awkward predicament. You are already classmates with Shura. After painting such an enticing picture, Vice Principal Zhang did not forget to offer encouragement, stating, this special training will also involve the teachers and students from Nanjing No. 2 High School. Last year's top scorer in the college entrance examination hailed from No. 2 high school. This year, let us exert ourselves to redeem our past failures. Meeting adjourned. As the sparse applause echoed, the 2146 summer camp expedition ceremony of Nanjing No. 3 high school concluded successfully. On the way home to gather his belongings, Zhao Lin remarked conspiratorially to Bai, I just learned that this time there are actually 21 slots on the list. An extra slot? Ye Bai quickly grasped the implication. Are you referring to Jiang Yin? During the combat test, Jiang Yin had conceded defeat in 2 rounds and was subsequently bested by Ye Bai, resulting in 3 consecutive losses, thereby disqualifying him from the summer camp. Yes, according to the summer camp's regulations, those with mediocre talent can gain entry without testing, Zhao Lin lamented. Yet, Jiang Yun voluntarily relinquished this slot, insisting he would not attend. One is likely to await the opportunity of the second batch, coming to the summer camp only after emerging victorious in a combat test, which means a week's delay. Oh, how intriguing. Jiang Yun's voluntary relinquishment of the chance to attend the summer camp was something Ye Bai had not anticipated. This lad possesses a remarkable tenacity, unwilling to concede defeat. However, is it really so humiliating to lose to oneself? If he were to reveal to Jiang Yun the truth, that he was bested by the Azura, perhaps the young man would take pride in it. It seems that he has even transferred classes, as he was absent from school this morning. I just checked, and his desk has already been moved. Jiang Yun's topic was merely a fleeting interlude. Just as I was about to step outside, I fortuitously crossed paths with teacher Lu from next door, who was opening the door. What a coincidence. Lu Qingyin's eyes sparkled with a smile. Having observed for the past few days, he quite fancied this little fox. Are you embarking on a journey? Lu Qingyin inquired, noting the bulging backpack Ye Bai was carrying, evidently filled with numerous belongings. Ye Bai's final remark was heartfelt. Having a peak battle king residing next door certainly brings a sense of security. Although he may not be the sharpest tool in the shed when it comes to fighting, those who are less cerebral often prove to be the most formidable. In our day, we certainly didn't have such enviable conditions. No matter, fate will bring us together again. Go forth, young man. I have great faith in you. Special training at the summer camp? How fascinating. With that, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. It's me, Lu Qingyin. The person on the other end appeared quite anxious. A call from a peak battle king was not something even the head of Nanjing City would dare to offend. For this summer camp training in Nanjing City, I wish to participate under a low-profile identity. Who said I must remain beside Lu Sweki? Arrange for me to be next to Ye Bai, a senior in class 2 at Nanjing 3rd High School. Remember this name. After hanging up, Lu Qingyin rubbed his temples, his brow furrowed. Recently, he had been experiencing inexplicable headaches. Strange, could this be a sign of an impending breakthrough to becoming a war god? He had never heard of such a thing. Never mind. I shall ponder it after the summer camp training concludes. Lu Qingyin shook his head, and the pain subsided. He felt that it was nothing serious. Chapter 070. The car doors have been welded shut. No one is allowed to disembark. Nanjing 3rd High School, Activity Hall. Outside the hall, a parking lot accommodated 4 or 5 military buses, painted in camouflage, their robust bodies presumably crafted from reinforced steel, adorned with intricate formations. To buy quickly. Help me take a picture with the bus. Zhao Lin, encountering such a formidable bus for the first time, was utterly impressed, embodying the essence of a rogue. Naturally, to outsiders, both Ye Bai and Zhao Lin appear to be mere rascals. Their participation in the summer camp was likely to be a week-long excursion, akin to autumn crabs taking a refreshing dip in Qingyang Lake. Classmate, these vehicles belong to the City Defense Department, and photography is prohibited. Before Zhao Lin could pose, a man clad in a black cloak kindly reminded him. Oh, my apologies. Zhao Lin couldn't help but steal another glance at the imposing bus, which exuded a reassuring aura. Dabai, do you think this grand display is necessary? They must be wary of those from the demonic sect, fearing a surprise attack. Surely not. We merely possess talent. Zhao Lin remarked with a wry smile. If they were to deploy battle generals to eliminate us, it would seem we would still come out ahead. This journey to the summer camp is undoubtedly well guarded, with an overwhelming display of formidable strength on paper. Not only do we have the elite from Nanjing No. 3 High School, but we have also summoned numerous personnel from the city defense forces. Even 2 battle kings have been dispatched to ensure the safety of these younger generations. Upon arriving at the summer camp, these 2 battle kings will remain stationed there to guard against enemy incursions. As for the clandestine forces providing protection, no one can ascertain their true number. Should the followers of the demon sect dare to strike, their fate awaits them. Only death. In other words, the followers of the demon sect, driven by a resolve to perish, would dare to ambush the convoy. Following their instructor's guidance, the The two boarded one of the large buses. The 20 individuals were dispersed across 5 buses to avoid being taken out in one fell swoop. Once aboard, the doors of the bus immediately shut and were secured, the sound of welding echoing ominously. The doors had been sealed shut, preventing anyone from disembarking. Was this truly necessary? Zhao Lin began to realize that the situation was far from straightforward. The doors, being the more vulnerable part of the vehicle, had been welded shut to enhance security, a method of precaution. The question lingered. Was the environment in which Ye Bai and others found themselves truly that perilous? Ye Bai, Zhao Lin, and Lu Sueki were all present. A middle-aged man holding a list glanced at the three and stated, "We have received intelligence that the 3rd and 6th demon sects are preparing to launch a joint ambush on the convoy, with potential Battle Kings stationed among them. Fasten your seatbelts. We are about to depart." With that, the man turned away and walked forward, not sparing another glance at the trio. Zhao Lin quietly muttered, "What a waste for a large bus to carry so few people. If it were just the 3 of them, they could have easily taken a compact car." This was no ordinary bus. It was a latest model city defense battle vehicle, an experimental version not yet put into mass production. Zhao Lin then noticed a stranger seated next to Lu Sueki, clad in mechanical attire, possessing a delicate appearance and a gentle smile, her dimples particularly charming. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhuo Lingxia. You may call me Lingxia. I am a sophomore in the mechanical engineering department at Imperial University." Zhuo Lingxia looked at the two and offered a friendly gesture. "Ye Bai, Zhao Lin, greetings, senior." After their introductions, Zhuo Lingxia continued, "This battle vehicle is designed by my professor, and I am responsible for the debugging of this transport mission." As the conversation shifted to the battle vehicle, her enthusiasm became evident. The armor material can withstand attacks from 9th-tier battle generals, and when the protective array is activated, it can endure a full force strike from a Battle King. Should the vehicle detect catastrophic damage, the random teleportation array installed beneath the seats will automatically activate, transporting passengers to safety as best as possible. Hearing this, Ye Bai inquired, given that such a high-spec battle vehicle has been deployed, it suggests that the ambushing enemies are formidable. Why not utilize the teleportation array directly to transport us? Compared to the vehicle, the teleportation array is evidently a safer, more reliable option. The teleportation array leaves spatial traces, making it easy for others to trace the location of the summer camp. This summer camp is not solely organized by Nanjing City, but rather brings together 12 cities from the southeastern region, comprising a total of 31 high schools with gifted students, among whom there are no fewer than 10 individuals of exceptional talent. Ye Bai once again gazed out of the window, only to find that iron plates had descended, obscuring his view. X-ray function is being activated. Adolescent mode initiated. No shivering allowed. Ye Bai was tempted to inquire if there was a young adult mode, as he felt that would suit him better. The scenery outside reappeared in Ye Bai's line of sight. In addition to its formidable defensive capabilities, the battle vehicle also possesses impressive offensive firepower, which, when paired with specific operators, can effortlessly counterattack from the demonic cult squad. The historical best record boasts a single battle vehicle and 2 operators who eliminated 12 war generals and thousands of soldiers. As Ye Bai and his companions listened to the introduction from the beautiful senior, the bus they were in began to move slowly. When in airborne mode, the battle vehicle can reach speeds of up to 380 kilometers per hour and, upon activating flight mode, can perform small-scale spatial leaps. Hearing about these powerful functions, Zhao Lin could not help but ask Senior Lingxia, if the battle vehicle is so powerful, why don't we use it in the Abyss Realm? Xiao, you must not have been to the front lines, have you? We have many mechanics assisting in fortifying our defenses, and there are countless weapons and devices even more formidable than this. Left Lingxia, unfazed, continued. However, cost is a significant issue. The machinery created by mechanics not only consumes their own resources, but also requires special minerals to operate. The more powerful the machinery, the more precious the minerals consumed. The most elite minerals can only be mined in the Abyss Realm, and it is rumored that the Eternal Tower harbors mysterious mineral pits. Without high-quality minerals, mechanical devices can only unleash a fraction of their potential. Yet high-quality minerals are exceedingly rare, so we must conserve them and only utilize them in critical components. When discussing the mysterious mineral pits, Left Lingxia's eyes visibly sparkled with excitement. "My greatest wish is to discover a mysterious mineral pit. If that happens, my seniors." Upon hearing this, Ye Bai could not help but cast a glance at Left Lingxia. Mysterious mineral pits? I have too. Am I flaunting? From Left Lingxia's tone, it seems the value of these mysterious mineral pits exceeds my expectations. Feigning interest in the topic, Ye Bai inquired further, what constitutes high-quality minerals. In the classification assessment of the Eternal Tower, minerals of level and above are considered high quality. Classmate Ye. After all, the combination on this battle vehicle has already spread even before arriving at the special training summer camp. Unintentionally, the three of them had become notable figures. Thank you, Senior. Ye Bai suppressed his desire to continue questioning, committing these matters to memory, intending to ask Xuan Meng at the Wolf's Nest when the opportunity arose. Level minerals are deemed high-quality minerals. If Ye Bai remembered correctly, the worst minerals in the mysterious mineral pit are level. This means that the 75 million tons of minerals in Ye Bai's possession far exceed his expectations in value. Amidst the casual banter of a few individuals, the bus accelerated steadily, venturing onto a road that could not be found on any map. A sudden jolt shook the vehicle, prompting Zhuo Lingxia to produce a tablet. Her fingers dancing over the screen as it displayed various data concerning the combat vehicle. Senior, what has happened? Inquired a voice. Nothing of consequence. We were merely struck by a rocket, causing slight damage to the exterior. I have dispatched a squad of nanobots for repairs and am currently locking onto the enemy's position, readying a drone strike on the target. All set. With that, Zhuo Lingxia stowed her tablet and, in a moment of light-hearted conversation, annihilated a small squad of cultists. She turned to Zhao Lin, who was left in a state of astonishment. What were we discussing? Zhao Lin replied. The summer camp convoy from Nanjing No. 2 High School. Just like Nanjing No. 3 High School, the students from Nanjing No. 2 are under the highest level of escort, prepared to avert any unforeseen incidents. These prodigious talents have been selected from high school. If they were to be ambushed by the cultists, it would be a monumental embarrassment. Teacher Xiao, hurry and board the bus. We are about to depart. From a short distance away, a calm young teacher with black hair approached leisurely. Here he comes. Teacher Xiao boarded the bus, and the doors were sealed shut from the outside. Someone was assigned to brief him on the situation. A surprise attack from the 3rd and 6th cults? Teacher Xiao gritted his teeth as he scrutinized the information in his hands, seething. These cultists deserve to perish. Their souls should be torn asunder and purified, their bodies ground to dust, leaving not a trace behind. It would be best if his son, who has also defected to the cult, were struck down by lightning before his very eyes. Even after expressing his ire, Teacher Xiao felt unsatisfied and added, those who turn to the demon god are no good. His words bore a weighty resonance, as if he had experienced such sentiments firsthand. Old Xiao, your words are a bit extreme. We still have students present, a colleague whispered, shifting the tone of the conversation. However, I must agree with you. Those cultists deserve to die. His colleague was acutely aware of the recent grim news that had surfaced. The blood-soaked enmity was sufficient to drive anyone to madness. Teacher Xiao's hatred for the cultists was profound and justified. His earlier exclamations were understood as mere venting. Nodding in agreement, Teacher Xiao remarked, once this summer camp training concludes, I plan to resign and enlist to combat enemies in the Abyssal Realm. Didn't you see the training schedule? His colleague asked, astonished. From the 2nd week onward, there are already plans for battles in the Abyssal Realm. If you wish to lead a team, I can assist you with the registration. Is that so? I would like to sign up. Teacher Xiao's words brimmed with uncontainable excitement. I can hardly wait to charge into the Abyssal Realm. In a corner unnoticed, a subtle smile of triumph crept across Teacher Xiao's lips. Fortune, indeed, had not disappointed him. Chapter 071. Drawing a lucky one to take the blame. Nanjing No. 3 High School. Summer Camp Convoy. City Defense Combat Vehicle. Everyone have a bite to eat. We will arrive in an hour, Zhuo Lingxia declared, producing 4 portions of combat rations to distribute among the 3 individuals. Upon tearing open the seal, an enchanting fragrance instantly permeated the entire compartment, utterly irresistible. How delightful! Zhao Lin's eyes sparkled. He had chosen a culinary profession as a secondary vocation. He pondered that even if he could not become a warrior, he would still possess a valuable skill. The food before them had been meticulously cultivated in the laboratory, utilizing various seeds from the Eternal Tower combined with specialties from plant-related professions. Luo Lingxia raised the bag in his hand, explaining that what they held were merely ordinary rations, scarcely different from regular food. However, if it were the rations designated for warriors, consuming them would allow one to forego sustenance for 3 days and significantly enhance wound healing capabilities. Wow, how astonishing! As several of them engaged in casual conversation, Ye Bai tilted his head, gazing out the window, his view obstructed by the iron panel. Throughout the journey, Ye Bai had maintained this posture, seldom interjecting. In youth mode, he was acutely aware of the circumstances outside. His expression remained impassive as he mused inwardly. They had encountered numerous attacks along the way, yet had navigated through without peril, relying solely on the armored vehicle. How peculiar! Weren't there reports of an ambush by a warlord? Where could it be? Ye Bai was persistently searching for the warlord who lay in wait. Since the city defense department had received intelligence, it was certainly not unfounded. Moreover, once these prodigies entered the special training camp, the level of defense there would far surpass that of the armored vehicles. It was said that even a war god presided over it. The longer they delayed, the slimmer the chances of a successful ambush became. If the cultists wished to strike these prodigies, this was their last opportunity. Such composure they exhibited. 217 kilometers southeast of the current trajectory. Two warlords await their demise. Please select a clearing method. Thunderbolt, Shadow 9, Lu Qingye. Here they come. Contrary to Ye Bai's expectations, the ambush was not orchestrated by a single warlord, but rather by two. They certainly held us in high regard. Ye Bai calculated in his mind that if both warlords were to launch a simultaneous assault, concentrating their efforts on one or two armored vehicles, they could inflict devastating losses upon the convoy. After a successful strike, the warlords could easily withdraw and blend into the crowd once more. It was imperative to strike first. Ye Bai prepared to summon assistance. Engaging directly? It was utterly impossible to confront a warlord. He would never take such action himself. Only by rallying others could he hope to navigate through this predicament, setting aside the risk of exposing his identity. Even with his full potential amassed and bolstered by the blessing of thunder, he would only possess mere seconds of peak output capability. Has Old Lu arrived as well? After some contemplation, Ye Bai dismissed the idea of contacting Lu Qingye. Firstly, it would be difficult to reach out to him. Secondly, considering Lu Qingye's lack of acumen, there was a risk that he might recklessly charge forward and be overwhelmed in a 2-on-1 scenario, leading to an embarrassing outcome. After much deliberation, Ye Bai settled on summoning Shadow 9. He retrieved his phone and typed a message on the screen. There is a warlord ambush. The voice of Shadow 9 echoed in Ye Bai's ear, stating, I cannot intervene. According to the internal regulations of the Shadows, as long as the warlord-level adversary does not pose a lethal threat to Ye Bai, Shadow 9 is prohibited from acting. Ye Bai deleted the message and retyped. Ye Bai, what if it's a game of connect the dots? Ingjiu, the rules of Shadows are absolute. This old man is so rigid. Show that shamelessness of yours. Ye Bai pondered for a moment before typing another line. I possess a message board with 100 squares of information. Ingjiu, it contains the dark history of that individual. Ye Bai decided to risk it all. If this did not sway Ingjiu, he would have to resort to other means to persuade him. That individual, even without Ye Bai uttering a name, Ingjiu knew precisely who it was. The Supreme Being, Nightmare. Among the three Supreme Beings, Wuhan is too aloof and Xiaoyao too enigmatic. As for Nightmare, Nightmare is simply disgraceful. Ingjiu could relate deeply to this. This person was notoriously wicked and might even disguise themselves as a war king to strike. To ensure absolute certainty, I must personally investigate. Ingjiu declared with righteous indignation. I shall borrow the forbidden spell axis. Ye Bai nodded slightly, as the forbidden spell axis was drawn from his grasp, causing the shadows beneath him to quiver slightly. Allowing Ingjiu to confront the ambushing war king was a decision Ye Bai made after thorough contemplation. Firstly, Ye Bai had meticulously surveyed the surrounding environment, confirming that no war kings or higher entities lay in ambush. Secondly, Ye Bai had stacked up 30 layers of power, fully primed for battle, ensuring that an ordinary war king would have no chance of overcoming him in a short span. Finally, Ye Bai's gaze descended, resting upon the shadow of Lu Sweki. In his line of sight, a little girl with dark circles under her eyes was incessantly yawning, concealed within Lu Sweki's shadow. Ingjiu. After becoming a lone wolf, Lu Sweki had also been assigned a shadow. Ye Bai had not anticipated that a war god would be covertly guarding Lu Sweki. One of the minimum standards for shadow level is having the power of a war god. Ingjiu, though perhaps the weakest of the shadow level, was still a war god. This way, even if Ingjiu temporarily withdrew, a war god would remain as a guardian near Ye Bai. Ye Bai had always excelled at ensuring his own safety. On the highway, a convoy rushed past. Two war kings of the demonic cult lay dormant beneath the ground like hibernating turtles, their auras suppressed to the utmost degree. Only in this manner could they evade various searches and deceive the heavens. When the convoy drew near, they would strike. The highway trembled slightly as one war king's eyelids twitched, lifting his thin eyelids to reveal a gaze filled with murderous intent. It was time to act. The killing aura underground had grown thick enough to be nearly tangible, and the temperature in the darkness had dropped significantly. He was pleased with his partner's reaction, foreseeing a substantial yield from this ambush. With this thought, the war king from the third demonic cult turned to look at his companion. Huh, where's my partner? Are you looking for this? An old, hunched figure appeared, holding a bloodied head, with dark mist swirling around him. I conducted a search. He isn't Lian Can, are you? The old man's voice was gravelly and unpleasant. Even a war king of the demonic cult, just awakened to behold this grim scene, was momentarily taken aback. What is Lian Can? I do not comprehend what you are saying. Who are you? Stay away from me, he exclaimed, attempting to flee. This cursed place was one he could not bear to linger in for even a moment longer. Be obedient, came the ominous reply. The dark mist surged forth, engulfing the warrior entirely, silencing his screams and all else. Moments later, the mist receded. This was no mere game of matching pairs. Jiu gazed upon the two lifeless bodies before him, realizing he needed someone to take the fall. With that thought, he produced the forbidden spell scroll, unleashing the incantation inscribed upon it, burning silence of the four seas. Terrifying flames consumed the corpses, releasing a formidable force that radiated outward. One could only wonder which unfortunate soul would be the next victim. I shall seal your memories for a time and grant you the merits of these two warriors. Such a deal is indeed advantageous. Jiu waited patiently, knowing that a warrior would soon come to investigate the situation. In the summer camp convoy, the instant burning silence of the four seas manifested. Alarms blared across all war chariots. A warrior-level presence had made its move. It was an enemy, not a friend. Zhua Lingxia's expression shifted dramatically as his fingers flew over the control panel, inputting a flurry of commands. Brace yourselves, we are accelerating. The steel plates encasing the chariot shed their unnecessary weight, engines roaring to full power, even overclocking. Boom! The chariot lunged forward, its speed more than doubling, even puncturing through space itself. Inside, several individuals felt the overwhelming force. Zhao Lin's complexion paled slightly as the powerful thrust pinned him firmly against the seat. Lu Sueki fared better, though the impending threat of a warrior-level enemy still sent a shiver down her spine. Only Ye Bai remained relatively composed, even taking a moment to gaze out the window. Jiu had succeeded. Oh, what business does old Lu have in this commotion? Through Ye Bai's view, a streak of fiery light surged toward Jiu. It was Lu Qingyan. Following the predetermined plan, the entire convoy surged forward at full speed. At the moment the alarm sounded, the driver's headsets crackled with the commanding roar of an elder. Lier, prepare to engage the enemy. The elder's presence instilled a sense of reassurance among all the guards. Unexpectedly, it turned out he was covertly safeguarding them. The peak warrior, Lu Qingyan, the foremost warrior of Nanjing City, was indeed a top-tier presence even in the southeastern region. With him present, there would be no unforeseen mishaps. Lu Qingyan, closer to the target, charged ahead. Is this the burning silence of the four seas? He mused, his body enveloped in azure flames, alertly scanning the scene. The power of the attack he sensed was only slightly inferior to that of the elder, showcasing the prowess of a fire-element warrior. Lu Qingyan's fighting spirit surged as he sought the enemy's tracks. He found no foe, only the charred remains of two bodies and a swirling mass of black mist. Lord Jiu, it has been 30 years. Yet your presence feels so familiar, as if I have seen you often in dreams. Lu Qingyan exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy flooding over him. If Lord Jiu was involved, the convoy was undoubtedly secure. However, a multitude of questions plagued him. Why is Lord Jiu here? Which genius is he guarding? Lu Qingyan pondered, overwhelmed by queries. Lord Jiu, what exactly transpired here? A sigh emanated from the black mist, devoid of unnecessary words. Little Lu, let us proceed with the protocol. What protocol? A dark mist enveloped the surroundings, and Lu Qingyan succumbed to unconsciousness. 30 seconds later, Lier arrived at the battlefield. Old Lu, speak up. Upon his arrival, he was met with a scene of utter devastation, bearing the unmistakable signs of the formidable, burning silence across the seas. Had old Lu dispatched the enemies so swiftly? Lu Qingyan gasped in pain, regaining consciousness to see Lier and the chaotic scene before him. Familiar mimeti city forth. He had incinerated two thieves who had underestimated his speed in closing the distance. Lu Qingyan briefly recounted the battle's events. Old Lu, that was impressive. You even managed to slay two. As Lier uttered the word two, Lu Qingyan, astonished, inquired, how did you know my granddaughter's talent has awakened for the second time? Lier retorted, enough already. This old rascal has recounted his granddaughter's second awakening ad nauseum. Now, the Battle King Qingyan's opening line is, have you heard the tale of my granddaughter's second awakening? The battlefield bore no signs of trouble, and indeed, it was evident that Lu Qingyan had been the one to act. Lier surveyed the area one last time and casually asked, Old Lu, you aren't injured, are you? Injured? Lu Qingyan scoffed. I'm brimming with vitality. How could I possibly be hurt? Suddenly, his expression froze as a thought struck him, and he quickly raised his head to clutch his forehead. Oh, don't mention it. My head is throbbing a bit. The enemy might be of the soul type. They are quite cunning. Lier, you must testify for me. This counts as a work-related injury. Lier, Chapter 072. I guard the mountains with flesh and blood. Yet even in death, the souls remain unsettled. In the summer camp convoy of South Jiang, No. 3 High School, the speed of the armored vehicles surged to its utmost upon the emergence of suspected battle king-level adversary. Initially, all was well, and under the deft control of Zhuo Lingxia, the vehicles progressed smoothly. However, after a few minutes of high-speed travel, the front of the vehicle began to emit black smoke. Senior, it's smoking. Zhao Lin grasped the overhead handle, his face reflecting a hint of fear as he gazed forward. Don't panic. Zhuo Lingxia responded with remarkable composure. It's nothing serious. Remain calm. The black smoke thickened, permeating every inch of space, a noxious odor assailing their senses. Windshield. Ye Bai raised his hand, conjuring an invisible barrier of wind to shield them from the encroaching smoke. Zhuo Lingxia cast a surprised glance at Ye Bai, casually remarking, without incantation or staff, your affinity for wind is undoubtedly remarkable. With that, Zhuo Lingxia redirected her focus to repairs, dispatching squads of nanobots to assess the engine's condition. Good news. The engine is only half damaged. Zhao Lin exclaimed. What sort of good news is that? I mentioned before, this is an experimental version. Encountering a few mishaps is to be expected. Before Zhuo Lingxia could finish, a series of explosions erupted from the front. What now? The engine is completely wrecked, but it's not a major issue. As she spoke, a toolbox appeared in Zhuo Lingxia's hands, and she began assembling a peculiar device. In no time, she distributed 3 assembled spheres to Ye Bai and the others, instructing, with the engine disabled, the random teleportation array beneath your seats will activate according to the predetermined protocol. The spherical object possesses the capability to withstand an immense damage threshold surpassing 10 million. You are equipped for self-defense. Time is of the essence, and thus, we can only accomplish so much. As the words of Zhuo Lingxia faded, the teleportation array beneath the seats of the 3 individuals was activated. A flash of white light enveloped them, and they vanished from sight. Zhuo Lingxia, however, remained composed, her demeanor unruffled. How did the 3 of them perform? The engine of the bus remained intact, and the entire war vehicle continued its rapid advance. As for the black smoke witnessed by Ye Bai and his companions, it was merely a product of specially designed smoke bombs. Even the bumps and the sounds of explosions were simulated. The final teleportation was, indeed, a part of the plan. Clearly, Ye Bai and his group had unwittingly entered a drill, intended to observe the students' authentic reactions in perilous situations, thereby enhancing understanding of their capabilities. Zhuo Lingxia pondered thoughtfully. Zhao Lin exhibited a rather impulsive temperament, lacking patience. Perhaps due to his relatively modest talent, his desire for enhancement was not particularly fervent, though he possessed ambition and his own ideas. Lu Sueki maintained a serene silence throughout the journey, swiftly regaining her composure even when faced with danger. At this juncture, Zhuo Lingxia paused momentarily. When the alarm for the War King's attack was triggered, she specifically glanced at Ye Bai. The manner in which she observed suggested that, should an unfortunate event transpire, she might instinctively position herself in front of him. Moreover, the canary perched upon her shoulder exuded an air of potential peril. It could possibly be a juvenile pet of the War King level, perhaps a gift from the Qingyan War King. The middle-aged man shook his head, clarifying that the summoned beast was Lu Sueki, as own. Her talent had undergone a second awakening, reaching a remarkable level. What? Such information was not documented in her records. Zhuo Lingxia expressed mild astonishment, realizing that Lu Sueki had concealed her true potential so deeply. Her genuine records were encrypted at a high level, beyond the reach of your clearance. Then why disclose this to me? Zhuo Lingxia found it perplexing. Such secrets ought to remain hidden, should they not? Fortuitously, thanks to her grandfather, the entire world of War Kings was now aware of Lu Sueki's second awakening of talent. The middle-aged man snorted dismissively, questioning the significance of it all. My grandson Wang Zhang's first awakening was at a high level. Did I flaunt around like Lu Qingyan? Zhuo Lingxia retorted. You old fellows ought to know when to stop. As if everyone else lacked high-level talent. The middle-aged man accompanying them, who had kept a low profile, was indeed a War King. Well, you still have one crucial individual left to evaluate. What is your perspective on Ye Bai? I must remind you, Lu Qingyan holds Ye Bai in high regard. Based on my understanding of that old coot, he likely believes that Ye Bai's future accomplishments may surpass those of Lu Sueki, a high-level talent eclipsing another of the same. Could it be that Ye Bai has also undergone a second awakening? Not everyone possesses the capability for a second awakening. Even if Ye Bai were to identify Zhao Lin's potential, he would be unable to facilitate his second awakening. Zhuo Lingxie contemplated for a moment before shaking her head. I cannot comprehend Ye Bai. He seems indifferent to everything, displaying no signs of panic when faced with danger. The time has been too brief for me to discern anything. He remains an enigma that eludes resolution. If it were merely this, Lu Qingyan would not hold him in such esteem. The middle-aged man projected 3 images, revealing the trio of gifted individuals. It was of no concern. The exercise had merely commenced, allowing ample time for observation. Was it perhaps excessive? Zhuo Lingxie glanced at the projection with a hint of sympathy. The 3 were transported to a desolate wilderness, separated by several kilometers, surrounded by treacherous terrain and potential unknown dangers. In previous summer camps, even during drills, such extremes were unheard of. If they could not overcome these modest challenges, it would be futile to squander resources on specialized training. The middle-aged man's expression was as cold as frost, his gaze fixed sternly upon the trio. From a moment they boarded the bus, their specialized training had commenced. At this juncture, his tones softened somewhat. Lingxie, you two once participated in summer camp training and engaged in similar drills. Your future achievements will undoubtedly reach the level of a battle king. Regardless of the heights you attain, I hope you never forget the first lesson imparted by that exercise. Zhuo Lingxie straightened, her demeanor grave, and replied earnestly, Lingxie will not forget. The first lesson is one that all must endure, and it is indelibly etched in memory. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared on a hillside. Ye Bai materialized, standing upon the slope. You have been transported to a battlefield relic. This is the safest location on the entire planet, devoid of any threats. A battlefield relic. Safe? Ye Bai casually activated the device, gifted by Zhuo Lingxie, erecting a protective shield. If he recalled correctly, they were indeed conducting a drill. The black smoke was meant to obscure their vision, yet it could not hinder the eye of insight. Ye Bai was merely playing along with Zhuo Lingxie and the others. Safety, he mused. If this were a drill, the earlier transportation process must have been a baiting tactic. With the human front lines under pressure and cultists causing turmoil from the rear, luring some individuals out for elimination would alleviate the burdens faced by humanity. However, what should he do now? Ye Bai surveyed his surroundings, detecting no immediate danger. The hillside, ensconced by a forest, was lush with greenery, presenting a remarkably pristine environment devoid of pollution. Since this was a drill, there should be tasks assigned. To stand high is to see far. Enacting a feigned agility spell, Ye Bai attempted to scale a tree. With his agility, he could easily leap to the top. Once atop the tree, the obstruction of branches was removed, and his vision expanded dramatically. In the distance, a slender, towering structure loomed, capturing Ye Bai's attention. Ye Bai's expression shifted to one of shock as realization dawned upon him. The Eternal Tower, the site of the summer camp training, was, astonishingly, in proximity to the Eternal Tower. Just as Ye Bai uncovered this truth, the sphere in his arms began to levitate autonomously, emitting a mechanical voice. Attention, all students participating in the summer camp training. Please take note. A broadcast echoed through the air. Please arrive at the designated location by 9 p.m. tonight for registration. Failure to do so will be considered a forfeiture. After forfeiting, one cannot re-enter the summer camp training list for 3 weeks. Attention, during the exercise, there may be mechanical assaults. If defeated, one must remain stationary for 15 minutes. The announcement repeated several times before finally fading into silence. Before Ye Bai, a new image materialized on the spherical device. 6 o'clock direction. Distance, 18,065 kilometers. Time, 5:24 p.m. Countdown, 3 hours, 35 minutes, and 46 seconds. Let's begin. Advancing towards the 6 o'clock direction, Ye Bai occasionally glanced around, surveying his surroundings. He seemed to grasp the true nature of this exercise. This warrior is not remarkable. He merely took 3 monsters down with him in his demise. He cannot read or write his own name, yet he aspired to safeguard a home, and he succeeded. The further he progressed, the more serious Ye Bai's expression became, his steps deliberate and slow. This was near the Eternal Tower, the very inception of the Abyssal Realms invasion, the front line of the Blue Star battlefield, a purgatorial battleground of 30 years' devastation, a place where countless predecessors fought valiantly. According to incomplete statistics, the casualties of the human race alone on this very land beneath Ye Bai's feet numbered in the millions. 60 years have passed. The world has transformed, and yet this battlefield remains, untouched and preserved, sealed off from the outside. It stands as a former battleground and the resting place of innumerable heroic spirits. During the 30 years of calamity, there existed an unwritten ironclad rule among humanity. Those who fall in battle shall be buried where they perish. Every inch of soil beneath one's feet is homeland. As homeland, it may also serve as a resting place for heroes. I safeguard the mountains and rivers with flesh and blood, even if my remains render my soul restless. The roadsides were lined with graves. Ye Bai paused at the roadside, slightly bowing, and spoke softly. Junior Ye Bai, I apologize for the disturbance, esteemed predecessors. Chapter 073, Shadows. 4567. Outside the Eternal Tower, 100 kilometers away. Ye Bai advanced slowly along the forest path, his steps light and nearly soundless. Upon reaching a fork in the path, the shadow beneath his feet began to twist. Shadow 9, surprisingly, made a rare appearance. Youngster, I have something important to remind you. Shadow 9's tone was grave, devoid of its previous languor. The area you are about to enter is quite different. Listening to Shadow 9's warning, Ye Bai gazed ahead. Ahead, the Eternal Forest. The most brutal battlefield of the Blue Star, where countless heroic spirits rest in eternal slumber. The Supreme Nightmare has paid a tremendous price to alter the rules of this land. The spirits of deceased human heroes cling to their relics. When a fated individual arrives, their obsessions will be awakened. By conquering the relics and gaining the acknowledgement of their obsessions, one may take them away. Shadow 9 reiterated the same information to Ye Bai. Predecessor, if I understand correctly, each person may only take one item, correct? Ordinarily, that is indeed the case. Ingjiu patiently elucidated that these relics, though seemingly ordinary, have been transformed into equipment of considerable quality due to the modifications by the formidable nightmares. Each individual is permitted to carry away but one piece of equipment. Furthermore, many of these obsessions stem from a deep-seated hatred for demonic entities. Thus, they are more inclined to select individuals of high talent and potential. Listening to Ingjiu's exposition, Ye Bai nodded slowly. If this were the case, those of superior talent would face multiple powerful choices, while those of lesser aptitude might find themselves with nothing at all. Generally speaking, such exercises are conducted following the conclusion of the summer camp's intensive training as a graduation rehearsal. Ingjiu remarked. It seems that the Dawn Project has been initiated. The Dawn Project? Ye Bai inquired. Indeed, the Dawn Project is also known as the Darkest of Plans. The specifics will be elucidated to you during the camp. What I wish to emphasize is, given your circumstances, you are well aware of your own situation. Ingjiu was acutely aware of Ye Bai's true identity, and the two had refrained from piercing the final veil of secrecy. An abundance of equipment would actively seek you out, or rather, none would deny you. The choice of what to select rests solely with you. Ye Bai then asked, what about the two formidable beings before? Wu Hin claimed a sword, while Xiaoyao took a set of gongs and drums. Ingjiu once again transformed into a wisp of black mist, merging into Ye Bai's shadow, leaving behind a reassuring note. I shall assist in masking the movements of the equipment. You need not worry. Thank you, senior. After this matter was settled, Ye Bai reminded, do remember to send me the photographs. Ye Bai mused, this old fellow still harbors thoughts of the dark history of the formidable nightmares. Having clarified his situation, Ye Bai meticulously adjusted his attire, took a deep breath, and stepped forward. As he crossed a certain threshold, the eternal forest, which had lain dormant for nearly 30 years, seemed to awaken in an instant. Countless birds took flight, swirling above the canopy. A white cloud gently descended, enveloping the forest as if to conceal something. Shadows lingered in all four cardinal directions. When the anomalies of the eternal forest manifested, the shadows immediately sensed the disturbance and began to stir. A purple mist billowed forth, revealing a young man clad in dark purple attire, who gazed in the direction of Ye Bai. He has arrived. The youth raised his hand. The glove on his right hand emblazoned with the number 7. Shadow 7. Beneath the surface of the water, a blue shadow rippled, accompanied by the voice of a water spirit. This time, it seems a bit premature, does it not? Shadow 6. The bamboo grove swayed, and a green silhouette emerged. The voice reminiscent of a child's innocence. It is indeed him. Only the seeds of the formidable can provoke such a disturbance within the eternal forest. Shadow 5. As the sunlight gradually shifted, a green shadow mingled within, the tone laced with a hint of sorrow. History perpetually repeats itself. Shadow 4. The formidable beings of the shadow tier, 4, 5, 6, and 7, all manifested simultaneously. Their singular mission was to guard the eternal forest. This place had once been a frontline battlefield. Should the abyssal plains seek to mount a counterattack, it would undoubtedly be the primary point of incursion. Only 4 individuals stood as the sole line of defense, poised to annihilate the malevolent creatures that dared to intrude upon Blue Star, a testament to their formidable prowess. When they emerged simultaneously, it either signified that the human race had reached its most perilous moment or that the most potent seeds had entered the eternal forest. Ing Lu was the first to speak, his gaze fixed on the figure beside the Azura. Was it Lao Ba or Jiuge? The others turned their attention to Ing Si, as they had not sought out such information on their own. Jiuge and Lao Ba have matters to attend to. They have ventured into the Abyss realm. Ing Chi remarked, glancing toward a certain direction, his tone icy. Shall we take a look? It could be fatal. Ing Wu let out a laugh reminiscent of clanging bells. Shao Qi, you are still too inexperienced. The reason Jiuge is known as Jiuge is that he aspires only to be Jiuge, not the elder brother. Do you comprehend my explanation? A fleeting glimmer of cold light darted through the forest as Ing Chi unsheathed a short blade. It has been a while since I last saw Wu Ge. I wonder if I can elevate my ranking. Ing Chi snorted disdainfully. After all, it has been less than a decade since I ascended to Ing Chi. I'm not entirely satisfied with this pace. Ing Wu, as if hearing an amusing jest, erupted into that peculiar laughter once more. Shao Qi, if you truly possess the capability, you Wu and Ti have become a mere shadow by now. This remark seemed to strike a nerve with Ing Chi, causing him to draw the blade further from its sheath. The bamboo grove swayed incessantly, shadows flickering like whispers. Enough. Ing Si, the highest-ranked, strongest, and most seasoned among them, growled. The strongest seeds have arrived. You do not presume that we are the only ones aware of this, do you? The 4 simultaneously gazed skyward, where a solitary white cloud drifted lazily. Apart from this solitary cloud, the sky was a pristine blue, devoid of any other cloud. In their hearts, they unanimously reached the conclusion. The Supreme Being, Xiaoyao, was present. Among the 3 Supreme Beings, Xiaoyao was tasked with guarding the Eternal Tower, which loomed just above the Eternal Forest. One glance downward would suffice to reveal its presence. Naturally, Azura's arrival would not escape the watchful eyes of Xiaoyao. This white cloud embodied his will. Disperse, he commanded, and with that, a wisp of green smoke dissipated as Ing Si took his leave first. Ing Lu departed with a light step, vanishing silently into the water's embrace, leaving Ing Wu standing alone. As the other 3 departed, the bamboo forest began to tremble violently. Bamboo leaf cascading like rain, leaving behind only the stark, bare stalks. Whispers echoed through the shadows of the grove. Shao Qi has grown stronger once again. Truly, he is the prodigy once hailed as the closest to a supreme being a decade ago. I eagerly anticipate the encounter between Shao Qi and Azura. Will they clash? The bamboo grove fell silent once more, enveloped in tranquility. Eternal Forest. As Ye Bai stepped into the forest, he was immediately greeted by a familiar call. The Bai. Over here. I'm over here. Zhao Lin stood beside a tree, waving at Ye Bai. What are you standing around for with that fruit? Ye Bai approached and discovered Zhao Lin gnawing on a peculiar green fruit. I was defeated by the testing machine and must remain here for 15 minutes, Zhao Lin explained. Rummaging through his pocket to toss a fruit to Ye Bai, he pointed to a nearby tree. This fruit is from that tree. Eating it will invigorate you. In the outskirts of the Eternal Forest, it is quite common to find such rare fruits. Ye Bai glanced at the tree and casually remarked, beneath this tree lies the remains of the abyssal demon war king, which is why the fruit possesses such vitality. What? Zhao Lin halted his chewing, spitting out the remnants of food in bewilderment. How do you know that, De Bai? It is inscribed here, Ye Bai replied. Where? I see nothing, Zhao Lin said, scanning the tree for any indication. Ye Bai signaled to the shadow, but Shadow 9 remained unresponsive. Eventually, a line of text appeared on one side of the tree, chronicling its tale. Indeed, after reading the inscription, Zhao Lin, filled with indignation, hurled the fruit to the ground, shattering it to pieces. Bah, such a thing. Not even a dog would consume. He rinsed his mouth with a bottle of water, his expression seething with anger. The abyssal war king, having invaded Blue Star, initially slaughtered 2 human war kings before being besieged and perishing here, inflicting tremendous casualties on humanity. Ultimately, it became fertilizer for the tree. Zhao Lin found himself at a loss for words to express his disdain for such a being. Even after all this, Zhao Lin remained unsatisfied. Cough, cough, De Bai. Keep watch for me. As he spoke, Zhao Lin began to unfasten his belt. Ye Bai. Turning away, Ye Bai heard the sound of flowing water behind him. In an instant, Zhao Lin announced, I'm done. He had finished his business and even extended an invitation to Ye Bai. Would you like to try it too? It's quite relieving. No, that won't be necessary. I'll leave that for the demon god, he replied. Shadow 9 interjected. While you engage in conversation, could you possibly move a bit? The shadow needs to be shifted. Water is about to flow through. Such is the nature of ingratitude, Zhao Lin mused. Chapter 074. The Shadow That Guards the Strongest. In the outskirts of the eternal forest, Zhao Lin remained in place, the countdown on the orb in his hand continuously flashing. Countdown: 2 hours, 58 minutes, 36 seconds. Distance: 17,461 kilometers. Ye Bai. Perhaps you should head on first, Zhao Lin suggested, knowing he would need to wait for over 10 more minutes before he could proceed. Covering nearly 180 kilometers in 3 hours was already a daunting task, and should he encounter the testing machines, it would jeopardize this special training opportunity. Pointing ahead, he stated earnestly, "You should go ahead. I have the wind/slash technique, and, being a warrior, my speed will surely surpass yours. Once the penalty time concludes, I will seek you out." Ye Bai hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. All right. With that, he stepped forward, and the shadow moved accordingly, narrowly avoiding disaster. Zhao Lin reminded him, "Be careful of the testing machines." Understood. Ye Bai's figure vanished into the depths of the forest. Unbeknownst to Zhao Lin, the rules of the eternal forest were quite peculiar. Here, if one could earn the acknowledgement of their obsession and successfully acquire relics, those relics would transport you directly across the entire eternal forest. In other words, the 180-kilometer cross-country distance is not the ultimate assessment for the students. The true test lies in the awakened obsession, the relics that must be overcome. Viewed from this perspective, the emergence of the testing machines is, in fact, another form of selection. To complete the exercise, one must traverse the eternal forest. Within this forest, if an obsession is awakened, the testing machines will manifest, leaving the students in place to await the ensuing trials. However, the deeper one ventures into the eternal forest, the stronger the obsessions become. The higher the grade of the relics, the greater the difficulty in gaining their acknowledgement. The relationship between obsessions and genius seeds is one of mutual selection. The obsessions seek to identify the most promising genius seeds, while the genius seeds aspire to acquire the more formidable relics. In other words, individuals endowed with greater talent can advance further within the eternal forest. Zhao Lin possesses only a grade talent. Being able to awaken an obsession at the outermost periphery is already an extraordinary stroke of luck. Once, a battle-hardened warrior with grade talent spent 3 days and nights in the eternal forest without awakening a single obsession. Oh, is Zhao Lin engaging with a long knife? Indeed, if he were to gain acknowledgement, it would serve as a handy weapon. Behind him, a dozen pieces of equipment hovered silently in midair, quietly following Ye Bai. For each additional piece of equipment, Ye Bai would slightly bow towards his opponent, a gesture of gratitude and an apology. "Thank you for your acknowledgement. I apologize, but I must delve deeper." These pieces of equipment merely accompany Ye Bai, maintaining a fixed distance, neither too close nor too far. Their existence is obscured by shadow, rendering them indistinct to onlookers. On the outskirts of the eternal forest, not far from Ye Bai, Lu Sueki wore a serious expression as she gazed ahead, with a canary perched on her shoulder, preening its feathers. "Little Jean," she said, "my grandfather mentioned that the eternal forest is an exceptionally unique place. Once you enter, if you dare to act dishonestly, he said, we may not have much at home, but 500 doses of the antidote should suffice." The canary instantly petrified, trembling violently, each feather reflecting its fear. "All right, I shan't frighten you any longer. Remain calm. Nothing will happen. This is the safest place for all humanity. I never anticipated that the exercise would lead us here. I wonder how Ye Bai and the others are faring." With that, Lu Sueki began to retrieve items from her storage space, arranging them neatly on the ground. A fruit platter, food, 2 bottles of liquor, and a pack of old-brand cigarettes were laid out. Once everything was arranged, Lu Sueki took a few steps back, her expression solemn. She bowed again and then rose. "I, Lu Sueki, descendant of the Lu family from Nanjiang, pay my respects to the esteemed predecessors." Beneath her feet lay a forest that had buried 46 members of the Lu family from Nanjiang, 2 war kings, 7 war generals, and 37 warriors. The names of these 46 individuals are inscribed upon the memorial tablets in the Lu family ancestral hall. The eternal forest holds profound significance for the Lu family. Lu Sueki's primary mission on this journey is not to acquire relics, but to pay homage to her ancestors. "Grandpa Qingyao, my grandfather asked me to convey his message to you. He says he is nearing the threshold of becoming a battle deity, with signs of a breakthrough becoming increasingly apparent. He advises you to smoke less. This habit is detrimental to your health." As Lu Sueki's murmurs echoed, Deep within the eternal forest, several buried artifacts were awakened, radiating distinct glimmers of light. The outermost Lu Sweki felt a resonance and gazed ahead, questioning whether this was a summons for her to advance. However, she did not immediately set forth. Instead, after paying homage to the 46 ancestors of the Lu family, she bowed once more before taking heavy steps into the depths of the eternal forest in search of the relics that called to her. The canary upon her shoulder trembled incessantly, not due to Lu Sweki's earlier threats, but because it sensed a profoundly terrifying presence lurking nearby, an entity so dreadful that it instilled a primal fear, causing its very soul to shudder. In the depths of the eternal forest, Master Geo, can you still endure? Ye Bai inquired as darkness loomed behind him, obscuring the sun. Thousands of pieces of equipment hovered in the air, unwilling to part from Ye Bai's side. Among these artifacts were numerous relics of warlords, and even the remnants of a divine warrior. A half-broken arrow, rusty and mottled, emanated an exceptionally sharp brilliance, enough to cause even a warlord's eyes to ache with tears if stared at for too long. A certain warlord, interrupted in his ascension, loosed a thunderous arrow in his final moments that vanquished 2 demon race deities. The relics, approaching the divine warrior tier, were formidable enough that even Shadow 9 struggled to conceal them. These artifacts were imbued with the lingering aspirations of the heroic spirits from their lifetimes, further enhanced by the alterations of Nightmare, substantially augmenting their power. The Eternal Forest was their domain. In other words, by concealing the divine warrior tier equipment, Shadow 9 effectively masked the presence of a divine warrior. Remarkably, no fewer than 9 such pieces followed closely behind Ye Bai. Young man, your commotion is rather excessive, Shadow 9 remarked, straining slightly. The previous 2 individuals did not possess your level of prowess. Oh, Ye Bai astutely detected an intriguing detail. The 2 formidable beings who entered the Eternal Forest were also accompanied by Shadow 9. What was the nature of their disturbance at that time? Was this a moment for gossip? Shadow 9 was nearly compelled to leap forth and enlighten Ye Bai. Get a grip on the situation, you fool. With 9 pieces of divine warrior equipment, you have barely traversed 1/10 of the way. By the time you reach the innermost depths, the very essence of the forest may awaken. Startled by his own conjecture, Shadow 9 pondered the implications. If such a commotion were truly to unfold, his own strength would be insufficient to maintain concealment for long. This forest alone harbored the remains of hundreds of divine warriors. At that point, the risk of Ye Bai's identity being exposed would be imminent. Shadow 9 could not possibly seal the memories of every inhabitant of the forest. Furthermore, within the peculiar realm of the eternal forest, the abyssal deities from the lower planes would keep watch, even in slumber, with one eye open. As for summoning shadows 4, 5, 6, and 7, indeed 4 divine warriors were stationed within the eternal forest. However, until Shura attained divine warrior status, no one besides the strongest and the 4 shadows should be aware of Ye Bai's true identity. The paths of growth for the 2 foremost formidable beings were similarly guarded. Without the might of a war god, any hint of exposure to one's identity could summon the calamity of death. For the first time, Wuhan appeared on the front lines, directly confronting a demon from the abyssal realm, who descended in its true form, driven by madness, intent on extinguishing Wuhan. Previously, Ingqi had proposed a desire to glimpse the Azura. To dare venture forth would mean certain demise, potentially at the hands of a century-old monster lurking in the shadows. No one among the 4 war gods present dared to rebut Ing Wu's statement. They understood well that Jiogong not only possessed the capability to execute such feats, but would indeed do so, accompanying the rise of the supreme being, Nightmare, and subsequently safeguarding Wuhan and Xiaoyao. Ing Jiu had shed more blood of the powerful than the combined total of the other 4. He was far from a benign, neighborly figure. He was a ruthless executioner, a nightmare for his enemies. Ing Jiu spoke again. Youngster, if you wish to delve deeper, it is best to proceed at full speed. Even if all the war gods' wills are awakened, I can conceal you for only 3 minutes. 3 minutes would suffice for you to secure an item. After contemplating Ing Jiu's words, Ye Bai fell silent for a moment. There was no other choice. Should he prolong this, Ing Jiu's energy would only dwindle, and in the end, he might not even last a minute. It was better to charge forward while Ing Jiu still had strength, to strike swiftly and decisively. Ye Bai took a deep breath, donned his lone wolf mask, clasped his fists in salute, and solemnly declared, I beg your forgiveness. In the next instant, he left a shadow in his wake, racing into the depths of the eternal forest. With a rush, startled birds took flight, and countless wills were simultaneously awakened, joining Ye Bai's ranks, coalescing into a torrent of iron. Above in the azure sky, the clouds drifted lazily. He was still watching. Chapter 075. The human race fears not death. It is afflicted by the fear of dying. In the eternal forest, a fierce wind swept through, treading the grass without a trace. As a mage of heavenly wrath, wind, fire, and thunder, Ye Bai's efficacy in casting wind spells was magnified. The wrath of the wind, combined with the lightness technique and the wind slash, allowed him to leave all surroundings far behind. Ye Bai pushed his speed to its zenith. Nevertheless, the torrent of iron behind him continued to swell. As he delved deeper, war god-grade equipment began to manifest, trailing in his wake. What began as 9 pieces surged to 36. Each item was exceptionally remarkable, a dazzling array that captivated the eye. They collided with one another, much like guests on a flower ship vying for the spotlight. Indeed, Ye Bai experienced a peculiar sensation. It seemed as though these pieces of equipment yearned to be claimed by him, competing fiercely amongst themselves. Clang! The equipment behind Ye Bai momentarily slowed as if caught in a network lag. With a flash, a beam of cold light sliced through the sky. A bronze sword surged to the forefront of all the equipment, barely half a meter from Ye Bai. The Heavenly King's sword. Jiao gasped in astonishment. How could this be possible? His voice brimmed with confusion, utterly baffled by the scene unfolding before him. I too found this unsettling. After all, I am a mage. Have you ever seen a mage brandishing a sword in battle? A mage wielding a sword. Can one still refer to them as a mage? Jiao scoffed, gritting his teeth as he inquired. Young man, which formidable adversary did you encounter during the warrior assessment? What does that have to do with the sword? Precisely. Jiao sighed, swiftly elucidating. In the past, Wu Hen entered the eternal forest, where all sword-related artifacts awakened, manifesting around him. This celestial king's sword belonged to an unparalleled war god, who perished and left it within the eternal forest, never to awaken, until that fateful day. If the celestial king's sword has awakened, why would it remain here? Ye Bai countered, seemingly grasping the crux of the matter. Did Wu Hen not choose the celestial king's sword? Indeed, Wu Hen merely picked up the nearest sword. Faced with a deluge of flying swords, Wu Hen nonchalantly seized one, proclaiming, I possess a sword sufficient to slay foes. He then advanced to the front lines, wielding his sword to vanquish demons and gods. After hearing Wu Hen's tale, Ye Bai could not help but exclaim, in terms of prestige, Brother Tu truly has it down to an art. Jiao rolled his eyes, explaining, the celestial king's sword was likely left unchosen out of resentment. Since you have clashed with Wu Hen's projection, its emergence into the world is entirely reasonable. The celestial war god is the most transcendent existence among war gods, and their weapons are anything but ordinary. To speak candidly, the celestial king's sword is among the most formidable artifacts in the eternal forest. Before Jiao could finish his statement, another resounding boom echoed. A shadow shot forth, trailing behind the celestial king's sword, a pitch-black stone tablet exuding boundless malevolence, rivaling the sword in power. This celestial war god is, in fact, not dead. Shoo! Keep it down. All the demon gods are aware of this secret. Good heavens! Ye Bai exclaimed. Could it be that there are still powerful beings among humanity feigning death? Is this a script worthy of an emperor, deceiving death to slay enemies? Realizing that their elder was not deceased, Ye Bai dismissed thoughts of the black stone tablet. What if the elder were to leap from their coffin, discovering that the artifact that rightfully belonged to them had followed another? It would be quite the spectacle. Inappropriate indeed. Young man, hurry! Jiao urged upon hearing a third resounding boom, another relic of the celestial war god manifesting. The commotion of ordinary war god artifacts was already taxing for Jiao to conceal, let alone that of a celestial war god. Understood. He felt an inexplicable calling from the depths of the eternal forest. Traversing through the grass, crossing the stream, and skimming past the thickets, Ye Bai hastened towards the source of the call. In the eastern expanse of the eternal forest, ethereal purple mist lingered. Within the mist, Qi stood atop a colossal stone, gazing into the innermost depths of the eternal forest. Azura, 8 decades prior, Qi awakened his extraordinary talent, ascending like a meteor, only to vanish just as swiftly. No one knew that the youth once hailed as the closest to the supreme being had now become a member of the shadows, ranking 7th among them. 10 years have passed, and even Xueming could not achieve such a feat, who has not once been a prodigious youth. With a cold snort, Shadow 7's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Years ago, when I entered the eternal forest, 6 relics of the celestial war god awakened. Boom! Another thunderous sound echoed through the forest, the 7th. The seventh item must surely be the Azura. Shadow 7 cast a glance at his short blade, the artifact he had retrieved from the Eternal Forest. The previous owner, also a celestial war god, had achieved great feats, slaying over 10 demon war gods with this very blade. Unfortunately, during his ventures in the Eternal Tower, he sustained grievous injuries, and with no hope for healing, his life was nearing its end. Rejecting the proposal of a supreme being to extend his life, the blade's master, burdened by his wounds, plunged alone into the abyss. When Wuhan arrived, only this blade remained at the scene. An entire medium abyssal realm had been slaughtered. Devoid of any living creature, the gravely wounded celestial war god was left in an unknown fate, his whereabouts a mystery. In the end, it mattered not. Shadow 7 caressed the blade with his fingertips and whispered, "My blade and I are the strongest. I have lost once. I shall not lose a second time. Azura, I await the day you become a war god." Deep within the Eternal Forest, Ye Bai finally halted. Before him stood a towering monument, cloaked in black cloth, obscuring its true form. Ye Bai was certain that this very monument was calling to him. The myriad of equipment behind him also came to a standstill. The 9 most powerful relics lay in the forefront, all originating from the celestial war god, representing the highest tier and greatest value within this Eternal Forest. All gathered. 3 minutes swiftly, Shadow 9 urged. Yet, Ye Bai appeared oblivious, murmuring to himself, "I wish to see this monument." He paid no heed to the million divine weapons behind him, nor to the 9 relics of the celestial war god. His gaze fixed intently on the stone monument shrouded in black cloth. Without employing the eye of insight, Ye Bai yearned to understand why this monument beckoned him. Sighing, Shadow 9 emerged from the black mist, his form hunched as he slowly approached. "If you wish to see, then see," he said, extending his frail hand. Fingers pinching the black cloth, giving it a slight tug, causing it to fall away. The true visage of the monument revealed itself before Ye Bai. Upon the immense stone, inscribed in vivid red paint, were countless words and names. Left Jian Tang sought death alone for the sake of myriad lives. Before death, only one thing remains: to slay the enemy. Qin Yin, this battle is perilous. All matters at home rest with you. Brother, rest assured. Lu Qin Yao remains. I am weary. I long to rest. Take care. As his gaze swept over the lines of text, it was as if he beheld numerous faces. Ye Bai murmuret in astonishment. This is the Death Wish Monument, or perhaps a testament. Shadow 9 sighed, stating, "In times of great conflict, the human race always has those who wish for death. Charging into the ranks of thousands, they obstruct the enemy, sacrificing themselves for righteousness." Gazing at the Death Wish Monument, Ye Bai seemed to hear the sounds of battle, envisioning clashing weapons and armored steeds, witnessing waves of individuals, advancing in succession, unyielding in the face of death. Once, a demon god proclaimed with arrogance that fear would compel humanity to submit. Yet, how could the fearless be intimidated by death? Chapter 76, with a single strike. One slays the phantoms. I shall not return until the abyss is shattered. The stone of death, a testament to one's resolve in death. Ye Bai had long been intrigued by what drove him forward. Upon encountering this monument, he felt he had grasped the answer. Yet a persistent sensation of having overlooked something lingered. What is this? Ye Bai gazed upward at the upper left corner of the stone, where a poem was inscribed, encircled by surrounding messages. To be precise, it was 3/4 of a poem. I shield the mountains and rivers with flesh and blood, though turned to bones. My soul finds no peace. With a single sword, I sever the phantoms. At the end, a small space was left, clearly indicating that a final line was missing. This poem was peculiar. The first 2 lines bore the handwriting of a single individual, written in bold regular script, showcasing remarkable strength and hidden brilliance. The 3rd line exhibited a sudden shift in style, transforming into cursive, carefree and unrestrained, radiating brilliance. If I am not mistaken, these 3 lines were left by 3 supreme beings? Ye Bai furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Clearly, the 3rd line should belong to Wuhan. Yet Wuhan was evidently the 2nd supreme being. Xiaoyao was the 3rd. Indeed, the inscriptions were left by supreme beings, but not 3, only 2. Ing Jiu gazed at the monument, filled with sentiment. The first 2 lines were left by Nightmare, while the 3rd was inscribed by Wuhan. The 4th line was meant to be penned by Xiaoyao. As he spoke, Ing Jiu glanced at the white cloud above in the blue sky, unfazed. Hiss! Ye Bai rubbed his hands together, eager to contribute. I have a bit of compulsive nature. Ing Jiu replied, I just discovered that. Look at this perfectly good poem, missing a line. How unsettling. Do you wish to complete the poem? Jio was taken aback by Ye Bai's suggestion and cautioned when Nightmare inscribed the first two lines. He had just slain a demon god. After Wu Hun left his verse, he rushed to the front lines to confront the enemy. Both supreme beings inscribed their verses at the Stone of Death while placing themselves in perilous situations. A testament to resolve in death, nothing less. Then it is even more imperative that I write it, Ye Bai asserted earnestly. Perhaps upon completing it, the connections will come to me effortlessly. Jio found himself at a loss for words. The likelihood of such an event occurring was less than 1 in a billion. Ultimately, Jio could only acquiesce with a wave of his hand. You have 1.5 minutes left. In such a brief time, if you truly manage to complete the last line, I shall write it for you. The Stone of Death was composed of an exceptionally unique material. Even a mightiest warrior could only leave faint marks upon it. The one who engraved the verses possessed strength no less than that of a war god. Given Ye Bai's current abilities, he could not inscribe anything himself and would have to rely on Jio. I have already conceived the final line, Ye Bai said, drawing in a deep breath. I shall not return until the abyss is shattered. Jio was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, you must be cheating. In such a brief span, it was implausible for Ye Bai, with his level of education, to compose the concluding line. Jio was incredulous. The literary aptitude among everyone is well understood. The distinction between illiteracy and enlightenment is clear. Ye Bai's performance is either a result of remedial lessons or sheer dishonesty. Ye Bai nodded, acknowledging the cleverness of the moment, urging, you must be weary, hasten to finish, so we may depart. One cannot deny that the last line struck a chord deep within Jio's heart. As dark mist swirled upward, a slender finger pressed upon the monument of demise, initiating the act of inscription. In cursive script, Jio wrote with utmost seriousness, I vow not to return until the abyss is breached. Standing on the ground, Ye Bai looked up, observing the completion of the verse, and nodded in satisfaction. With flesh and blood, I protect the mountains and rivers. Even as they become mere corpses, my soul remains restless. With a single sword, I cleave through the malevolent spirits. I vow not to return until the abyss is breached. Excellent, quite spirited. Upon finishing the final exclamation mark, Jio did not cease his efforts. Jio Yi, time is running short. We must leave. Ye Bai shouted. What is the rush? There's still the signature to affix. Jio replied leisurely, inscribing several names at the poem's end. Nightmare, Trace, Azura. Jio leave. A sharp intake of breath. It seems something peculiar has infiltrated. Shameless. Or is it you who is shameless? Jio Yi? Ye Bai felt he still had much to learn about shamelessness. Just as Jio penned the last character, the black cloth he had cast aside suddenly soared into the air, diminishing in size until it transformed into a tattered black cloak, which gracefully draped itself over Ye Bai's shoulders, billowing in the wind. Upon the selection of Ye Bai by the black cloak, the brilliance of the 9 relics of the celestial war god dimmed in contrast. Not just them, all the equipment imbued with obsession began to retreat cautiously, unwilling to challenge the black cloak. Not bad, the uglier the equipment, the mightier its power. Ye Bai glanced at the cloak, aside from its tattered state. It seemed quite commendable. Draping the cloak over himself, Ye Bai finally resembled a mage, silently reminding himself to embody the mage's demeanor, refraining from recklessly wielding his staff to strike others. The war-damaged cloak of the Supreme Being, Nightmare. Upon seeing the newly emerged annotation, Ye Bai's eyelids twitched. It was no wonder that the relics of the celestial war god retreated upon encountering the cloak. For a Supreme Being, even the celestial war god must be met with absolute reverence. Let us depart. Jio joined Ye Bai, merging into a shadow. The cloak lifted Ye Bai's form, guiding him away from the monument of demise, traversing the eternal forest. With their departure, the white clouds remained. The clouds hovered above the monument of demise, slowly descending only after Ye Bai and Jio had left. A simply dressed Taoist stood before the monument, mirroring Ye Bai's earlier posture, gazing upwards. Behind him, shadows gradually materialized. Green, azure, blue, and violet. 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 rested a hand on his dagger, whispering, Azura has just departed. Little 7, be silent. 4 interposed before 7, slightly bowing towards the Taoist's back. My subordinate is unaware of decorum and has been disrespectful. Belonging to a supreme being, we are not governed by one another. You need not treat me thus. Since you are indeed a supreme being, we ought to observe proper etiquette. As you wish. The Taoist merely gazed at the 4 lines of poetry, standing quietly in place. After a prolonged silence, he spoke again, conveying a message to my master, regarding his intentions, which I have consented to. Thank you, Lord Xie. As the white clouds descended, the Taoist figure vanished within them, and the cloud soared once more towards the eternal tower, disappearing from view. With a heavy sigh, Shadow 4 gasped for breath, spreading his palm to reveal it glistening with sweat. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Shadow 7 before continuing, "Everyone disperse. I will notify Ninth Brother in due course. A fierce battle looms ahead, and perhaps by our next meeting, some names will be inscribed upon this monument." Shadow 4 clapped Shadow 7 on the shoulder, uttering no further words before departing. Shadow 5, a corpulent figure, twirled 2 iron balls in his left hand, strolling over to Shadow 7. "Little 7, if you wish to live a little longer, there are certain individuals you should avoid provoking. For instance, Ninth Brother, and that one residing in the Eternal Tower." As he spoke, Shadow 5 erupted into a boisterous laughter reminiscent of a barbell's clang, his ears pressed back against his head, his nose slightly upturned, laughter emanating from deep within his belly. "Ah, Fifth Brother, I am still waiting for the day you become the Elder Brother." Shadow 7's lips curled, defiant in spirit. "That day will surely come." "I look forward to it," Fifth Brother replied. Both exchanged disdainful glances, simultaneously snorting before parting ways. "I shall not return until the abyss is vanquished." Azura. Intriguing indeed. This era of supreme strength is unlike any other. "My time is not abundant," the Taoist murmured. As he surveyed the eternal forest below, he lifted his hand and gently tapped the small bell. Dong! The sound of the bell resonated throughout the realm, persistent and unyielding. Outside the eternal forest, Ye Bai had just descended when a magnificent tolling of the bell echoed behind him. Dong! Startled, Ye Bai became alert, questioning an incursion from the abyssal plane. The bell's sudden chime bore no prior warning. "No, it is he who has made his move." He? Ye Bai looked up, gazing at the looming eternal tower. The supreme being, Xie Yao. What could he be planning? The bell's resonance spread across the entire eternal forest, causing all relics to tremble slightly. Soon, Ye Bai understood the intentions of the supreme being Xie Yao. Above the eternal forest, countless pieces of equipment floated into view. These were the relics that had previously accompanied Ye Bai, awakened by the seed of supremacy. They hovered in the air, and moments later, transformed into streams of light. Scattering in all directions, the majority reburied themselves, waiting for the arrival of the next fortunate soul. However, a small portion surged towards the numerous students undergoing trials. Zhao Lin, who had just subdued a long blade, was presented with another knife that landed directly in his palm. Zhao Lin blinked in astonishment, looking down at the 2 long knives in his hands. "But I wield a single blade. Could 2 knives mean double the joy?" In an instant, Zhao Lin was overwhelmed by happiness, rendered speechless. Lu Sueki had initially chosen a ring, but when the bell tolled, a golden feather pen fell before her, its meaning unmistakable. Could this possibly allow her to take away 2 relics? Lu Sueki stood frozen, having never heard of such an occurrence within the eternal forest. A name flickered through Lu Sueki's mind. Azura. It must be related to Azura. All the students participating in the trial, like the 2 individuals before, were granted the opportunity to select a second relic. Ye Bai was no exception. Having already departed from the eternal forest, he gazed at a golden light streaking across the sky, descending into his embrace. Upon looking down, he discovered a bronze sword lying quietly within his arms, strikingly familiar. The Heavenly King Sword. Chapter 077, Damaged Version Equipment. Outside the eternal forest, Ye Bai, draped in a black cloak, cradled the Heavenly King Sword. The sudden arrival of happiness left him momentarily speechless. The Heavenly King Sword, upon fulfilling its obsession, can restore to a higher tier. Once wielded by the celestial war god, the sword's tier and power were indisputable. However, if it were the complete version of the Heavenly King Sword, Ye Bai's current strength would be utterly insufficient to wield it. The Nightmare had naturally considered this aspect when designing the Eternal Forest. All equipment, upon leaving the factory, came with seals, automatically adjusting their levels to align with the user's growth. The information regarding the Heavenly King Sword lay before Ye Bai in its entirety. Equipment: Heavenly King Sword 54. Tier, Level, Attributes: Strength 540, Constitution 300, Physical Attack 1260. Special Attributes: Armor Break. The first physical damage inflicted upon an enemy disregards their physical defense. The same target will only endure armor break damage once within 12 hours. Eternal Firmness. Durability remains perpetually at 100, impervious to damage. Heavenly Might. While wielding this sword, influences enemies within a 300-meter radius, enhancing all attributes by 5. increases one's own attributes by 115. The more enemies affected, the greater the enhancement, reaching a maximum of 15 when affecting 150 enemies. Obsession. To fulfill this obsession, one must slay a war king-level creature with this sword. Possible obsessions. 9. Completed obsessions. 0. Truly, this was equipment once belonging to the celestial war god, and even in its sealed state, it radiated immense strength. Ye Bai could not help but exclaim. He had seen much of the world, and while his innate powers were not insignificant, they paled in comparison to the heavenly king sword. In terms of base attributes, the sword augmented his strength by 540 and constitution by 300, propelling both attributes beyond 1,000. Simultaneously, the sword's special attributes were remarkably formidable. Eternal firmness eliminated any need for Ye Bai to repair his weapon. Armor break, as the first physical attack, disregarded physical defenses, capable of unleashing a torrent of explosive damage. The very notion of a mage retrieving a sword from his pocket was quite absurd. Yet, with a single strike, bypassing physical defenses, he could inflict astronomical damage. Achieving a one-hit kill. From his brief tenure as a mage, Ye Bai learned that a mage's abilities had their limits. One must ascend beyond the confines of a mere mage. I shall no longer be a mage. Ing Jio. Ahem. As for heavenly might. This attribute was particularly suited for team battles. When besieged, it not only augmented his attributes but simultaneously diminished those of his foes. According to the eternal tower relativity, when others diminish their attributes, Ye Bai's attributes increase correspondingly. This equates to Ye Bai winning twice, a true double victory. As a former divine weapon of the heavenly war god, his recognition would undoubtedly be immense. Once he manifests in the world, he will instantly attract the attention of all parties involved. Given Ye Bai's current circumstances, there is no need to utilize the heavenly sword in a normal battle. The heavenly sword, being Ye Bai's ultimate hidden ace, is most effective when employed unexpectedly to pierce his opponent. Stowing away the heavenly sword, Ye Bai's gaze shifted to his shoulder. The Cloak of Nightmares, damaged version. Due to severe damage, it was discarded on the Steel of Death. Nightmare never anticipated that someone would carry it away from the Eternal Forest. Wouldn't you agree? A wise one? Upon reading this note, Ye Bai's expression subtly shifted. He sensed an ominous premonition. Equipment. Wind of Nightmare, 1. Grade, level. Durability, 0001. Attributes, agility 1. Physical and magical defense, 1. Inscription, I am broken. Please fix me. I truly yearn for my former pristine state. Ye Bai remarked, I do not accept trash here. From the shadows, a few muffled chuckles emerged, loud and unabashed. Clearly, Shadow 9 was aware of the cloak's condition resting on Ye Bai's shoulder. How on earth can this be repaired? Ye Bai mused. Investing materials of the appropriate grade for the cloak to consume can restore its durability. Yet, materials of that grade are exorbitantly priced. Indeed, Ye Bai possessed one, a skull of the Hellhound. Is it safe nearby, 9? Not safe. What are you planning? Save it for the Eternal Tower. Shadow 9 guessed Ye Bai's intentions and inquired further. You should have obtained a part of the Hellhound's skull when you initially cleared the novice dungeon, correct? Yes, the skull. Being allies, Ye Bai was candid, striving to deceive him as little as possible. I understand about the skull. Shadow 9 fell into silence, ceasing further conversation. Today, in the Eternal Forest, the situation was unique, prompting Shadow 9 to speak more than usual. Typically, he remained quiet, following closely behind Ye Bai. The Eternal Forest was guarded by 4 shadows. Shadow 7 welcomed an uninvited guest, Shadow 4. Brother 9 has a task for you. Shadow 4's expression was indifferent. Within a mere day, they had crossed paths thrice, more than in the past year. Shadow 7 raised an eyebrow, countering, what task? The adult Hellhound King is a being of divine warrior caliber. With all 3 heads present, it is akin to 3 divine warriors, if they are united in opinion. They are even more formidable than 3 divine warriors. Shadow 7's voice trembled slightly. This task, if assigned to other divine warriors, would likely be met with vehement curses. It is clearly tantamount to sending someone to their doom. If you are afraid, I can take your place. Afraid? Shadow 7's voice sharpened to a breaking point. His excitement palpable. Having been cooped up here for 3 years, I am nearly driven mad. Had I known that becoming Shadow 7 meant guarding the Eternal Forest, I would have preferred to remain with Shadow 10 and continue tending to children. As the discussion progressed, Ing Chi became somewhat hysterical, clearly harboring immense resentment. At the very least, there were still individuals willing to assist in the killings. Taking several deep breaths, Ing Chi managed to calm his agitated heart. What about my guard duty? Unless in extraordinary circumstances, I cannot leave without permission, even with Ing Jio's orders. Ing Chi needed to ensure that someone would take over his post. Ing Si cautioned, you have only 3 days. Understood? When do we depart? Now. Before Ing Si's words had fully escaped his lips, Zi Yin charged forward, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, akin to a famished beast driven by an insatiable thirst for bloodshed. Ing Si watched Ing Chi's retreating figure, letting out a resigned sigh. This fellow, nearing 30, still possessed such youthful exuberance. This plan is doomed. Beneath the Eternal Tower, there lay a town of considerable size. Following the orb's guidance, Ye Bai arrived at the designated assembly point, a vast plaza. At the very center of the square stood a towering stone monument, reminiscent of something familiar. "The Bai, over here." Before Ye Bai could approach the plaza, he heard Zhao Lin calling out to him. Lu Sueki and Zwilingxia were also present. Only Ye Bai was missing. As Ye Bai drew closer, Zhao Lin hurriedly cautioned him. "Whatever you do, don't mention your findings in the Eternal Forest. It's supposed to be a secret." Ye Bai responded, "I had no intention of bringing it up. Even if I did share, who would believe that I obtained a heavenly king's sword and a damaged cloak? Surely no one would voluntarily disclose such information." As soon as Ye Bai finished speaking, all eyes turned to Zhao Lin. The emergence of a low intellect. Despite Zhao Lin dragging down the average IQ of their group, he had inadvertently raised their average age. Quite remarkable, this is quintessential Zhao Lin. Lu Sueki added, "Now everyone knows that Zhao Lin acquired 2 blades in the Eternal Forest. Impressive." Ye Bai chuckled and shook his head, but it doesn't matter. The summer camp training operates on elimination basis. To ensure I'm not ousted, I must give my all in every test. In other words, our trump cards were never meant to be concealed. Whether others are aware or not makes little difference. Upon hearing Ye Bai's words, Lu Sueki blinked and smiled in silence. A trump card? It seems she might conceal a little something. Unbeknownst to her, she could indeed hide a few secrets, while Ye Bai could conceal a multitude. After being comforted by Ye Bai, Zhao Lin's previously gloomy mood intensified as he contemplated his impending elimination. In terms of despair, he had certainly grasped the nuances through Ye Bai's insights. After a brief exchange, the countdown on the orb reached its conclusion. Time's up. Zwilingxia gazed toward the far end of the plaza, standing tall and serious. What time has arrived? Shoo. Lu Sueki gestured for silence and whispered. Just as her words fell, a vast portal suddenly opened at the plaza's terminus. An ominous shadow surged forth from the gateway. Safe, the shadow proclaimed before swiftly darting towards the east of the Eternal Forest, moving with remarkable speed, not pausing for an instant. Hut, hut, hut. The ground began to tremble. Through the portal, rows of warriors emerged, marching in perfect unison as they stormed into the square. Thud, thud. Each step they took resonated like a heartbeat, tightening the chests of onlookers. Faces were as serene as still waters. Yet the atmosphere was charged with an overwhelming bloody aura, radiating an aura of impending doom. Their movements were synchronized, executing commands with unwavering discipline. Many young men were captivated, their eyes wide in astonishment, and Zhao Lin was particularly entranced, overwhelmed by this unprecedented spectacle. Ye Bai gazed ahead as the ranks of warriors passed before him, his eyes glimmering with admiration. Behold, the valiant army of 100 battles. Chapter 078. The war is never over. In the assembly square, rows of warriors marched forth, imbued with a chilling ferocity that instilled trepidation. Their movements were uniform, yet their pace was remarkably swift. Within mere minutes, they had all emerged from the portal. Following the warriors were the commanders. As soon as they stepped through the portal, they promptly located their subordinates, efficiently organizing and restructuring the once massive battalion into several precise formations. In comparison to the warriors, the number of commanders was significantly fewer. Within 30 seconds, all commanders were expelled from the portal and had seamlessly organized their troops without a moment's pause. Behind the commanders came the war kings. Boom! A colossal figure, towering over 2 meters, emerged from the portal, shouldering 3 severed heads. Among the 3 heads, 2 belonged to abyssal monsters, their faces smeared with blood. Lifeless eyes staring vacantly, resting on the giant's shoulder. Upon his appearance, the battalions erupted into cheers. The giant strode forward, each step causing the ground to tremble. In a few rapid strides, he reached the central monument and forcefully slammed the 2 heads to the ground. With a thunderous roar, he declared, "I have slain 2 vice-commanders of the 4th demon god's subordinates, offering their heads as a tribute to our ancestors." At these words, the onlookers, including Ye Bai, were taken aback, their pupils constricting. A vice-commander is certainly a powerhouse of war king caliber. How could they have been slain so easily? The giant's proclamation instantly ignited the fervor of the warriors, who erupted into a cacophony of cheers once more. Wind, wind, wind. After discarding the severed heads, the giant stepped aside. Behind him, a strikingly beautiful female war king emerged from the teleportation array, her countenance as frosty as the winter chill, holding a lantern aloft. Within the lantern flickered 3 faint flames, so fragile that a mere gust could extinguish them. The female war king cast the lantern beside the severed heads. Her voice cold as ice. I have slain 3 vice commanders of the 4th demon god's furious legion, capturing their souls within this lantern. As a tribute to our ancestors, not only had she slain 3 war kings, but she had also extracted the enemy's souls, imprisoning them within the lantern, igniting another surge of roars from the ranks. Wind, wind, wind. Following the emergence of the 2 war kings, a majestic figure appeared before the portal. His armor was shattered and hung in disarray, resembling a tattered fishing net adorned with metallic shards. A helmet obscured his visage, rendering his features indistinct, and in his hand, he grasped a broken blade. As the imposing figure emerged from the portal, it instantaneously closed behind him, severing the connection to the abyssal realm. Under the gaze of all present, the magnificent figure approached the monument with deliberate steps, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the students. The sight was staggering. This formidable presence bore grievous wounds, flesh and blood in disarray, with malevolent energy seeping forth. It was unfathomable to consider the harrowing battle he must have endured. Standing before the monument, the man slightly bent, each movement seemingly sapping his strength and exacerbating his injuries. I battled the commander of the Frenzied Legion, a subordinate of the 4th demon god, and sever an arm in homage to my ancestors. The mention of commander tightened the breaths of those gathered, despite their prior preparations. Such a being was of divine warrior caliber. To engage in combat with such a foe and survive was remarkable. To have severed an arm was nothing short of extraordinary. The strength of the human race is indeed terrifying. The gazes within the formation turned towards him, filled with fervor and admiration. The man spoke slowly, his voice resonant yet controlled, ensuring that every listener could comprehend his words. In this battle, the Windstorm Legion triumphed over the Mad Demon Legion and subsequently vanquished the Frenzied Legion, claiming 12,000 enemy lives and inflicting countless injuries. This battle is a resounding victory for us. As his words concluded, the members of the Windstorm Legion erupted in unison, roaring, "A great victory! A great victory! Wind! Wind! Wind!" With a raised hand, the man silenced them, and the square fell into tranquility. Left Vice Commander, tally the spoils of war and record our achievements. Right Vice Commander, assess the casualties and tend to the wounded. The previous 2 battle kings nodded in agreement. Understood. The fallen shall have their names inscribed upon the memorial of the departed. Disband. With that, the man ascended into the air, soaring towards the depths of the eternal forest. This battle had yielded commendable results for the Windstorm Legion, albeit at a significant cost. 3,000 comrades would eternally rest in the abyssal realm, and the memorial would bear 3,000 additional names. After his departure, the warriors of the Windstorm Legion, led by their general, surged towards a nearby village. In the now empty square, only the students participating in the summer camp training remained, still engulfed in the aftermath of the earlier shock, unable to extricate themselves from the experience. Ahem, can you hear me? A man appeared before the monument, microphone in hand. Students, please gather closer. Hundreds of students assembled before the monument, their curiosity piqued about what was to transpire. My surname is Lin. I am the chief instructor for this summer camp. You may call me Instructor Lin. First and foremost, I wish to congratulate you on passing the first phase of the summer camp training. The total number of participants in this session was 672, with 466 successfully passing. This yields a pass rate of nearly 70, exceeding our expectations. Upon hearing this figure, Zhao Lin's expression paled slightly as he glanced at Ye Bai and Lu Sueki beside him. 30% were eliminated. I never anticipated that our team, which was supposed to be at the bottom of all the talented seeds, would achieve a 100 pass rate. It must be luck. It must be mere fortune. Zhao Lin, without further contemplation, continued to focus intently on Instructor Lin's address. What you witnessed earlier was our human race's Fonlon Legion returning triumphantly from the abyssal plane. Instructor Lin stated with a smile, speaking slowly. I trust you observed that upon the portal's opening, the warriors emerged first, followed by the generals, then the kings, and the gods of war bringing up the rear. The students nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his words. During retreat, this was indeed the sequence. However, during the charge, it is the gods of war who lead, followed by the kings and generals, with the warriors trailing. Instructor Lin's remark left many students wide-eyed in astonishment. For a century, our human race has prioritized strength in battle, he declared, each word resonating with conviction. In times of great conflict, the strongest must enter the death-resolve camp, and the gods of war shall always be at the forefront. Those who display cowardice in the face of battle shall be dismissed on the spot, never to be reinstated. Students, the forest you traversed earlier is the resting place of countless heroic souls of our race. The equipment you hold is the relics of these fallen heroes. The burdens you carry are the aspirations of millions. In the future, the homeland you protect will be theirs, as well as ours. He emphasized, remember, 90 years ago, on the day the Abyssal Plain invaded Blue Star, our race entered a state of war. To this day, we have not lifted this state of war, nor will we. Instructor Lin's gaze swept across each face, lingering for a few seconds. In his eyes, it seemed as though stars were in tumult. And he spoke almost in a low growl. You exist in a time of war, having only briefly enjoyed the peace safeguarded by our ancestors. Do not mistake the illusion of peace for enduring tranquility, nor should you regard the cradle of an infant as your lifelong home. This world is exceedingly harsh and frigid. The dark creatures will seize any opportunity to invade Blue Star. Instructor Lin's words struck deeply into the hearts of every individual, instilling a profound sense of shock. As the ancients wisely stated, in times of peace, one must remain vigilant. Since 90 years ago, our race has never known true security. Every moment teeters on the brink of life and death. The war between humanity and the Abyssal Plain has never ceased. It will only conclude when one side is utterly subdued or annihilated, and the bloodshed shall cease. Chapter 079. The Ticket to Studying with the Azura. In the Assembly Square, each student would be paired with a corresponding upperclassman for one-on-one guidance. Additionally, each group of 4 would be assigned a teaching assistant, with details elaborated upon by the upperclassmen. Just as Instructor Lin finished his speech, Zhao Lin began to scan the surroundings, searching for his target. Zhuo Lingxie looked at Lu Sueki and smiled. I appreciate your assistance. Senior, not at all. After the summer camp concludes, you might consider applying to the Imperial Capital University. Professor Hu from the Summoning Department is quite amiable and ranks among the top summoning experts in the Dragon Kingdom, particularly skilled in nurturing avian summoning beasts. Zhuo Lingxie earnestly introduced, seeking to attract talent for his alma mater. Upon learning of Lu Sueki's exceptional talent, Zhuo Lingxie was confident that her future achievements would rival his own. With her remarkable potential and the dedicated cultivation of a war king, combined with Lu Sueki's intrinsic character, survival would guarantee her success. I shall consider it. At this juncture, Lu Sueki cast a glance at Ye Bai. Evidently, Ye Bai has a preference for where she wishes to apply. Zhuo Lingxie also discerned this, refraining from further persuasion, and instead beckoned the 3. Come on, let me first take you to the dormitory area. Your senior is waiting for you over there. The 3rd Junior High School of Nanjiang is located in a different district, while the 2nd Junior High School, which is in the same city, is in another area. Movement between the districts is generally restricted, and the summer camp enforces strict controls. Breaching the rules could lead to disqualification or even being sent to the enforcement team. Zhuo Lingxie first admonished the group, then added reassuringly, however, you need not worry. As long as you attend classes and live normally, with your seniors keeping an eye on you, you won't violate any regulations. By the way, you will have a fixed exchange meeting with the 2nd Junior High every week, and the bottom 10 will be eliminated. Under Zhuo Lingxie's guidance, the trio arrived at the so-called district. Ye Bai also met her assigned senior, Feng Dong, a slender man with bright, piercing eyes. Upon seeing Ye Bai, he was overwhelmed with excitement and approached her with an enthusiastic handshake. Junior Yi, I've missed you dearly. Ye Bai looked perplexed. Senior Feng, do we know each other? Not yet. Feng Dong shook his head vigorously, his face brimming with sincerity. But I know that meeting you is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. Ye Bai. 9th Master, wake up. We have a prophet here, a knife quick. Feng Dong's antics left Ye Bai utterly baffled. Feng Dong, don't go overboard. Zhuo Lingxie, unable to bear it any longer, coldly reprimanded. Is this how you treat a junior? I'm sorry, I'm just too thrilled. Feng Dong raised both hands, repeatedly apologizing. Junior Yi, I meant no offense. Zhuo Lingxie briefly explained to Yi Bai the reason behind Feng Dong's exuberance. Ye Bai attempted to comprehend and untangle the logic behind it. So, you mean Feng Dong's credits are linked to my final ranking in the summer camp? Exactly. The worse I perform, the lower his credits will be. Then why is he so happy? Ye Bai was even more confused. Feng Dong, hailing from the prestigious Shanghai University. One of the top 2 universities in Longhua, should theoretically be among the most competitive. Why would he be so pleased about low credits? Not feeling ashamed, but rather proud? Has the ultimate evolution of the competitive king turned him into a slacker? Clearing his throat, Feng Dong explained, Junior, you may not know, but I'm just a freshman and wish to spend more years in university. I've already failed 4 courses this semester. And if I fail this summer camp internship course as well, I can repeat the year. Zhao Lin and Ye Bai. Wait, when you say repeat the year, you don't mean Ye Bai's expression slightly changed as she grasped the reasoning. Zhuo Lingxia interjected mercilessly. He simply wants to be a classmate of the Shura, catching the greatest wave of benefits from the era of the strongest. The emergence of Shura is common knowledge, though no one knows the true identity of Shura. However, based on the growth trajectories of the previous 3 formidable individuals, it is highly likely that the Azura will also enter a prestigious university, for only there can he access the finest resources that will facilitate his rapid development. To be in the same cohort as these paragon figures is an immense honor, and of course, it brings with it unforeseen advantages. Feng Dong lamented, Junior, you have no idea. From the very first day the Azura emerged into the world, both Magic City University and Imperial Capital University were thrown into chaos. Students in their first and second years at these top-tier institutions began frantically taking leave, suspending their studies, and some even contemplated dropping out to re-enroll. Their objective was crystal clear, to employ every conceivable method to ensure they could be in the same year as the Azura. Those who were once the top scholars transformed overnight into sluggards. Even the act of slacking off became competitive. Assignments were completed with the utmost negligence. Classes were attended late, and absences became the norm. They would go so far as to line up to present gifts to the instructors, hoping to lower their grades just enough to be held back a year and attend classes alongside the Azura. One elderly professor was so incensed by the situation that he was hospitalized. Boosting one's GPA? That was an impossible dream. The only viable path was to devise ways to reduce one's credits and ensure a repeat year. Feng Dong was among them. Before attending the summer camp, he had already failed 4 courses. One more failure would secure his retention. Thus, when Feng Dong drew the level talent of Ye Bai, it felt as though he had won a ticket to be a classmate of the Azura, filling him with uncontainable excitement. Scanning the entire summer camp, he wondered if anyone possessed a talent inferior to level. There was indeed one at level, but that was inconsequential. Feng Dong, I must caution you not to rejoice too soon, said Zhuo Lingxia, evidently displeased with Feng Dong's demeanor. Ye Bai must endure until the end of the summer camp training for you to earn credits. Should Ye Bai be eliminated prematurely, you'll be assigned a new junior. If you wish to fail well. Feng Dong nodded in agreement. It was indeed true. He gazed at Ye Bai with fervent intensity. So, junior, in order for your senior to become a classmate of the Azura, you must strive, and strive again to persevere until the summer camp concludes. Ye Bai replied, I will do my utmost. Fear not, my junior. I shall also exert every effort to support you for my own future. Feng Dong assured, thumping his chest. If Ye Bai were to depart, where would he find another junior with level talent? If fortune were to frown upon him, and he were assigned a junior with level talent, Feng Dong's plans would be utterly dashed. Just as the group was engaged in conversation, a robust figure approached, a quintessentially Western visage. The man turned to Zhao Lin and declared in a deep voice, Fet, second year. Heavy Armor Warrior Department at Magic City University. Greetings, Senior Fet. I am Zhao Lin, the lean Zhao Lin stammered. Observing Zhao Lin, who appeared as thin as a monkey, Fet frowned in disapproval. You are far too frail. I feel I could send you flying with a mere stomp. How can such a weakling be a warrior? As he spoke, Fet retrieved a meat steak, nearly half his height, from his storage space and handed it to Zhao Lin. Your task today is to consume this. If you cannot finish it, you are not permitted to enter the Eternal Tower. Zhao Lin inhaled sharply, beginning to ponder the meaning of life. How many jaw muscles would be exhausted consuming such a hefty steak? Would every meal henceforth require such a copious amount? Meal? Who informed you that this was a meal? This is a midnight snack. Upon their initial encounter, Feet imparted a lesson to Zhao Lin. How is a good warrior cultivated? It commences with the art of eating. Feet, despite arriving last, was the first to immerse himself in the training of Zhao Lin. Zhuo Lingxia took Lu Sueki aside, while Feng Dong led Ye Bai to a secluded spot. Junior, your tasks for this week are exceedingly challenging. You must be mentally prepared. Feng Dong had already elucidated the rules of the summer camp. Each week, designated tasks would be assigned. The better one accomplished these tasks, the higher the score received. This score would dictate the final rankings in the combat test. Those with high scores could select their opponents, while those with lower scores had no choice but to accept theirs. Ultimately, the elimination list would be determined by a combination of combat performance and weekly task scores. In essence, to avoid elimination, one must excel in the tasks of the week. Feng Dong analyzed this with great seriousness. This way, you can elevate your total score and gain an advantage in the final combat test. Indeed, Ye Bai could not suppress his curiosity. What are the tasks? Regarding the formidable challenges that Feng Dong had mentioned, Ye Bai was intrigued. Feng Dong replied with utmost gravity, you must conquer the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels of the Eternal Tower, while simultaneously acquiring a piece of raw, or with a minimum grade of level 10. Ye Bai, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th levels. I cleared them all in one go last night. However, the raw, or is indeed a predicament. In the mysterious mind, the lowest grade is level 10. Where would Ye Bai find level 10 raw, or? After a moment of silence, he blurted out, I truly did not anticipate the weekly tasks to be this difficult. Fear not, Junior. Feng Dong patted Ye Bai's shoulder in reassurance. I am here for you. Focus on clearing the levels. Should you encounter any troubles, just seek me out. Thank you, Senior. No worries. Who are we to each other? If I become classmates with Shura, I will not forget your contributions, Junior. Gulme. I shall treat you to a midnight snack. Chapter 080. Tonight's expenses will be covered by Xuanming. In the summer camp, district, Feng Dong handed Ye Bai a comprehensive guide for levels 3, 4, 5, 6, cautioning him, Junior, this guide is somewhat outdated. Due to Shura, these 4 levels have been reset, and the difficulty should be considerably reduced. Tomorrow, I will procure a new guide for you. For today, you may attempt the 3rd level. Understood. Ye Bai accepted the guide and earnestly remarked, Senior Feng, calling each other Senior and Junior feels quite awkward. You may call me by Go. Feng Dong. This lad is rather interesting. Alright, Bai Yi. My future as a classmate of Shura depends entirely on you. If you have any queries, feel free to contact me at any time. Once Feng Dong departed, Ye Bai found himself alone in the dormitory. The summer camp is lavishly equipped, featuring single dormitories, around-the-clock dining hall, and well-trained medical personnel, alongside instructors drawn from various military regiments. Ye Bai had been preoccupied throughout the day, his busyness beginning in the afternoon. Nevertheless, this excursion proved to be quite fruitful. In addition to inscribing poetry upon the Monument of Death, Ye Bai also acquired a celestial sword. Indeed, that was the extent of his gains, nothing more. As he contemplated this, his peripheral vision caught sight of a tattered cloak, prompting him to sigh in exasperation. As for high-grade materials, he possessed only a skull. Everything else remained unattainable. He could only devise a strategy to procure them from the wolf's nest. As conventional avenues were futile, Ye Bai had not forgotten that Xuanming still owed him a substantial bounty. Reporting the names of mid-level officials in the 4th demon sect and the subsequent rewards combined to form an astronomical sum. Ye Bai had risked his life to gather this intelligence. It was rightfully his, every penny intact. Counting on his fingers, Ye Bai recalled that Wuhan still owed him 2 skill books and an opportunity for equipment forging. Regarding the latter, he had conceived a new notion. With the celestial sword and the powers of nature at his disposal, what he lacked most was armor. However, compared to weaponry, the resources needed for armor fabrication were considerably greater. Particularly given Ye Bai's cautious nature, he yearned to forge a set of top-tier armor. After taking stock, he assessed the materials at his disposal. The most pressing need lay in the 2 mysterious mines. With this thought, Ye Bai looked down at his shadow. Nine Master, is it safe to enter the Eternal Tower now? You intend to venture into the trading secret realm. Don't tell me you've acquired exclusive space? Shadow 9 immediately grasped the situation, his voice trembling slightly as he inquired, could it possibly be the legendary mysterious mine? Experience speaks volumes. In an instant, Shadow 9 discerned the truth. Ye Bai nodded in affirmation and countered, is this truly such a rarity? It's not merely a matter of rarity. It genuinely is that sort of thing, Shadow 9 sighed. Continuing, before you, no one has ever harvested from a mysterious mine. Whatever you require, simply ask. The most specialized mining equipment and professionals to assist you in exploration? That might not be appropriate, Ye Bai hesitated, knowing that his exclusive space already housed miners from the South River, ensuring sufficient productivity. The most advanced mining equipment was classified as strategic resources across various channels on Blue Star, tightly controlled by the Defense Command, with not a single component allowed to leak out. Humanity required these mining tools to extract ores from the abyssal plane to meet military demands. If such equipment fell into the hands of the demon gods, they could exploit it to extract ores, consequently posing a threat to humanity. Without leveraging his identity as Azura, Ye Bai would be unable to procure these devices himself. All completely free. Ye Bai had intended to scold Shadow 9 loudly. However, the latter had offered too much. "Nine Master, we agreed there would be no deceit, right? I would never deceive anyone, least of all you." Jio spoke slowly, stating that from this point forward, he represented both the Shadow and the Wolf's Nest in formal negotiations with you. You may choose to collaborate or decline. The choice is entirely yours. Our side is willing to provide mining equipment at no cost, cover the miners' wages, hire specialized personnel for mining, and even take responsibility for subsequent smelting operations. In exchange, we seek the right of first purchase for the ore you produce, ensuring that the purchase price will not fall below the recent market average. You may retain high grade or for personal use, provided that a minimum of 3,000 tons of raw ore is produced daily. The contract will be signed in the trading's secret realm, witnessed by the realm's spirit. We are amenable to a short-term contract of 7 days, which can be automatically renewed for another 7 days upon expiration without objection. Ye Bai did not deliberate for long and nodded in agreement, stating that he could accept these terms. No matter how one viewed it, Jio's proposal was advantageous for Ye Bai. Even if he were to change his mind halfway through the collaboration, he could terminate the partnership after 7 days. However, Jio's perspective on this matter differed entirely from Ye Bai's. Prior to the emergence of the mysterious mine, the human race had to extract high-quality ore from the abyssal plane, necessitating the deployment of at least 2 legions for protection, which entailed immense defensive pressure. This was not merely a matter of expending manpower and resources. It also involved the blood of countless individuals. In contrast, purchasing from Ye Bai meant that the human race only needed to spend money. Over the years, the line of defense had lacked many resources, but never money. If necessary, they could print currency on the spot. There was no limit to how much they could produce. Even the gold of the Eternal Tower had been mastered in terms of forging. The printing of money was a trivial matter. As long as the printing press did not fail, they would print abundantly. Ye Bai exchanged raw ore for currency, which he could then convert into the resources he required. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, where both parties extracted their needs. This is the detailed parameter data for the most advanced mining equipment of the human race. You may take it to study at your leisure. A document appeared before Ye Bai. Very well, I shall take it to the mysterious mine for evaluation. It is essential for a mature man to carry something worthwhile when waiting around. By the way, what is the scale of the mysterious mine you discovered? Jio suddenly realized he had overlooked the most crucial question. Not large, merely 75 million tons, Ye Bai replied before vanishing, leaving Jio alone in the original location. Adhering to his habitual tendency to leave after boasting, Jio murmured, 75 million tons. If it consists entirely of high grade, or it would be equivalent to the total output of 10 medium abyssal planes. How could I forget to ask this fellow for photographs? The mysterious mine. Ye Bai reappeared in his exclusive space, where the mining chief immediately approached him. "Boss, we are ready to commence work at any time. Not in a rush. First, take a look at this equipment and estimate its capacity." Ye Bai handed over the relevant parameters, and several miners quickly gathered around to analyze them. A few minutes later, the mining chief returned with the results of their discussion. "Boss, if everything written here is accurate, we estimate that initial daily output could reach 10,000 tons. Once production stabilizes, it can maintain a range between 30,000 to 50,000 tons, with a daily output of 50,000 tons. It would take over 4 years to excavate 2 mysterious pits, totaling 500 days. Excellent. The equipment will arrive shortly. Sharpening one's tools does not hinder the task at hand, and we shall commence work when the time is right." Ye Bai instructed the miners to set aside their work and instead inquired about their living conditions. "Is there sufficient food and water?" "Water is ample, but as for food..." The leader of the miners displayed an awkward expression, stating they had only enough for 1 meal left. With some rationing, it could last a few days. Ye Bai furrowed his brow and replied, "I recall procuring provisions for 500 individuals. Boss, the issue is that it's been consumed voraciously. We did not intend to drive off the creature that escaped from the mine," the miner's leader explained while leading Ye Bai further back, revealing the mystery. A colossal lizard lounged near the mine, basking lazily under the moonlight. Upon seeing Ye Bai, it perked up with excitement, exclaiming, "Yabi Bab!" Reuniting with the lizard brother lifted Ye Bai's spirits. "All right, you shall reside here from now on." Although the lizard brother had a hearty appetite, it was inherently friendly towards humans and could communicate with Ye Bai. The lizard possessed considerable strength. Once freed from its petrified state, it could rival a seasoned warrior. Should any mishaps occur during mining, the giant lizard could promptly come to the rescue. As a creature of the earth element, The underground was its paradise. Otherwise, it would not have made its home in an abandoned pit, ultimately encountering Medusa. With the assistance of his insightful eye, Ye Bai conversed normally with the giant lizard, saying, "Brother, keep an eye on this place. It belongs to us." The giant lizard responded, "Abba, Abba." Having resolved the issue regarding the giant lizard, Ye Bai advised before departing, "I will swiftly address the food situation. Ensure you have 3 meals a day. If you perform well in the future, we may even add late-night snacks." At midnight, the Eternal Tower opened. Welcome to the Eternal Core City. Upon entering, Ye Bai headed straight for the Wolf's Denver. Indeed, Xueming was present there, along with a young lady named Dai Ming from before. "You've arrived?" Xueming was waiting for Ye Bai and instantly recognized his true identity upon seeing his familiar mask. "Come, follow me." "Wait." Ye Bai interrupted Xueming's incantation, asking, "I heard that all expenses at the Wolf's Den were waived last night." Xueming appeared surprised. "Why do you ask that?" As the embodiment of Azura, Ye Bai had not enjoyed the privilege of complimentary services. This left him feeling quite discontented. It was akin to achieving second place in the Mimicking Azura contest. What kind of situation is this? Adhering to his principle of never incurring losses, Ye Bai resolutely inquired, "Did you place the order for the 5,000 individual meals I requested last night?" Xueming replied, "Did you ask me to order? Didn't I? Think again." Taking a deep breath, Xueming turned to Dai Ming and instructed, "Prepare 5,000 individual meals for him." "What about the payment?" Dai Ming pragmatically responded, "We can provide 5,000 meals. But who will cover the cost? Surely, one cannot use yesterday's complimentary offer to pay for today's meals." Xueming lowered his voice to ensure Ye Bai could not hear. "Remember the account my father owes." Chapter 081, Shearing the Mighty. Eternal Core City. Wolf's Nest deep within. Before Ye Bai could take a seat, he spoke directly. "Let us settle this quickly. I need to venture into the Eternal Tower after our discussion. Today's task, level assessment, 01. One matter at a time." Xueming securely closed the door. "We have thoroughly verified the list you previously provided, and the corresponding values have been calculated." As he spoke, Xueming handed over a list. Next to each name was the associated bounty. You reported a total of 64 individuals, of which 25 have been apprehended or eliminated for various reasons. Additionally, 6 were actually our undercover agents, and there are another 9 already under our surveillance. Thus, the actual number of valid reports you made is 24. The final bounty amounts to 19 million gold coins. Upon seeing this figure, Ye Bai's eyelids flickered. This merit also elevated your lone wolf's rank from gold directly to stardust. Its appearance now shimmered with a silvery glow, and the wolf's head design had undergone a subtle transformation, shedding its previous ferocity for a more subdued demeanor, with a glimmer of wisdom in its eyes. Furthermore, congratulations on becoming the first on the Warrior Stardust list. Ye Bai inquired curiously, "How many are on the Warrior Stardust list?" "1, replied Xueming. Ye Bai responded, "The first place is him, and the last place is also him. Many do not even have the opportunity to accumulate merit and become warriors directly. Ye Bai's situation is indeed an exception among exceptions." "What about the bounty on the leader of the 4th demon sect?" Ye Bai quickly transitioned to the next topic. 19 million gold coins is indeed a staggering sum. Yet for what Ye Bai currently requires, it is merely a drop in the ocean. Repairing the Nightmare Wind necessitates high-level materials. Crafting top-tier armor also demands high-quality materials, preferably above level. Just these 2 endeavors alone will entail an astronomical expenditure. Xueming spoke solemnly. "You are aware that the demon sect leader is not yet dead. The reward that should have been fully granted to you can only be given at a discount now." Ye Bai exclaimed, "How careless of me. Had I known this, I would have claimed the reward first and then reported repeatedly to maximize the value of my reports. This situation is aptly termed one person, multiple benefits. While one cannot step into the same river twice, Ye Bai can report repeatedly." "Fine, I will remember this account." Ye Bai remarked as if he were lamenting a financial loss. "Had I known, I would not have stopped Lord Jiao and allowed him to fulfill his promise." Sitting across from Ye Bai, Xueming suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck, as if some ominous presence was descending. Jiao interjected, "I noticed you did not intervene. Let us set aside these joyous discussions and get straight to the point." "How much?" Ye Bai asked candidly. He perceived the situation clearly. He and Xueming were merely in the room to discuss monetary matters. "I can convert your war god merit into 12 points, but I believe you may need this more." As he spoke, Xueming retrieved a 3-meter-long bone staff from his pocket. "What is this?" The stark white bone lay before Ye Bai, still adorned with strands of flesh, exuding warmth as the marrow remained unchilled, its freshness at an undeniable peak. Clearly, The moment the bone was severed, it was delivered directly into Xuan Meng's grasp. The right leg bone of the Hellhound Emperor. Indeed, a premium material. Surely, you must require it? While Ye Bai acknowledged the necessity, he found himself momentarily speechless, gazing at the steaming bone. Was this freshly slaughtered? The Hellhound Emperor, upon reaching maturity, was undeniably a being of divine combat prowess. Despite the incessant bickering among its three heads, each with distinct thoughts and even prone to infighting, it remained a formidable warrior. How had it met such a tragic fate, akin to a fish being prepared at a barbecue restaurant, executed on a whim? No trade, no slaughter. I shall take it. Without hesitation, Ye Bai placed his order. To hell with the morality of slaughter. I am here to engage in commerce. Look over here. Xuan Meng astonishingly produced an anatomical diagram, earnestly detailing to Ye Bai that, aside from the cartilage, there were a total of 72 useful bones from the Hellhound Emperor in adulthood. By placing an order for the complete set of bones, excluding the skull, one could enjoy a discount of 12. A deposit of 12 battle merits could offset 20 battle merits. Are you treating this as a double 12 sale? Ye Bai promptly laid out all his possessions, 19 million gold coins and 12 battle merits. How much could that procure? Conventionally, one battle merit equated to 1 million gold coins, totaling 31 battle merits. After a brief calculation, Xuan Meng concluded that this would suffice to purchase the leg bones. Yet 60 battle merits were still required to acquire the entire set. Those 60 battle merits translated to a staggering 600 million gold coins. Ye Bai suddenly contemplated reporting a few cult followers for a bounty. Recently, funds had been rather tight, yet his righteous spirit surged, vowing to oppose evil. Suppressing his pang of regret, Ye Bai stated, I shall take this bone. I will pay the deposit now and find a way to settle the remainder later. Xuan Meng cautioned, this debt cannot be recorded under my name. What are you saying? Am I, Azura, such a person? The silent gaze from Xuan Meng conveyed to Ye Bai, you are. Upon handing over the right leg bone to Ye Bai, Xuan Meng remarked that the remaining bones would be delivered over the next 3 days. Very well, is that all? I shall take my leave. Perhaps we can share tea another day. As Ye Bai prepared to rise to collect his 5,000 individual meals, Xuan Meng halted him, producing several skill books from his cloak. My second uncle instructed me to gift you 2 skill books. Oh, Ye Bai's eyes brightened. Xuan Meng's second uncle was none other than Ye Bai's own elder brother, with the elusive skill books finally in his possession. And there were choices available. Truly, he was the most graceful of the supreme beings, reliable in his dealings. These are all melee skills. As a mage, studying them would be rather peculiar. Xuan Meng said little else, instead pushing the skill books towards Ye Bai, stating, after you utilize 2, the remaining 3 will vanish automatically. Before him lay 5 skill books, and Ye Bai's immediate thought was whether there existed a way to prevent the disappearance of the other 3. It was unclear when the instinct to card had become ingrained in his very soul. The wool of the strongest was not easily sheared, and such an opportunity was one Ye Bai intended to cherish deeply. Should Ye Bai succeed in this endeavor, it would certainly be a testament to his own abilities. The generous Wu Hen would undoubtedly refrain from excessive commentary. Indeed, it is possible to temporarily seal away 3 skill books using a sword of the Celestial War God tier, allowing for their study at a later time when one's strength has sufficiently grown. However, do you possess such a weapon of Celestial War God caliber? I certainly do not. All I have is a hammer. At this point, Xuan Meng was visibly agitated, his voice rising in a roar. Can you comprehend my feelings? I'm a swordsman, yet, upon becoming a war god, I am left with nothing but a hammer. A hammer. His desperation was palpable. Ye Bai replied, I cannot fully relate, as I possess the Celestial King's sword, but the words lingered unspoken, like the gentle caress of spring rain. I can empathize with your plight. Indeed, such equipment is a rare fortune, not easily acquired by all. Ye Bai spoke with sincerity, each word resonating with truth. At last, you've spoken some sense? Xuan Meng sighed. Please close the door on your way out, and take care. Care about what? Ye Bai inwided. The frequency of demon incursions in the Eternal Tower has risen alarmingly. If you venture to the 7th floor tonight, you're likely to encounter some trouble. As he spoke, Xuan Meng's brow furrowed with concern. I cannot fathom what that peculiar old man is up to. The peculiar old man was most likely a reference to Xiao Yao. Hearing this, Ye Bai felt a twinge of curiosity. By his calculations, he had already encountered the minions of the demon on both the 1st and 2nd floors. Yet, the Eternal Tower was ostensibly guarded by supreme beings. It seemed inconceivable that security would be so lax. With this thought etched in his mind, Ye Bai turned to depart. Once he was a distance away, Xuanming chuckled softly to himself. No, I'm overthinking this. Anyone who crosses paths with that shameless brat is bound to be the one in trouble. Wherever he goes, calamity follows. After leaving the office, Ye Bai approached the front desk of the Wolf's Nest to request a personal space. Starlit Lone Wolf, classified at level 6. You may conduct combat assessments, skill practice, and equipment forging therein. Thank you. Ye Bai stowed away a single meal mint for 5,000 into his storage space before heading towards room 002. Behind him, he caught snippets of hushed conversations. A 9th-tier battle soldier, Starlit Lone Wolf? I can't be mistaken. He is the junior that Xuanming has high hopes for. Perhaps he will achieve something grand, as there have been numerous precedents. Indeed, the fame of a battle soldier like Starlit Lone Wolf often surpasses his actual prowess. Only upon entering the ranks of battle generals will his true potential be revealed. Wow, he has brought an enormous amount of food. Will he be able to consume it all? It must be said, some individuals' points of interest always diverge from a norm. Entering room 002, Ye Bai retrieved the skull and femur of the Hellhound. He would first attempt to repair the nightmarish wind, then examine the skill book bestowed by Wuhan. Xuanming's final warning compelled Ye Bai to steel himself for the challenges ahead. If the 7th layer is tainted by demonic corruption and one seeks to achieve an exploration degree of 100, it is likely to pose considerable challenges. Naturally, Ye Bai would not miss the opportunity to strive for a complete clearance under favorable conditions. Thus, he must ensure thorough preparation before embarking on his journey. Let's begin. Ye Bai gazed at the eager nightmare wind and tossed in the skull of the Hellhound. In an instant, the nightmare wind devoured the skull, even letting out a contented belch. Ah, the flavor of chicken, quite delectable. Chapter 082, Master of the Broken Water Flow. Wolf's Nest, Room 002. After consuming the skull, the nightmare wind burped again. Observing this, Ye Bai threw in the large bone he had just purchased. This time, the nightmare wind consumed it even more swiftly. After a spine-chilling sound of grinding teeth, not a shred of the bone remained. Having devoured 2 high-grade materials in succession, the durability of the nightmare wind was significantly restored. Before Ye Bai, relevant information materialized. Equipment, nightmare wind, 21. Grade high. Durability, 0201. Attributes, agility 201, strength 200, constitution 200. Physical and magical defense, 201. Traits, I'm broken. Please repair me. I truly long for my former pristine state. 3 system mastery. Choose any 3 elemental systems. All spell effects are doubled. Shadow of the Hellhound. Summon a shadow of a Hellhound, 20, to fight for you. Once defeated, it requires 24 hours of recovery before it can engage again. After consuming the 2 bones, the durability of the nightmare wind had only increased by 02. A single Hellhound Emperor could provide only 72 bones, equating to 72 durability points. To fully restore the nightmare wind, nearly 14 Hellhound Emperors would be required. A frown creased Ye Bai's brow. He had greatly underestimated the insatiable consumption capacity of the nightmare wind. However, considering the traits of 3 system mastery and Shadow of the Hellhound, it appeared that the choice of materials would trigger a chain reaction, enhancing the corresponding traits. Ye Bai contemplated waiting until all the bones of the Hellhound Emperor were exhausted before seeking other suitable high-grade materials. To maximize the combat prowess of the nightmare wind, it was imperative to ensure diversity in the materials used during the restoration process. He set 3 system mastery to wind, fire, thunder. Although the boost was only 2, it would suffice. Once all the bones from the Hellhound Emperors were accounted for, this ratio should improve. The thought of his staggering debt of 60 million gold coins caused Ye Bai a headache. Setting that aside for now, he secured his cloak and focused his thoughts. Shadow of the Hellhound. A half-person tall monstrous hound sprang from the shadows, baring its teeth menacingly. Ah, my dear, the flavor of chicken, quite delectable. Monster, Hellhound Juvenile. Level, 20. Health, 45,000. Mana, 30,000. Physical defense, 380. Magical defense, 400. Skills, Howling Hound Watchdog. In terms of combat capability, this shadow could easily sweep through 6-tier warriors. Not bad, a welcome addition. The prowess of the 6th Order warrior is, indeed, insufficient for Ye Bai at this moment. However, this is merely a pair of bones, the shadow of the Hellhound cultivated from him. Its strength may be feeble, yet its potential is boundless. Once all the bones are gathered, it will not merely rival the god of war, but at the very least, be comparable to a war king. The Hellhound transforms into a shadow and melds into the nightmare phantasm behind Ye Bai. As long as it is not vanquished, it can persist indefinitely. Even if it is defeated, it can be summoned again within a mere 24 hours. Setting aside the matter of the nightmare phantasm, Ye Bai begins to delve into the 5 skill books generously bestowed by Wu Hin. The level requirement is astonishingly high. Ye Bai cannot help but roll his eyes. Only now does he comprehend why Wu Hin would bestow 5 books at once. Among them, for require a minimum level of 200. Truly, only one is accessible to Ye Bai at this stage. Calmly, he reminds himself that the higher the level requirement, the more formidable the skill. Having resolved to utilize the Celestial King's sword strategically, not a single one of these skill books shall escape Ye Bai's grasp. Having meat served on a platter, would Ye Bai allow it to fly away? With his mindset adjusted, Ye Bai focuses intently on the skill book before him, Wu Hin's Water Severing Flow. The skill book even contains a background introduction. At level 50, I comprehended a single strike capable of slaying a war king. Ah, the second brother is quite the showman. This is quite impressive. I shall note it down for future use. Ye Bai has already formulated a plan. In a few decades, he too shall leave behind a skill book for others. Azura Lightning Arrow. At level 1, I comprehended a single arrow capable of slaying gods and annihilating demons. Ye Bai places the skill book in his palm, and a flash of white light envelopes him. He successfully learns the skill, Water Severing Flow. Water Severing Flow unleashes an incredibly swift sword strike against the opponent, inflicting 200,015 physical attack damage. Targets struck by Water Severing Flow cannot recover health for 5 seconds. Consumption, none. Cooldown, 5. The skill description is remarkably concise. Water Severing Flow possesses 2 effects, damage and healing immunity. No, it should not merely be termed healing reduction. It is healing immunity. The second brother's skill is not inferior to mine. Ye Bai reflects. Indeed, the mightiest are often adorned with such embellishments. Yet, there is one aspect that perplexes Ye Bai. Beyond its healing immunity, the skill's inherent damage is not particularly high. Did the second brother exaggerate when he claimed this sword could slay a war king? Given Ye Bai's understanding of Wu Hin, such a possibility seems minimal. Perhaps Water Severing Flow, when combined with the second brother's innate talent, is capable of unleashing a terrifying might sufficient to slay a war king. After storing the remaining skill books, Ye Bai attempts to unleash Water Severing Flow several more times, finding it quite satisfactory. This technique, the second brother must not have taught to anyone else. Excellent. From this day forth, I shall be the master of Water Severing Flow. Ye Bai feels as though he wields a sword that can look down upon all heroes of the world. My Azura does not target anyone in particular. I speak of the demon lords present, concealing the Celestial King's sword, for if Shuemeng were to catch sight of it, he might easily suffer from high blood pressure. To safeguard the mental and physical health of the middle-aged and elderly, Ye Bai resolves to conduct himself discreetly. Exiting room 002, he approaches the front desk. Di Meng, having been deeply impressed by him, proactively inquires, "Is there anything else you require?" In order to prevent Ye Bai from taking the initiative, Di Meng hastily added, "Shuemeng has instructed that you can no longer hold him accountable." Am I really that kind of person? Ye Bai exclaimed in frustration, wondering why they underestimated him so. I simply wish to inquire if there are any promotional activities for successfully clearing the Azure level rating. Ah, this. Di Meng was taken aback, surprised that he still harbored grievances over the complimentary meals. On the same day, achieving a single level rating clearance would grant an 80 discount on all purchases. 2 clearances would yield a 50 discount. 3 clearances would provide a mere 10 charge, and 4 clearances would result in a complimentary meal. Di Meng swiftly established the rules, even writing these conditions on a small blackboard and displaying it prominently at the front desk. Thank you, I understand, Ye Bai calculated inwardly. After 6 hours today, he could manage a maximum of 2 level clearances, which meant a 50 discount on food purchases. Hardly worth it. Why spend money when he could obtain a free meal? Having just secured 5,000 portions of food from Shuemeng, he had enough to sustain the miners for several days. He decided to return only when he was confident of achieving at least 3 level clearances. After bidding farewell to Di Meng, Ye Bai exited the combat testing hall and stepped onto the street. Summoning the Eternal Core Crystal, he pressed his palm against it, feeling a slight chill. Please select the level to proceed to. 7th level. A beam of white light enveloped Ye Bai, and the familiar prompt echoed in his ears, wishing you a swift passage through the Eternal Tower. Chapter 083. The Conspiracy of the Demon God. In the Eternal Tower, at the 7th level, the Cliff of Extreme Cold. The biting cold wind sliced through the air like a blade, finding every crevice to invade and deliver an icy chill. Just before Ye Bai entered the 7th level, several figures cloaked in black robes stood at the summit of the Cliff of Extreme Cold, facing each other. We should not meet like this. It is far too perilous. One of them spoke, their voice clearly manipulated to sound like a chorus of many, encompassing all ages and genders. The weakest among them was a battle king, and by all accounts, they should not be present in such a low-level area. Moreover, the Eternal Tower was under the watch of the formidable Xiao Yao. Attempting to engage in covert actions beneath their nose would be akin to courting death. The strongest individual present slowly spoke, that one has been in seclusion since yesterday. This statement provided reassurance to everyone present. It was well known that the supreme being, Xiao Yao, upon entering seclusion, would never appear or intervene, whether for a short 7 days or for several years. There have been instances where even the mightiest war god faced life and death situations, and Xiao Yao, in the midst of seclusion, had still not come to their aid. Likewise, matters concerning the supreme being, Xiao Yao, were supposed to be highly confidential, known only to a select few. Clearly, the individual who had spoken earlier held a significant position within the human race. Upon hearing this news, a voice trembled with anxiety, unable to suppress its fear. Cautiously, this person inquired, is he attempting to challenge the final level again? The supreme being, Xiao Yao, since rising to prominence, had resided within the Eternal Tower. His so-called seclusion was merely for one purpose, to clear the Eternal Tower. Indeed, in this operation, the 12th demon god has withdrawn. It is far too perilous. And my lord, the 8th demon god, shows no interest. Farewell. Several figures vanished from their positions, leaving no trace behind, as if they had never existed. They were all shadows, hidden from the light, hailing from the mid to high echelons of various demonic sections. Ever since the emergence of the Azura, the space for their survival has diminished increasingly. The 4th demon sect has been completely eradicated, with its leader's fate uncertain and whereabouts unknown. They are acutely aware that in the ascent of the Azura, there exists no buffer or room for compromise between the human and demon races. The conflict between both sides will only intensify, escalating the war's ferocity, potentially leading to the fall of beings of divine caliber. The first to bear the brunt of this turmoil will be the servile minions of the demon sections. Such is the reality. Those remaining on Blue Star, the followers of the demon sect, mostly harbor their own missions and motives, or cling to false hope, believing they will remain undetected. On the frigid abyss, 4 figures remained. Besides the organizer who summoned them, there are 2 war gods and a war king. There are always those unafraid of death. Now that that individual has entered seclusion, we can converse at length. Hurry, I have but 3 minutes. You are the leader of the first demon sect, are you not? Do you still seek personnel? I possess experience in leading sects, am optimistic, diligent, and, most crucially, have enjoyed fortunate circumstances. The 3 spoke in turn, and the central figure addressed them once more, saying, who I am is of no concern to you. You only need to know that I hold the Azura's weakness in my hands and can prevent him from advancing beyond the 7th level. Instantly, the 3 became intrigued. Disclose your plan. If feasible, my lord is willing to invest some resources. The organizer continued, as you are aware. The Azura once obliterated the cave serpent in a mere 0.01 seconds, indicating his formidable explosive power. Indeed, proceed. I require each of your demon gods to contribute a portion of their primordial energy to create a creature that can replace the one at the 7th level. If the plan succeeds, the Azura will have no chance of progressing. To lend credence to his claims, the organizer conjured relevant information in his palm and distributed it among the 3. All 3, seasoned and formidable, glanced at the data and immediately grasped its implications, nodding in satisfaction. Agreed. Even if the Azura has contemplated close combat training, there is no way he could solo it in such a short time. Indeed, even I, at level 200, would not dare to claim certain victory against this. Does the first demon sect truly not recruit a leader? What about the other 2? I have extensive experience in bankruptcy restructuring and excel in leading the demon sect to resurgence. What began as a rather typical discussion of schemes grew peculiar due to the incessant interjections of a certain war king. The 3 war gods collectively disregarded this comic relief and continued their deliberations on strategies against the Azura. I have one more question. Ventured a shadowy war god. His strength is undeniable, but what if we dispatch a powerful being to eliminate him directly? Just days ago, a Minotaur war general intruded upon the 1st level. Severely wounded and diminished in strength, the human race did not regard it as a threat, treating it merely as the Azura's experience fodder. In truth, the Azura effortlessly reaped the rewards from their adversaries, even garnering considerable gains. However, this time, the circumstances were entirely different. They had harnessed monsters birthed from the essence of the demon god, boasting a mere level of 60 on paper, yet possessing combat prowess that rivaled that of a warlord. Under such conditions, the human race would undoubtedly deploy their strongest warriors to ruthlessly annihilate, clearing the path for the Asura. If this were to transpire, their elaborate scheme would indeed amount to nothing more than a fruitless endeavor, resulting in a needless depletion of the demon god's essence. This encapsulates the quintessence of the entire plan. The orchestrator slowly stated, by leveraging the eternal rules of the seventh layer, we have conjured beings of level 60, endowed with the attribute, all is illusion. No entity above level 60 can inflict harm upon it. It is precisely due to this attribute that I required the amalgamation of numerous demon god essences. Otherwise, my own would suffice. Upon hearing this, even a previously boisterous warlord appeared somewhat astonished. Could the eternal rules truly be wielded to such an extent? Was this individual perhaps a subordinate of that renowned figure? Such thoughts lingered in the minds of the war gods, who dared not voice them aloud. If there existed anyone in the world who comprehended the eternal rules to their fullest, it would undoubtedly be the human race's pinnacle warrior, Xiaoyao. The fact that a demon sect leader could accurately discern Xiaoyao, seclusion, and exhibit such familiarity with the eternal rules was nothing short of intriguing. Cackling laughter echoed, a quintessential villain's guffaw. The four individuals present reached a consensus amidst the laughter. The first demon god pledged 3 strands of essence. The third demon god declared, we can contribute 2 strands of essence, but the method of monster creation must be shared with me. The sixth demon god offered 1 strand of essence and a pair of war god-level demon eyes, with the same stipulation. The fourth demon god. As the warlord spoke of the fourth demon god, the other 3 turned their gazes toward him, their expressions subtly shifting. Could it be that Lin Quan had truly survived? It was said that the most ancient and formidable creature from the shadows had intervened, and yet he managed to live? Xiao Xiao, unfazed by the scrutiny of others, mused aloud, let me see how much stock I have left. The fourth demon god claimed, 12 strands of essence. I shall wager them all. His eyes sparkled with excitement. I have been fortunate thus far. I gamble that this time I can thwart the Asura. In total, they amassed 18 strands of demon god essence and a pair of war god-level demon eyes. This far surpassed the orchestrator's expectations, genuinely surprising him. Consequently, their ultimate strength could be significantly enhanced, perhaps even attaining a third form. With this, they would possess an absolute guarantee of halting the Asura. Asura, you shall not pass tonight. A fierce wind swept through, and 4 figures vanished from their location. Meanwhile, within the cavern beneath the frigid abyss, a terrifying monster thrived in the shadows, rapidly growing stronger. In the frigid village, a flash of white light heralded the arrival of Ye Bai upon the snowy ground. Before him surged a throng of people, their heads bobbing like a sea of black, as though he had stumbled into a bustling market. Why is it so lively today? The 7th layer of the Eternal Tower was not a solo dungeon and posed minimal difficulty. Those who had successfully navigated through layers 3, 4, 5, and 6 would hardly be hindered at this stage. Even when faced with obstacles, one might consider investing a little to enlist the assistance of others, sacrificing exploration for the sake of progress and achieving completion with lower ratings. The threshold of the Eternal Tower predominantly resides within solitary instances, representing a true purgatory that has impeded the advancement of countless individuals. Currently, among the newly awakened students, aside from the Asura, hardly anyone can navigate past the initial 6 levels. The 7th level marks a transitional phase, typically characterized by its sparse population. Just as Ye Bai found himself in a quandary, a voice called out nearby, proclaiming, the latest prophecy, concealed beneath the frigid cliffs by the demon god. The mention of the demon god seemed to spark an understanding within Ye Bai. These individuals have yet to relinquish hope? How infuriating it is that they cannot simply await their demise in peace, but must venture forth to meet their end. Ye Bai, his frustration twisting his smile, felt an eager anticipation, wondering what treasures they might be intending to offer this time.